Skandinavforbundet Metagum. This guy.
Bro,
you're crazy, get right!
What the fuck, bro?
That's insane!
Yeah, and on the first.
Yeah, boy.
One more.
One more middle. One middle was pushing.
No! No! No!
E-box, yeah. Nice.
Don't stop believing, do. All out to that feeling. That's it, man.
Throwing fire. Fire in the hole.
Down behind. What?
I've never heard get right like that.
Yeah, me neither. I'm gonna hide a little bit here.
Oh!
Laying down smoke.
Flashing mid, flashing. Can they be out?
Yeah.
One then B. More
Nice.
B.
One more.
Flash.
One more.
Nice,
B.
one.
Throwing fire. Deploying flashbang. Flashbang. Grenade.
Monster.
One is behind you. Heaven lost.
Oh my lord. That was insane.
Nice route.
Yeah. B. Bomb is planted B. One is coming out long. Kitchen long.
The Guts King is on.
No.
I hate you. I honestly hate you.
Yes!
I
Woo!
honestly hate you.
Professional player. Can you sing my profile? I played against you on train today. I can sing for your profile. It's a beautiful profile. It's so delicious like it is. It's so wonderful to be singing on your profile.
Nice.
He was long.
Uppe mitt. Oj. 3 där topp. Mitt.
You can see it, and then he'll like randomly just like whoosh.
Dude, he's got a
What?
jiggle.
See?
Oh,
What
man,
the
he
hell?
does have a jiggle.
nerves.
Okay.
And then after that, I'm going to say they played some pretty damn good Counter-Strike, right? Because they were able to push Aurora, be able to take a map off of them, and they did the same, and then actually eliminate Gamer Legion in 2-0 fashion. So, you know, there's no joke in terms of what we can expect from this team. Yuka, Lampada, Kadia, Mizu, and Duke for Shura. Those are the 5 gentlemen taking to the server. But the man behind them, Mo,
am I tired?
major winner
Yes,
alongside of
I
Zeus
am
and Hot,
tired.
etc. So, yeah, look, there's going to be at least a big brain behind them ready to drive this team forward. There you can see him just standing behind them.
I don't even know what map
So, this is a team that fell into on day number 1 when I was categorizing squads, Cinderella run. Right, they were in that category. So they're still in the running to make it. They would need to take down NIP today, who you mentioned. Yeah, look.
Been gone for a stream later, but still love you lots. Hope you're doing well. No, I appreciate it, buddy. I appreciate it. Much love.
Denmark, and then a bit of a Ukrainian flair down the end there. Wrinkle, the AWP player, highest rated player for NIP with this roster. And coming in second is Shush, the man in the middle of the screen from heroic fame. He felt like he got the bung end of the deal at the start of the year.
Yes, certainly. But it looks like things might be turning around, certainly just a little bit. I do feel like
I will
somewhat of a Midas touch. I do think that we've seen him before. My mind goes towards the Ents projects, whereby he can turn a kind of ragtag squad into something that can be competitive at the tier 1 level. We've seen that once before, and I think Wrinkle as well is a valuable asset. Combined with the Saw rifling duo, you've got yourself a real solid base of talent. Shush, I think, is a very safe pair of hands. Snappy, as I discussed, and Midas Touch. I think there is a way in which this NIP roster goes on to do very good things. What's there? I was looking at it just before. They've gotten up to 46 in the Valve ranking.
Yeah, I think they'd be good. They'd do good to be a top 15 team. Yeah, that's where I'd place them. But this is part of an NIP rebuild. Here's the veto coming through. So Hotter removing Inferno. NIP have been bad.
Isn't that a big jump for
map number 1? I thought we'd get a train pick
for being like that
from NIP, but that's going to be left to the second phase where Hotter will remove it. NIP have been playing a bit of train. I think they're trying to make it one of their pocket picks, and then Dust too. So look, we go from Ancient Winch can have it all. It can be technical and slow. It can be fast and in your face. It can be fake heavy.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised.
Tactical and technical map. I put the 2 words together.
Technical? No, it just sounded extra Australian.
Extra Australian. On to map number 2, they're going to be the pick of the Ninjas, and the decider is going to be Dust 2. Now, I have a question.
Yeah.
Is Forrest awake this early to do his co-streaming? Because he does the NIP coast. So he is a dad, right? So he should be used to the early morning. So I beg the question: is Forp, one of the legends, awake?
Okay, well, I've done some research, and it is 7:01 in Sweden.
It is 7:01 in Sweden.
That is the time here as well.
Yeah.
But I was just double checking.
7:01 in Sweden.
It's definitely, you know, this is time where we might see Forp arrive within an hour or so.
Okay, so he's not on.
Oh, he's not on. It's not on. It's not on. That he's not on.
Oh, come on now.
He is on.
Shush's new haircut suits him. I've said it once. I've said it again.
Did you say it once?
Yeah, I did.
When was the once that you said it?
I said he's got a nice haircut day 2.
Oh.
This is day 4. And I just want to reiterate, I think
day 4.
It frames his face nicely.
5 days of groups. So today we will lock in 3 more teams and we'll eliminate 3 more teams.
And then what happens tomorrow?
And then tomorrow we need to find 3 more teams. Because 2 + 3 is 5, and then +3 is 8. And you need 8 teams to the playoffs. So yeah, 3 teams today, 3 teams tomorrow. Plenty of elimination, plenty of qualification, plenty of goddamn
holy shit.
Strike.
All right, yeah, it's coming up.
Like, kind of interesting. I'm like,
we have got our map pool locked in. We've got our players bumped.
Time is different. 7 in the morning. All right, ancient beautiful people.
Underway. Day 4, PGL Astana 2025. CT start for
ancient.
Arrows DOS. Are we cool with that?
Yeah,
Arrows DOS.
He's not new.
I know. I'm just making sure because I've heard lots of different ways.
Dolce Cabana.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't want to hear any of that nonsense.
Okay, well, it seems like the plan is clear. They want to go ahead and just split B through cave and ramp. The Utah will land. Long molly, smoke short. The Magna Jez. That's what they call this pistol in the Pug Realms.
The Pug Realms. Oh, all right. You can run over U-Jokes there. They've got back cube control on the agenda. Do they want to swing? No flash for this. 4 bodies just ready to pounce.
Sweden beat Finland yesterday.
They just give the go signal. Whether it's the
No,
CTs that move first, I think it will be Shush that gets the party started because he's going to get. Ooh, I thought he was going to get one.
Back as a player.
He denies that as well.
Oh,
now
real?
activate Cadio. Cadio. Just want to make sure I'm getting that right. Cadio.
On the satellite radio.
Cadio.
All right, Mizu. There's a song from Corpse Husband.
Mizu?
Called Misa Misa.
Misa Misa.
And it's a banger, even though Twitch is going to hate that reference. But that's all I see when I see Mizu. But that's a great pistol round. Now, just to add some context for this Hotu team, they are 9 on the trot as far as Ancient is concerned. But the problem with that stat line is the majority of those wins against second string Mongolian teams, because there's only one first string Mongolian team. That's the Mongols. So there's some wins in here against Warriors,
Sweden.
the Huns, etc.
What?
They did beat Rare Adam.
What?
Did beat
Hockey?
Pow, and they did beat Gamer League.
Hockey.
So
Hockey.
it's their map.
Oh, that's a nice response from Arrows. Straight out of the gate. He gets caught on the mantle up.
Bro, it's 7 in the morning. I'm a little bit too tired to have my head to be fucking blown to pieces. At least yet. Give me a minute or two.
5 Galils there. Actually,
Thank
an AK in the mix. So everybody with a rifle, nobody with an SMG, likely expecting they'll be up against a force spice and want to brute force through this head armor. Now they want to brute force onto Lampada with a beautiful shot onto Wrinkle. That removes the potency of this defense now.
And I will say Lampada in particular on Ancient
Fair
was a key reason as to how they bested Game Allegiance so convincingly on that map.
Ice hockey.
Like 23 and 9, some crazy statistics from Lampada on this very map. Yuka gonna go try and finish this one off. Arrows DOS still has hold of that Galil, likely becomes a priority save into the next as this one's already gone too far.
Oh, it was a force from
I'm hoping that maybe Snappy gets an overly keen rifle swinging him.
All right, just quickly.
Why am I surprised? Actually, now when I really think about it.
Or a return to glory story.
Ooh, I think Cinderella runs are more generally.
That's more of an everyman.
Yeah. Everyone appreciates.
Even
that.
Rush. Even Rush should like that.
Rags to riches. You're telling me?
Yeah. 0 to hero.
0 to hero.
Is that better?
I mean, like that's what all those shonens are about.
True. So, are they going to have an unstoppable power level, or what? What are we?
Got the missus watching solo leveling last night.
Freezing a little bit.
I've started.
That's huge.
I was like, yo, so do you want to do something else? Do you want to not watch another episode? She was like, no, I need to find out if they're alive. And suddenly,
you're in.
You're in.
You're in.
So Arostos got an AK-47. I thought it was a Galil.
Well, he got an upgrade. He killed Yuka and took
Shush. Play with heroic.
Cinderella run or
with Kenyan.
Okay.
Snappy. Sure. What with this
Staven, Yabi, and all of those people, you know.
Oh no, Mizu just clears.
When they went on a tear.
Explosion.
Launched an
AK in his general direction, and he was able to walk away with the spoils of war.
Is a reference to Hut 2 or what?
He thought he was the belle of the ball.
All right, that team, this team, the other team here, they're not that team. Their coach is Mo, that played in Gambit. You know, the one PGL in.
Like you watched Beauty and the Beast at all?
No. The recent
where was it?
Oh, I saw a clip recently, and it was very clear that like Belle was disappointed when he transformed out of the Beast. Like her faces that I look.
I remember now. What was that name of that? Yeah, my brain. It's too early. It's too early.
I'm not psychoanalyzing cartoons.
Neither am I. I'm just saying it looked like she was. You know?
Mo, the Twitch streamer. No. MOU.
Why's my screen doing?
The Kazakhstani player.
I'm not upset.
He's the coach of this team.
Doing that?
Who played in Gambit. Hey, someone has been cooking on Discord with the emotes for general channels. Was it Tulika question mark? No, it wasn't me. Right.
Cool. Imagine him diving to his death with the bomb in the flames, gets a jumping USP kill. Even just, one bullet and then they fall to the bomb. But all right.
Yeah, try to figure out to do more, but...
And that's the reverse order of how we found ourselves in
a little bit so in that regard.
To the thicker things with the CT side of NIP.
I am a
How interesting.
What?
NIP didn't pick train.
Yeah, that's what I
How is
said.
Tolika
Yeah,
doing?
I
You
was
guys know?
listening to you, I
Yes,
promise.
he's
I
doing good.
did say that during the video. I said I thought that big train.
Yeah,
Oh, has it been
I
that?
mean, I remember hearing the word train, but I think I just kind of processed
lot.
that as they have picked train.
How are we doing?
Yeah,
I'm
that's
so
interesting.
tired. Listen.
We're in A.
I'll come
we didn't
back.
throw any
Oh.
smokes. And when
We've
I say
just
we, I
gone
mean Hatu.
straight into A again.
But they are down a man. So number advantage on the retake for
Oh.
NIP. Dig for your
Gunny.
trouble there. Two of them very low.
This is winnable, even in the 3v5. Wrinkle, he's going to accelerate forward, but that deep temple smoke will thwart his aggressions. 2 from the donut, 3 from CT. R2.
Oh!
Claw it back with a double
Okay.
nade out of Mizu.
That's
Wrinkle and
round
Shush get
over.
Dunked on. Now a bit uncomfortable. Ujerk's considering it. Snappy progressing forward, removes Lampada. Need to get on that bomb. Need to find that bomb. It was planted on the corner. Ujerk's is in the position to try and fake it out. Never mind. Snappy's holding it with a 5-second defuse. Covered
Wait,
nicely.
what?
Ujerk's and Snappy get the job done.
Yeah, okay. Well, there you have it. That one could have gone very wrong. I agree with you when you said it was still very winnable. The players on low HP and the double
Did,
nade
did,
definitely
wait,
helped
did,
to
did,
let
ring,
one of them
did
low,
I miss
but,
also the ring?
They stick the
Did
landing.
Rinker get a
It's
kill
always
there?
good to have a kit. How many times do you go in a first rifle
Oh,
round
okay.
and
They
teams
didn't
don't have
need it.
kits?
Okay.
So
I was
shout
more
out
with
to
this
Snappy
one.
time.
I was like,
Boom. There's the nice deep nade. Bowling, son.
That's fine. Fine there onto Lampada.
Well, they should be
That
able to buy
Jurks
again,
actually
shouldn't
gets
they?
that killer,
The bomb
so-
goes down. There's going to be more than enough
Dude,
cash to
with my
splash into
birthday.
another purchase, and here you can
Happy
see it. With the AWP now.
birthday
Back over
to
towards A. Just real preference
you.
at the A side. Ringo's here, though.
Happy
Needs to hit the first shot.
birthday
This would be
to
one way to say go back to
you.
B, boys. If the order
Happy
wins, the hammer's going to self-flash. No, they just accelerate. Okay,
birthday,
interesting pacing and timing. Ringo
Happy
does
birthday
take the double kill.
to you.
Bomb spotted on the back of Yuka as well from his trade.
Då ska skjuta.
Look at the response time from NIP. They've
No.
been big.
No,
very
the
big
Swedish ring.
How
Good
about
chat.
that donut player
Don't
from
reflect that as
Shush, distracted. They commit
a hostile thing. No,
Can't
no.
really
That's
afford
a
to
Swedish
die
ring.
here, Duke, but getting temple control is valuable.
Does have a smoke as well, so he's the only smoke remaining on this T side unless they can find one on the ground. With his forward position, at some point, I imagine smoking off a choke point. I would like it to be Donut. Oh, Mizu. This lurk could really... That's going to be too late now.
It is. I
NIP
think
have
he's
stayed
missed his
active.
timing,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's over now.
Oh.
Yuka's been sidelined. Fisher needs to
Oh
swing.
no.
Transfer is
okay.
asking a lot. Yeah, not easy. Aros Dos will find the trade. Yuka was seen with that bomb. Now Mizu been heard. Just clearing him out. Oh, doesn't hit the shot immediately.
Right.
5 seconds. Progression now
I got-
towards Donut. Bomb
Wait.
from Yuki. Does need to move in.
7-year-old, so young.
What you're waiting for?
Is
Looking
it
for
a
an AK?
save? Like,
I
yeah,
don't know.
may-
They're in 2 minds.
Maybe just save, boys. This is looking real awkward now.
Mizu gave it a go.
Is he coming for it? Now he's lost his orb. There we go. Now he wants to save, but he's cut off at the pass. There's a... Okay, just chilling, eh, man? That's probably the best go. Okay. Well, a little bit falling over themselves in that one, weren't they, Hatu? But NIP, back-to-back rifle rounds. Very good work. Oof,
I'm
Snappy
laughing
had
at
a
that
chance to
game
snatch
game
away
we
the
lost an
AWP, making
analyst.
sure it couldn't be saved. But Yuka, too quick, takes him down and will retain it. So
That's
all
a
right,
good save,
back-to-back
though.
Rifle rounds.
There is something to be said about,
Weird round.
Hatu's
2
inexperience,
rounds in a row where
lack
I'm
of
like,
communication being displayed in that round. Because
I
you
mean, I
saw
still haven't
that,
finally,
Yuka
I
was
haven't
trying
woken
to
up yet
throw the
completely,
anti-orb.
so I'm
The right click of
they'd
Jobby.
already
very
gone.
But they were
all
going.
over the
No,
place,
Yuka
chat.
swapped to his flash as both of them immediately double swung.
Yeah, so I guess the call
Could have
from
ended
Spawn
so
not
badly
necessarily
there, by the
clear,
way.
but
Well,
clear intent. I
worked out
suppose
fine.
these rounds have been relatively quick, so that there's conviction behind the call, but maybe not with the details. So you save an AWP, you can get on another AK, you're able to get some upgrades around that. Duke's going to be able to get himself an AK as well. And Mo's going to take the time out to have the conversation. So making sure they can get the most out of this busted looking buy. Snappy down to just an SMG, so going to be kicking himself. He lost that AK, but
He loves an SMG.
he does, doesn't he?
I mean, we do hope that they actually get the success
we see
that's
Hatu
needed for
consider
them, right?
maybe, like,
I'm not gonna be
on
that
B?
negative.
We
to be
haven't seen
honest.
him since the pistol head over to that bomb site as a coordinated unit. And it is going to be a bit more B-centric off of the rib. Mid player trying to get through to
running out
Yuka.
on his
Oh.
He's going for that quick pick that we see 9-10 go for.
Yeah, but that requires no mid util, like no HEs at least. Oh, this is over.
Wait,
The round, I mean.
Yeah, it is. Lampada would need a massive 1v4. He's got the first chip in.
it was
More
it?
is a lot
There was a
more.
full
Smoke
buy.
with
Okay.
some Get a little bit of extra cash. It doesn't really achieve anything.
Seriousness? Yes.
Yeah, it'll give you a
Snoosh,
pistol on the next round.
snoosh,
So
snoosh,
it's
snoosh,
better
snoosh.
than nothing. Right now, this is just going to simmer out. What I will say is because NIP have been in the doldrums, right? They've been playing tier 4, tier 3 Counter-Strike. They literally went to a Fragadelphia.
Hey, maybe that means Philadelphia's on the up and up.
Well, in a way, all local lands or smaller lands should be on the up and up thanks to VRS. But yeah, they literally went to Fragadelphia, and fortunately for them, they won it. They beat Sharks in the final. In a best of 5, they won it 3-0.
Oh yeah, that
But
tournament,
my point,
luggage,
less about
that Asian tournament. How did it go for that
more
one?
about the type of teams NIP have been playing are in line with a Hotu, as opposed
Because they
to being in
qualified
line with a
for,
Spirit or an Aurora. So they should be well equipped to
Oh,
deal
they beat
with
Flypost.
more. I don't want to say it in simple
in the grand final
Counter-Strike,
for
one-dimensional
Tylo.
Counter-Strike,
Sure.
maybe more direct,
Okay.
gimmicky
When is the
Counter-Strike.
grand final?
Layered Counter-Strike.
Yes,
On
whereas
Friday, okay.
like the upper echelon teams are doing a lot of default, or they have obviously a lot more experience with these things. In-game leaders tend to be a lot more experienced too. So yeah, I think that NIP should feel quite comfortable in this matchup, even though they don't have any head-to-head against Hotu before. The only reason I wouldn't be comfy is for the mere fact
What's
it is
funny,
a
3 days
1-2
ago I
game
hit
and the loser is
$1,000 on a
spilling. So there is the
$20
pressure element. There's,
scratcher.
we do see
Oh
them
no,
not all
wait.
in, but it
Kev,
is the
did you open
NK
up a
brought
knife
through.
again?
And Duke's already provided an opener onto Arrows DOS mid. They've got all of A. They've got all of A.
He's got another one.
He does get another. Shush
The
went down
analyst
as well.
guy.
Bomb will be planted, Yuka gets it in, and already the round is over.
How have they won this one?
Well, Duke did something.
The round, he definitely did do something.
He does
Well,
something.
okay. How you doing, buddy?
So that's good.
Open a knife, Ruby, survival knife.
Arrows, DOS, and Shush going to be put into the interrogation.
Aw, much
So
love
that's
for Prime,
how do you
buddy.
get that? How do you get 1v2?
Back to new Morgan
So they
Fade,
go
Nomad.
hero AK on Duke.
Damn.
They have
Damn.
some pistols with upgrades thanks to the loss bonus. They kill 2 players in middle and they're in A for free.
Yeah. I guess, well, they were starting heavy mid with the plan to have them react to A.
Yeah, but they're dead. So
but they died.
yeah,
So...
you don't get an
How did
opportunity
he
to
get the
react.
dub? I mean, I know from minimap or
Okay,
radar.
Duke.
I mean,
Let's,
you didn't say minimap, right? I know from
let's take a look
minimap
at that, shall we?
it was in
NIP are
mid,
gonna
but
take
like,
a timeout. Now the coach,
like
haven't mentioned
how?
him,
There's
exists.
Mo, by the way.
What's he been up to?
Yeah.
Well coached at NIP. So for Exist, he's back in a Swedish jersey, so to speak, but he doesn't have any Swedish players in his team.
No. But there's not many Swedes out there right now,
What
is
are
there?
you talking about?
Metisport, that's it.
We've got the guys over there in Wildcard, Fozy and...
They are honorary Americans now.
wow, okay.
Yeah.
But Stan's Canadian, Sonic is South African, and no, it is JBA.
JBA.
Is from the United States.
Yeah.
You know what's so funny? I think Hotu were expecting to get away with that on the first 2 rifle rounds that they won, and then they went into a B play.
All
and
right,
then, well,
we
that didn't
missed
work.
the.
So
Anyway,
let's just do the
on the
same thing
streets,
with less,
honorary
and KDO
Americans
get
is
2 kills.
crazy.
I think we're probably the best kills ever.
Wait, they don't even throw a smoke. Like, no window smoke, no
They
mid
just
usual.
everybody goes B.
Just go B.
B rush.
It's a B rush. You jokes, how you playing this?
That's a fast B rush, by the way.
That concedes all the space. Shush
Trying
needs it.
to
Yeah.
fight for it.
Oh,
Shush just
oh.
about gets away with 1 HP. Okay, so now you've given up the site.
But look at all the nades left over for Hotu. Plant the bomb. That was one place to start. But look, you've got 2 smokes,
True.
3 mollies. Just keep CT smoked.
You can't lose.
Well, you can now. You can now.
Oh, they get spammed on down. Ujex does well. Finds an angle onto that default plant spot. Just held on to cave. Stop that from being a post-plant position. Now sweeping in through the ramp. Looking for bodies. Spam through. Ujex does fall. Wrinkle cleans up. Only 1 left. Hiding on the side.
Okay.
Wrinkle has a field day.
It's like he's playing pre-fire or
Yeah,
something
it
there
is.
and refrag.
Yeah.
Like, the bot's not moving. He's just having to clear the angles. Also, I did some more thinking about Swedes.
Yeah, okay, go.
Okay, we got Rez,
Yeah, obviously.
ZTR,
Yeah,
LNZ, Youngster.
that's at least 4.
Yeah.
plus.
I got to
Metasport.
work in the morning, so
You've got
pop in
at
to
least
say hello.
10
A good
Swedes.
stream, brother.
You've got
Much love,
Johnny,
buddy. Much
Johnny
love.
Speed.
Appreciate
Johnny
it.
Sniper, yeah.
Johnny Sniper.
I expect
Johnny Speed
easy
has
for
that
Nip
Strikers
today.
team.
Yeah, I remember.
You've got Eyeballers with JW.
It's a pressure game, 1-2 game.
They're here. They're more of like kind of a CCT
Wow.
energy, aren't they?
Wow.
That's how we see them.
Olaf's still on the bench of FaZe.
Olaf's on the bench of FaZe.
Oh,
Streaming,
okay.
bragging. Shush. Mid-hold, indeed. Double kill, make it 3.
beautiful.
That's exactly what you want to see.
It's beautiful.
Arrows
He does steal it, but
did.
it was beautiful. Nice little... And the pace on this
These
one,
rounds.
I love it.
I don't know why,
We've
but
had
I've
some
been
real
enjoying
slow
playing you,
Counter-Strike.
even if it's not bad,
Odic in
man.
the server, very slow. VP in the server, very slow.
In your
Hotu
CS:GO
in the
career,
server. Yeah,
what
hot
team was your
indeed.
kryptonite?
Yeah,
If
they
you fear?
do not play scared. They play feast or famine, and it is a toss of the coin every time.
I'm just loving this.
Kelly.
And look, not for their round
Mal
case, but
cheating.
the fact they're trying to brute force into a lot of these means they're trying to play momentum-based CS and
I don't
hit
know.
the gap, essentially.
I don't know.
Shush plugs that one. And Yuka, he's dead.
Presumably,
Right, best
the people pushing through that mid elbow, deep elbow split were assuming that he wouldn't have played close. Like he hasn't taken
Yes,
it.
because he's
That's
under the
assumption.
flashes there. The flashes aren't going to be getting him.
Oh, shooting in the body.
Okay, so that's just a gamble they've taken.
What I learned
does
in
not
Nuke is
pay off.
it's more about good rotation. I mean, Nuke
Coming
is
into
a
the next round,
rotation
though,
map,
it's gonna
good
be interesting to
communication,
see if they have a
rotating all the
different
time.
approach. Do they elect
Especially
to
CT
try a
side.
different avenue?
I would say the money's not there for a buy.
T side, I would say it's
That's enough for an AK, and everybody else could get a pistol with Kevlar.
They
So
won the last one.
it's
Yeah, just
more
do one of
about
those, would ya?
being reactive on the map and also playing together as a group. Well, okay. How you doing, buddy?
Pete, with the one-round lead, would be loving to get themselves up to an 8-4. This is the type of series that I think
You're leading.
you're quietly confident about.
We
You see it's hot too.
Poland,
That's not meant to
9-2
sound
in
disrespectful,
Understorm.
take everybody you
Other
know, with
game?
the same serious nature, especially when you're in the
Fucking
server.
king.
But there's some teams you're going to fear more than others. Like you're definitely going to fear a team like Spirit more than you're going to fear a team like Hotu.
Here,
I think for an
I
IB,
missed it.
be a
Ancient
great
Nuke
tournament.
does too.
for them to be able to lock into a playoff, especially for those VRS points going into the second season. Star Ladder Budapest was announced overnight. So we now know, confirmed. Here we go. Look, there is a Duke AK.
Just go away.
And they've
Just
gone.
go away.
No.
They're in.
They
are in.
Oh, wait, Arrows does
They're
confirm.
in-ish.
Arrows does confirm. It's only one
Ooh,
from Arrows
okay.
Doss. Instead, the Ukadi connects onto Shush. Now Snappy's low and dead as well. Just rush.
Yeah,
How the
if you're going
fuck
to talk about
did
those
that
shots
actually
from
go
Wrinkle,
good?
they end up costing him.
Yep.
Next game of
Let's
Straw
say
is
that
a
he gets one of the
G2.
two.
Oh,
Let's
I
say
don't
50%.
have I put
Then
my name
maybe,
up
just
there?
maybe that's a different looking round.
Oh,
This dude just
Lord.
walks through this fucking
Wrinkle has-
can't believe
Wait.
it straight through then their face.
That's how Wrinkle got his first
It
kill.
almost takes everything. Just Wrinkle. They may as well hunt him down.
I swear, I've played against players like this before, and it's so fun to see it played at the highest level. Hotu are just walking through smoke, calling bomb site rushes, and they're running at Wrinkle with their knife out. They just want to take that AWP away, and they might. They very well might. Wrinkle has to hit a shot. He
I'm more
can't.
surprised of
Okay.
how they actually lost that round.
KDO, man. Why is that so hard for you to read, bro?
It's not how I would
Because
spell it.
Wrinkle
Well, he
KDO.
didn't make his name. You could say it any way you want.
with
but,
2 bullets there.
K,
Just
well,
say
where's
it with
that A?
conviction.
K. Like, there's no
Which
Y.
stage is this? It's still a group stage.
Ah. But just,
It's a
just say it however
1-2
you want
game
with
in,
conviction.
in the
Cardio.
Swiss.
Say that. That's fine. Just don't question it.
Okay, just making sure, dude. Okay, don't get mad at me. Just want to make sure I'm saying his
I'm
name.
probably saying it wrong. He didn't send me a dossier
Cardio.
saying this is how you say my name.
Yeah.
I don't even know if he speaks English.
Cardio gets an opening kill. Arrows Doss responds with 2. Does just get that buy one, get one free offer.
Okay, so
Harder.
now he
2.5
hits that.
There we
Wrinkle.
go.
He's
Fuck's
not finished
sake.
this time.
Fuck's
If he
sake.
did, there'd be some questions asked, I think.
He's just happy he's got another AWP after losing it in the previous.
There he
There.
is.
Oh, wait. Would like that one.
He settled
Alright.
in.
There we go.
He settled
Because
in.
here's the thing, it feels like every time
6
an
to
NP wins a
5.
round, it's pretty easy. But then all of a sudden
Doss
they're
open
like
at 4, 12 and 6 for Wrinkle. Shush only has 5 and 7.
Getting
but he did have an
smacked
impactful round
when-
on mid not that long ago.
they're supposed to not losing.
But they've done their best rounds with just Eagles and an AK.
Wrinkle is like
let's do that
simple
again, shall
sometimes.
we?
Yep, one more
He's
time.
a little bit
You wouldn't
flashy
say
when he
it, would
plays,
you?
right?
You'd say
Little
so.
bit
Yeah,
flashy.
look, a little bit more of a layer. We've got a
I would
red
say
smoke.
little bit flashy.
The bare minimum. Good doors smoke they'll be disrespecting. Oh, that's a nasty fight for Snappy. He goes down to the Tech 9 fast. Juke again. Every time you put a rifle in his hands, he's good for one.
Full W Counter-Strike.
Yeah, Wrinkle reveals the AWP is on site. They've blocked on ramp.
It really feels like I'm watching. Wait, he's out on
Because they pushed
A.
A, they're in CT.
It's just.
It feels like I'm
It
watching
does, but a pug that's actually going to
Asian
get him 6 rounds.
tier
first in
3,
his
tier
pajamas.
2 CS now.
Okay, all he needs to do is not.
Like when I watched the Asian RMR.
This is the fight. Whoever it is, it's shush.
It was
How
insane.
good's his clear? Because he's going to be like...
He is clearing.
He is clearing. Oh, perfect. Barda gets the Deagle headshot straight out for another. This is going to be a very frustrating map for NIP. Just the way in which they've lost these rounds, the way in which they've been taken from them.
But how does this translate on the T with them swapping over to the CT
He
side?
still keeps the Deagle up.
Like, how does that work?
Because you can obviously do crazy smoke pushes, but yours start to get like insane. Oh, I'm pushing through the B doors smoke, or I'm pushing through the elbow smoke.
True. Actually true. 6 rounds for Hotu. At the T side, I will remember
I'm
for sure.
so surprised,
very unique
man.
pace and, as
I'm
you called it,
so tired,
momentum-based Counter-Strike.
my
where you
brain
are just
still
looking
hasn't
for
woken
gaps
up. I
and
woke
taking
up.
gambles, and it's been
What's the time?
rewarded. In this
7:25.
elimination game, need I remind you?
I just have a hard time.
I think it was 40 minutes ago I woke up.
Is replicable.
6:50, 6.
But they managed to
45, I don't
win
know.
3 rounds with 1 to 2 AKs and pistols.
So it is replicable, technically.
Right?
Literally replicable, but...
That's the problem. There was no...
Oh, Duke.
Yeah, I don't know if he's upset.
Just a chat.
Or if he's firing him up.
Yeah.
It looks stern.
Certainly does, but most parts of that world, you know, it looks stern. It's probably love.
Good thing you're not sponsored by Monster or anything?
Just
No.
Just the dark side.
No.
Just the dark side, yeah.
No.
Would love
Wake
that.
up early watching a P
Plus,
or
you know,
his name.
this could compound.
You
Lost 2
name
games
a better
in a row, 2
duo.
series to Spirit and Aurora. Now you find yourself against Hotu. You go, okay, we got a must win. An easy
I was
win, and then you have a
debatable.
half like
I was
that.
debating to myself
Can't
if I
afford to
was
get
gonna
into your
watch the
head.
Fury game instead. To be honest.
Must win game for Ninjas. Hotu coming in as that looking to play spoiler.
8-4. Okay.
Oh, he is not happy.
It doesn't seem like he's happy.
Oh, he's definitely not happy. He was very unhappy.
Just won a round as well.
He was very unhappy.
Yeah.
He's not happy.
Dual Berettas in cage. Classic. Clocks up mid and no one on Donut.
Nobody on A.
Yeah. So they get the plant.
They've just gambled B fully. Once they understand that it's A, they pushed out and found the lurk.
Oh, another kill. This is getting awkward.
Honestly, full W.
Yep. Yep, but they hit their shots, and now it's a 5v2. There is a Molotov and no smoke. If he gets the timing on this Molotov right, it could be round defining. Throws it out, no extinguisher available, has to respect it. It's just Snappy, the 1v4 Molotov. 10-second defuse needs to be booked in. Has he got it? I think he might have just got enough time there. Yep, Cadio seems confident. And so Hotu taking the pistol, and it is
If you had a double molly, it would have been fine.
Effective Duke hitting shots. Fair play.
Yeah, he looked confident there with the defuse, didn't he? So obviously the 10-second music being played in his ears or not, letting him know that the defuse was going to come on through.
I mean, you know, hindsight 2020 and all, it seems like Snappy could have held it for 2 seconds longer and he would have perhaps won the round.
Yeah, I guess when everyone else is dead, though, you feel you're under pressure. You don't want to get stuck with nade in the hand, and wow. Okay, well, there you have it. That's going to be the pistol round converted now. Can they find the follow-up? NIP afforded a force due to the plant.
What are you saying? And then the Duke guy is an analyst?
So those are the conditions to win a map. You're going to have a Galil in the hands of Wrinkle. A couple of MAC-10s. Now, something that Snappy you were talking about it before in terms of with the Ents players. Obviously, with Falcons, there was no success found. So he might do better when the players are younger and they have a higher level of respect for him.
Okay.
To be fair, even with that sentiment, they had Madden and some Pius that players.
Much love for the prime.
Either way, it didn't work for them.
Good morning, buddy. Good morning.
But things that have worked for Snappy before is some good pocket momentum calls. So let's see if he can piece something together here with this force buy. It's on the B box for Wrinkle. Oh, missed the Sentry there. They're pushing through. Straight through into Wrinkle. Double on the Galil. Lines him up, knocks him down, and that feels like it should be the round.
That feels like what you were talking about how does that style of play translate to the CT side. It's two SMGs pushing through a smoke onto the lane fight.
Two more are going to push and
Look
fight
on the A guy down.
Oh!
Here comes Duke.
And another one. Another push. He's done well to find one. A second would actually equalize, and he gets away with it.
No.
Oh, the distraction, they keep coming. Here's an SMG for you. Mizu comes up to provide the support, the hunt from Arrow's DOS. Shush will win this.
Well, these are the type of clutches he wins, though. These are the type of clutches he wins.
It's just terrifying knowing that they are going to be holding W somewhere. If they're not cave right now, then they're likely ramp. He works it out, swings on out, does isolate the first. Concerned about the last, and walking up is Mizu. MP9 ready. Shush gets tagged up a little. The nade seems good. Swings on it. Can't finish off the job. Dead now, of course. Shush will save them. That aggressions and the constant re-aggressions, it's exhausting.
Why
it
is
like
this?
Sorry, it looks like that,
why is this
Hotu are the ones on the
gameplay, game style from Hot
they've all in against a
Asian tier 3 CS?
Going to have guns that want to fire at a closer range. It's the Galil that gets it done at longer range.
Rushing paving.
The second wave of
it feels like the flashes is not even timed.
To get to, obviously making sure that his teammates were avenged there in the assist feed, but shush, those are the type of clutches he wins, and Snappy knows that's important. A big round. Again, this is a Super Bowl tournament for NIP.
Yeah.
Because they're an organization that has already been in the big leagues before. They're looking to return there. So by getting into the playoffs here, any LAN wins that you can get, Hotu isn't a team that's going to get you the most in terms of points, but LAN wins are good. And this is a tournament where the prize money as well will also help boost you through the rankings. NIP are in the long game.
Also, shut the ring
study of a team that was formed from scratch at the start.
For the usual suspects, I will not go live the regular time on Monday. That's coming
not missing
next
the first
week.
season. It's just not having
enough
points to play the first. Oh, look at this.
I can't believe this team! Charges a main with a 5-7 and it works. Dude, when I die to plays like this, I always go, oh my god, it's never working like pro play. But it seems to be working pretty well right now.
You just need to shoot him, I guess.
Yeah, and for NIP right now, Mizu's shooting harder.
At a minute 20.
Lampada, make it overlooked. Played it right. Play out and they clear him. Right?
Oh no, he shot. Oh!
There's a flag.
But there's a flag! Evan's coming for you! Stay in spawn! Get back where you came from!
That is ridiculous. That is...
Bro.
Oh, mate.
And he's not even walking. That's a running...
Unhinged.
A running A main 5-7. Gets 2. Of course it does. Oh, the frustration. Arrows just is screaming. Hey. Nearly gets 3. There's Lampadas for the finishing touch. Then, of course, don't worry. Cardio's coming in from behind as well.
They've won more of their rounds in the weaker position, I'd say. Like, more of the key rounds, anyway. They're not running on them right now.
It's weird. It makes me feel uncomfortable. What are they doing? They're playing a standard round?
Why aren't they running at them?
Kind of freaking me out. Contact cave. Yeah, he's got that block smoke, but if they start running, it will be too late. You'll have to throw it in the doorway. Yeah, you're in trouble. Swap. Executed by Ujux. Now progress into the B site. Looks good from the NIP boys. Storming in.
Oh.
Good damage on that spray, but Duke will reveal himself with the tracers and goes down.
Okay, tit for tat, round for round. Nothing consecutive in the second half just yet. That's all right. We knew they were going to do their better work when it's going to be 5-7s running through smokes. So, Snappy, can he snatch it all away? Probably not. You see the shadow? He's got a chance. And Mizu says no.
Absolument pas.
Oh.
What is this game I'm watching? I'm sorry to see it.
What's he doing? Where's he going?
Playing for the kills. Playing for the kills.
I guess he's thinking, they know exactly where I am. Yeah. Let me try and get somewhere else. But yeah, maybe he doesn't really want the MP9.
I'm so glad we've got, you know, because Counter-Strike comes in so many shapes, sizes, flavors. And this one's got a very unique size and flavor.
Yes, an expert. Alex Richardson.
Aware chat.
M4, MP9.
You
such a late
has bought.
NIP were already leaving spawn. Hotu was
Where's the M4? Number 8. You're in red. You're
running at him.
Don't speak too soon. Had a really good shot there. Oh, and the trade is there from Mizu. It's costly, very costly, and Lampada just about holds
Oh, that's the low guy.
Away.
No, there wasn't.
Gets two. Yuka's been handed something he can work with, but the fights are going to keep coming.
This is a bare knuckle brawl.
Yes.
Okay. NIP have broken through.
Yes, they have. And they disconnected in celebration.
Snappy.
He's had enough. He needs a rest.
Get
He needs a
back
rest.
here.
It's too intense.
It's so stressful for the old man.
I need to lie down, boys. I need a little lie down. Marco's coming back in a minute.
It's a bare knuckle brawl, and he's not up for the task.
Dude, can we just admire, like, Yuka knows there's one coming heaven, takes a pot shot, and he just returns his crosshairs. Like, you know, one kill's better than none. I'm not going to faff around trying to track a strafing SMG. I'll just take one. And they've done all right? Let's recap what Hotu, like, who's met Hotu? Who's tasted...
They took a map off of Aurora. They eliminated Gamer Legion.
Those are two very big, impressive feats.
And they lost to Pain with the coach. So nothing makes sense for their run.
No, it doesn't.
Right? They started with the game...
How did they lose to Pain if they can play like this?
Well, okay. What they're playing right now is by no means meta Counter-Strike. They're just putting aim on display. Yeah. They're just running at them. Nothing they've done has sensibility to it.
Well, and that might explain why Wrinkle, who is a bit of a pug stomper, you know, he's regularly in those realms. This feels familiar to him. He's like, oh, this is the style of Counter-Strike I'm playing at 3 a.m. on a Saturday.
Yeah, look, I think Wrinkle's just good. I think, like, Wrinkle is the best NIP player. If top teams could look at buying Wrinkle, I don't think NIP would sell him. They know they need him. Then you'd be looking for a Wrinkle.
Would you get more output of Wrinkle if you?
I'll be disappointed if it won't be turned into another NIP Amcal through our map of pure mystery.
Is that good?
That's it. I would probably.
I mean, maybe because like it felt like last time NIP played against Amcal, right? It wasn't that cinematic game.
It does.
So
really
maybe it
like
was what we needed to have in the mix.
Feel like a pug right now. So we do have a little technical issue while we get Snappy back in the server. Don't you worry about that.
So I've been diving into the Hotu players' profiles. Duke Fissura has got coaching reps as well. Did you
Probably medic when he joined.
He's got a coach
starter.
Teams. 2 teams he coached. You won't have maybe not heard of either of them.
Okay.
It was GR.
No, I did hear of them. They were Far East Russian players.
Okay, yeah. And he also
coached... played at the...
XGR, yeah. Okay.
So the same team.
Yeah, only 120 days as a coach.
You
and
love it.
Okay.
But interesting.
It's really feels like I'm sitting and watching that much labber. It feels like I'm watching what is it called? Like those TikTok surfer videos at the same time while there's a gameplay going on.
Maybe just wanted to
and then I'm watching a documentary on the side of it.
Previously.
That explains why he was chewing out his teammate.
Yeah. Probably just got into coach mode for a second.
For the age and authority to do so. He definitely doesn't look 28. But what do I know?
It's an important mid shot. But solo on this other site. It's typically been Queserato. This time it's fallen, but he just doesn't have the weapon for this.
Yeah, it's like we're gonna be waiting for that game for a minute or two.
Or just about to. And he might catch Queserato. Oh dear. Okay, lucky to be alive.
Alive. Oh, the molly just tickles him. And they had a nade in dark, so whichever way Queserato went, he was a dead man. Yuri swinging out wide in tandem with Yakindar. This battleship at B comes back to life for Furia. And
Yakindar.
brings
By the way,
pain.
69 on Yakindar.
A far cry from the last time you saw him getting caught with nades out in that B hit. He stays gun on.
If Furia went to
Yakindar has
playoff,
won
I'm happy for the
crazy
boys,
rounds
especially
off of
for
solo performances in this map. Some multi-kills that have carried Furia through this game.
This Furia team looks so much more promising than the last
Furia
lineup.
had no business winning with the weaker weaponry, with their AWP dead, with K-Serato shot in the back. Yakindar saves the day. Furia right there now. I was getting worried about this comeback.
His like target prioritization's been so good, right? That's why I'm saying B feels like this battleship between the two of them. And a lot of it is just Yakindar knowing when and who to fight in tandem with Yuri.
Oh, the nade. What
uncover Yuri's position, and that's a really neat way.
What a counter though.
Yakindar, of course, back to his old ways, looking to destroy.
Oh!
Yakindar is electric.
Absolutely God.
And that's brutal. After a really nifty way to secure that opening, going 5-on-4, Yakindar twice over has ripped rounds from the
I have the updates on other game, by the way, Miwan. So you guys know. Don't worry, we will jump in directly.
The rest of his team have tried and failed. Worlds apart from Woody on that AWP. So he's going to slow it right down outside of Dark here. But what do you do? What's the game plan? How do you stop Yakindar? You have no info where the rest of Furia are. They're desperate that Woody can find something. A kill on Molodoi here might have given them a chance, but it won't come through. And so back into the belly of the beast for K-Slox. Yakindar's crept up through main, fallen facing first. And now Yakindar comes back. K-Slox feels the net closing. He's getting boxed in here. There's even this push through main. He won't be in the round much longer as Molodoi deletes him on that AWP. It's the two imports for Furia that find all the kills. Yakindar with back-to-back multi-kills in this B-hole.
Yeah, exporting rounds right now for Furia. Up to map point on Onyx pick in this series. And Yakindar's impact undeniable again. Another rock-solid B-hold. That third one is a thing of beauty.
Very fast one there from Yakindar. It was nice.
Had some misses early, but stops Odic in their tracks when it matters. Their money broken, and just one AK in play. They've met their match. Molodoi 5-on-4. Odic want to go.
Oh no, there. Oh no. Oh, Fallen.
Goes no further.
Fallen.
Spill in.
Let's go, Fallen.
3 shots left in this.
Yakindar's here as well. Wait, he's planting on A. Planting on A though.
On him from behind, but the bomb goes down in A. They've teed up Woody. Once more, they're asking their captain to keep them in this game. And he's going, this is the wild, bro, no one's ready for this. This is as aggressive as you could be in this post plant, and they're ready for it.
I mean,
there it is.
He body shot.
Furia 1-0.
Needed the clean headshot, and that is it.
Nice.
Furia pack it up. 13-7.
Wait, actually, Fallen is not a guy doing what is it called?
People report him because he's got like 50.
He will not do
and then
what Shello did.
They shadow ban him.
Fuck up the defuse.
Hard ban.
It's hard ban.
Hard ban.
Harry Russell is banned.
I trust my captain.
That's right.
Sorry about the yapping, guys. That was a technical timeout. And here's the thing. We didn't want the players to hear us talking about what the buy was going to look like. So we didn't talk about the game.
Is that how you do it?
That's all good. We're back. Oh, Shush with the cave and the red smoke. Beautiful work. The support specialist does it nice and quick. And they're out mid, as it will be an eco. So we took a tech timeout into an eco. That doesn't get the juices flowing.
No, but maybe you started a conversation in the tech that you can kind of finish now. You know? Like, hey, we wouldn't have finished that conversation. Let's finish it now. So I'm thinking, when next time we push cave and ramp at the same time, we do it with 5-7s.
Oh, you mean for them?
Yeah. Oh, you mean us?
I thought you meant for us. I was like,
oh, no.
I don't think we should bring anything from that tech into this eco.
No, absolutely not. But yeah, you get to have a nice leisurely finish. Like, okay, yeah, so maybe I need to push more. Maybe I need to be more aggressive, more repeaks.
Is it Wrinkle in mid?
Wrinkle doesn't get all these frags. Arrows get some.
The 2 looks like a 3 on the radar. All right, well, the fact he's played so conservatively, he should be rewarded with at least 2.
Only one. And they'll take
Their Eagles are fucking 10 or 10
Coach
though.
think he deserved 2 there because of the maneuver that he made. Oh, Shush is giving them some of their own back.
Shushy boy.
You want to spam our bodies? You want to run through smokes? Well, we can
Bye-bye,
spam them
Snappy.
too as Snappy tickled down and taken to the underworld as Lampada, the last man, over towards the T-spawn.
They're hunting this AK. They've already got a body on A. Lampada, is he going to be pushed any further? Well, are they going to meet? Is U-Joke's going to come clear through spawn as well?
I don't know how Shroud would fare against these guys.
I mean,
oh no, not the Shroud discussion again.
He'd probably win.
It's a lot of kills
Taken down
though.
3 players on the eco. Hotu.
Not bad.
They're still in it, but
They
only
are.
just. We need to see them wake up right now into the rifle
It's a lot
round.
of
Forced by
damage.
Wars not falling in their favor to start the second half. That's with them picking up both pistols. Is the round recap on everybody's screens. The back and forth nature has now definitely just been 4th for NIP as they take steps to 13.
But now we go back to winning ways for Hatu.
Okay, well, there's a Famis in the mix alongside of the 4 silenced M4s. There's a defuse kit, there's U-tilt, and there's an elbow smoke. So exchange of nades in middle. There's no damage found. Those nades did not find their target at all from the T side. And NIP are not playing with the same pace as what we saw from Hotu. So apply some mid pressure. Make sure A main is yours. Would you?
Okay.
I don't even understand why. It's not a favorable fight. And you have a pretty good idea they're not B lane.
Yeah.
So what does that mean? They're in A main?
Yeah.
So they had an A game.
It's certainly a choice. It's a choice. Choice you can make.
Oh, mate.
The beauty of Counter-Strike is you can make choices that are just yours, you know?
Yeah, that affect your entire team.
But it's, technically, he
Well, they're all in middle, Alex.
Okay, and you've got 2 players
This
swinging.
could work.
Oh, okay, double out of Lampada.
Okay.
Cardio does the same. We got a 2v1
That was
fight, and every member
that's
of
a
the
nice take,
Hatu
actually.
squad is just fighting in mid. Let's go, you guys.
A little bit more.
It gets taken down.
Imagine you just lost to that.
They're all in middle. How do we analyze that?
Oh, so okay, hold up. So one guy pushed.
Yeah.
Right, we killed him.
So we figured there'll be a little lighter there.
So
'cause
they'll
we killed one.
give
Shroud
up A
hates
and
it.
they'll
No,
give
it's
up
sad.
B and they'll all just fight middle.
It's like if kind of you do like the heroic retake of mid, but you do it with.
I really like that
brutality.
setup.
Literally
They
everybody.
played it really well, actually.
Okay, they win this. NIP are on eco. Oh, look at the pace on this one.
Zoom in straight into the mid window. Duke's gonna be pissed. They want to push this?
The Rink-
That's
wait,
threatening to
the
do
Rinker
so.
got
Found
another
another.
one.
You shouldn't
Yeah.
be pushing anymore.
No,
Reset, recalibrate, and see if you can
It's
find
very
all
low,
3
so-
I think there's gonna be.
Hotu
I think
players
they're gonna.
just grouped up somewhere.
Is he gonna push for a main smoke? No. Okay, they're actually just gonna go back to A. Don't play big box with MP9. Is that what you're doing? Toolbox. Okay, sure.
I mean,
What happens if they molly?
I think he's okay. I don't think they'll molly.
You don't think so?
I
They'll
don't think
contact
they'll
walk
molly.
in.
Yeah, I don't think they'll molly this. They might molly Temple. They mollied it.
yeah.
Okay, he still gets one.
Still gets his. Go on. Here comes Yuka. Flashes through the smoke. All of them on his screen. One of them.
That was a
doesn't
little bit
find his head,
interesting.
so
Throw
it's
yourself
done.
out through the
Round
smoke.
1, NIP up to 11.
Isn't it crazy though, right? Like they have a these nice aggressive plays on the lighter buys, and they do really well. And then, okay, they have a good gamble stack that clamps down on middle.
I
And
mean,
locks
he's
them
on
out.
27-13. If I'm gonna be honest,
pushing on his own,
if Wrinkle wasn't even performing to the level he's performing right now, I'm pretty sure that they would have lost this map. Because look at his scorelines, 11-9.
I want there to be more pace in Counter-Strike. That's the one thing I think we're lacking.
And think about like what kind of rounds they've been
I was just
losing.
looking at that. That is a large number.
Like if you have Yerks on 7-11.
That's like if
Search
you took
14-12.
score,
Out of those,
doubled it, and took away 4.
I don't know how you say out of
5.
15.
I'm sorry.
Snapped it with 5.
You're gonna have to take away. Oh, come on, Alex.
Basically,
if it's an even number, it's gonna make an even number, right?
Yo, dude, don't.
So if you want to get to an odd number,
that to me, man. I'm pretty
How
sure
are you
I
gonna
was
get
right.
to an odd number by taking away an even number?
I can take 5 gifted for you.
16 times 232 minus 4 is obviously.
I don't want to do this.
Where's this AK? Run boosted? Oh, they missed the run boost. Oh, and that nade really.
Hang on, wait. This is the winning formula. They haven't lost a round where they bought AK Deagle yet.
Yes. Yes.
Middle. Ooh, you jokes have done well. Should be dead.
Here we go. Now it's starting. Now it's starting.
Resmoke mid. Schloop.
How are they so comfortable in what should be like a treacherous pass?
They're not scared. They ain't scared at all. Duke's getting away with 1 HP. Cardio responsible for elbow. B players falling.
Guys, do you think they're gonna win this round? What do you think about Deep State during the past years? What would they need in order to get better?
I'll say that B's not weak.
No. And that's
I mean, Changes was probably
head on collision territory right now.
Needed either way from the past couple of years.
It's not a great door smoke, is it?
They're gonna
There's a smoke on the door.
Yeah, but you can use this. It's multiple angles now.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
Get yours. Can't get another. Lapada brought down. Snappy, an important kill.
Oh.
1 HP on Duke. He still finds the timing. And somehow Yuka's Deagle finds another connection. Arrow's DOS connects. Now it's just going to be Snappy.
Bye, Snappy.
Has that smoke walk push coming in. Cardio should have a jump spot on him just as he rounds the corner. Cardio will have the jump on him.
It feels like Hotu have 10 players in the server if you're
Wasn't
NIP.
there
Because
like
every
a way
time that
people
you
can
hit one
hack
of these
accounts
sites,
that
or
comment
even
and
just
that
middle,
it's fixed with
apparently
them?
they're
Wait,
all
what?
there.
Oh,
So
was it?
in 2 of these round conversions, everybody's been
You can
there.
hack accounts now?
So that's with a number disadvantage again. Some great
can
shooting
hack
from
so many
Lapada on the
things
saved
nowadays,
AK.
it's just
His
insane, man.
second AK that he gets scavenged, even Duke makes good on one of those.
When was this out?
It's funny because body language, like if you muted it, you'd have thought he was like mad.
Yeah, but he's loving
hyped.
it.
Yeah.
Okay, going to be the 3rd tactical time I called from NIP, so I think that's both teams expending all of their 30-second chit-chats before we make it to overtime, which, I'm going to be honest, if we continue in this fashion, we could very well be destined for overtime. It's just about Hotu being able to string consecutive rounds together. The loss bonus is going to be the question because both of these teams are teetering. It's both very close to bottom of the barrel, and that right there puts them in hot territory, right? So you might have to see some more saves.
I suspect NIP will be okay in this round, purely because
everyone has rifles.
Everyone's got rifles.
Everyone does that rifle.
So,
Take it easy, like I'll watch the next
it's not
one.
going to be easy for them to win a round this way. Big fight.
Absolute cinema. Absolute
Early
cinema.
donut smoke obscures his view. Cross to red. A threat. Duke responsible. Cadio.
Happy Tuesday, buddy. Happy Tuesday.
Limit you jerks' contributions as Zaros DOS takes a lick through the smoke. Cadio gets out.
Yeah, B could be under a lot of pressure, but they have this A main space, so information flowing in favor of Hotu has freed up that piece to move over of Duke. And they are all the way through A main. Blocked on B for now. This flank should be able to get here in time. Maybe not.
Good training, though, or good
The double
spacing.
entry into the site bomb should be going down comfortably. It's Snappy onto that. Mizu's flank, however, has legs, has info on the ramp player as well.
That's a little
That's
bit
the flash needs something out of his teammates here.
on.
Yuka needs to find something They partner up and pushing up the ramp, kit available.
Smoke for the bomb.
Smoke and kit. Yeah, there is something to be said about this one. Yes, the info on the wall bang. Shush, however, quick and precise with his, and Yuka's getting out of there.
Okay, good news. They'll have an AK for the next round, but what else do they have? Probably not a lot.
Oh, that's all they need.
Oh, you need this AK.
Need the AK.
If you don't have
okay, well.
They can't win this round.
No, AK and pistols is the winning formula, so.
But honestly, 3 rounds in the first half was 1 or 2 AKs with pistols that they won. And in the second half, it's been at least 2.
I don't want to do the Steam sign in general.
Well, just...
I try to avoid as much as I can.
This is a strange game of Counter-Strike. This is not a regular game of Counter-Strike by any stretch of the imagination. And it's okay for it to be strange.
Because of that,
I think for IP as well, they're probably... What the... AWP is in the mix.
Yeah, well...
Okay, so the classic...
He's in the right place for
3
it.
3 SMGs, 1 rifle, 1 sniper.
He's in the right place for it.
On top of the box, gets Wrinkle out of the round, getting chased on down. He hits another. The quick scope to Snappy. Dips into the smoke. They know he's
around.
He's through for more.
That could have been something.
I can understand it. He just wanted to get one more on the way out. With the loss of Cadio as well, it puts us into an even keel. NIP playing for the game. They picked off Duke as well, thanks to Arrow's DOS. And Lampada spotted just crouching and behind the site. Mizu forced into a 1 versus 3. He gives it a good go, leaps through the smoke, and NIP
won the first one. They won the first one
for themselves. 13-10 scoreline, competitive.
That's good.
Yeah, that was their map choice. And they were 9 in a row on that map, though. I did cite that early on in the game. One of the keys to that 9 in a row for them, however, is the fact they'd beaten up on a lot of Mongolian teams.
What are you yapping about,
so they were able to topple a lot of
what are you yapping about?
Warriors as part of that. But their more recent result, especially the one over Gamer Legion to eliminate them from the tournament yesterday, that's the big result that we were looking at to kind of breathe a bit of confidence into Hotu, who also pushed the likes of Aurora to a 3 map. But yeah, this is their map choice falling, and that is them being defeated on Ancient for the first time in 10 games. So that one is going to leave a bit of a mark, but it was a crazy game of CS, I'll say. It had a very high pace to it in the first half set by Hotu. There were just a lot of W, and the rounds that they were translated either based off of the pistol or able to just have pistols around AKs. One thing we can say is their D was bang, right? Their D was hit very, very hard. And their aim, like we even saw that 5-7 A main push from Mizu as well in the second half. So they had some moments where their individuals showed their prowess, but in terms of comprehensive team counter, they're playing on a different plane to what you'd expect out of top teams, right? They're on their own juice. Yeah. So they're smoking their own Kool-Aid in that way. I don't think you smoke Kool-Aid.
No, but apparently they are. That's pretty crazy. No wonder they're playing weird Counter-Strike.
Smoking Kool-Aid.
They're smoking Kool-Aid.
Let's see.
This is a survival series. This is about keeping your life in the tournament alive. I would say, considering it's in Kazakhstan,
but it's a train.
Pakistani players. I think Far East Russian as well, that you would be loving to be able to get yourself into arena. It would take 2 games, and it would take you turning this series around now when you're 1 in the hole, Nuke up next.
Yeah.
So it's going to be tough.
It was Chopper in an interview, I think he was giving with James Banks, talking about why this tournament means a lot to Spirit as well. And one of the reasons is that this was an opportunity for a lot of Spirit's family to visit the event as well.
It is Nuke, though. I love me some Nuke, beautiful people.
See them in the arena. But I think for Spirit, there's, like, this is obviously not Chopper's opinion, this is mine. This is their event to lose.
Oh, and I think he had the similar sentiment that a win here would be very valuable on the lead up to the major. Just for confidence purposes, like the trophies have been eluding Spirit, finals haven't been.
Yeah, the start of the year was kind to them, right? They won Bounty, but then after that, it's been a lot more hit. I mean, it's been a lot more missed than hit. And they took a hit by not being able to go to Melbourne.
Yes.
So, look, I think overall, Wrinkle, did have some stunning.
Let's watch the other one meanwhile a little bit at least.
For Onyx chances, can things be different?
Because they're starting soon.
He was putting up a fantastic game as the most experienced guy on the squad. It's what you want from him. But even then, it wasn't enough on Anubis.
Yeah, I think you might need to go Fallen's route, get some imports, start rifling, in-game.
He is already going Fallen's route, so...
No, jokes aside, yeah, feels like this is made for Furia, right? We go to their pick. It's one, as you say, they destroyed MIBR on, and it was off the back of a really good CT side, 9-round CT side, a 13-4 win, and back on that game, it was Yakinder and K-Serato on outside A having some really good setups. At the same time, Yuri solo B was an absolute rock. I say solo, Furia were really good at the rotates. He knew exactly when MIBR had the B upper control and were going for executes. But even when Yuri was on his own, he held rock solid. I think the cool talking point, as we just saw, is Yakinder, 21 kills last map, played a great game of CS, had back-to-back 3Ks on B Anubis defense alone, and he is completely rewriting his story right now in the Furia jersey after a horrible time in Liquid. What an exciting opportunity for this guy. He's seizing it, Harry.
Yeah, no, he is. And, you know, you kind of felt that vibe from him as well. In all the interviews, he's talking very positively about his team, about, you know, playing alongside Fallen, how he's getting on with the guys. Had some positive things as well to say about Molodoy. The other thing that I think is probably nice for him is, you know, this is a very established, proven captain to be working alongside of, right? Obviously, towards the end of his time in Liquid, you had the whole Twist taking over leadership responsibilities. Bit of, you know Yakinder already is a very vocal player, likes to come up with calls of his own, likes to be involved. And even at that stint, you know, where you've seen him and he's kind of felt like he could be the captain himself, you know? But I think he's very, very well suited and brings a lot to the table in a team like this, because he will be helping Fallen out a lot in terms of the organization, the comms. Everyone that's ever played with Yakinder talks about how vocal this guy likes to be.
Yeah, it can be a detriment, you can imagine, with too many cooks, but right now on this honeymoon...
I do start to like watching you train more and more, though.
13 rounds for an arena match.
Feels different in the morning.
Get there swiftly as they did against MIBR on this map before. It's a fast outer rush.
I mean, if you feel like that, then I'm pretty sure you need to buy a new mouse pad, yes.
For it, though, double entry puts Furia in position to take the pistol.
Oh, you can have missed that.
Clean as can be, really.
Was this not even
as well. We've seen highs and lows from him.
Really?
But he comes through with 2 in the pistol, and Odic just look to save their Kevlar. Oh dear. Oh, what? That's awkward.
No.
Pistol in the pocket.
A horrible time in Liquid hurts my heart.
I'm excited to see what that looks like. We know
I mean, he did have a really bad time in Liquid towards the end, sadly.
Half when they played against MIBR.
Just gonna see if we have a look at for the other game. We don't want to miss the cinematic game.
New team, not having the track record on this map. It didn't seem like it was holding them back. Very keen entries in this round. Another double on outer.
It's
the new sandwich smoke that's getting Furia a lot of space in these games. Spirit have been using this an awful lot.
How was the MIP game? Large. It's fucking
this
cinematic.
Really locks that Ivy player out when you have a cam smoke. A hell smoke. The Ivy player is just irrelevant in the round in an already quiet position.
They did win eventually,
so
but
Woody's left again with a scout this time to save.
Yeah, I'll still stand with those words that.
You saw him get it, and you were hoping that you know maybe you can do it again.
But no.
If not, Wrinkle was playing like he was playing, then...
No, I feel like Furia have been
I don't think
really,
they would have
really
won
good
the game.
In pistol rounds.
Or
They've
map,
had a
at
lot
least.
of cool ideas. And they are among the top teams in this event.
At least I would say
securing
that.
these pistol round wins. A stat that will continue to uptick as they've got them all in this series so far.
Some nades for main, and Furia have run out main back-to-back rounds, so it's understandable. They do hit Molodoi pretty hard with that, but he gets behind the box, over the top of the smoke. 1D, if they're here to keep it even. Pop control taken, and they're just going to come swinging out, aren't they? Lineup is easy for Quesarato. And it is done. 3-0 for Furia.
Crazy.
And until Onyx show they can stop this yard hit, why should Furia slow down? Harry.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, I think, you know, Furia Fallen is very, very good at these types of, you know, the mind games that come with winning over a certain position over and over again. I imagine we see Furia stay true to these, you know, yard hits before he looks to vary it up.
Flip side, could buy AWP knowing it's first gun round. That's the only thing that could change properly here. Molodoi gets it, maybe they give him some room, but you don't need to. You'd imagine that Woody would have his as well after these ecos. And Molodoi will go for the AWP, so we might see a bit of a different tempo here.
AWP will be in play.
Double AWP.
Oh, yeah, 2 of them, in fact. All right, instead it's over towards this A side, but more attention put on B. That's really
All right, round over.
Quesarato has
oh
just
my lord, what up,
first
Brad?
gun round on it.
Holy smokes.
And that will decide their fate. They're already running away. They're saving an Ivy.
What even happened? Like, how did that transpire? Explain that to me, someone. Where was the flash? He got, like, they did flash.
Yeah, because that, like, set the player that he was facing first on the ramp looked like they jumped and hit their head on, like, the curved roof.
Oh, I mean,
don't lose. No one's actually
you're not
really
gonna
with
lose.
the bomb either.
You don't need to die either. You want the AWP. Yuri's sneaking in.
For a Panko Ninja.
No kit, buddy.
Do, 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 do,
Take that
do.
up. Don't miss this. Yeah, I was gonna say. Whoa.
Terrorists win.
Do it, Pete. Oh lordy. Okay, well, sick double entry. You know, everything else can be ignored, but that double entry just won the round instantly.
This is already, though, a huge problem for Odic. They don't feel safe in anything, right? Any real estate that Furia have wanted, they've had. Whenever you've tried to make a play, that little, you know, double ramp setup for Odic over towards B ended up causing more problems than it solves, and you can see Woody doing a
Absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. Probably 5 in the morning to Lico. And Rat, much love for the gift of one. Oh, wait, what? Really?
Welcome back to Chad's house. It's where all the Chads, all the time. We got houses too. Welcome back to Chad's house. Map 2, day 3 or day 4 of Chad's house. I'm Machine, I'm your host, Chad Birchall. Your house.
It is my house.
Yeah.
Welcome back to PGL Astana 2025.
It's
We
my
are B-Stream. We
house,
start your
really?
day bright and early. Now we need to do two things. First one,
Fiddle with the flashbang.
Forest check.
Yes.
Is Forp awake?
Is Forp online?
Is he awake?
I'll
Now
ask
you can
Google.
check that. Now second point is this is an elimination game.
Is Forest streaming on Twitch now?
One of these two teams will be eliminated at the end of this series, and what we need to do to signify their life in the tournament, a little bit like...
Oh, I see you came prepared. Yeah. Yeah, that's why we have props people, folks. Okay, this is obviously an unprofessional props person. He's got to go find a lighter now. And I'll tell you that Forrest is live. He's been live for 1 hour and 19 minutes. Yeah. He's watching. Oh, he's watching. Hi, Forrest. Hi. Good to see you, man.
Does that mean that he wasn't live when the match started and then...
1 hour and 19. I don't know. It was quite a quick first map.
I don't know if he caught all of it.
Might not have caught.
Okay, so that will be the life of Hotu.
Oh.
And this will represent the life of NIP.
Hi, everybody. I'm talking to Forrest's stream now.
Okay, now we're cross-pollinating streams.
Yeah. Oh.
This light is not very good either.
I think holding a clipper upside down is half your... Like, yeah, if you angle the candle, that'll work.
Come on, if NIP have a life in this tournament, there it is.
Hi, Chris.
There it is, everybody. Oh,
Hi,
okay,
Buddha.
there we go. Okay, great. Now we can get into the Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
So if you missed map number 1, you missed an odd game. You need to wear safety goggles when using a lighter as well.
Thank you.
You missed an odd game of CS on Ancient. Now, that was the map choice of Hotu. There were 9 consecutive, but a lot of those games were against Mongolian teams like Chinggis Warriors as well as the Hunts. They did knock, however, Gamer Legion out by playing Ancient. Regardless, they had the streak broken by NIP. Both of these teams in this event would mean an awful lot to them. For Hotu, there's a bunch of players in the team as well as the coach Mo who are locals. For NIP, this is part of a rebuild. This is the team going international, like fully international, really embracing all parts of Europe. We've got Wrinkle in there from Ukraine. You've got 2 players in there from Portugal being U-Jerks and Aris Dos. And then you've got the Danish representation in the likes of Snappy, the in-game leader, and Shush, who is probably the most experienced member on the team alongside of Snappy.
Yeah.
Then you have the coach Exist there, who was with Shush on Heroic for a period of time, but once upon a time was part of the legendary NIP 87-0 with the likes of Forest, with the likes of Get Right, Freiburg, and Fifi. So that's the constellation of NIP. They want to get some VRS points. So getting into a deep run, making it into the playoffs, winning some more prize money, getting some land wins means an awful lot to them. So right now, swatting away Hotu, an underdog, a Cinderella run team for this event of PGL Astana 2025 will put them 1 game closer from being in the top 8.
What would be your estimate for the amount of best of 3s a tier 1 Counter-Strike team plays in a typical year?
Cool. So I was saying like a top 5, top 10
Yeah,
team?
like a Vitality. Like, I don't know. What would be the number?
You're talking somewhere between like 5 to 8 games.
Seaside,
per event,
but it's
unless
also a
major
nuker
and you
though,
start
chat
in early
video,
stage,
so
it
this is
could a
gonna
lot
be
more.
fun.
Oh gosh, okay, so this is full maths.
Yeah, so I don't know, we're probably talking close to 100.
Yeah, okay. So they could technically get 87 this year.
Oh, you're talking about Vitality?
Yeah,
Jesus.
Just theory crafted.
I think someone
I
did.
want Forrest to get nervous. Letters on Mizu. Dancing around
Nice
the
one,
for one. Wrinkle does go down, but U-Jerks trades it. Oh dear, Cadios booked. Nice work from Shush. Gets that instant headshot on the Glock. Bomb to be planted. Shush gets it down. Awkward retake now for the remaining 3 of them. And Apada makes it a little easier though. Those 2 Berettas, but teammates down, and he's actually to hit a long range one onto Shush. I think the flank is what's going to seal the deal here. He'll close those double doors.
He's going searching. Okay.
Push, okay. Oh, Lampard.
Still time.
Yeah, I suppose he could actually turn this around, but I mean, for Arrows DOS, it feels like this is a comfortable 1v1.
I don't think it's time now.
And if you sit there and go for a 10-seconder, Arrows DOS takes the round.
All right, just had to pull him off the defuse. All right, well, that's going to be the first pistol round of the series, falling in the favor of NIP. Unable to win one on Ancient, but we'll kick things here off on Nuke. And you may be sitting, why didn't they pick Train? Well, if you take a look at Hotu's record in this event, they've actually played Nuke, and they lost to Pain with the coach Rick standing in on that map. Right. So if I'm Snappy and Exist, I'm looking and saying, hey, there's got to be some clear weaknesses here that we should be able to abuse. And I imagine that's what they're hoping to achieve. Now, as part of that, they did also play Aurora on Nuke, where they had a better showing. It was 13-11. So there's 2 sides to that coin, but they didn't win the map. So there's clearly something that Snappy thinks that they can come in here and really turn the screws upon. As for that of NIP, they have 4 on the trot as part of their Fragadelphia victory. A 13-0, a 13-4, a 13-9, and a 13-4 against Sharks in the grand final. So confidence for NIP coming in.
I still think it's going to be... Wait, they have an M4 though.
Still a win to win. And well, there's a Hero M4 in the mix on the 4, so that one's been dropped across to Duke. He gets the opener.
Oh, I guess the dink though.
A lot of pressure. Gets the dink on the dualies. That's it.
Oh!
Duke's so good.
Yerks is still low though.
Rifle. He did it on Ancient as well.
He did it on Ancient indeed. This is
Is bro sleeping?
Well, yeah, Ulyss is low on the B side.
I'm vibing, man. I'm vibing.
Shush has to get to him somehow. Now there's a lot of... Oh,
that's a free frag.
Okay, maybe not over.
Yeah, I'll
top
now though.
It's about this lobby push.
So, Jerks will plant. They're coming in from that lobby approach. It looks like he's going to be cleared out just in the time.
Did he miss him?
Didn't spot him. So now, element of surprise. If he just walks out, he'll be able to put the bullet into the backside of U-Jerks. Yuka gets his free frag now, just implies where that last player will be. Smoke looks okay for a fake defuse. Yuka anticipating Shush's position, has to get on the bomb. The Hut player's not seen him, not cleared him. What's going on? What's going on? The blind spot. Now a 10-second hold, Cardio.
Yeah.
Gone, Yuka next.
It's too hard.
Clutch up, threatening round, and they capitulate.
Nice recovery if I play in 27.
Okay, and Snappy trying to bring the energy there as well. So that's the second big clutch.
I do have a link to the monitor use. I have an AOC 540 Hz monitor. It's in the description which one exactly.
So clear in his corners there. Shush goes overlooked. Thinks he's under more pressure than he is. Duke does really well to get the double there, doesn't he?
I want to see it from Cadio's perspective. Maybe if he had a different view model, he'd see Shush.
That's true. That is possible.
That's 2 days in a row we've seen frags missed because of
view models. Ruin lives.
That's it. That's what I'm trying to
All
say.
view models save lives. It really depends on which side of the fence you sit.
Yep. Oh my god, the odds have just blown even further out. NIP winning the pistol is apparently the worst thing ever, according to bookies.
Yeah, well,
kind of fair.
The way that we've seen Hotu play, it's very huggy.
Yeah.
So I think Nuke is where, if they can't get like a shutdown CT side, which by losing the pistol and the following and likely the consecutive, it is really going to cost you. Shush has slunk down the ladder behind them. Look at him, he's trying to stay nimble.
The best case with your pistol, just get exits, I guess.
They are peeling this one apart, aren't they? So there's an extra gun. Maybe you're enticed now, but I think you should hold on to the AK. See if you can do some more damage on the exits.
I saved AK with also be punishing NIP's economy could be
harder, right?
Could be something, right?
One of the other things we talk about in modern CS is just how many moves there are now, or understandings. As
Yerks red.
Doubles up. And they don't take any damage on the save. So then you think about that. If people have more moves or a better understanding on how to use weapons or utility, even
Order
less
McDonald's,
variety,
break it 2
that'll
sausages,
compound,
egg,
and those
cheese
second
on a
rounds, which are
muffin,
more
3 hash
hodgepodge,
browns.
like a combination of
Ooh,
1
that's
4 with an MP9 and a couple of 5.7.
that
it
is
starts to get
something,
scarier
no,
and
brother.
scarier. So I think that those second rounds have never been more difficult.
Also, Furio seems to be running away with that game, by the way.
Curious choice indeed. I love it.
I hope this
really
game ends at the same time so we can watch Astral this weekend.
I pull out the auto.
I feel like that's the most interesting game to watch.
Mizu sees Shush, takes him down through the smoke.
So the clutch man's gone. Look at this.
I'm not feeling to see a G2 cinema game. A lot of aggressive spacing here, though.
Another one. Okay, just peeling him apart. And there, the shotgun activates.
The
Wrinkle gets
the
a trade
shotgun,
eventually.
buddy.
U-Jerks and Wrinkle. Now, the fact that Wrinkle's still alive, I'm not counting him out.
Oh.
Oh, might want to worry about his teammate, though. U-Jerks just gets his head blown off by the sniper rifle.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's half HP.
Yeah, so it is certainly like a...
Oh, he actually crossed. Wait.
Info. You spots him on that pixel cross. There is a conversation that this 60-second 1v4 could take shape.
Especially if they all push him, which
they have
like that's what they like to do.
The shotguns come in secret stairs, which isn't the weapon for the job. The tease, the tease. Is it really going to be a full walk from Lampada? He's getting further away.
Okay, Wrinkle's saving.
That's a shame.
Okay.
I mean, he's smart,
might
though.
Be able to get himself an AK. That'd be nice. That'd be a nice little upgrade from the shotgun. What's going on here? Wrinkle, are we going? We're saving.
He's saving actively.
But we're actively saving. We're not going to just go sit in the corner. Fair enough. Someone in Twitch chat said Forrest is mad at us.
What did we do?
I don't know.
Oh. Thorpe.
Please. Aren't you two on the same team?
Yeah, we played together at Valve HQ.
Wow, Team South.
He gave me some good advice.
What was it?
It was, sometimes you're not fully committed to your clears. You know, peak with confidence. I was doing like these half things where I'd like do the movement, but I wasn't fully like expecting someone to be there.
Yeah, a lazy clear.
Lazy clear.
And cross the walls. What is that?
Visioning. I was kind of pretending I had like X-ray in my eyes, and that helped.
Okay, all right, that's interesting way to frame it. Lampada didn't get an AK. So I want to see more of this shotgun.
Let's go. He's already gotten his first onto Arrow's DOS. U-Jerks is getting a bit pushy. He's gone away with his opening. Does get traded eventually.
Everybody else stuck in lobby though. They didn't use the smoke wall.
Yeah, you're definitely not pushing that. That's a death sentence. Smoke held by a shotgun.
He's sad because we called him a slacker.
Oh, he didn't make the start of the show.
Was he there for the start?
No.
So...
I understand. It's 7 a.m. in Sweden. I checked.
Yeah, but are you a ride or die, or are you just...
They still don't know that he's in Astana. That's why. So he's not 7 a.m.
Win map 1?
Didn't see them win all of the rounds.
All the rounds, yeah, exactly.
Can someone in the...
We were here.
No,
where were you?
Not that I know of. Someone should remind... Okay.
Okay, shush.
Remind Shad and Sponge
to unleash the fury, Dink.
Shad and Alex.
Wrinkle gets the trade. Bomb to be planted. Yuka 1v2. Oh, info on both, essentially.
Yeah, he knows where they both were. I like the reposition here from Wrinkle. He gets as far away from the angle as possible.
To the AK.
Indeed.
It's going pretty decent, but we're watching absolute cinema game or cinema games.
Jules and Wrinkle.
It's like peanut butter jelly sandwich without the crust.
NIP lose around, but they immediately respond.
Oh, okay. Well, I never really were a peanut butter jelly guy, so maybe that's the reason why.
Duke could get out a rifle with Kevlar. Maybe they want to take a tactical timeout just to discuss their options, because there is enough to justify a buy. It's just Lampada not on a lot, and if he's playing over towards topside, could definitely work with a 5.7 or an MP9. Just shout out to More Clips. Said they're not going to be active in chat tonight. They're meeting a girl, in brackets a real one, in half an hour. Wouldn't expect us to understand. Fair enough. Don't DM me asking where I am with a girl. She's actually really interested in him. So good luck to More Clips. We wish you a good evening.
Yeah.
On your endeavors.
Good luck. Have fun.
Forest. Forest is in Astana.
Yeah.
So of course it's
Always
not
be
gonna
protected.
miss the NIP games.
All right, well, Lampada is operating with just an SMG, rifles for everybody else, but you two extremely lacking. Two aren't going to have too many options. Blocking will run out quickly. Oh, and there you go. Duke with another opener, just continuing to pepper through the smoke and find these. Snappy falls again.
Like this thing.
No yard presence, so upon this fade, if Duke does poke his nose, it's unlikely he does. He's kind of committed to this angle. You Jugs will be keeping him honest.
Yeah, I think Yuka will be responsible at some point to communicate the secret cross. Never mind. Duke's just...
I got it, actually.
I can't... So they don't know that nobody's down?
No.
I don't... This is so strange. Now the top players will have to be responsible for main, or at least consider it. Duke has just called lower completely clear.
So you've got an SMG on.
It is going to be a top go. They're going to reboost. This is could be
What
bad
up,
timing.
no. How you doing, buddy?
They're so lucky. Here it comes.
Zoo anti-flash. They're going to take that first break. Good find onto Yuka. There's a response though. Bombs down. A second opportunity from behind. Shush hunts him down, controls the spread.
Wrinkle did it well.
2v2 with 20.
I'm not overcommitting.
Should be seeing a bomb plant. Are they going to dip vents? That's what Duke's asking questions about. Distractions there. Destruction 2. Wrinkle's gone. It's uncomfortable. Yeah, Shush in a clutch, but it feels like it's an unwinnable one. Yes, Cadio doesn't push. Okay. Comes on in, finds that fight, and secures the second round for Hotu.
Okay, that was an interesting little maneuver there from Duke, but it got them a lot of information, and that boost coming just in time. If that boost was happening 1 to 2 seconds later, they would have actually both been hit by the flame. They would have been sent scuttling off the hut, and it could have been a completely different looking A side. That's Duke.
Okay.
Yeah, Sappy.
How you doing, buddy?
And then as they execute in towards A, Wrinkle's able to take his time, hit a couple of bangers.
Sleepy, right? Hey, man.
I think it's a yell from another game. At the same time, obviously, we have Furia taking on Odic.
Sounded like an Odic scream.
All right, limp smoke there from KDO is going to allow them to
This is better.
into it. It is a ramp pop setup.
Hey, haven't you been on a good sleeping schedule
lining
now?
up on a piece of the wall. So then when he steps into the open, his crosshair will be exactly where it needs to be. Here they go. All right, well, they're out. They have the ramp control, and they're running at KDO.
Catches Shush. Does well to adjust into
Gets two, though.
Wrinkle eventually brings him down. The damage is done. Snappy was brought low. Goes down further. Duke, a nice chip in. And it's only Hugh Jokes with a deagle. Job's done. Round is won.
Nice
From
one,
behind,
though.
he's collected. Yuka, happy to take it. Convincing from Hotu, actually stringing together a consecutive defense.
Yeah, and that is going to
I'm
break
gonna
the
write his
finances
name
of
with
NIP,
somebody
so
else.
I
It
should
looks
see
cool.
them into just some, hey, give me my high five.
I hope so.
Well, I guess technically that's a low five. Technically, and that's what we like to be around here. A very technical bunch of chaps.
Good to see Mo. Isn't it nice to see Mo?
Yeah, not great to see Na'Vi not putting up too much of a fight yesterday against the Mongols, but great to see Mo.
Great to see Mo.
Oh, they have an eco. They forced again in IP. Okay.
That's a choice.
Okay, they're going to try the same play again.
When in doubt.
NIP do love to force.
Same
Snacks
close
is low.
smoke.
Oh, you could see him. No, okay, no, he stood in the radio one. Now he's gonna go into. Now he's getting ready. Now he's getting swamped.
Here we go, ramp tested. That's help. Turns that flash. Got to track the close player. Ooh, messy from him.
Kill a yard guy
He
though.
takes down the outside lurk. Mizu rotating down with MP9.
Timing. Not too bad. Not too shabby.
Good trade.
Just the one.
Good spacing there from
traded
NIP.
out. Still very intense 3v3, and this is where that shotgun is not ideal. Some of these fights not great for Lampada. Oh, it's a good dig to punish the second pump.
Oh no. Let's go, Snappy.
Huge flank into the back of the
There
head.
you
Yuka.
Oh no, NIP, yes.
On top, and that
First kill
force
for
by.
Snappy.
Yeah, works
All
out,
fine.
is it really?
All
Yeah,
fine.
and Aristos has yet to get a kill as well. So at the moment, it has just been the likes of like Shush clutching, Rico getting some kills, and then I believe it's you, Jerk. So
Good.
we need to see Aristos get onto the board, but Snappy does there, and in an important moment. Now, what does this do to the cash money situation? It's going to be the second tactical timeout call from Hotu quite early in this CT piece.
It is whack, Chad. It is absolutely whack.
Well, Yuka could have an AWP, but it'd be glass cannon. Duke's $50 short of an M4 with armor. Now, are we talking about the buy? Are we talking about...
sure.
Yeah, I'm not
Of
sure.
course.
So the AWP
I
does
forgot
come
about
out.
it. They, of course, they cannot.
Constant X factor is Hotu.
Yeah, I mean, they're individuals. Just
Absolute cinema.
All you need is a deagle and a decent position. See output. Good shot.
What a disgusting angle from Shush there, though.
Okay, so Duke gets out of Famus. Naturally with pistols as well as this AWP. Feels like Yuka has to be the difference maker, doesn't he?
Eye test tells me that, like, Hotu have won significantly more of these rounds than expected.
Yeah, maybe more than rifle rounds.
Yeah. But will they be able to do the same kind of thing on a CT nuke? Limited block resources and NIP, they've got plenty, so...
I guess
what Snappy wants.
Yeah, and it also, one of the things the Hotu have done well is good gambles.
Yeah.
They've done good stacks on side so far, so with that read of the play, maybe they can pull it off again. Or progressing ramp. So they will start to search. This is a great position to post up Yuka. Still a great possession.
Yeah.
Here.
Mollying out Lampada. If he can just live, that would be huge. They might start pushing into that AWP's scope.
Still 50
I mean, it
seconds
does
there,
have an
NIP.
AWP. It's a glass cannon AWP, though. That's the negative problem, right? So, pretty sure NIP picked nuke. That's why Hotu is CT.
Oh, not bad from Lampada. A good prediction as to where he'd be. But low, 3v3.
Gotta go around. Yeah, they're rushing.
They stack top, they can rotate on the vent. So they need to drop in and harass from single if they want to stall this plant. 15 seconds, he's gone double door side.
Duke versus a Mac 10, and he's handled it with confidence. And oh, he gets a chance.
Got a plant,
a golden opportunity. Is Ujoke's planting? Yes, he is. Well, Shush rather gets it down. Ujoke's providing the covering fire. Bomb does extend the clock, and down they go. Valiant attempt from Hotu.
Scary game, though.
Damn, that's a nail biter right there. Not sure if they picked up the AWP if Wrinkle wanted it or not. Shush was hovering over it, but they do handle that one. And yeah, Mo, he knows how close that one could have been. It wasn't a great buy, so the fact it was close at all, I think you should be impressed with that, but that is the game now starting to slip out of reach here for Hotu. They will have to eco. I say they'll have to eco. They should eco.
They might want to.
And it looks like they're going to.
I mean,
They
Snappy
did pick
is
up
one of the
AWP,
players
so
they
happy
also
to
love
continue to run
to
this
play
two-side
nuke, so...
campaign with rifles heavy. Snappy feels like he has a Mac 10 every goddamn round.
Wait, he did his spot too?
Careful, you jerks. Can't be going around the corner with nades in your hand, can you, Chief? Dinked up now. Going to be through the corner of the box, so not lethal damage being done. It can still connected to that one. So
worked out fine anyway.
Slips and slides outside. It is going to be NIP comfortably handling this eco. The mop and bucket out as Snappy.
Mac 10
with the Mac
from
10
silo, long distance.
And it's just going to be Oleg, Duke, and Lampada to find as Lampada will take down Snappy, and that means we know exactly where he is.
So stressed because it's unpredictable how they play. Yeah, I mean, it
is.
Surely is, but
their second win to the tally today.
It's a little bit scary that way.
They did start with a win over Virtus Pro, and that's a decent scalp in World Counter-Strike at the moment. Sure, they're not world beaters, but they're definitely a bigger name than what NIP have been playing in recent history. Still working back to
How
being
much
a top org in Counter-Strike.
points does NFP gain from this?
He actually, just to continue that little story arc,
They jumped 7 spots, so that's pretty good. Oh, Hot U is actually higher ranked than NFP. They're not taking over their ranking, but
top of main. The line ready to drop in, and gets caught mid-air. Duke continues. He's done a good job as Duke.
Yeah, and Lampada continues to buy this auto shotgun. It's worked out for him. He did do some damage to Snappy, but this time empty-handed.
it's an acceptable TF. Will it from CT now, Kappa?
Into the help position.
Brian,
Also,
don't.
You've got the low HP as
Please
Snappy.
don't, okay? Please
Really
don't.
on Wrinkle, because Aristos still with only 1 kill. Could be a good time for him to wake up. Wrinkle stepping out the door. Does he want to play ahead of the smoke? Yes, he does. That'll be heard, and that's forces the swing.
Still gets it. Yuka spotted dropping in. That's uncomfortable for Yuka. Has to stay active as he spots out. Whoa! Yuka gets 2. Bomb did make it down, though.
2 players down here. He's hunted. He's dead.
Isolates the first, he overlooks the second. Yeah, nice.
It's so weird that there's 2 players there already with the complexion of that round. So, yeah, just Hotu staying as a pack, able to rotate into that. Final round now is going to have some emissions in the buy for NIP. Or maybe it's good. No, Snappy will be on a MAC 10 or something
Wait,
again.
Duke didn't drop?
It feels like that for him as a choice. You can see Shush as well as Aristos.
Did he only drop a farmers?
Shadow there, making that one easy for Duke, wasn't it? Just sitting and waiting for Snappy
Don't
to
tell
jump
me
into
he
his
has dropped a
jaws.
farmers.
Beautiful Yuka double, and there's Duke again. So, still competitive. Hot 2, not done just yet. Can they walk away with 5 before the halftime break? Well, they're by a little bit battered too. Kadia with a Famus.
I actually think, yeah, he did.
Couldn't afford it. A little bit too costly this time round.
Sad.
This player is not a team, like, he's not a team player. When I looked on what he did.
Yeah. This has been more of what you'd expect. Whereas Ancient was all over the shop with Hotu's approach. It definitely offered a flavor of pace. Smoke ball with conviction behind it. Multiple bodies from NIP. We got Yard Control from Mizu taking a silo fight.
Wins it. Yuka the one to find it. Yuka. Crazy yard output. He's put him in a winnable position. He's got him another. Okay, then just going to be Duke. 1 versus 2 to work with. That sound of the vent break, will it lead to an overextension through the smoke? He's not playing it like that.
Bomb is on yard. If he actually goes and checks it, then he knows the bomb is there.
The bomb's outside.
Oh, that changes everything. Excuse me.
He's gonna die from yard.
It's just looking the wrong way.
Top of the box. Yeah, I will never see it.
That's a tough
He will
grab.
never find it.
The
Or like,
tough to jump up
even
to
if
get
he
that,
went
it's
to
so
search
awkward.
yard, he will never like see it.
So just making sure, because it isn't that odd spot, now they can step on up. Wrinkle and Aristos combined for the 1-on-2. Can they get this done?
You're going to slink down secret?
Looks like it.
Will he have the timing to get down vents? It looks like he's taking his time.
He just has no info.
Yeah.
So he's just going to have to wait for a sound cue. Unless he is just feeling this crazy flow. But it'd be weird just to rotate down the vent now. So he's just going to have to stick to his guns. The position he's picked is main. We'll give him a quicker rotation point. So as soon as this door swings open, confirmed. Duke now knows. Can start to rotate down the vent. He descends and caught by Aristos. 4 kills for him in the half, and that will be 8 for NIP in total. So that is a commanding lead on the T side. You feel at this point NIP should be destined to close this one down.
Wait, I have 48
like it's business as usual. Things chugging along nicely. Not too much disruption. I think had Ancient been taken away from them, if Hotu had converted that chaotic first map, we would have been looking at a different confident level for NIP. But this right now, it just feels like
it felt like in the beginning was T-sided map, but now it's more and more like CT. To be honest,
so far their most recent game, which was a loss, was to Aurora, who started the tournament in a very slow fashion. I would say Aurora started with a loss to Big, and they're trying to turn it around since. But they did topple NIP. There was an Anubis in there. NIP won Train, and then on Inferno it was 13-8. Didn't actually catch that game myself, so not certain on the swing rounds or how close it really was. But it's good to see these type of results coming out from NIP as part of this rebuild. The one on the screen right now feels like it should be a certainty if you want to consider them to be taking steps in the right direction. They also had that match against Spirit where they did go overtime on Train, and then they got blown out on Dust 2. They were absolutely getting bent over on Dust 2.
I will say that the
NIP shirt too
was very uninspiring.
Okay, well, I think when you look at it, VP Spirit and Aurora, NIP have only played big names up until this point, or let's say bigger names than maybe what they're used to at the moment. Hotu have played against Pain, that was a loss. They lost to Aurora as well, and they beat Gamer Legion, which still just absolutely baffles the mind. Having a hard time wrapping my head around.
I mean,
that's
not like yesterday. We were ending our stream talking about Gamer Legion 0-2. Get ready, here they come. And after what playoffs in Melbourne, they've not been able to make playoffs here in Astana.
Yeah, this is a devastating result for them as well, because they are essentially, each event is reps and VRS points for next season.
Yeah, just to make sure that they get invites to the same kind of events.
Yeah, and you need to be getting good results so that you can take a step further to develop your game, right? You're obviously a competitive team against the big names, but it is just a shame to see them falling to Hotu. But Hotu's been fun to watch today. So here we go. Second half, pistol round, ramp rush.
Classic. Rush ramp. They get down. Nobody's dropped. Joke's gonna have to try and get himself one. Ooh, Cadio does chip in. Moves Ujux instantaneously. Shush, long-range Glock headshot finds him. Miku makes that happen. There's gonna be a ramp-centric retake.
Very tough retake.
Extra dot.
With Bomb already down, hard to see them winning this one. Oh, the team flash, that doesn't help.
Yeah, misexecuted down. You can see a big white bright light onto Wrinkle's face.
I think save the armor.
Snappy comes running down there,
really
get one
back off Wrinkle. Like a kill, that's great for the stats, but otherwise, try and hold on to the armor if you can. He's gonna have to run and tuck tail over towards CT spawn to get out of the way of the radius of the bomb. There's even 3 players staying alive. Duke with 2 in that one for Mizu and 1 for Cadio. As Hotu will pick up the second half pistol round, so we've split the pistols. I think that's 3 out of the 4 though in favor for Hotu so far.
Ninjas in pajamas.
Can they have a half similar output of the ninjas? An 8-4 half feels near insurmountable.
Let's see how they operate now with their anti-force approach, because it's likely
to see
2-0
by the way.
Begin with a force bite. Why does Duke look so stressed?
10 out of 10.
He always does.
I know you're on the precipice of elimination, but you know, round at a time, you just won the pistol. All right, Rico with a scout. MP9 for Shush. MP9 for Snappy. Pistols for Aris Dos and Ujux. Top rush, here we go.
All right, here we go. We're getting some Hotu style. Shush comfortably dispatches of 1. Down the vents immediately.
One of them beelined at Secret. No, never mind. He's come back.
Ready for that fight. So is Ujux, though. Hits the headshot. Body shot, not enough. Yuka puts him down.
3v3. Bomb to be planted. Aristos has a HE. Oh, pop that in. Limited damage, but it's the MP9 at range, shipping Yuka down. Defensive smoke.
Oh, Wrinkle has a nade.
The bomb and
Wrinkle naded Yuka, so the bomb needs to be picked up by Cardio or Duke.
Do you go? Yeah, you know that both are there though. Yeah, you know Aristos and Wrinkle are both there, so you go to A. There'll be a player heaven though. Aristos is heading heaven already.
He's heading heaven fast. Doesn't go up the ladder, goes round.
Okay, I guess the MP9 up heaven, not the best. Wrinkle, can he get himself an upgrade? He has. Up the vent though. He's dead, surely. The molly's going to spread in front of him. He's going to have to go through it.
Duke forced away, confirms the info that for our Ross pushes through. Duke gets jump scared. Ooh, Cardio's 1 HP. This has been set up for Wrinkle to close, and he will. Follows through, gets it done. Hotu.
If I'm going to go to Budapest.
Stolen away from them.
Had the force by wars there, and Aras Dos just searching for that one kill. Right, that one kill on the CT vent player. I thought that the molly was going to really work against them, but it flushes the player.
It was a really cool city when I was there in 2019. It would be cool to go back
there. Like, he could have dropped back into Squeaky. It flushed him wide. Aras Dos hunted that down, still kept Wrinkle's excavation up the vent stunted, but very well handled regardless. They pieced that one together. Good job.
Getting Wrinkle, whoever had the SMG, that was Arostos. Just getting the player on the backside, Cadio, low as
It's
well.
also so much longer in the air.
Really
so.
made that a guarantee.
Yeah, and then Cadio feels like he has to swing to win the fight before he just gets a bullet in the side. All right, well, they're on an eco. There'll be flashes into this A play. How good are these flashes?
He wants to go down the vents, just blocks him, sitting there on top of the ladder, says nope.
I think the bomb is not done, Trent.
Bomb ran?
Yeah.
Alright, NIP. Close this one so we can get in to watch
Alright, well
what was it? Spirit
NIP.
VP? No,
Really,
Astralis VP, I mean.
Lose the pistol, win the second. You're in the
that's on the
seat, but you just
other
need to close
stream.
this down. You're on the CT side. It's your map choice. You know you're on the cusp of getting the job done. And then you get to take a look at what teams you simmer into playing against tomorrow. I'd love to have NIP versus Astralis for a spot.
Yeah, didn't they already play?
No, not yet. No, but that would be a fun, like two organizations that were once great.
Yeah, right.
Both struggling. That could be a bit of fun.
Tour.
Shush against Yabi and Stown. Well, the guns are back in the hands of Hot 2. Is there anything left?
Oh, Wrinkle just spams away to get the and usually gets caught. Snappy commits to an MP9 fight that's not really the optimal range.
I reckon Snappy could get more kills in a game if he had rifles more often.
I think you're making good points.
I get it why he does it. Like, he's selfless in-game leader, but like get a rifle a bit more snappy. You get a few more kills, mate.
He just wants the wins.
Sure, no, I'm with you. But
why not?
Kills get you rounds.
I mean, if they're playing against strong opponents tomorrow in NP, then we need to see Snappy play much better.
All right, well, KDO will be not long for this world. You know exactly where he is, and Snappy with the rifle in hand will delete him, and he's loving it. Like, and this is the thing, you should be hyped up about this. There's a bit of a smile on his face in jest there because, yeah, they are owning them, they're ragdolling them. But this is a team that has been spending the entire season trying to grind back into the realms of Tier 1 Counter-Strike.
Yeah, relevancy.
Right? Now, this is the biggest event for them of the season so far, and if they're able to get a good result here, the flow and effects of this for next season, right, where the invites come in after the tournament break.
More VR points, smell.
I think. So we go on tournament break after the Austin Major, which ends on the 23rd of June. So 24th tournament break officially starts, runs for about a month. I think there's a Fisher tournament first, but then it goes straight into Cologne. I think the Fisher tournament may even overlap with the end of the break, so might not see many teams attending that. But for NIP, you know, maybe that is an event they'd want to attend, right? If it has a lot of prize money, it has the land wins. Regardless, getting a bit ahead of myself. All right, well, Marco's having a good time.
Burns round.
It's all going to according to the plan. True.
And already a second player has cheated over.
Grenade.
You just need to hold it down.
Gets maximum output out of the M4A1S. One magazine, 3 spray down.
Snappy with another double.
Under the rug, job done.
Right.
Hot 2. This will be the end of your
14 hours. Why I'm still tired. I mean, that's how it is.
Some twists, some
If you
turns.
sleep too much,
they got to win.
They lost to Pain.
it becomes like that.
They could have won Ancient. They shouldn't have lost that one, though.
Yeah, but I feel like, this is the thing. For M80, who lost to G2 yesterday, I think Def, the coach, described it as a horror show.
Yeah.
I think that's a loss that will cause a lot of reflection pre-major. A very bad loss.
Still recoiling from the loss of Malbs.
Well, they even had a glimmer of hope when Lake first joined.
True.
So I think that Malbs also isn't playing great on G2. Okay. Well,
I mean, Duke shoots pretty hard.
17 kills for him.
To be honest.
Has been quite comfortable and confident with his aim, Duke. Feels like he's had a good understanding of this. His teammates just haven't been there with him along for the ride. Man advantage. Oh.
That's a tasty morsel for you, Jerks.
Oh, no.
Now, how does he approach this fight? He's got his teammate Snappy posted up for any wide swing, so he can kind of stay close to the wall or just stay lobby. You don't need to push it, the issue, despite this being a 4v5 against them.
I thought they were actually
Every
going.
flank looks like it's going to catch them completely
Good
off guard.
morning,
Actually, no, he's accounted
Marcus.
for it.
Are we ready?
Oh, Snappy!
Where's it going?
Oh, 2 available for Shush.
Can't finish off, Duke. 2v4.
Huh?
I'm on the back of Yuka.
Empty side should be their round. They catch a really good timing. Still worried about players entrenched in Hunt. A molly lands to secure that. A heaven plant will come in.
Comeback question mark?
An extending play for a moment. There you go. 12-6.
No.
Not 2. We'll grab back another round.
Someone said cat.
Ejects. Does spot out the head. Doesn't immediately pull the trigger. Wants to make sure he got the guaranteed shot on the kill. And, well, grabs it. Now, they can switch to Portuguese, these two, in this moment. Do you give it a go, or are you just looking for damage? Because you know, even... He's going. They could be going for it. Just want an AK.
He's just
lads,
positioning to see if they...
You're out of time now. Damage. They're just looking for damage. Okay, well, he dropped in. He gave it a go, huh?
Yeah, just in case. In case Hotu were a bit keen on their exit.
Okay, well, the thing is, with that type of a round, the reason that would probably never happen is they know that if they lose that round, the game's
It's more
over.
hackers than ever.
So you're normally on high alert in those situations.
Yeah, sure.
Whereas if that was just another round, then
Cheating problem has always been there.
But if you're leaving the bomb
So that's
early
another thing, though.
in the situation where you know if we lose this, it's over, then
So-
your head's not on straight.
Yeah,
Like,
fair.
that wouldn't make any sense. So if they're looking for damage, they did some. And that's going to see 2 Galils around the 3 AK-47s, but
let's
still
see
plenty
here.
of cash for NIP. So same story as the previous. Do they shut it down now? Snappy wants to do it with the org in hand. He's still available on the roof to harass for an A pop. We've got 2 Molotovs lined up with flashes as well.
Who is
Gonna
this
do that
guy?
Top defense. You need to take a look at who's home. Well, it's
Oh,
Shush.
let's go
He's
ninja.
got company.
Oh, the molly on
He's not
the...
in Chad's house.
That is, so it's kind of like a fake top pop into a go. And one is...
I mean, he is very alone inside.
Still
though.
going to be a retake, though, and NIP, they do have residual cash, but they want to give this one a go.
They've hit them in main there, though. Or they plant them in.
Caddy responsible for heaven. Winkle.
Okay, you give it a go
taking
now.
Lobby, you definitely will give it a look. Easy keeps it level. You jerks, you can extend. Snappy, nothing.
Clean, though.
For Hotu.
Clean.
In that conversion of the attempted retake.
Quite interesting,
Well, there's gonna
like,
be cash available for
execute,
NIP
or how you
again.
call it.
So they get another chance, and while they're losing these rounds, the loss bonus is building. But if they lose the side again, then maybe we see them go for a save. And there's going to be second timeout. So exist, just calming it, boys. We just need one more round. It's all good. We've still got cash. That's fine. Why did we leave Shush on his own on A right there? What was so important elsewhere? Why were we weak on this point of the map? All right, this is how we want to proceed on this point of the map. We have Wrinkle with the AWP. So you want to just have a round with your highest chance of success, right? So you don't need to do anything too crazy. Nobody needs to be going for any crazy picks or anything like that. Just make sure that the top side isn't completely under-fortified. We know that Shush is a absolute monster. But let's not put so much weight on his back, shall we?
That's all. Get ready to blame Brian if they come back. True.
I don't understand why it was so late after the mollies.
Yeah, whether it was deliberate or it was like a kind of second timing, because there was a flash as well for their push.
Yeah, but the reason that doesn't make sense is your mollies, as you saw with Shush there, it only pushes him out of position. If he's flashed while that happens, that's great.
Yeah, sure.
If he gets to be unblind, then he can get a kill. He could have even had a double. A top rush.
Top rush was good. And so much online.
Vent
Dropping vents. Arrows gets one.
They saw the bomb.
Okay, Penny drops. Already players down here on ramp responding.
He already dropped down, by the way.
Tries to skim a nade across.
Denied.
It is denied. Arrows Doss is having a round. It's his domain defense.
There it is, shot.
Triple kill from
There it
Arrows
is.
Doss.
That's it.
Yeah, Hotu, the audacity to be calling
There it
a
is.
drop to try and seal the
GD.
deal, try and
GD.
extend play.
GD.
NIP make it
GD.
so, eliminating
GD.
Hotu after a trip to Astana.
Okay, so kind of a bit of false confidence there. 2 gun rounds back to back, and then they just
Alright.
drop it with an A rush, and it was premeditated.
Astralis!
Which couldn't be any more of a coin toss. It's a shame that I'm having to be analytical on their final round of play, but that's a bad call. Hotu, hot tour. NIP spat on that thing, and they're eliminated from PGL Astana 2025 as, well, there's Trolls Robble.
Trolls Robble.
He is
morning
from Falcons, but that'll be the end of the run for
ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers.
I'm gonna get something to drink, relax a little bit, since the next game starts very soon.
Yes, welcome back, and you're joining us for a tale of 2 fallen giants. Astralis are going to be taking on Virtus Pro, and obviously, if you know anything about Counter-Strike history, there was a time this would have been a titanic clash. This would have been, a battle of the teams that were potentially winning the tournament. Not so much, but I will say, obviously, they're both within a chance now of squeaking through, getting to the playoffs. So let's start by talking about Astralis. I'm loving this narrative that we've got. Astralis, they will always give you something to talk about, right? And that is all the struggles the organization has had. It might be on the precipice, on the brink. These players don't even know if they're going to have a job moving forward. They've brought in a new IGL, and yet they're doing some of their best work, even though I will add, the opponents have certainly been kind for them thus far.
It's one of those things where it struggles with the organization, but also struggles on the server. I mean, this team has had very little success going for them in the offline environment for a very long time. I mean, pretty much the only events I can think of that Astralis did well was the Blast World Finals last year, and then, of course, in Cluj, they had a 3rd place finish. That was pretty solid for them. Outside of that, it's been nothing but failure after failure after failure, and now they have finally made another pivot with Hooksy coming in as the IGL. And as you noted, so far so good, but the one big test they had was Spirit, and they failed that one pretty miserably. I mean, I expected them to lose, but it's the way that they lost.
Yeah,
listen, wasn't competitive.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say, did they fail? Or did one player in particular fail? Because, listen, I don't sugarcoat my analysis. And one of the things we've got is, we were talking about at the start of the day, Stout, the star player. Yet when he plays these top 10 teams, when he gets into playoff situations, he disappears and someone else on Astralis has to step up. That just doesn't work for me if you're $1 million player. If that's the label you're meant to be wearing, you have to do better. And these stats are super inflated because if you isolated the Spirit game, it would be diabolically bad. But he's been, as usual, farming the group stage, the lesser opponents. We need him to have a big performance today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he was bottom of the table yesterday, right? And it was Hooksy on top. And when I know, and by the way, listen, Hooksy's been working out on his gunplay and his guns and all of that, but you shouldn't be performing at that level against, by the way, Spirit aren't even a number 1 team right now. They're kind of floating in number 3, number 4 position. So kind of miserable from him. But that being said, I'm not going to be too harsh on Astralis yesterday. I think Dustu could have been very, very competitive. Just donk happened, and donk can happen to anyone. He will punish you for any small mistakes you made. And that was the case. But if you look at the other results they've had thus far, again, against Odic, dropping a map. Their map pick of Ancient. There are clear weaknesses despite this rise of scene. Making clean, Affair of Pain, caveat again, with a stand-in, right? Yep, sure. And against Spirit, competitor map 1, not so much on map number 2. So, yes, while they've looked good in bits and pieces, I think this is the most fairest test. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I agree.
This is completely the fairest test because ultimately what we're looking at is kind of a tale of 2 IGLs, I want to say. Virtus Pro have, moved on from Jame. They've doubled down on the electronic move. They've brought in some, I want to say inexperienced players, in the form of Icy and Flammers. They're trying to make it work. But I've got to be honest, I am not vibing with the direction this team's going.
Listen, there has to be a massive asterisk when you're saying IGL and electronic, because
I miss the old Electronic.
This ain't it. I'd rather him just go and frag out and get someone else to call.
Yeah.
I don't care who it is, but he's not delivering in the fragging department, bottom of the table all the time. And on top of that, his calling is just not there.
And look at this. Think about all the criticisms Hooksy got. Most of them from me. And then Electronics just sat there, privileged. And look at the stats. You can see they're pretty much the same player. But you have to remember, Hooksy was never meant to be him. He was never meant to be that guy. Electronic was that guy back in the Na'Vi days. And this is what I mean. Sometimes when you take on the mantle of being a leader, you lose too much. Many such cases, Dust.
Yeah, it's a tough one for me with VP because I felt there's like a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde situation going on this year for them where I have seen them succeed. You know, you look at Katowice, they placed 5th, 6th, they beat some good teams to do it. You look at Blast Lisbon, they beat FaZe and Falcons to get a top 8 finish. So I've seen them be able to succeed. When they are successful, it's because they depart away from the traditional VP style. They play with more tempo, they play with more confidence, they get their skilled players in the good positions. But then I've seen them crumble, like at Melbourne, they used to fly quest. That can't be happening.
Where's the
So I've seen
prediction?
both versions of it where they fall back into their old ways. Now, as far as his veto goes, the bans are kind of going the way I expected. I mean, it's kind of what.
No surprise with us either. Yeah. This one's going to be pretty straightforward. Inferno is going to be the typical pick from Astralis. Dust 2 is not just the perma pick, the usual pick with VP. It's also going to be a punish pick for Astralis, considering how they struggled yesterday. And Ancient is a decider. Handshake map. Look, it kind of leans away VP because the only Ancient we've seen from Astralis thus far was a 13-2 drubbing to Audic.
Yeah, this is going to be weird because Dust 2 combined record, I think they're 2-12 Astralis with their old lineup and this lineup. So very, very tough times on Dust 2. Meanwhile, VP, it's been one of their best maps, 10-5 record coming into this game. And so it's a good way to get VP started to try to help them kind of course correct after what has been a very hit or miss year. And
what are you not paid for?
Do you want to translate what he just said right there?
I don't want to know. I'll let chat do that.
He looks happy though. Electronic actually looks a little happy.
Yabby as well, getting dialed in, getting close to that monitor as we get closer to the game.
I worry for his posture.
Yeah, absolutely. But you know,
I mean,
it helps. But anyway, for now, let's talk about Dust 2. I mean, this is a great map for Virtus Pro. They typically do well on this one. They've absolutely smashed some very good teams on this map historically. What interests me about this from the Astralis perspective, Dust, is that, you know, sometimes you will just see their players just kind of like swag out. They'll just have big.
They really think it's a Yabby time?
He'll just step up to the plate. So I think this map will let me know where Astralis actually are.
He has been struggling a little bit.
It's a team that's been pretty successful on Dust 2 so far this year, and Astralis does not have a good history on Dust 2. They actually did make a big change where Hooksy is now playing the A anchor position. So this has moved Stare into a B rotator position, which I like. It means he's going to be able to be more active in middle and be more aggressive, which is to his nature. And so I hope that they're able to use that to play against what has usually been a pretty dynamic offense for Virtus Pro on Dust 2. Like, this is one of the few maps where I actually see them play with a little bit more pace and confidence. It's a map where Flamus can be a little bit more himself. And it's just what version of VP shows up today is always the question I have to ask. Is it the Dr. Jekyll version?
Chat, prediction's going to close very soon for those people who care about that.
Anyway, guys, we're about to get ready and into the action. Bringing you this one is Harry Russell and the Prisoner of Castaban.
I don't know how to pick that up.
Yeah, I know, man.
Philosophically stoned right now. I have no idea. Thank you, Richard. And yeah, I mean, everyone's a prisoner in an Astralis VP game, let's be real, at the end of the day, as we lock horns in the server for this best of 3 with stakes on the line as well, Harry. More playoffs.
That's an out of the blue question right now.
Last time in Bucharest for PGL, VP with the team to deny Astralis his spot at 2-2. They won a game, 2-0, went to playoffs and got banged out. So I think Astralis are here wanting some revenge right now. And they may have the roster to do it. A new captain in the form of Hooksy. I think I've liked what I've seen so far.
Yeah, I mean, this will be, you know, in the matchup of these cores going head-to-head, this is the
what question is that?
And beat VP for Astralis. They haven't been able to, under the leadership of Cadian nor Device, see how Hooksy, his version of this Astralis squad affairs.
Device is just like, why didn't I kill anyone there? I thought they were B rushing.
God, the fact that Electronic was walking real close. That's the bomb and
I have to pick up the bomb.
Very lucky to be alive right now. It's a good push from Stown to clear long. But the issue is if he tries to flank lower, look at them. They're going around the world. I might miss this entirely. hanging around here, though. Or steps. Steps. He hears them all. Issue is he still can't stop long. He has to flank them. Timing is everything, and Stoun's nailed it.
He's gonna go and flank them.
Oh, and the fact that they've slowed down.
Ring around the roses.
Although, rather ironically, if he'd stayed where he was, he would have been right there. Still, Stoun should have one at least.
Yeah.
But you really want three.
Boom,
One.
boom, boom.
Oh, just the one, actually. That's fine.
It's better than none.
He at least got the info, so Stare is ready for this short hit. Still gonna fall, but
Hoaxy,
rotates arrive. This is all thanks to Stoun's info from the push.
Oh, dodge the jump there. Nice repause, but getting whittled by the Julies.
Hoaxy.
Hoaxy will climb up and finish it. Hoaxy individually has
Oh,
been
I should have done more
holding
transfer.
his own. And I say that like it's a surprise. And that's because, you know, back in G2 it kind of was. He was a struggling individual. Sure, he had big players to step up in those important games. But I think in the few matches we've seen here from Astralis, Hoaxy has actually been able to get solid output as an individual. Sure, they played Spirit yesterday. I mean, he top performed in the server.
I would probably say, I guess.
But
yeah.
Not in the server, sorry, on his team.
I was going to say.
He out-fragged Donk.
To some degree, yeah. I would say that.
40 and 10. No. No, just in the other games, he's held his own, 1.0 rating.
Yeah, no, and I'm glad that this is like the immediate vibe that we're getting from Hoaxy is like, oh damn, you know, not only has he kind of showed up in good form, but there's certainly some promise here. This is, you know, for Hoaxy, nearly 30 years old, a year out of the competition as well. You know, since his departure from that G2 squad. This is, you know,
what did he
a
say?
guy kind of fighting for his whole career, right? He said himself he wanted to get back in sooner, but didn't feel like the right offers had come his way. Finally getting the chance to link up with
Hoaxy's
Astralis.
29?
You know, kind of the Danish organization.
Oh.
At least used to be.
Oh.
Hey, highest bidder, man. Will be Swedish.
Damn big? No.
Yeah,
I'm barely watching his
right
sports,
now,
to be honest.
Astralis is that right offer, right? Sure, the option to play with device is definitely a tempting one. It's hard to turn down, but at the same time, Astralis have been in the mud, haven't they? They've had a really difficult couple of years, long few years, 5 years. But having some faith that he could rewrite this Astralis ship and bring them to some glory. At this first outing, it hasn't looked too bad, but the level of opposition hasn't been there. This is going to be the second hardest team they've faced. We saw them against Spirit crumble yesterday, understandably so. VP, I want to see if Astralis can test their mettle, because this force buy is working wonders. A late B hit.
Interesting nickname.
And they will be giving it up. VP on the board early enough.
Oh, Patrick with the raid. Hey, Patrick, were you really up and watching the game? Hey, Patrick. It's 7 in the morning in Sweden.
I think it's
Patrick.
nice going back to like the Danish roots of it, right? I can imagine that was a
Patrick.
nice enticing part behind this offer.
That's how he came out into the scene, right? The Flames runs,
exactly.
Majors.
And throughout most of his career, he spent his time in Danish squads.
Yeah.
And you know, then we saw
I'm referring
the
to
G2
what Sponge
international
and
venture for him. One that
Shad was
ended on a
spammed
sour
for a
note,
while.
but that he also, you know, was able to get good results in.
He also, I think, got vindicated quite well recently by the fact that players like Monacy spoke out and said, like,
My last
these
official
roster changes
competition
I,
in
you know, G2 made, I didn't like them. People saying they like playing
what's the
with
sixth
him.
goal? I don't 19? 19?
Oh, device, that is awkward. They just run out
Was
top
that an
right
M4?
there.
Oh, okay, he gave it a...
He's
Okay, that's
caught
capped. Okay.
trying to escape. So VP lost the pistol, but right now receiving all the rewards. 2 guns in this round for Astralis. And a B hit is a perfect anti-eco, but Jappy is here.
And Electronic right now is out in the site all on his lonesome. Kind of has cover from tunnels, but he has
Damn,
to pick
Electronic
that up. And that's
waited
well
that
handled for
long.
Electronic.
I like that he's patient there. He lets Icy get a shot off first. Doesn't jump the gun.
Anything to just sort of add to the pressure on Yavi. The last thing you want is to start feeding him kills. Suddenly he's able to pick and choose his moments from
Did you play for any teams out listed on your HL team?
Yeah, jiggling from sight. And VP gets stalled out. Suddenly the round.
I mean, I don't know how much database they have for 1.6.
Nice realization from Electronic. Just how dangerous that could have been. That's VP with the conversion.
Right, breakfast. I do understand what Device wanted to do, but
keeping these M4s going at least for Astralis so they can.
He got punished for it, right?
In this
So it makes
round.
him. But I did play for a team called Evil Zone. Giants. The actual organization exists, but has like teams in Valorant.
VP, I like the Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde analogy Dust was bringing up, right? Because it does just feel like this team is two teams just on different days, wearing different outfits, and certainly finding different results. What VP do we get today? A loss to Nip to start this tournament.
I didn't play
Beating
Source.
up on Big, winning over M80 just about. That was a close one.
But I will say
I feel like this team
the Source players were pretty annoying
win
because
against
of
most,
how
but
much
also
they
lose
used.
against all.
Oh, that's a good kill.
The aggression works
how
out well
smart
for
they were
Astralis.
to some
Catching
degree.
Fame, push back with a flash, and VP gonna have to speed this up. Ooh.
Awkward miss, but yeah, he's had a
I
couple
did.
of these
I actually
now.
went Sailor.
There is this timing open, the backstab in for Hoops.
I barely played against
just got
Bacon,
that spot
actually.
off, unable to capitalize. As Electronic is
And I
already
did
departed,
play a lot with Mekra.
making it through those doors, and the double gun push through the back line might struggle to get past him, even though he's low on health. Actually, he's bringing the fight to them. That feels wild for Electronic. Strong position other side of the doors, but he goes walking right through them. Icy can't afford to miss these, not with the
Are they gonna try to go for it?
big green.
Not anymore, right?
So he's at least stopped that retake from coming to fruition. Still a costly round
That's a
for
kill.
Virtus Pro.
Oh, is
Might
this
get more
exits?
expensive before all is said and done. It's down. Dead, of course. Going to be keeping a very watchful eye on Stown
Yeah.
in
What?
this game.
Fraud watch, are you saying, or?
I don't even know if it's fair to call it fraudulent right now.
Best
I
thing
mean,
that
you
he
know,
starts
his stats
streaming
were
and then you
great
can see
in
his
every game
wall
apart
hack
from
in the
one
glasses.
versus
Sailor.
Spirit. He's actually had a
10
pretty
out of
good
10.
tournament.
Yeah.
Some quieter moments, sure, but
I mean, he's
exactly like it was that Spirit game that really.
I would say those Sailor, however, I did really like their game and stuff and new lineup
And that's with the Spirit game, which is
with the
just kind of
season and other.
mind-boggling.
Sadly.
And yeah, it does feel like the lower teams, like where Astralis are favorites, Stan will farm.
Sad that there
But
was
he's really
cheating
had trouble
involved in it
against the
though.
world's
No, he's been good at beating up on teams he should be beating up on.
But I don't even know if VP fit in that category. In my head, VP are a strong team, or at least a
Well,
team.
exactly.
They're
That's
a
why
team,
we're keeping a close eye on him, right?
They're a team of strong players.
Well,
That's the
bring
thing.
him.
VP, the individuals are strong. The leadership
Nico
has
is my
always been
favorite
the problem,
Marco.
right? Across the multiple iterations of this roster, it's like, do we believe in
Cisco,
the system? Do we believe in
Cisco.
the process? The calls? Feeling like whoever the in-game leader has kind of constricted the players at times in this roster. Remember how aggressive Flit used to be when your Kinder
First
was
team
on
to
the
play
same
for
team.
you had a salary.
Meanwhile, your Kinder's now in the playoffs. VP are fighting to get there. 3-1 up on the T side of Dust 2. There's been a bit of a mishmash economy for Astralis to start this game. This is their first or at least best buy. Already running low on
Indus
util,
is
though.
smoke though.
No
Instead
kids
of
in
doing
round.
the
They've got a
bouncing
whole
one from
strong.
lower.
Corridor smokes in middle, but you could just tell based on where VP threw them from.
All right,
the real
Hooksy.
estate they've gone looking
Do
for.
our
This is just a
your
fake in
dunk
mid
moment there.
With Fame left to lurk through it. And walking into this double setup on the long side, though, and VP probably feel a bit disheartened that that's still in play after this attention put forth on mid. But the bomb made it out of there. Running up through the catwalk, there isn't time to get it planted. If Astralis stay alive, they've already won this round.
How's that happened?
Why did Hooksy...
How has that happened?
Die like that, bro.
Disastrous for VP. Sure, the long play just gets melted, but there was room to get up Cat. They found the entry. If Icy was there and Wing, it would have got that plant. VP could have made something happen in that post plant with an AWP.
Nice bait along.
Instead, Astralis steal it away.
It's unfortunate, right? Like, the short and CT push did gain a lot of ground, but those are the players in the most isolated solo position.
Where did the game go? He plays in Paravision.
He's just sitting top mid with the bomb. Like, he was never in position to win that round. I don't really... Like, did he not know he had the bomb? So weird. He was never in there. He's never trying to win that round, even when they were going for entries. Sure, I guess. Feels like an oversight. Won't be the first confusing round in this game.
Yeah, there's more to come. Alright, gotta wash my hand. I'm listening. I'm listening.
Ooh, yeah. VP, love these cat executes.
It's kind of risky to pull out the nade, I think.
This might be their only move here in this round. They could drop back mid to B. Meanwhile, Fame is making a play. It's going to be a mid to B. Electronic dropping in through the smoke to spawn. To cut this off, he's taking that space.
Oh.
It's now a 5v2.
In the blink of an eye, those numbers have shrunk down. More support from Stown over the smokes, and Icy left looking at an unwinnable round.
Good defense from Astralis. I like it.
15 seconds in this
good
1-on-3.
timing.
He's going to run away.
Not insane things there and there, but it, like comparing how they played
and saves this orb once
Kadian,
more.
sorry to say it, but this is like there's so many small details there and there that is like a tenner.
2 rounds in a row.
I really like it.
Away from fully breaking through the money of Virtus Pro. That's because Icy has a lot
Really
of
like
cash
it.
left to spare. He could even drop 2 guns into play here. And so you will be getting a full buy.
Quick tack for VP. With a new coach as well.
Are they really just gonna, okay, they don't put money in. Could have had 4 guns.
One would have been a Galil, I guess, but yeah.
No, Icy's bought a Molotov. Here's 5650. He could drop 2.
Oh, interesting.
But I guess...
Oh,
here we go. They realize, wait, hang on. That's a lot of guns. This basically is a full buy. Let's go for it.
Yeah. Probably just chatting over what they wanted to do, making sure they had everything together. Long take, Icy, mollied out. And Electronic does creep through. He makes it to blue bin. They're going to molly him. He has nothing to put it out. He has to fight for that one. That's unlucky.
Good catch for Stown, right? You could see that Hooksy already kind of felt like he'd beat the timing there, that no one had made it across. He was out in the open with Util pulled.
It feels in general that Hooksy
so good catch
is
for
such
Stown, bailing out his captain.
How do you call it? Fearless player. Like, no, he has no problem to sacrifice himself.
Trust in your players.
And I think that's great.
Job gets easier for Hooksy in a moment like this. He's low on long. Stown goes back to fight Catwalk. Device has not been fighting middle, so they could be up. The barrel almost gives it away. Instead, Device burns it on merit. Flammers, a couple of shots needed. Device is fast. He finds that headshot.
Reckless. Probably not gonna
look down at your feet, Device. There it is. Gets his hands on an AWP.
Very nice. 5v2. They're round.
No, I know Tolika.
Remember, this was VP
But I feel like
a buy together with the leftover money in Icy's bank account.
I think a lot of pressure got to him.
They took out a loan to get this ice.
Because like he was in Copenhagen Flames. Played like kind of similar, right? Don't tell me they're gonna turn this around
This
now.
is happening. Flit's done a lot of damage. Might even be able to finish the job on a Yabi. And he softened them up so much that as they creep up through CT, Fame, all it's going to take is 2 bullets to remove the bulk of this retake out of Astralis. There was a big gap found in a round that felt done. You thought Device had already secured this for Astralis.
No.
And this is a round they won't soon forget if it goes against them. 5v2 for Astralis, and Fame continues his tear. Device has no choice but to save that AWP he found earlier.
If he can survive, I can't survive.
How did that go so wrong for Astralis?
Was it good food? It was just some Chris.
They thought it was done. They thought it was over, that they had the round.
But hey, Chris, why did he do it 9 in the morning? Well,
that is nightmare fuel. Clean shots. And rotating players that if they stayed in their place may have never been picked in middle.
I mean, that's you know, that comes to like the territory of the 5v2. You're getting 4 from top mid and everyone's just kind of fighting the guy. It's like, haha, we've already won this round, guys.
Next thing you know, bombs planted, you're low.
I mean, the lineup was
oh god, bombs getting planted.
really
All the mid
good,
players
right?
have been tagged up in a fight that none of them won either. That is...
Yeah, great. I mean, well played from VP. The fact that they even went for that, they noticed the opportunity was there after getting that kill on Stown on site, and it all just fell into place. Flit getting so much damage on that mid-cross. Disaster strikes, but for who? Hooksy up on long, double, triple. Stare is there.
Okay.
And they melt VP just like that. All right,
Okay.
5v2, do it again. I don't mean it. I don't mean it, VP.
God,
1v4 for Flammus. He's got the site control.
Okay, Device is coming lower. But Device won't get there in time. Now, Flammus doesn't have this info. He doesn't know that Device is right behind him. And it's just how close... Oh my god, he's turned around to check it. Device dead! No, not another 2v5.
Okay.
Astralis, it can't happen twice in a row. Your goose is cooked. Flammus charging up, in with the cross. Will make it over. V4 clutch attempt from Flammus. Tries his hand at the plant, and they swing through, play on the first
Hooksy got his
tap.
triple.
It takes Hooksy cooking up a triple to save that for Astralis.
Oh, that would have
The double push of Stown and Yabi is anything but heroic through the upper tunnels.
Nice. That would have been unforgivable to do that twice over and get
Twice in a row,
2v5
consecutively. Like,
in a row. Astralis do stick the landing. They just swing together and end that round. Hooksy, again, having to bail Astralis out. It's not a sentence I'm used to saying. But he does deliver with 3. VP, NT. Already got more than they bargained for in this game.
Is he sleeping? No, I'm not. I am checking things on my phone for other very important things to do at the same time. And I'm semi not the best watch streamer. I'm basically just a guy that's you see them
and that's
talk
one
shit
nice
with,
quality
basically.
that Hooksy brought to the table there was.
And sometimes
you
I'm
can feel everyone
fleeking
else tensing
very
up
few
a little
times.
bit, like, oh
Or
god, we're gonna do it
very
again, and Hooksy just
interesting.
charges through the door and tells them to follow him. But whew. You know, now no round feels safe, and maybe that can be a lesson learned early that saves Astralis from repeating these mistakes. The alternative
He's a
is
yapper
sometimes
for
through
real,
trying to
for
play
what the
safe,
hell?
you give your opponent too much room and respect. It's a very
Liar!
walk.
Yeah.
That's a good nade, actually. Doesn't feel like that when you look on the HP
So
bar.
let's
but
hope it's a
that's good
lesson
one.
learned for good, like you say. Device in the middle of the orb, Stare alongside him. Stare been very mobile in these rounds.
Vad händer?
VP get a mid smoke to cross.
How's he
up the
watching
catwalk.
with his eyes closed? No, I'm looking at my phone at the same time. What are you talking about? You're great. Your stream is so calm. I mean, Yeah.
I'll have to hit the flick. They bait the shot out top mid. Nice layering there to force Device off the angle, and they use it to get out and find Stair.
I mean, I also sit and listen mostly, because like, when I generally watch games, especially from my pro career, I don't...
Try and help out Stown, but what can he really do? MP9 at range. Stown is very much the guy that has to do the heavy lifting here. He's just serving as a bit of a decoy, but he's wrapped on. Fame double opening. Device, you've seen him in this position before. Once more,
it's unfortunate the Device is actually on the B bomb side, not on the A there with up.
Just speed there from VP. They don't slow down. They don't just try and look for a long cross kill. They charge into that bomb site so quick. You can see how Stan was caught off guard.
Totally fine. Yeah,
Didn't even know they were on default.
Always has to.
And yeah, weaponry for Hooksy is
not
enough to do a thing. VP, a fast push into A, finds 3 kills for Fame, and continues this trade of rounds right now.
Terrorists win.
I mean, dude, some of these deaths for Stair felt very awkward, right? Like, we always, when Astralis was kind of in its most recent downturn of many downturns, you know, we were always kind of fond of Stair as like this guy who's at least consistent, and you kind of know the mileage you're going to get out of him, while the rest of the roster was in turmoil. Stair felt like a safe pair of hands, but the few deaths he's had in this game have just felt awkward. They've felt like blunders, and they've usually given up an awful lot of room to Virtus Pro.
When it's not been blunders, like he's been on default twice, and he's like whiffed really ugly shots. So it's like, oh, that's not the Stair I know.
No, exactly. So it's just from the eye test, he's looking a little rough around the edges right now, and so that's going to make players like Stown have to hit that much harder till Stair can get switched back online. Feels like he's just kind of waiting for that round to bring him back into the game. He's had a couple of swings and misses so far.
Yeah, well, there's still time. It's CT Dust 2. The issue is the money, right? You're trading out rounds right now, Astralis.
I feel like these rounds I still feel like Astralis could do damage here. When Device is like forced to make a play with this AWP, I think he can get real scary real quick.
They won it last time with a triple from Hooksy.
BP are going B. Where is the Device orb?
I know,
on this B site. Holding on to the tunnel's position.
I am, however, quite excited to see.
I'd like to just have Device on the line, but he wants to smoke him. He looks over the top.
I mean, look, the moment they see this AWP is here, they
when
might
I'm gonna
just
do like a
want
cooking
to leave.
Whenever I'm doing that.
Oh, that's a good bait.
I'm looking forward for that.
No.
What?
Mid to B. I mean, it makes sense. Device drawn back.
Now he hits. Now he hits. Now he hits.
Device out of position. They're shooting him in the back as well. There's nowhere to go.
He's so dead.
Shot between two sides. Blind in middle. That's a nice play, but it's not going to win the round here for Astralis. Down a man, down a bomb site. No kit, no weapons, no chance.
Is it a major soon? Because I'm not watching any games. The major's in Austin in less than a month. What is it? 25? And a chance
I do like how they play their
Texas.
anti-ecos. Just using these B-bombs. It's very hard to hold.
Are you sending me there?
Weaponry. Often you're not dedicating many players to be in the eco.
Before we do that, wait,
and even
before you're answering, before you're answering,
VP coming through that lurk smoke is a very threatening push.
Yeah, I also like the 1-4 split of it, right? The fact that like Electronic commits to kind of just putting down the CT smoke, making some noise.
Are you sending me there?
Certainly makes the players in the B site, even if it was, you know, a stack there, you're having to be paranoid about the window. You've got to consider all these other options. And if there are players rotating in, they're blocked off. You have the bulkier forces coming out through the tunnel behind that lurk smoke, and yeah, creating a big problem for Astralis, who kind of fall for it hook, line, and sinker.
And very quickly, this game can now.
How you doing, brother? From another mother.
Okay, Astralis are neck and neck. They're trading out rounds. They're, you know.
How can you say no to those guys? True. But hey, you gotta send me over Metis Sports jersey though.
Not unrealistic expectation.
I will be trying to watch every of your games, so. Gotta be supporting the Swedes, you know, and the Norwegians, since you guys are Norwegians, and it's pretty cool. So for people who don't know, he's part of Metisport.
Feels like VP are just going to waltz in yet again.
Nah, much love, buddy, much love.
No hesitation here. It's very quick executes for VP in this game. They are not bleeding the clock dry.
Wait, where's Down? He's alone with a farm.
Let Icy peek.
If they can potentially sneak through half wall here when he shoots from... Oh, no.
Oh, God,
all the ducks are in a row.
No, it happens.
They're walking up. Yabby with one back.
I mean, he got two, though.
No
with
crazy
pistols.
eco win.
That's pretty good, though.
From Astralis. It's VP in
okay, free. Okay, that's a good one.
Won out this half, but they
mostly because
really
if you look on
the
economy,
deal.
they will only have M4s, Astralis.
8-4
So.
lead to open up on their map pick.
Gun might be blown CT by the bomb.
Oh yeah, it will. It will. Oh, don't run in.
Yeah.
Oh.
Better than nothing.
Oh, he got an M4. Okay, that's a really good eco actually.
Well and truly in control of this game.
Even
now.
if they saved only one FAMAS there, though, but still.
Astralis winning some really close ones, also losing some close ones, and VP decisive T side, kind of cooling from spawn right now. B hits on the anti-ecos, A splits on the gun rounds. Nothing too tricky, but all of it working. Double orb to bait for Ice.
Guys, now when we've seen the Long Dog op skin a little bit more in the game,
wait, triple orb.
And we know that we see
Flip
Icy
drops
have
his.
it the
Fate
most
takes
from the
one
pros.
B,
I don't think I
Icy
like
sitting
it.
top mid with another.
I don't think I like it at all.
The orb mid right now, and so the boost is perfect.
Maybe it's someone else
fire
in
this
VP.
round for Virtus Pro.
I don't think it is his off skin, that one, but I know there's
You know
someone
where
in
the
VP.
offer is if he's everywhere. Man advantage taken. And VP hungry at the thought of an 8-4 half. Astralis ready to try and pounce and fight for this mid control, something you haven't seen too much from them on this CT side. They bring it out in round 12, but these are uncharted waters to Astralis. Lower tunnels held. Device
free for
does
free.
even out the playing field with a 3-on-3.
Lamus takes the gamble and walk out now, though.
Huxi making noise on the retreat, but Device did not. He's still pushed up on the catwalk.
Hello,
He's
buddy.
skirt by him. He's hearing these footsteps right now. Device knows he's in the position that can make all the difference. Just one. Flamus has snuck out mid in the downtime and stare. This dismal half for him ends getting shot in the side of the head, losing this B site. And with it, an 8-4 looms over Huxi. VP about to put in a very dominant half.
Take it easy, Brad.
There's a 6
Hope
health
you had a beautiful
captain
time
of
at the college.
Astralis limps through the tunnels. Strong post plant for Virtus Pro, even catching a kill on Flit. If one was gifted, it's going to be so hard to get past Flamus. There should be no world that Huxi wins this. Jiggle now from the back of the site. That's put the fear in him, and they pincer him. VP convincing T-side half.
Yeah, I gotta feel good if you're VP right now. Everything's
I mean,
it
it started like
you almost won two
it
V5s. You at
it
least
just
took
feel
one to
it
break
just
the
feels
money.
like Marcus that they
Running over Astralis
VP's
on the
winning the
T
correct
side
rounds
of
so
Dust 2
far.
as well. Device not even
It ain't
relevant
that
in this
bad as it
AWP.
sounds
Maybe
like.
VP's
Looks like at
pick.
least.
And this may be a map Astralis have really struggled on this year, winning only 1 out of the last 8 maps. But
Like especially
so,
when they lost that
this is
2v4
dominant.
or was it 2v5 maybe?
When Huxi is your highest output player, it's not ideal.
It's down with another 5-kill game right now as well. Want to see more mileage from him.
T-side is
In
where
other
it
news,
happened, right?
my YouTube has been popping off the last 2 days.
Strides were kind of in the washing machine when it came to the money there.
It's good to see the Huxi fandom is still alive and well. Even, you know, in spite of his year hiatus.
Hard not to be. Huxi not the problem. Not yet, at least, but let's see what a T-side lead is going to look like from this guy. Virtus Pro coming in confident, coming in swinging, sending it up top mid. This is a classic. And yeah, Stown is not going to get
Once
much
up on the
better.
back on jersey.
Poor guy.
It's worse.
That's
That's
actually
what
can you do?
player.
The way his character fell just looked sad.
Yeah, kind of crumpled up.
Come up with
dear.
something cool, like a cool meme. Really. That would be something cool. Instead of like a nickname or something like that. Come up with something cool, like a meme or oh.
Stare with something here. Flash. Oh, I could have fought it after the fact. He thinks he can leave. It's optimistic.
I feel bad for G2. They get so unlucky with losing all their good players.
Looking to make something happen in this pistol. Smoke comes in on the cross. Icy blocked.
My head was saying that you should write like Norway can buy Sweden to like mock me. But now I gave away that idea, so it's not gonna be fun. You gotta be trying to surprise me, right?
Drop spawn. Fame and Icy fighting together. Flick comes through with one at least, but Hooksy's hitting headies. Him and Stare with 2 apiece. It's Icy 1v2.
But do you see this 1v2?
Woo!
No, you
Okay.
don't. Stare and Hooksy. Clean that one up, and that's a 3v5 in the pistol for Astralis.
Ah, it's too bad.
I think
what's the scoreline in the other one?
Like
No, I think
multiple
I'm
players
G2.
not knowing how they
G2's
want to
leading
play
over
it.
big.
Flammers in the open.
Oh yeah,
could
yeah,
have
yeah,
fought,
yeah, yeah.
chooses to leave really late. Flit has a good position, chooses to leave really late, gets caught. Everything about that felt indecisive for Virtus Pro.
I mean, that's going to allow Astralis to close the gap if they can get past this force buy.
Stare also impact round, finally.
That was their trouble in that first half. Won the pistol there, but fell down to the force. This time, Astralis have to be very careful because their game is dependent on these conversions. Device has made it all the way across, and they don't know. The Jiggles haven't spotted him, and so Device is a sleeper agent right now on the long side. This is also a pretty common thing to do, right? You've lost Cat, so you want to try and take something. You're going to look to take long, and that actually makes Device's position very valuable indeed. If he played Trigger Discipline there, that's a double kill. Instead, it's just one from Device. Flit lights up the short side play. This full A stack for VP, now with players entrenched on long, has caused a lot of issues for Astralis. Yappy's looking for the bomb. He's been able to get it. Him and Stown have to cook up a 2-on-3, or else VP once more win this force buy.
Stown's going to get out middle here. They're clearing him manually. Flick gets that 3rd kill of the round. And okay, it's a bit of info. It's a bit of room. It's a 1v1 for Yabby, but he needs it cleanly, and that is anything but. Eater's scout shot. VP scrambling to get back in position, and Yabby doesn't have time to play funny games here. He's got to move in. Icy's just not giving him the kill. 3 bullets. If he reloads, he's dead from the flank. There is no surviving this. VP do stick the landing on a force buy and come through with a clean one at that. 3 from Flit. He's having a great game right now. And it's all the worse for Astralis.
Yeah, that's not a good start. Oh,
great individual
output. What do you think about the Swedish competitive scene these days? I mean, it's a better state than it was the year before. I think for each year that goes by, it gets better and better and better.
Back on their economic woes.
And I hope we can have a fully Swedish team soon.
Looking like the NASDAQ right now.
Wait, I don't play professional anymore though. Hello. They're gonna play new do.
Astralis got nothing.
I mean, I heard about the. Was it you who wrote it yesterday, or someone else? Or was it Brian? I don't remember who it was, but it was someone who wrote yesterday about that Bloom is coming out with a new game.
Astralis, both force buys.
I will dedicate a lot of time when the new Mafia games comes out. That's a 100% confirmed. I will do that.
It's also because they encountered forces both times. Like if they'd converted these, they would be the team winning right now.
Yeah.
I think NP has pretty good chances
really
to get to playoffs.
On the last one, because it was the only thing keeping the game alive. Now they can.
Oh, okay.
Force by a win of their own.
VP were blind there. Whole map was quiet while Astralis.
Perfect timing. Perfect timing. This is a call for me to take a little toilet break.
got some info. So it's a weird oversight for the in-game leader of VP, 3 and 12. And the Astralis just creep mid to B in the round. They're back, 5 alive. Maybe converting off their pistol after all, just a little bit later.
I mean, look, it's another chance, right? You've made amends for falling down at the Force once more, and you've kept the pressure on Virtus Pro. It's a big opportunity for Astralis. And one that didn't come easy. Well, actually, that's a lie. Somehow it did come really easy, but not supposed to. Force buy back in from Virtus Pro. Had a real gift for winning them. Now, position taken over towards Cat and Long. Last time they were up against one of these forces, the A play left them walking into a stack. Well, VP have done something similar here. They've got 4 players in A, just a solo hold of fame with that M4 in the B site. But this time, Astralis are keeping their options open. I think Hooksy felt like last time they were a little too restricted to having to commit to that A play.
All right, I'm back. Oh, no.
Astralis destined
There's no flashes coming in.
Of old and fall down to this Force once more. They make it out past the scout, sustaining just the 1 tag on Stair. Device will reply and even goes fishing for a little bit more, but playing up close is Flammus. Cleared cleanly.
All right.
Up and over. It's just electronic, and
there it is.
Silenced.
Now we got it.
This time Astralis will stick the landing on the short
where I was
play.
like 46-3. Now I see some horses. Yeah, but
that's gonna break the money of VP once and for all.
What was that? Yes, it was a premium edition for. What's a premium release edition for Doom or Mafia? Because if it's Mafia, then I need to like pre-buy it.
Device in this game, he couldn't really get off to any impact on that CT side. Orb was pretty irrelevant. Now he's got it out on the T. Connects 2 shots through the doors.
No, don't start again now.
What the hell is going on? Get him out.
Yeah, cheeky little move for VP, just trying to group and fight mid through the doors. Waiting for the guns in the next round.
I don't like it when it gets this scary, to be honest.
4v2, boys. They got us right where they want us, so let's just be careful.
It doesn't help,
picked
you know?
right.
It doesn't help.
Ending over towards B. Only gun left behind in mid is that MAC-10 as well, so it's not like you're saving anything great out of this if you're VP from that 1 kill. This is now a 1-round game. And even though there's been, you know, a lot of pitfalls for Astralis, losing a 5v2, nearly losing a 5v2 again in the following round, winning pistol, but losing the forces both times over, they're making amends for it here in this second half. And they could still close this out. VP will have a lot of money in this next round. Icy's going to be bringing out the AWP. They have a proper full buy to try and maintain this lead. But games can feel very snowbally when you start on the back foot on this CT side. And so it's important for Virtus Pro that with this next fall buy, they're able to offer up some resistance.
Terrorists win.
Well, don't worry, VP saved a Mac 10, so it's going to be okay. Electronic is actually going to play at 4 and 14, having a rough go at things. Looking shaky on those POVs. Device smoked in middle. I think it's definitely worth using this smoke when Devices just hit 2 wallbang shots on the cross. VP don't want to risk losing a man early.
Look at the pace on this round. This is a great pace change call coming out from Hooksy. The rounds have been slow and methodical, even up against full USPs. This time they try steamrolling the B side, but VP are stacked here, 3 strong.
Why didn't he?
It's a tag from Electronic on the players of the door. Into the crossfire they go. Chewed up by Fame, who still wants more from this. Gonna peer back through the smoke, goes hunting for Yabi, and the B play gets destroyed. It's just Device dead. 2 Icy in middle.
Hey, great gamble for VP. 3 on B off spawn.
Stan didn't get in faster. That's what I feel like is the biggest problem.
First guy comes through
If
the door.
he actually did get in there faster, it would do.
Gets into the door, and then he turns around
so
to
much
check
more.
CT. There's no one there, and he blocks his teammate, and they can't entry, and then they're a little late. It's like, if they just went off their timing, I think they probably get that first kill without losing a man. And considering that round comes very close, what it could have been, I don't know why they turned around and stopped when they played that fast. It was Stare. Just needed to go. Just a weird pace there, but unfortunate off spawn considering you're running into a full triple B hole.
Yeah, I mean, you could see what the presence of Electronic there did to them. Suddenly, no one was really sure where they're supposed to be looking. It felt like a very chaotic and awkward set of clears as they're desperately seeking the second and third player in that B hole. And so buy back in for Astralis, but that little advantage that they've picked up, that chance to kind of level the playing field here now hinges on success. In this round, once more, it's fast out through middle.
I mean, there's still 3 guys on B though.
Pro.
It looked like they wanted to completely run it back, but calling it off perhaps after getting spotted.
Does Astralis has a tell when they're focusing more on B than A, or?
Instead. Icy on the car. Astralis have to make up their mind here. VP aren't going to give them a way in. They are entrenched in their positions. It's around where Astralis just have to make a read. Hooksy called to the test of where they want to end. Cat smokes, but it does feel awfully like a mid to B, doesn't it? Bombing upper tunnels. Who's he going to drop in spawn? That's a huge entry. Device killing an aggressive Fame might draw them into this 2-man hole.
Hooksy's just sort of in a win harder position from the CT drop though, right? Like he won't be involved in the actual B hit, so you need to get through this double setup. Electronic and car bested straight away. Stare and Stown both
they're
providing
still going for the site that they're stacking on.
Plant found for Astralis, and Hooksy gonna catch them as they try to save these guns. Icy wants to get out with his AWP, but Hooksy's already giving chase.
Never even spotted him getting into the spawn. And he goes further. Hooksy finding the individual output in this match yet again. 2 huge exit kills to slam VP's money to the ground. And a game that felt like VP was surely gonna run away with after finding that second round force. Now they can't even buy. And Astralis are nipping at their heels, 1 round behind.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, the thing that's very surprising about this is like even through all the sort of trials and tribulations and the weirdness that has been Virtus Pro, the one thing you've been able to rely on for them to a good degree is their Dust 2. And for Astralis, this match's been pretty dismal.
Okay.
Got bullied on it yesterday by Spirit. Here they are, giving VP a good fight. Now, don't lose this round. You've seen them fall down many times over.
I don't like
Moments
it,
like
man.
this.
I don't like it.
But Stairs looking to keep it on... hang on.
Stairs trying to keep it on lock.
Oh dear.
God.
Don't worry.
Got saved by Yabi though. Ah!
Still. No, thank goodness. Yabi just watching, like, you know, he's like watching two, or like a group of ants at war before he decides to get involved.
Brings in the magnifying glass. Sick.
It's twisted if you were doing
that. Here we go. VP. This is a big one because Astralis can afford a loss this point in the game. They've taken a couple of cleaner rounds. VP don't have that buffer. They have to win now. They have to win hard. Device going for that B entry. Smoked off. The unenjoyable life of a B anchor. Fame's done an admirable job.
Last few rounds, you've been kind of conditioning VP to think that, you know, the first time they throw like this early CT smoke and they make noise tunnels, they do commit to the B split. But now they've been throwing it kind of every round and not going straight away into this B play. So you've been somewhat conditioning VP to not believe those smokes, not believe that you're always looking to make a play off of them. And so even as those come in now, VP won't bite down super hard on these early tells as to where the round's ending up. Astralis come through the tunnels. Fame dead and now trapped in the site is Flit. These are good entries from Yabi, and that's enough already for Astralis to take the lead. Moving into pole position. This is after a dismal first half that was kind of fraught with errors from Astralis. They've tightened up since getting onto this T side.
Yeah, that's why I actually have enjoyed Hooks in this team. The cores haven't been crazy, you know, intricate strategy. They've been pretty basic. He's been using his pieces really well.
That's very clean, to be honest.
Letting them shine. Just a standard B hit. Got a couple of nasty mid to Bs.
Also important to get those
And just playing
kills like
very
that as
packed
well.
CS right now. Astralis trading out really nicely. Not even needing to in this round. They keep 5 up so far. This nade could be a problem though. Might just stop Astralis from sending it. They really want these kills at the end, knowing they can take away everything. And Stown's found the AWPer. So huge kill for Stown. Flammers keeps his M4, but that is all VP are going to have. We are looking at map point for Astralis here on Dust 2. VP really should take a half by at most. Keep 2K by next. This is a disaster class for Virtus Pro when it felt like they had everything to win this game. But I don't think Icy's had an AWP kill in this half, if the map. Electronics still struggling. The B holds were fine, but in that round it was too hot to handle. Astralis got all the entries they desired. And Hooksy's still top fragging. Really didn't think he'd be the firepower of this team. But they needed it, and he provided. What took Astralis so long?
I'm playing more strength in numbers Counter-Strike for Astralis. They're just full grouped for this A hit. They are going into a stack here. Electronic, the one they'll be facing first, tucked in at the site, 5-7 prime, but need a big round from Electronic, really, if someone's going to keep VP in this, and the nades will just destroy him straight away. As soon as he's uncovered, on the boxes. He is deleted by the Astralis
It's
airstrike.
really good recovering from Astralis so far.
Kills to get Astralis into a bomb site. Late in this game, he activates after a struggling
Oh, they
CT
tried to
side.
find them for.
No one's getting out of here alive. Icy's got a USP. And Astralis will not let them in. 3 from Stown. That's 12 rounds, and this is it for VP. Do or die. The buy round they've been waiting for. The buy round that must hit.
So it doesn't like much love for the
this
series
series and are just 1 away from the playoffs.
9-4 wasn't.
You know, coming into this game, though.
No.
Stown,
but also they were so obsessed of still going a B hit though, which was a little bit questionable.
Electronic, same thing. You know
like
what these players are
spamming it so much,
capable
you
of,
know?
just getting it out of them. And they both started pretty horribly. Stown finishes with 5 kills in the first half, but he has gone on to recover, as you say. Electronic has not. He has never come back in this game. It's been the riflers that have had to do it for Virtus Pro. Fame, Flit, Flammus. Triple Fs. Paying respect to the 3 that are trying for Virtus Pro. Here's another group. Long walk, good flash. A lot of damage done there. They all lined up for him, but Stair's gonna cancel out that peak right before the kills could come through. VP still have waves of defense here.
Understandably, they panicked. They dumped all their utility on this cross. Shoreflit's bringing his belt in, but Astralis just cooler weight.
I actually added the emote when I stopped by to say hi, and the emote wasn't there.
Good
What
nades. Soften up the hold even further. Electronic once more kind of in the pole positions to try and make a difference. Plays through the smoke at the back of the site. There's the help from Icy.
Okay.
And it's only Device, 1v3. Or else this is a 1-round game. VP looking for a second wind, and Device backs
It's too early for Mons, let them
There's
sleep.
no reason to save. You have max money for the last round. You have to try.
And now he's walked so far away. He's made it
Marcus
so
and
hard
Brian
for himself.
is here.
15 seconds. And they're all holding these lines.
Same.
Icy Orb on the angle. The swing from Electronic is what seals his fate.
That's a weird play for Device. The experienced play. He knows all 3 are there.
Well,
He still backs up.
You
to
gotta
try and
time
save his gun
out
before realizing,
Sleepless
wait,
Alive for
everyone
30
has
minutes.
8 grand. We're going to be able to buy
The
no matter what. They already
self-timeout.
have an orb. They don't want a double orb probably. Let's just go for it. By that point, they've taken positions. They've got their high-low setup, and they finish the job. 3 on 5 for VP when all is said and done. I like the slowdown for Astralis. I think that was a good play, but that smoke on the site really constricts them.
I mean, also, you know, we called him out going into the round. Electronic made a really heads-up play there, right? That was like dire straits. They're coming in. Their nades are finding kills. And even for a guy who's sitting bottom of the board with 5 kills at the dawn of that round, he skirts around the back of this smoke towards Goose. And when they all start looking at him, that's when Icy plays his hand. That was a really nice interplay between Electronic and his 2 remaining teammates over on short.
Yeah, if anything, him not feeling it there helps. Is part of the reason he pulls back after 1 kill, right? If he was having a great game, maybe he swings to the fences. He pulls back, they're looking at him. Icy gets the frags. So here we go. Is it
He's
overtime?
Giga Shad, so don't worry. He can do whatever he
VP's
wants.
Pick.
Pick W.
Astralis do take the pace out of him. They don't start as grouped as they have been.
Nice util trade, keeps Icy on this angle. Electronic trying to get his orb activated, but flashed off. That's the exact reaction Astralis wants.
Starting 2-3 like this, and just with how VP is set up, they were aware that this slowdown was coming. They anticipated that Astralis wouldn't just run the 5-man pack counter-strike back again. And they don't over-rotate here on the back of these smokes down in middle. They have the B players
that is
keep an eye
scary,
on it. Icy's
though.
orb should be in position for this short hit. He'll stare to open up. Util coming out. There is Yabi creeping through CT.
No way.
And he's got VP's own bounty and nades dropped in front of him. trapped in this little cubby, but Icy, how long can he watch that for? Apparently just long enough. 20 seconds here. Astralis, they don't want time to decide this, but someone has to be that player to make a move, to lead the charge. Electronic tries to get away. Surely that doesn't cost them everything. It's going to come down to this. Device left in the clutch. He didn't attempt that last 1v3. He has no choice but to try in this one.
There's one more nade. There's one more nade.
There's one more. That would have ended the round.
He didn't actually
Device
throw
would
it.
be dead, but Flit elects not to throw it. Device crosses, low on health. Nade just falls short. They had all the util to end this right here, right now, but instead they've given Device the room. Flit narrowly walks that one over the line. It's real close. It's far from comfortable, but they stopped Device on his way to that clutch. VP lock-in overtime.
That just felt like Device's story right there. That felt like his chance to end the game in a 1v3, all the glory, a beautiful couple of shots, but the nades, so much damage. Flit finishes what he started, and Icy, say what you want, he had no impact for about 10 or about 15 rounds of this game. In the last couple, he's had multi kills with the AWP, and he keeps VP in it alongside Flit. 21 and 14 for Flit. Device denied. We go again. Pop through the long smoke. Don't know about Flit, but they're being cautious anyway. Flammers comes swinging out. Will that be enough? Do they check? No, they don't. Flit gets his kill. Any more? Device doesn't know. Teammate dead again, 1v3.
Dude, it's rough. Like, Device is always keeping you entertained in these, but how many of these rough, impossible clutches can he get left in? VP starting to streak together rounds. That's now 3 in a row for Virtus Pro, the 2 required to lock in this OT, and then they take the first. Do or die now for Astralis. It was in this T-half that they rose to the occasion. This was where they found the bulk of their rounds. And so if they fall down in this one, they won't have an AWP going forward. They won't have a perfect buy in this next round. It would be teed up for Virtus Pro to go flawless on this CT half. They've lost Yabi early.
Stars didn't qualify for main, right?
Weird death over in tunnels at the hands of this high-impact Icy AWP that's come alive as we approach the end of regulation. Fame donning a second AWP. That's afforded to them after winning that previous round cleanly. Util raining in from Electronic. These nades are so punishing. Stare and Hooksy left out on an island. 2 versus 5. Astralis had this happen to them. They've got to do one the other way. They focus their attention into the ramp. They're trying to fight together for the time being. They are both fully discounting the catwalk. Focusing forward on these fights down the ramp. Hooksy with this swing.
Come on, Hooksy. Giga shot. Giga shot. Come on. Come on.
Moves. A lot of time has ticked off this bomb. VP have not given themselves a lot of breathing room. Hooksy, the man in the spotlight for Astralis, looking to take this one at a time. It's going to be real close.
He won the round. He's such a giga shot. It's such a giga shot.
1v3 just by virtue of staying alive. He doesn't even do anything. He kills them with fear itself.
He doesn't need to do shit.
They wait out that entire cat smoke. The intention that Flammers had on Hooksy in the site. I agree, Harry. I thought that'd be enough. I thought that'd be the sign, the signal to send VP through that smoke. But they wait it. They pay the price.
Where is it?
Unbelievable. A gifted round, and one that Astralis desperately needed just to keep this AWP going, this full buy in their hand. just going to go for a B hit. These working well. Stan was finding his entry kills. He's going to be doing the mid to B stuff now alongside Hooksy. And again, VP go back to the classic. Triple B. They were playing this at the start of the half. Electronic is going to get time wasted in middle, perhaps. 2 players playing first through these corridor smokes. And Astralis with their lurk smoke.
Inhuman reaction.
Ready to commit in. Electronic holds for 1. It's up to Fame again.
This B hold has been the shining light for Virtus Pro.
Oh.
And so can Fame and Co do it once more? No, it's just 1. Flit out through the window in the meantime, and a 3-on-3. Might not want to play this, might not want to play too soon.
Wait, why is Flit outside
right
window?
Virtus Pro, but there is Util still ready to come in and help him. They made it on the smoke. Flit lucky to not get punished. And so they will wait for this retake. It comes down to a 3-on-3 in this B site. Look at the move that Yappy has made. Ready to stab Virtus Pro in the back as they try to come in. Flit will find him. Stown full blind. Device hung out to dry. It's got to be Stown, and he can't find his
clean
foot.
retake. That was a nice clean
landing
retake.
on that retake. This time, there's plenty left on the clock. They waste no time in making their play.
Yeah, excellent util on that retake there. I thought it was Dunzo when Flit didn't swing early and Thinder heard. Astralis got 3 players in good post-plant positions, but VP blind them out and flush that B bomb site, finding the half in their favor. Anyone's game, well and truly, but this first half back on the CT side was shambolic for Astralis. Something has to give.
Yeah, I think it was a scroll jump there, right?
Something's got to change.
Disappointing. Yeah. I mean, it would be
in the clash
something
of us. We'll turn the other cheek. VP T side now. Yappy. Here's them in the tunnels. Just going to block that off. Doesn't want to risk fighting early. VP. Slowing it right down. But Device. Drop down position. They just flash him off. This is good real estate for Virtus Pro. Captain's going to clash on long, and Electronic didn't even consider it. You've seen him be caught by this a few times.
Flit 25 and 15. Again, naded in the smoke. They get out mid, creeping as well. No info. Fame's not paying attention. He doesn't even shoot back. Stair gets a double kill. Bombs loose in middle. Flit's walking side by side with Stown.
Oh!
Stown gets the kill somehow, some way, and Icy just walks into B. That's 3 from Stair, but by virtue of Fame falling asleep. He was right on his screen. He didn't even shoot. That was a free kill.
Morning.
And look what it does. Look
What
it
up,
ends.
Jon? How you doing, buddy?
Triple for Stair, 14 apiece. Astralis draw it up.
Tie game.
What is happening, man?
Wheels certainly off in OT. Straight gliding. Icy tries his hand at the cross shot. Electronic wanting to be involved.
Resident Evil in the background. I thought that name would actually be much better than it was.
There's not been a lot of rhyme or reason to this game thus far, right? Both teams winning out on the T-halves in that regulation part of the match. But now that we've hit OT, it's anyone's game. So that doesn't seem to matter, but VP going to return to the short pop. This was how they found a lot of success in regulation.
I can't say it more. It has to be Hooksy. If Hooksy doesn't perform on this cat hold, VP are going to win this round. He's the only guy anywhere near this. He lets them through inside of the smoke.
Wild way to play this! Hooksy! The Destroyer! Goodbye, Virtus Pro! Hooksy has their number! Won't get the ace! But the map, the game will do for Hooksy. Icy left in rough waters as he watches his team turn to dust around him. Astralis have Hooksy to thank. Map point secured as the captain, the Giga Chad, puts up.
That's my captain. Oh dear, Virtus Pro. That's the way it comes crumbling down. Almost a year out of the game, and Hooksy shows up with this unbelievable sequence. Hot hands and VP melt.
Six months on the bench. Many months waiting for offers. This guy was available the whole damn time. Finally finding a home in Astralis. Hooksy has put them on the path to victory.
And doesn't it taste good? This is VP's map pick. Astralis looking to steal it away in overtime. And all the meanwhile, Hooksy is top fragging.
I mean, that 4K will most likely be match-defining, game-defining. In what was already a fantastic
I don't know what
game
Hooksy has been doing.
from the captain of Astralis.
Absolutely.
But, yeah.
To take him back to the stars, he had to become one himself. VP left with the dregs on this T side. Couple of Tech 9s.
Guy open word of
Limitless
EXE.
disappointment for how this one is playing out.
It would be nice to see them go to the playoffs, actually.
Ooh.
Oh no.
No one saw that.
Yeah, Hooksy, no, no. You didn't do that. No, no.
Can you imagine? The adrenaline is pumping for Hooksy right now. You might not feel it straight away, but sets in the height of the play that you just made, how hard it hit, what it's done for you. Let's see if he can steal himself away for just one more round, one more multi-kill from the captain carry of Astralis. Smokes in for Virtus Pro. And they're very cautious. The last time these smokes were thrown, one guy ruined their entire game. Hooksy instead more reserved, lets them play across.
Oh, this lurk though. This lurk, chat.
First man to get tested here out in mid. Needs to get something from this lurk. It's a lot of damage. The one kill from it ain't bad.
That's a lot.
The job's not done yet for VP.
It's a nice setup. Hooksy giving it up was the right call, playing a 4v4. Fame's done very well to find a lot of damage on Yabi, but Astralis are moving up. Flashes go high. Hooksy has tip of the spear, full blind, and he's going to get headshot by Electronic. Flip follows up, and we go double overtime unless Device does the undoable, and it's simply not going to happen. Virtus Pro always find a way to give us all the rounds and then some. Paid by the minute, paid by the second. We're on VP's time now.
I mean, credit to VP, the resilience to keep themselves in this, a game that they likely feel they should have won a very long time ago. Put forward an 8-4 half. Able to win the force buy after losing the second half pistol. Felt like they did so much of the legwork early on in this game, but it just keeps demanding more of them. And they're here, they're willing to match it. It's a hell of a nade from Stare.
Oh, Spam was very close to just getting multiple headshots. Device on the short side. And VP need to flash this. If they don't, it's going to go wrong. Dry fight is fine for Device.
my god, not another. Ooh, no, they are holding for it. Oh, they've just stopped. They've just, oh no, they're back on.
God,
But he had to hit that flick.
That was clean.
Oh, Hooksy is feeling good right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
The captains, and it's not even close. Electronic.
Oh, he goes again.
Hooksy.
Hooksy.
High voltage play
Hooksy.
from Hooksy.
That's Flit with 28.
Amped up. Stown in at the ramp side. Mollies might rain in, but he doesn't feel pressure to face yet. Not in the 5v2. Doesn't want to misstep, doesn't want to misplay. Instead, waiting, picking his moment very intentionally. Let's see when Stown decides to go. Waiting for Hooksy on the long side, everyone else grouping in at the spawn, and Stare will be the one on the board first. There's Hooksy. Another big multi-kill round.
Hooksy shot.
A hat
Hooksy
trick
shot.
to find the first
Hooksy.
in this second OT for Astralis.
It doesn't even make sense.
There's no limit to what this guy's doing to get these rounds on the board.
It doesn't make sense, because let's all just be honest. He never did this in G2. He never had these kind of games, dropping top performances, carrying his team through it. But vindicated somewhat, back fresh after a break, and we're seeing that all Astana long. Players like you,
guys,
back in rosters
what
with a
do you
lot to
mean?
prove, a lot to do, and they're doing it. Hooksy's there as well.
I have ice cream. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, this guy, you
Oh,
know,
friend,
like we
I'm
said
from
coming
Brazil.
in, when we were kind of talking about
Big
Hooksy in
high.
the first
Oh,
few
I
rounds,
appreciate
long
it,
ago
buddy.
as that feels.
How's
You know,
Brazil?
he's 29 years old, was a year out of competition. The most high-profile team he'd ever been a part of, that G2 squad, ending on a kind of sour note where it felt like he shouldered a lot of the blame for their shortcomings. And, you know, now trying to rebuild himself, coming into an Astralis that are like so far from a peak or even resembling, you know, a team that you feel could be a dark horse at these events. Astralis were in dire straits as Hooksy moved into this roster, going back to full Danish Counter-Strike, where he made a name for himself back in the Copenhagen Flames, where his career started. And in many ways, you know, this feels like it kind of has to be where Hooksy proves himself. This is where he has to bring his stock back up. And at least in these games at Astana, you feel like he's certainly done that. More aggression from Hooksy as once more he tries to put the squeeze on Virtus Pro.
Okay, the block is fine. I would have liked to see if he could just shut him down.
Block it
as
off
they
that
walk
much
in.
and
I
that
feel like
easy.
He wouldn't have flashed that play. But the block is going to buy a lot of time and send VP back to the other side of the map. Device has full mid control right now with the orb. Not having to worry about lower. Flamus is testing this B late.
That's a guaranteed.
Slowly edging out long here.
Why is this stuff going as
Block
we want
on
it to?
long at 48. VP getting their time wasted. Are they really going to go back to B? If they want to do that, they have to do it now. Flamus is lost to the wind. They've got to run right now if they're going to do this. Is it really mid to B? Device just leaving his angle. Flamus entering upper tunnels. Needs his kill or the round just dies right there. Now they have to go cat. Device is back. He hits his shot. He backs up. He's got Molly smoke. This round's bloody over.
Oh my god, if he could choose which nade to throw, maybe it would have been Device. Dropped out 14 seconds. They've left themselves with no time, have VP. And Icy in an unwinnable clutch, can't do a thing. Couple of these rounds for VP where they lose track of the clock, they lose track of the time. It's left hinging on, you know, must-win fights. You can't afford for anything to go wrong there if you're Virtus Pro. They lose Flamus in the tunnels. Stown, who's had a bit of a middling performance here, has felt so far from a safe bet in these fights.
I couldn't add it as
Wins a
Giga Shot.
crucial one in the tunnels.
Because I already had
Recognize
Giga
the
Shot.
B-play. Device gets back on the catwalk just in time.
Or maybe I should remove
that's
Giga
gonna
Shot
feel
and
like
then
a
also...
squandered round. That feels like a squandered opportunity, and now they're
Nah,
by
I'm
here
doing good.
for the third of this OT. Lacks the AWP, lacks the utility.
Oh!
Hooksy brings
Hooksy-san! Hooksy-san!
Wiped from the server.
Top fragger in the server now. Matching Flit. He looks to go further. They give Hooksy the AK. He's the star player.
I doesn't maybe add it though. I did add it though.
And a star-studded performance today as Astralis sit 5v3 back relaxed in their bomb sites, beckoning VP to come their way. Bomb heads B. Stair jump spotting. Yabby in a hard position to clear. Doesn't need to repause. Doesn't need to re-peek. Can just wait for VP to try and hunt down the anchor.
Also that one. Oh, it's that one then.
Device on his. There's that B molly. VP getting blocked. And there's a smoke to follow up as well. This is a middle finger from Astralis. This is a clean CT half of overtime.
Ah! Hooksy pain.
I mean, you feel like, what more can they ask
That
for
one we
than
can
this,
also
right?
add.
This is the best OT you've seen.
Directly when we see a small,
Astralis taking it cleanly
small,
and in big part because of that squandered opportunity in the second round of OT.
small pain moment,
You
you know.
really can't afford to lose 2 in a row. And I feel like you threw it all away in that second round, essentially losing it to time. That feels like it's VP's goose being cooked. Astralis, they have 3 chances now to close out Dust 2. This is a map that they have really struggled on. It's VP's best. And if they pick this up, they will be the favorites to win the matchup and secure that playoff spot. Device, oh, that's gnarly.
Ooh, but Flit is here though.
Flit making moves, feeling pressure as the man topping the charts for VP. He knows he has to be the one to make a difference. He has to try and match up to Hooksy and the impact he's had in these rounds. And he has found the golden timing. Flit has the round in the palm of his hand. Stown won't consider this. No one will. This is not a timing they are aware of. But Stown's turn means Flit has to fire early. He won't get a multi-kill from this flank. At bare minimum, he's wasting a hell of a lot of time for the Astralis squad.
Yeah, Device in a very awkward position because he has to worry about suicide as well. Hooksy just went back to check it. Device, will patience pay off? He's on the line. Flit edging in, not committing, knowing he's trapped Astralis in middle. He saw a barrel. Couldn't be worse for Device.
Timing moves,
I don't know
though,
how
man.
Astralis is supposed to win this round. Everywhere they go, fraught with peril.
Giga shot is working as
and
well.
Flit ready to spin
normal
the trap
shot.
right behind.
And then
They
it's
know it in
Hooksy
the back
shot
of
and
their
then
mind.
Hooksy pain.
A footstep in the door. Wonder if that was going to trigger the swing from Flit, and indeed it has. One droplet of info.
It's big letters.
He needs to make his play. And so this first in OT for VP comes through, and it's thanks to Flit getting activated on that top mid push. Astralis really weren't sure how to contain that, how to deal with it.
I don't see it yet. I do see it when I
gave VP
press
a
F5.
significant edge. That's Flit back up to top of the server, 30 kills deep. Certainly feeling pressure to make these types of plays. But never overstepping.
Classic Astralis choking.
They'll need 2 more like that if
that.
they want to survive for 1 more overtime.
I mean, that'd be crazy to do it. I know Astralis got a clean sweep on CT, but both these teams had really bad CT sides in
Double
regulation.
up, by
And
the
here
way.
we are, considering the VP could pull it all the way back. Icy dodges the smoke, an aggressive line in the B tunnels. Yabby jiggling, but he walks right in.
That's a fight that Icy's been able to get the better of Yabby in. Most times he's lent towards B with this AWP.
And we have a second AWP as well, Fame.
Hooksy on the catwalk, though. Made a name for himself here. They're not going to get past that secondary AWP. Astralis have hemorrhaged a lot of players right off the top of this round, and so those 3 chances that they once had looking to get reduced
I've
down
never
to
played
1.
FPLC.
That is a crazy shot for Flit. Just to add insult to injury.
Careful though,
Ice
he's
has
won.
gained a lot of ground.
Oh,
but
that's
now pincered. There's the support from CT. And Flit will swing out on that contact, knowing Device can't deal with him. It's a 1-round game again.
No way.
Virtus Pro, can they once more match up to the might of Astralis? After their flawless CT half, you thought Astralis had this in the bag. VP might be about to do it back to him.
VP dragging us into another overtime, kicking and screaming. That doesn't sound like this team at all. 18-17, 3 in a row, a beautiful half of CS. And Virtus Pro are still here somehow, some way, refusing to go
I don't
down.
know. I think like still
Something that
VP
is
is
scary
between
is getting onto the
Virtus.
T side. You haven't had these openers, you haven't had these multi-kills from Hooksy, and unfortunately that has been the driving force behind Astralis.
He's faking his departure. Oh, no, he is
Oh.
leaving. Okay, that's a little delay to the play. Dangerous move.
Staben actually
And I mean,
strafed out
Astralis, look at this,
instantly
they're on
mid.
two tech
They would
knives,
have
for
got an
God's sake.
entry.
They don't have the chance. Device.
Scary from
and
Icy
Stare,
though.
unarmed.
Oh, they're gonna go back to like a B.
They just have to go B, and it is a weak setup for once. VP have had some great great B stacks in this game. This is not one of them. It's Flit with full util. It's Fame up close. But they're getting drawn into this mid fight. They have abandoned the B site in its entirety. They need both these kills, and they need them clean.
Yeah.
Hooksy gets out inside of the smoke.
Walking through it is Hooksy.
No way. Back turn. Back
Walking
turn.
right through.
Oh.
Flit gets gone on in time, but wasn't ready for a second player.
They're in
So
B.
they can't double up. They've gotten through the B site in the meantime. Look, Hooksy was the guy that kept Astralis in this game. Now it's down to the rest of them to finish what he started. 3 on 4. Stare wounded. Him and Device only armed with Tech 9s. The odds are in VP's favor, but we have seen them fumble these rounds to the clock. It can't be another case of mismanaged time for Virtus Pro. They're closing the gap in through the tunnels. Icy left alone to watch for the push out in mid.
Oh no.
Yabi gets dinked. Time still getting away. Device and Yabi come up with kills. Fame's trying to complete. Where's he going? There isn't time for this.
Absolute cinema.
OT denied. Hooksy keeps them in it, and then the rest of Astralis seal the deal on Dust 2.
Unbelievable map win to do it with Tech 9s on the empty B site. Astralis steal VP's map away, and they do it in style through all of the overtimes. 19-17 with Inferno in the pocket and a chart-topping performance from Hooksy. I ask you, Richard, how do Astralis look today, dickhead?
Dickhead. Oh, shit.
Wow, what a throw. Also, you've stolen Hooksy's line if I'm interviewing him. But anyway, look, I'll tell you how they look today. They look like they're playing Virtus Pro, and that's the most Virtus Pro way to lose.
Oh, I gotta rewatch Hooks' 4K here.
Their theoretical best.
It's also, listen, credit where it's due. Usually when VP grind it back like this, when they drag it down to double OT, triple OT, it's usually VP who somehow manages to come out on top. But Hooksy, man, Giga Chad for a reason, am I right?
How about this? The Giga Chad has now led Astralis to more wins on Dust 2 in this tournament than Cadian did his entire tenure on Astralis.
You've done him dirty there with that stat.
It's sad. They were 1-11 with Cadian on Dust 2. They are 2-1 in this tournament. And look, it wasn't pretty. Let's be real. Both these teams kind of illustrated both sides.
Device sometimes with his 2-taps though.
When they're playing together,
Now,
when they're on point, they
gave us the highlight.
There's these moments that both these teams suffered in this game that
there it is.
hesitated. They were disjointed. They were peaking one by one. They weren't on the same page. They were burning the clock. Like, this is the nightmare side of it as well that we saw throughout this game.
Yeah, and look, I think we set up everything perfectly. Like, it's very rare for me, you know, sometimes you do a death segment, you say something, it doesn't come to pass. I think we saw every narrative element come into play in this game. We talked about how it's a tale of two IGLs, you know, how good can Hooksy be? We talked about how Electronic's been missing, missing again. We talked about, you know, Stown should be the star player in games like this. Wasn't. But look, let's just talk about the big one, and that is Hooksy. We all wondered how good would he actually be individually? Because look, we can have the back and forth about whether he's a good IGL, whether tactically he's, you know, in the right place, all of that stuff. One thing we can all agree on, his output was poor. It was poor even by IGL standards, and he said, I'm going to go work on that. He's been doing it. And listen, I wasn't a believer. Of course I wasn't a believer, because everyone says that, but they don't do it, and he is doing it.
Straw is back cinema.
It's such a convincing fashion because, again, Rich, like, you know, 13 opening duels he's being a part of in that series. He's the one going up ahead, but more importantly, it's not just about you know, his aim getting better, just a raw mechanical ability, but his just, shall we say, confidence in taking fights, right? He's like, yeah, I'm going to outduel you. He's not going in anymore as a sacrificial lamb to the slaughter. He is the butcher.
They made a great personnel change on the Astralis CT side that has paid dividends. That was moving Stare out of the A long anchor position, letting him be more mobile in middle, and putting Hooksy at long A anchoring instead. And Hooksy did a fantastic job defensively for Astralis on that side more often than not.
Second shot. Oh, yeah. That's the wrong one.
Right here.
Oh yeah, I forgot I had the IRL one there.
He wouldn't push through the smoke. He wouldn't even be alive at this stage in the round. And yet, there he is. That is a playmaker's play, not an IGL.
Even around out preceding that, right? Just a push coming out from long as well. We saw, I think it was Electronic holding the angle, instant flick coming in, like a lizard brain flick. The guys are putting the word individually, but also I want to say, and again, this comparison I wanted to highlight. I know PGL have done him dirty here, but I just need to highlight the sheer difference, the gulf. It was a dirty game. It was a messy game. There were some good rounds called. There were some bad rounds called. But the difference maker was the IGL of Astralis stepping up to the plate and delivering. And Electronic, by the way, he was 4 and 12 at one point.
You see, you read my mind, player. What I was going to interject with there is that, look, even you can look at raw stats, but it's like not all kills are equal. And a lot of Electronics were meaningless in a way.
Just
very low impact, you know, low ADR. And it's like I say, at some point, Virtus Pro, for me, need to think about what are we going to do to get old Electronic back? You know, maybe look to bring in a new
it's simple. Just get an IGL. Just get a new IGL in. Simple as that. Stop being scared.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
Even if you did, I don't know that Electronics Form is ever going to get back to the way that it used to be, right? This guy used to be a star player next to Simple on Navi. This guy used to be stars of teams when he was, you know, building his way up to that Navi join. And he's just not the same guy anymore, unfortunately. Like, it's not saying he can't be a good player somewhere. He probably could.
Listen,
if never going to be one.
If Huxu could go to the gulag for a year and just like work out like Rocky did in Rocky 4 and come back, but I'm just saying anyone
there's
can.
There's a difference between the Giga Chad and Electronic. There's a big difference there.
Well, it's a mindset difference, and I just say Huxu's winning right now.
Definitely. I mean, look, let's now look ahead to the next map, right? Because this is, for me, Astralis' best map overall. I think we can also say in the Huxi era, Ancient ain't the play. That could still be to come. But Inferno, for me, has been their best map for a while. Even going back to the Cadian era. And, you know, they should be comfortably 2-0ing this at this point for me.
So, yeah, the way I look at it is this. Like, the Astralis was the one map that they actually were playing very well. They're in that Cluj run. They use it to great effect. And with Huxi on the team, they actually haven't changed anything. All the positions are exactly the same. Everyone kind of slots in naturally. And when I saw them play against Pain earlier this tournament, they were just running a lot of fast A splits, up lane or R traps, and just trying to keep it simple and fast, keep people in positions they're comfortable in, and just try to play it out that way. Meanwhile, for Virtus Pro, I feel like they're a very hit or miss team, and it's what version of VP are we going to get this game? The one that plays decisive and goes for it and trades effectively, or the one that sits back, plays hesitant, plays too slow, doesn't get any map control, doesn't have any presence, and then therefore drops the ball. And that's what I saw at the end of that Dust 2 game.
Look, I just feel like Flit needs a little bit more help here, right? I see, of course, with the AWP still pretty serviceable, but I feel like the other two, Fame and Flamus as well, you know, the young star getting picked up, they've just been too up and down. It seems like the Flit show. But I agree with Dust over here. One thing we saw from Astralis, what they've done a lot in the T sides, we saw it in Dust 2 as well, near the end of regulation. We saw it on the other maps the games have played. They're keeping it simple, right? They're just deathballing into the bomb sites, but when they're doing it, it's very clinical. The flashes are on point, the pathing is really good, the spacing is almost like chef's kiss coming out from them. And as long as they're able to do that, it should be just a map in the pocket.
And here's the thing, VP are capable of doing similar things when I see them play this map well. But again, I've also seen maps where they just look completely flat. And so what I need to see this game is I need to see Flit, who's been playing well all tournament, dominate Banana. You have to control that, otherwise you're going to lose this game. And then I just want to see Flamus come alive, man. Like, I've seen hints of brilliance from him. I know he can entry very well. He's their other aggressor. I just need their aggressors to actually be aggressive and have good supporting tools and actually go for it. Play confident.
And can someone just, like, I don't know, buy them a watch or a clock that right next to them, be like, ding, 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 you're running out of time.
It took me back. I felt like I'd gone back in time and I was watching old school Flipside.
Yeah,
old school Flipside.
On that team, by
but that's a long time ago. You heard that.
Serious point.
I think so, right?
Yeah, I think so. To make
it's weird to see the biggest actually losing against Pass.
There has to be a switch in tempo.
I mean, Mobs and Heavy God is firing off, which is good. They're supposed to be.
They just don't do it often enough. That's my problem. It's so hit or miss.
And it's also like sometimes it's on Dust 2 as well that have an idea. They'll be, all right, we're going to be going for this B hit. Suddenly there's a smoke. They're like, all right, we're going to go all the way back towards long. Oh, well, there's another smoke over there.
Also, how far has Grimbo
and they just don't know what to do. They get caught like a deer in headlights. Just save in that case or just go for the
Put it this way, if I'm Astralis right now, I'm just thinking, hey, just let's keep a smoke at the end of the round, because with 20 seconds on the clock, whichever bomb site they turn up to, they're going. Put that smoke down.
They play so slow and so much map control, and they get so frightened by one little piece of utility, one little forward angle. They don't want to pop flash and trade together and push in. It's like you got to do something at some point, otherwise you're playing to the last 30 seconds and you're leaving yourself out the dry.
Huxi won a 1v3 without doing anything.
Yeah,
exactly. Which,
Wild,
you know, kind of all things considered. Anyway, I mean, look, do we feel this is it? This
It's a 2-0.
Astralis in the playoffs?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that's where we're at.
I'm seeing too much of the wrong side of the dichotomy that is VP.
Okay, right. Well, that's it. That's it from us. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to see if our analysts are right and Astralis book their place in the stadium. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Good morning, high five dong, the shareholder room. Oh, is that the thing?
Virtus.pro make their entry into Astana with a new coach, but the same team that we've been able to see take part in the event since 2025. Let's see what positive changes it can bring. And to talk through some of it with me, I've got Electronic, the leader of the team. So, Electronic, let's look at this. You have a pretty bad result in Melbourne. Instantly, the coach change comes in. We see Finn get added to it as well. Was this something that was potentially happening before Melbourne? Was this something that just happened because of what happened in Melbourne? How did it happen? What was the decision behind it?
Our ambitions is to be a tier S team.
Yeah.
It didn't happen.
Every time you hear Electronic speak, it's a little bit like
team changed.
What I see is we see like a result where I say, okay, Virtus.pro is looking better, and then it was back down, not a good result, an early exit from a tournament. What is it for you that you put that down to? Because at first, yes, you have two players less experienced, but we see the potential in these players of what they can do. How do you see it? What is the problem here right now?
I don't know. I mean, like, we are just trying to make them more confident, you know, in some situations. Like, we have to learn a lot of things, learn a lot of strats. They have to, you know, they have to follow it, for example. And I mean, like, when they will follow it, when we will have all the strats that we need, you know, for a game, I guess they will pretty confident and they will show their potential because they're really high skilled players. I can see it, you know.
I think we can all see it
from practice, at least, you know. And I mean, it's all about their mindset, you know. They have to be more confident in the game, and we are just trying to make them more confident. Probably, you know, I'm trying to be less emotional.
You're thinking about this clip?
Yeah. I mean, everybody just learning something new, you know, just trying, practicing, and hoping that we will be a good team. And I'm just trying my best to be a best leader for them. I hope in nearest future I can be.
I'm really happy to hear that you want to work on this and you want to make these steps forward, right? You want to get back to the top, be an S-tier team, be successful. Part of trying
I don't
to be
know. I'm
successful
trying
with
to
this
listen
is now
to this
having Finn as the
interview,
coach,
but
though, so let's talk about him. What is he adding for you already? I know it's a short amount of time, but like, what does he bring to the table that helps you?
I think he's focusing more for individuals, you know.
Okay.
He wants people to be in the shape always, you know, so they can shoot unreal shots, for example, you know, they can make highlights and stuff like that. I guess this is the first thing I can see, you know.
Nice. Now, a lot of people might not remember as well, but it's obviously Finn had experience looking after the Gambit youngsters, into Cloud9 as well, on that side of things. Does he have a similar view of the game as you, or do you have like different, because you come from different schools, you know, like he was on one team, then you were Blade?
No, I mean, for me, my games is like, I've been playing a lot with the elder players, you know. For example, I've been always youngest player of the team before I joined Navi, and then they joined us, you know. I always was youngest player, so I understand what.
Damn. 12-4.
I can't believe, like, one, I was like, oh,
Task 12-6.
Two asking, a long range. Maybe I'll call it mid-range. But a distance.
I'll give you at a distance.
Yeah, at a distance, he's still connected.
This is a team that came second on a tournament just not too long before this one.
I'm talking French player cheating.
You've been tilted before. You've been tilted. But this is cooked. This goes down. Oh my God, Alex. We're going to transport you right now. CS Summit 2019.
Oh, no, don't
pre-pandemic.
Don't do it, Chaz. You didn't need to bring it up, man. We'd all forgotten about that.
It was G2.
It was.
Playing against Mouse.
It was.
Carrigan had to go to the airport early.
That's right.
They already had NATO Savic standing in.
That's right.
Regin, the coach, stands in for Carrigan. And Kenny S is in tears after the loss.
Because you lost to Regin and Devil Walk.
It was NATO Savic.
NATO Savic. Sorry, Devil Walk. Sorry, no, that was a stray.
Devil Walk.
That was a stray.
Devil Walk. That's definitely not there. There was no Devil Walk there.
Why did I just conflate
I don't know how you confuse NATO Savic and Devil Walk.
I don't know. Both kind of similar.
In a way.
In a way.
Both from Denmark or Sweden.
Yeah, both from Denmark or Sweden. So.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, Taz almost got an entry there.
Potentially. Double nades, chunk down Hades.
Are you gonna jump again? Jump. Like, Taz is up con?
He couldn't be more.
He's already got full con control. 1 minute 28.
This is a feel-good story.
Oh, no.
JDC and Hyped have messed it up.
Oh,
Now
no.
another entry, another multi. And Big are about to get single-digit blown out on their map choice. It happened against VP.
Where is the cover? You were looking window.
This team's mental.
I think the game has almost started. So if they lose this round, we're gonna either way go over to the other one. What up, Sapple? How you doing, buddy?
They just need to get the bomb. There's 50 seconds.
Oh no, man.
Crimbo's found a kill in the meantime. Hades with another incision, but this one, it just feels so done. The bomb's picked up now. Heavy God might get caught. Oh, Tabs is going short. So there's a chance.
Very small.
Snacks has this kill.
To right, yeah, cleans up Crimbo. It's only
There it
Tabson,
is.
the last man standing, the last bastion of hope for Big Clan, or a 2-0 elimination from PGL Astana.
They're trying to knife him. They're trying to knife him.
They wouldn't. They shouldn't. They won't. But Snacks gets it done.
30.
Unable to
2-0.
lead VP to victory.
Big. If Taz can do it, you can do it.
Have been having success on at this event. Wins over
I potentially need to play in a high tier level team then.
A T side straight into B.
Ooh.
Device waiting for this flank and in a great position to deal with it. VP. Flamus has made it a bit more interesting with that double on the flank, but Flit will get iced out and no one has to peek to Flamus here. A deflating start to Inferno as they get mauled on that fast banana flank. Flamus is to save Astralis.
I don't think they ever would have been
things off
interested
strong
in
on
me.
Inferno with a pistol in their back pocket. That's every pistol in the series going the way of Astralis. Now, they haven't been able to convert on them. That is where they have fallen down every single time. Let's see if that changes now, though. On with the wind in their sails. Maybe this is their first conversion.
We'd certainly hope so, especially with the, as you say, momentum essentially of that previous map. A victory in a very tight game. Not easy to edge VP out in double overtime. Yet they manage it. Nice double up for Device.
Okay,
VP, of course, forcing up, knowing what's possible here. Not many smokes, though. So you won't be buying time in this round. Gonna have to fight Astralis head on. Ignore me, sorry. There's 4 smokes dropped in a little pile outside of the B site. Thank you, Jay. So VP will just block this B site for Astralis. Already see what they're up against. Go back towards the A side of the map.
They like to sub information. Hooks the top 20. All right, now you're just saying it too much now.
5-7 up close. I don't need to tell you.
Where's Forrest now? He's in Astana. He's just vibing.
Smoke in there, and they try to play through it. Stair goes for the swing.
Here we go.
An aggro move, arms Flammus with this Galil. And Astralis have a change of heart. They can't come through the apartment, so they try now to get out through short. Hooksy hoping to catch players rotating in. Sound struggling, and it might be more of these fall downs versus force buys for Astralis. They've won every pistol round in the series so far, and they have converted none of them.
Saw that G2
one. Second round every single
I need to do one thing before we go into the next round.
VP 3 out of 3 on the most important round in the game, which is that second.
So you guys know.
That's a disaster class for Astralis. No other way to put it. Going through this app smoke. What were they hoping for? No moto smoke on an A hit?
Oh wait, that's the wrong one. There we go.
Desperation for Astralis. It comes in so late.
You imagine that's because the plan had to change, right? They were going contact apartments, so didn't want to give anything away by telegraphing the hit. It's when that smoke comes in and they lose Stair, they lose that purchase.
Give me a second shot. I will do it soon.
Bring it in on the fly.
Don't worry, don't worry.
On the anti-eco, on the anti-force buy, you know what VP are going to have. It's going to be 5-7s. Quick flash, a pop flick through the smoke, and it's a slaughter onto Astralis. Not looking like they're going to turn
the nade
on their own force buy. 2-on-4, burning out. And we are back in for VP. Control of this game
passenger just destroyed Big Mirage.
I mean, I think it's going to be like easy to go kind of doomer on VP here after losing Dust 2, right? Just because of that was supposed to be their safe map in this series.
Yes.
But Astralis won that in spite of like Hooksy having one of his best games ever, Device up there alongside him, multiple Hooksy multi-kill rounds. He's going to have to keep that going again because, you know, the rest of the gang was still fairly quiet for Astralis. Meanwhile, for VP, Flit had a really, really good game. He was looking at lights out.
There you go.
You know, guys like Icy started to find his impact and come alive. Right now for Astralis, it kind of feels like Hooksy has to repeat that performance from Dust 2. Or you need to get the rest of the gang switched online. Diaby did have a fair few contributions down the stretch, but still waiting for a bit more mileage out of Stown in this series.
Aw, couldn't we get like a Glock kill there? Ah, the burst, at least it was a headshot there.
That's all the way back in a spawn step.
Comeback.
I believe that's what the kids call cringe these days.
I think that's right.
But it's all good. That was the eco round. A lot of money already for Virtus Pro, and they're going to play bonus here as well to try and sweeten the deal. 2 Galils, 3 MP9s. It's a money-making game right now for VP. This is where they're trying to stack that cash high and set themselves up for the rest of the half.
Okay, just to my edit to your team, Chris, was a fun little project to set my mind to for a few days, but now for focus on the games. Oh! It's not too late, Christopher.
Astralis do fall down here. That is worst
case
scenario in this map opening.
I gotta go
like
look into it.
Per player.
Yeah.
So entrenched already on the CT side, and you're only up against this weakened buy of mostly SMGs. So it's very important for Astralis that they find this rifle round.
These can still be really hard rounds to break through, right? VP playing a quad A with 3 MP9s. It's not a guarantee by any means.
Don't
switch on
talk
balcony as
about
well.
Putting a
So
by the way.
there are ways this can go very wrong. Yabi in apartments gets his first, but there's still a trade. Electronic won't upgrade. It's a nice 1-2 punch there for VP. Astralis will end A, but they want Stound to cause a ruckus first. Smoking off CT, and Flit's not going to buy it. They keep the stack on A. Now they know. That's weird. Just walks in.
Well, now they know he's here as well. Icy still able to hold on with one.
Could have. 10 seconds.
And now they got to try and make the play, creeping through. Did he spot Graveyard? Thought he did, but Stound.
Good rate. Good crossfire either way.
Radar, and Astralis will take down the VP bonus round.
Nice trades out of Stound there. Needed that
Pretty
one.
cool name though, right?
Absolutely could have won the round by just killing Stound in that position there. It would have been 2v1 with a rotate in time. Stound crouches under. Electronic think he can get a cheeky position, not aware the device is also here. And nice to know that nade doesn't work, I see. Thank you for your service.
Well, Border. How you doing, buddy? Oh, like
Kazakh Orpa
him,
looking to
right?
make it to the playoffs here.
His name was
Astana.
Kim, right? No, Luke?
Holodoy made it earlier.
Was it Luke? No way.
Icy's going to have to really come back in this series if VP are to do the same.
Luke or Kim, right? Or was it Kim?
Break
Okay.
that bonus round, but that only allows a full buy here.
See,
now.
my memory serves me right
Icy.
a little bit.
Triple B setup. Astralis are going to seemingly go into it. They've taken mid-control
Saturday
right
got
now.
super fucking scammed by Nielsen.
And the bomb will leave, so avoiding this triple B, and VP get curious.
It's Fame teeing them up with flashes to retake top banana, but there's some punishing
Decent
util
night.
from
Aww.
Astralis. Kind of a horrible peak for Stare. Gift over the man advantage. Flit is also playing through this. I mean, you know, he's seen what a smoke push can do. He's like, well, I've seen what you've done for others, but he won't get it for himself.
Device shows him some reason.
But it was triple B.
Running.
So still 2 to get through, including that Icy AWP. Fame makes quick work of the stragglers. And this one looks to peter out. Yabi left saving.
I mean, we'll be
lose Flit on a risky play. Its play feels free to make.
I was hoping he had a bomb for a second, and then it would be like, you know, fuck it.
Him dying, if anything,
I'll see if I can cook something up, you know.
To commit to that.
It's true. And Icy picks a nice position with the AWP, considering he's very low as well. You don't really see dark mollies nowadays. There are lineups, but
not like this.
More commonly, the molly that spreads to both boost and
I've been having
oranges.
Hoopsie Pain right now. Chat.
And of course, the new box
Hoopsie
molly
Pain.
is a classic. Been seeing a lot of teams just get kills with just
Not a
util over the wall
Hoopsie shot,
as of
you know.
late.
Or is it Giga Hoopsie?
See, like it's this 1-5 start for Hooksy. This was my kind of initial concern, was expecting him to do that twice over. Even though he's been having a good tournament and put up decent numbers, last game was phenomenal.
It was an anomaly.
He hit very, very hard, but it is asking a lot for him to do that 2 times over. So that's where the rest of
G2's
Astralis
there,
are gonna
right?
have to fill the void.
And Stout
And then
dropped
we
from
have
4th rated
Odic,
player of the event to 8th rated
and we
player
have
after that
G2.
map, even though they won it. So he really had a tough
So,
time as an individual.
I don't
Only just
know.
outfragged
We'll see who we actually have in
so,
here.
like, this is a game where you do need Stout, you do need Yabby to show up. Because Stair's been iffy today. And I agree, you can't expect Husi to do that again, especially on a map like Inferno. He got a lot of that done just on CT side Dust 2 in good positions. Making nice plays, pushing the long flank, holding that position well. Here on Quayside Inferno, there's going to be a lot more required across the board. Everyone needs to perform. You've got to get your trades off.
I'm so bad on knowing how Swiss system works with ranking or re-ranking and
try and make it work on that B-bomb side. Just
seeding
a
or reseeding or whatever you want to call it.
In front of the smoke, and now Astralis just
not much. Turbo Trash Gaming. Hello, Skills. Hello. Come on, let's see. Aw.
Hey, now to peek Huxi with a flash. And that's a flawless round put forth from VP. What's really concerning here is just the lack of damage at any point that Astralis have been able to do. The round count is swelling out of control already. Stairs kind of keeping up his... He just looks a bit out of it, and he kind of has since the start of the series. Might just be having a rough day in the
hard
office.
To hate watch Astralis with Hooks on the roster.
And I think, honestly, like the biggest letdown for Astralis
trendy to be on
at times felt like some of their extremity players on Dust 2. The pack rolling did them well whenever they were able to get grouped.
Decided because of gear shot.
Yabby and B tunnels.
Exactly right, would be the fairly consistent source of picks for the Icy Orb. And, you know, as it's kind of to build on what you were saying in that last round, right? Like Inferno, you need everyone to deliver. Your extremity players are so valuable. You need them to be offering up results.
I don't like that.
And pretty unforgiving positions as well, right? Like taking Banana solo, even with a teammate, can be really, really hard.
Even if you're like Yabby in the apartments, largely left to your own devices, if you fall, your team lose that entire side of the map. So will be harder for Astralis here.
So
Flamus brings the heat.
You don't like the orc, but you don't want it to go bankrupt.
Oh, and Astralis, the rifle round they were waiting for is over in the
Can't
blink of an
have
eye.
both,
Entirely on VP's say-so.
Oh, and Yabby's dead. There's no way he's checking this. I love that VP have the balls to go for a play like that. 5-2 up, and they just charge 2 players down. Flamus down mid, a rifle down Banana, Icy covering, and some good flashes that render Astralis useless.
It's the freedom that comes with playing from the front, having this much money, knowing you're in such safe shape for the remainder of this game. And it's also, you know, the risk reward of what this does to your opponent. Their playbook already feels tiny, right? Like, nothing's really working here. You're expecting some slow rounds out of Astralis as they try to figure out something in the mid-round. And you throw it all to disarray. Whatever they had planned for this rifle round, they didn't get to do. And now it's another round of waiting, essentially.
It felt like Astralis was kind of ready for that, but backfired either way.
These rounds can sometimes feel liberating because you don't have as much to lose. It's not a rifle round where you want to go slow. You might just do something grouped here. Not terribly uncommon to see this. Like, for a team who looks a bit dead in the water, this might be one of the better looking rounds yet. But let's see. Flit lies in wait. He is not slowed down.
No.
From his strong performance off the top of this series.
Yeah, easy to forget just how much impact he had at the start of Dust 2. He kept it going, but outshone by Huxi and Device. But he was pretty unstoppable that entire map. Got VP off to the strong start. Flash through the smoke. Fame pushed into the site. He has no vision right now, and they start pathing in, but this spacing is abhorrent. There is no one here. Fame has found his 2, make it 3, and there's a long lurker to get a kill for consolation, but VP will take that every day of the week. 7-2. Absolutely dominating Astralis on the Danes map pick.
Yeah. And, you know, this is what Dust could have looked like if Hooksy didn't drop 30 kills.
I became sick.
Yeah. Yeah.
And also, it was like 5 years ago. So it's been a long time ago. And,
I mean, it's not a map
my
that
motivation
play,
to
right?
be a
like,
pro
I think
wasn't
that was
up
also
to
the
pair what
surprising
it was
part.
necessary for me.
Astralis have not had a good time.
keep
They
going,
lost 7 out of
basically.
their last 8 Dusts coming into today. Inferno VP play. They beat Falcons at Rivals on this map. They beat Maus last PGL in Bucharest. They're no strangers to Inferno. And Flit's very comfortable in Banana.
While they're no strangers to it, Astralis are looking like
This
they
is
are.
a very
A lot
one-sided.
of these pushes have felt super desperate and disjointed. The fact that Device nearly
Device
died
almost
there
died?
is so worrying.
Oh, Lord.
What's our third map? I'm just asking.
Just for no reason.
Yeah, yeah.
CS Legacy
Okay, interesting.
is the 1.6 one.
Remember that.
It's in the top left
Right,
of the
sure.
screen. Like,
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it disappeared.
It's the classic offensive who got a cease and desist letter.
Besides, it was more just for the bit anyway.
It's a good bit. It's a good bit. Yeah, I mean, but Astralis, hey, they were down, what, 8-4? And they lost both 4 spies. But
Oh, so they just have to do it again.
yeah, just suddenly wake up. VP
You're dead by
just
electronic.
walking this one over the line. It's just a slow, sad crawl for Astralis. This is what we're more used to, I'd say, for this team. I'm still hanging on to some hope that they can make this interesting, but right now VP are playing
Appreciate
like
Alice.
they want playoffs. Icy
Hooks
have a
not
great
carrying,
performance,
lose, Judy.
10-3.
Dude, the thing that just feels like there's so many problems right now from like
he's
weird
died quite early a
timings,
lot,
unsupported pushes. They're getting outmaneuvered by
I think
very
like a
confident
B rush
Virtus
would
Pro.
probably be a good
There's
idea.
a lot of fires that
Or like
guys
a
like
A
Hooksy are
rush.
trying to put out. So how does he recover?
I would like to see a fast round right now. I'd like to see some set play, right? You run up mid, like you do a Falcons-esque, molly mid, smoke mid, pop long, go quick with Tech 9s, because these slow petering out rounds are just sad, really. And VP's individuals are showing up. That's good info for Flit. Oh, that molly does force a decision. He could have smoked it. He chooses to stay. And that's all for the benefit of VP because no one is in Banana.
Even in these 5-man hits, they've often kind of got a bit strung out for Astralis. This time, though, it's a lot more grouped over on long. That's a good trade. And a missed
Oh,
shot from
no!
Icy looks to give them a way in. Can Flamus close this window of opportunity for Astralis? Yes, it's looking like he can. Flamus from down in the pit, aware he's getting wrapped through upper. Flamus, a lot on his plate, will get overran. Stound's gone aggressive, but they know they have him trapped in the library. They're aware of this.
Woo.
Deleted, Flit found, but Fame plays around this bomb. Fame plays forward, goes looking for the device AWP and will get snuffed out. Spacing far better there for Astralis as they once more try to scrape by on a 4-round half.
Here's what I'll say, winnable. Like, there we go. Yeah, look for 4. Astralis go for a quicker Tech 9 approach.
Yeah,
They
but they
trade out
green
really
lighted
nicely
in
on every A
what was
player.
it,
No one
18?
overcommits. No one gets caught on their
And I
own.
don't
Stound
think
gets a little trap, but
it's gonna
Device
be green
bails him
light
out. And Stound hits
forever
bang
in
on
that
the
way.
Tech
I
9
don't know.
too. It's
I
the
don't know how
icy
it
missed orb shot that would have made this round a 5v3 that would have been VP certainly.
And, you know, much like Hooksy was doing on Dust 2, where he was calling a lot of these just grouped, packed plays, I hope that that's the solution here for Astralis. I hope they run it back again and don't lean into one of these slower rounds. They've tried to take away this banana control early.
Oh, Flit's going again.
Nabi trying to make his play out through mid, has Stare with him, and they do find this timing.
Crucial trade in Electronic rotating back his court. They were double app setup. No one had mid info. The timing is hit. Flamus tries to play behind, but he knows they're going B. He goes for the big flank. He goes for the bomb. Uh-oh.
Sharp missed opportunity, but Device hangs around. Stound just got found with the nade. Device is to go. Device is to get away from Banana. Can't risk losing the bomb here, but he hangs around. And now it's only Stare. Been having a very rough go at it across the entire series.
A friend of mine was gonna actually give me
his
tickets to
line
go
on this swing out from
watching
the coffins.
football. I was so
Astralis
sad.
thought they were onto a winner there. They had the full
But
wrap
today
over this
I'm gonna
B-side, but Bomb lost at Banana, and a valiant hold from the last remaining B
gotta
player
start,
keeps VP with a 9-3
taking
scoreline.
meds for
They're
my
out for blood here on Astralis's map pick.
visit to the hospital on Monday.
Reset for VP to lose a game like that, but it wouldn't be VP
do
if
a
they went
test.
down without a fight.
Gotta
I guess
clean
you
my
could
body.
say, looking to long this series out to a
So,
third
it's
map.
gonna be
Flit
so-so.
had a great game on Dust 2. It slipped through his fingers. He was able to have more impact in this one somehow, able to win more rounds by just shutting out those B plays round after round. And Icy, okay, yeah, he has that one whiff to let the Tech-9 play in, but otherwise he
Have
was
they started the other
commendable
game, by
on
the
the
way?
AWP, locking down B just as much. So
We're gonna be watching a Aurora later night.
And unfortunately, if we follow in the track record of this matchup,
Nips and the top
Astralis gonna win
30.
the pistol and then lose the
Had the
force.
little yes, it
Thrice
hurt.
it's happened. How about the quad?
Even that, like, being an issue, you know, that
No,
would
it's
have been one way
not,
to recover
Boban.
this scoreline.
I
Convert
have
the
a
pistol for the
chronic
first time
disease.
in this series. You've had 3 chances. If they did, you know, this would be a
Yeah,
far
exactly.
more respectable. Like,
that's-
even if the streak had remained,
A friend
for
of mine,
VP,
he has
they put all those rounds together in succession. in the
he
middle
has
of the
wrote to
half,
me. We talked about
you'd
it,
still
going and
be
watch
sitting pretty
games because we're both cheering for the
7-5,
same team.
maybe even
And we didn't know
6-all.
that for a while, and then he was
That
like,
was just
let's
the
do like
beginning of
this
the problems
whenever
for
he wants to
Astralis,
go
though. It
and
never
like
got better in those
have
rifle
time and effort
rounds.
for
With
it.
VP having so much
Hola.
cash all half long, they had ultimate freedom as to how they played that CT side. Astralis at their full mercy, and this was not evident from the scoreline, but VP aren't exactly being merciful right now.
You can't
They're
cure
playing really
my
aggressive and oppressive
No,
CT
I can't.
half.
This is also
I've
awkward,
had
right?
my
Like,
stomach
for
disease for
Astralis,
way too long.
you know
Water
you have to win
cleansing
this
is
pistol
not
if you want
gonna
any hope, and you've at least won every pistol so far. So there's things to look
randomly
forward
make
to,
me
but
cure from my sickness.
it's Inferno where even just a stack in the wrong place can just decide the outcome of this round.
Smoke at B.
Not like you feel like you have a great read over VP in this game so far either.
Yeah, you just have to hope your individuals bail you out right now. And Stown with a re-clear of mid will be really well timed here to give Astralis some confidence in this B hold. They've just checked it at 45. At this point, you can be pretty sure VP are going B. Hooksy can re-flash. The lurker is dead. Astralis know it's up.
And they know they have their stack in the right place.
I went through.
Hooksy tries his hand at the timing
Google
shot.
it, by the way. All of them had 1-star
Ice and wait
reviews,
for
by the way.
deleted. Oh, God.
I don't know.
Hooksy tries to...
Oh, everybody.
I was a little bit
good
so on
news,
that
they
pistol round,
can't
to be
lose
honest.
the Ant-Eco if they don't win the pistol.
That's true. And what is that third map again?
Ancient.
Ah, yes. The death POVs are remarkable.
No, there's one of the viewers over at YouTube. He recommended. He said I should do a water fasting and it's gonna cure my body. I was like, nah, it doesn't work like that. And then he wrote the doctor's name, and then I googled the doctor's name, and then I
players
wrote
rooted in
there, and then
place,
it
not really
was
playing
like
off of each other, and that's felt like
one review.
The
out of
losing
5 stars.
recipe to a lot of these rounds for Astralis. They haven't had good trades in this map. They haven't been playing off of each other. That was a triple B setup, and you got handed a series of 1v1s if you're Virtus Pro. And considering this is meant to be Astralis on a high coming into this map, you know, like this is meant to be them feeling good.
If this was map
I
1,
don't
it
know
would make sense.
where the synergy's gone.
It's Inferno, man. It gives and it takes. More so takes. Blown out of this game. Woo. And Icy, what a resurgence as well. Don't think he got an AWP kill in the first half of Dust 2. Took till the second to actually find any impact. Now he's 12-4. Looking to make his mark here in Astana. Hometown hero.
Ready to get wrecked by Richard as well when we give it back to them?
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. I think you're I think you're living on borrowed time, brother.
I don't know. It's a BO3. I regret nothing.
Well, VP are out in top.
If I'm going by private or public? What up, Marcus?
Even now, though, they don't commit. Making noise.
One guy sent me this website with
player on the
keys for
extremities
cancer.
flit over towards that B site just to leave a backdoor option open, and it looks like they might try and use it.
I mean, the thing is like this, natural things are the best things for the body in general, right? But there is a lot of reasons why a lot of the medicines didn't work back in those
there's
times.
nades on Virtus Pro to break that open. They're just waiting for these CT players to close the distance.
Oh, okay.
Nice shot for Stown, but he's going to need a bunch more of them. As Habyabi Eagle continues.
All right.
He joins the fray. It's just
Hooks is alive though. Needs to play the time.
Out on the spawn side, doesn't play the delay. They give Flit a very claustrophobic feeling here, making noise in the temple and at Banana. Flit doesn't know what to do.
All right. Stars is back.
Locked in that 1v5. Got the first couple, but bomb gun, didn't know where to go. And it's Astralis who find a force buy off the back of Stown's Deagle as well. Two very well placed shots. Hypnotic even. So Astralis flipped the script, Harry. They learned how to do it the other way. Lose pistol, win force, way better strategy. VP broke. Just a galil for Flit.
I'm doing okay, buddy. How you doing, buddy?
This also means now no one in this series has converted their pistols. VP joining their ranks. Those force buy rounds have been threatening. Getting that smoke out of Stair with a minute left feels nice for VP. They know that there's no more block remaining for the apartments, that this util started to run out in the A site, and so that's going to trigger them to hit this go button. They play through the top mid smoke right into the Stown Hooksy crossfire, taking it out of the apartments.
Yeah, you gotta survive.
Man.
He's just not feeling it.
No, he's having a rough.
You can tell from POVs in just a couple of rounds of Dust 2, and it's kind of gotten worse.
He's running into walls.
Yeah. Jumping down corners.
It won't cost them the
there
round.
It is.
It's just
can't be really
there
cured
will
easily by
come
anything
around
natural
where
because
Stair,
most
you
of
know,
it
is in the position to make all the difference.
I
mean, and it's like,
so it can be prevented.
You know, you can be having a rough day. You can just be not feeling it. That's fine. But you have to answer the call in those moments where you're dependent on.
The thing is, like,
he's
with
the pit player, like, he has to be the reliable guy for this Astralis CT side if they were ever going to come back in this monstrous game.
Shouldn't overdo X or Y thing.
There's no way you can get through by having no impact. It's one of the most important positions.
The livelihood and what we do nowadays is completely different than 100 years
Still
ago.
time,
Oh, 50 years, 30 years ago.
Oh my God. He had that lined up for a long time. One shot of spam and Flip pulls the trigger. Hooksy's been deleted through the smoke.
Oh, careful.
Oh, you happy with
All right. Oh, no.
Put some distance.
Like this.
Get away. VP.
Yeah, they just wanted the gun.
Block. They're content with a 5-on-4.
That's how you know you're scared. You molly and then you insta-smoke
I haven't stood up for a while. Oh, well, actually,
and it's fine, because VP, yes, they get a gun, but they have Glocks, they have no armor. The Stown SMG should turn them into chunks.
My lifestyle. Oh, yeah, I mean, you also went through it twice. Sorry, I'm laughing. That's not cool, but still.
But this was one
it's more like ironic
in this round.
laughter.
So you hope that even as Flick,
I'm just happy it went so well the second time.
Cleanly here by the Astralis squad.
Super happy with that.
Retrieved Galil.
No, I know. I mean, the thing is like this, you know, when things are like bad,
they've crossed out long side.
like all the negative things and so on, you should always try to use humor because that helps way more than people think.
Stown gets told to come back and lend a helping hand.
Stair's seen everything.
Oh no.
Oh, that's great.
And, you know, he's popping his chest out. He's looking threatening, and that's good at least to let Stown and Device farm up those remaining kills.
I feel like even Stair not shooting there gives VP like this false confidence. Like they've hit some great timing. Astralis don't know. Electronic Plant's a bit too open. So nice multi-kill for Stown. Stop that ego from really getting anything done. Sure, they kill Hooksy. But 10-6, 3 rounds in a row. Never say never.
They can't come back again. Surely,
wait, I thought you were.
And like, Astralis looks so dead in the
thought you
water in
were
that first half.
cleared out,
It's an even worse half scoreline than what they were able to get on Dust 2. But they are making something happen here. 3 rounds in a row, all of them kept fairly clean, starting to build up some money. This is the VP Gum round to decide how excited we get for another Astralis comeback. This is one where it's dangerous to buy in early. You don't know what's happening. So we'll hold off. Reserve judgment. VP. Trying to get back to their winning ways.
3P, how long do they dedicate here? They took bottom banana and they look to keep it. Flet has a Molotov. Oh, he's lining up one that will burn. Oh, potentially both sides, but wide and banana man, there's always a little gap. Hooksy lived on the corner there. Device flash goes for the repeat. Reliant Device on this A site, he hits his.
I mean, we were talking about, you know, Stair having one of those moments where he will get tested and have to stand and deliver. This was feeling like it could have been that round, but instead, VP want to go back and clear banana.
Now we hope it goes
Hooksy swings first, and there's the support. This is the synergy. They're playing off of each other that we didn't get to see from Astralis in the first half. Wow. Hooksy sets the standard. The rest follow in his example.
You never see someone sit bottom banana when they're out of smokes. They cycle smokes in case the T's pop through and you have a good advantage. But then when they fade, you always leave. Instead, Astralis have 2 players, left-right setup, and Stown's jump spotting. So he just re-swings off the contact. They're believing.
And dude, the Hooksy hype, you know this guy gets loud. You know he likes to celebrate. On trend with the last captain of the Astralis squad.
Yeah, a little bit more to celebrate in this team right now. Playoffs on the line here. Astralis trying to pull this game all the way back.
After a 9-3 first half, and VP won their first pistol of the series to open up this T side. It was 10-3 in VP's favor.
Pistols are cursed, man. Don't want them anyway.
Classic.
10-3. Can Astralis find those 10 rounds they need? Device didn't fire, but Yabi will. 2 for him. Device
don't
didn't
give this
get
away.
Out. There's cover for the rifle, has to swing. Hooksy puts a bit of pressure on. They're going through that smoke. Hooksy can still hold this down, but he is all that stands on this B-bomb site. Good strike. Keeps this one alive. Flammers takes his chance to plant, but winning this round is a far cry.
Far away from his nearly 30 bomb back on Dust 2, but when it matters, Hooksy still good for the numbers.
Careful here.
Flamus on the push, though, gonna try and win this in the 1v3. Hooksy makes his play now out of the coffins, and that's when Flamus pulls up with the Tech 9. Stown left. Can he succeed where the rest of Astralis tried and failed? Yes, he can. Stown stops Flamus in the clutch, and he lets him know about it. This comeback still coming through for the Danes.
would have been ready to write Stown off after his team get obliterated by Flammers. Great smoke push. And Stown just jumps over with the hard check and wins the round.
Splints, IBS,
A
Astana,
must-win
Poland.
round just to keep Astralis believing at this point in the game.
Ooh.
A sigh of relief for Astralis. Stare can't catch a break. He comes out CT with nades in hands. But Astralis still keep fighting 5 rounds in a row. VP are just running at this B site right now.
That's a really good entry.
And Device welcomes them in. Another 5v4 given by the sniper of Astralis.
Hey, sometimes you gotta be BM, right?
If Astralis win this game, they have Device to thank. Oh, see ya.
And now Astralis are the ones starting to find these timings, right? Starting to shut down other. I mean,
Oh,
Device done this a few times now.
1 HP now, though.
That's a bad smoke. That's a really
they're coming
bad.
straight through.
Oh.
Bro, they're coming through. Wait, what are you nading?
The CT smoke missed. It was high up. He thought he was running into a CT smoke. Look at it on the roof. They missed the nade. They kill Flit. That's VP's mistake. How do you get a smoke up there? What are you aiming at?
Oh, really?
Fame.
How do people play with
He
this
knows he can't do this.
How do they do it? Like more just how like because of it, or how do you set it up for it?
Pro as another round.
You use the view model command something with X and then you do minus on it.
Down still shooting bodies as well. I can see
To make
on
it
the
easier.
screen. And yeah, okay, Flit looks silly, but
Going
he's
into this
walking through full
unfortunate,
grey
yeah.
screen into what he thinks is a smoked CT. I mean, why are VP just rushing B as well? They're really throwing away these gun rounds quickly. This is not the VP you know and hate. This is VP playing some very fast rounds, and Device is just picking them every time.
There's some hallmark signs of frustration, right? The fast rounds, the need to just try and get that round that wins you the game. Now missed util playing into it. Trust shaken for Flit, who's having a phenomenal series, top performer of Dust 2, in spite of Hooksy's heroic efforts and Device looking good. It was Flit topping the charts. That's continued here on this second map, and it might all be in vain.
He's top of the
Sent to his
server.
death in the B hit, topping the server twice over in what could be 2 horrific comeback losses.
Skin rating,
the
skin.
pick
I have
player is 4 and
none
15. Are you
skin
going to try and kill
rating.
him? VP? Are you going to try and kill
None.
Stare, the guy who has killed nobody 2 maps in a row? They haven't even attempted to lurk apartments in this T side.
I think you can see on...
He is botting out. He is a free kill right now. But you want to rush Device in B? Be my guest.
Yeah, they do just keep headbutting this B site over and over and over again.
Don't worry, this time will work. It's okay. This time will be fine.
At least that orb isn't here.
Does that look like a guy that has a skincare routine?
I think they're getting ready for like retake you.
I don't think so, Chad. I don't think so.
I mean, jokes aside,
When you played and
VP
saw
should
an
win this round because they're playing
opponent had an
double quad.
off-screen, did you guys
Hooksie can
try to
smoke the
abuse it
molly,
and make him
but
retake or try
I
to
don't know
enter
how
him?
Astralis can win this with a proper execute
Sometimes,
from
but
VP.
not often.
Here we go. Will this be round
Sometimes.
number 11?
But not often, like I said.
It's a problem. There's the extinguish. Hooksie.
Oh, no.
The full mag. He's choking. He's choking out. And Flit's going to strangle him. Dead man back at the site, and finally VP.
If it was Hooksie boost, that triple entry. You're saying. You're saying.
Beats VP on B 7 times in a row.
71 shampoo, conditioner,
that
shower
was
gel,
disgusting.
shaving cream, deodorant, toothpaste.
Does Yabby have
Engine
ping?
oil.
Are we sure he's on LAN?
Exclamation mark share. Beast. It's not the. I'm not sponsored. It's not an affiliate link or anything like that. But people come in and ask for it. So if you write !share, you can see it in the comment there.
Oh
and I got it in a good deal back in the days. Wheel shit. What the fuck?
Stare 4 and 15, and he quick switches, and they peek him.
I think it would be better if he actually had an A4 than an A1 there, to be honest.
Like, I admit, he's not had fun this map. He's been sat in pit all half, but like...
There's so many people running in, so...
That's the quick switch?
Pretty sure that's why he starts spraying
instead. That's the moment you go for it. Of course it is.
Makes sense, at least.
Well, VP have found the answer.
It's fun.
In a way, they have.
Yeah.
They finally break the 6-round streak. Whew.
Oh, God.
I'm lightheaded after that. That was good. You got me. You take this round. Go.
All right. VP. No one in banana. Astralis 4 mid. Staring apartments. Device on the porch with the orb. Stairs boosted, in fact.
He's staring at the apartments. You're right, though.
It's true. Back to B. And Hooksy has some util.
I mean, this is a hard one to figure out where VP were going, right? You got the quad A stack. You're thinking they're going to change their mind eventually. But as far as VP are concerned, there is one site in this game. And they'll go there.
They timed
again.
it so perfectly well, VP.
Pro, 2 in a row now to
that was
Look, say what you want, but
that was a good timing push.
I feel like every PGL event, you know, we get a banger Astralis match. VP forced the save, 4 alive, and Stan would love an exit kill just to keep VP a little bit honest when it comes to
he lost after that BM.
But they're all coming his way. Maybe Stan could do something big here, take some kills out. Maybe not.
No, you're gonna shoot his body now?
Map point on Astralis's pick.
Where's Flamus? Why is he not shooting the body? It was down when you remember.
Dude, I mean, the wild part is, though, through this, now he has created a big problem for Astralis, and a huge one with this hunt. Money is in a weird place. I mean, they can still buy, actually. It's fine. Ignore
That's
the money,
a lot
but here's the big
against them.
VP have done nothing but go B throughout this entire T side. And they did it, and at first it wasn't working. It felt really silly, but now it has worked twice in a row. Astralis just called their bluff that they weren't going to do it again for the map point round, right? They played 4A, just Hooksy B. What now? What now?
It's actually
do you
really,
think they're going to go B again and commit to nothing but B hits the entire second half? Or is this where they change their mind? It's one hell of a mind game that Electronic has played with Hooksy here.
The device doesn't get the orb. Oh my god.
Oh
no. And they will go B after that. They will certainly go B. Back to a third map. Icy
all right,
down
we're going to the third map, chat.
Get the hell out of here.
No devices there and just go insane here.
Through thick and thin, they enter this B-bomb site. And they leave with the map. Stare.
Oh, he's going to die in the saddest way possible.
One of the saddest games of his career.
Flamus is making noise at least.
He's dead. Don't even pretend he's going to get this kill. Okay.
Oh, wait, maybe they win this.
It's not happening. It's not happening. Turn off your screens. Virtus Pro 513. That's...
Ancient as our decider. The comeback for Astralis denied. As VP walk this one over the finish line. Nothing.
That was a great comeback from VP.
As Virtus Pro long this out and take us the
Felt
distance.
like that Astralis could have actually made it there for a
That's the
second.
problem, Hugo. When you invoke that dickhead magic, it's always today in the future. And so we're all tied up in this series. And I've got to say, it felt like it was just right in the cusp when that comeback was happening for us.
To get a double. Big Zera and Davideus both go down to try and step up from time, but Insani is delivering MIBR round wins here. Breno to clean it up. And Lakauzi spams down through the smoke. What a change up from MIBR. We're looking at them 6 rounds down, 6 in a row for Pain. And we're looking at 6 in a row being a possibility here for MIBR to respond.
This had to have been like the second time out. Like Rick's had to, I mean, not Rick's, but there had to have been some change up in the mentality and the attitude, because remember the first like 6 rounds, 2 of the rounds almost got stalled out, almost ran out of time to even make an execute happen. And now you've got Insani just throwing caution to the wind and being willing to be as aggressive as hell.
Yeah.
MIBR have found a new philosophy, a new attitude to bring into this map, and they've closed the gap to just 1 round, 6-0 to 6-5.
Yeah, double up setup on the T side.
What is this?
Not able to get it out of main, and now he's smoked off. Lucky to be.
Joey, right? I'm gonna tell you like this. I used to be a coke enjoyer, right? Then I saw the light.
I mean, yeah, the fact that they did hit B pretty much every single time is a little bit unreal. But also, if you are going to hit B every time, at least throw the right freaking smokes and CT spawn and like
take forever to check though.
Trade, have some good flashes.
Just take 15 hours to start.
Dominated by Device.
I was in 2 minds. I was planning to request PGL to maybe play that round, and then I realized, you know what? I don't think I should do
It's lagging so much now.
Viewers suffer watching the round anymore. It's so it doesn't make any sense, right? You've ecoed, you've lost, you know, you've lost some of your half buys, force.
That's the scratch right there, right?
And what did it do? Just rush B, rush into Device, and Hugo made a very valid point. Stair was having a nightmare, like sleep paralysis of a game over an A bomb site. Instead, they keep going towards B, feeding the beast that is Device.
If Stair was having sleep paralysis, this guy's the demon, right?
Yes,
he had another great match.
I'm not gonna be honest. Is that a scratch or not? It's a scratch,
I
right?
want to say this though. VP got lucky that Astralis gambled wrong on a stack, so that
scratch here.
Round. And then that last round, it's just because they naded through a smoke and were able to get a free kill on someone rushing down Banana. If it wasn't for Astralis giving them
see.
like that, they probably still have this game going on right now. We're not talking yet.
Which is crazy because all the rounds on the T side, which they lost, they rarely ever naded a smoke. Meta, right? You have the off icy, by the way, who's hitting a shot.
Not perfect, but very clean.
It's like how a lot of teams approach a T side here with Banana. Instead, just running through
not
smoke.
trade unless there's more.
And it causes these games to be just very much just like.
Wait.
1 point, and they end the half 5-7. So showing us a little bit of what they brought forward on train and why they decided to come to this map. And a little bit of the game plan that they thought would be effective. And boy, was it. For that brief 5-round stretch, MIBR took over this map.
But that is classic,
switch over to the
like Twitch thing, out of context things or whatever. You know, like when people are saying something, they try to explain, and then like they missay a little bit, like, or not missay, they say it good, but you can clip it always that it looks like, you know, really, really bad in that way.
Oh, this little play from Davideus.
And like, if you're gonna be stalled out, if you're gonna be this slow down, like someone has to watch the flank.
Yeah,
I know you're just getting to the point.
I was drinking a lot of Zero back in the days, and then when I got COVID and so on, it started tasting like shit for me, and then I went over to
if you have
Max
5
instead.
players in that position, you definitely have 1.
See, I'm even avoiding the word now, chat. You see?
Oh well, 7-5.
I'm just smarter than everyone.
Dooley's on Breno. For the MIBR defense, it's going to be Lucalzi and Breno to look towards the B bomb site. The other 3 players outside, and everyone from Pain walking through these halls towards box halls. They'll clear out pop and make sure there's not going to be any.
Also, Chatrina, can someone be ready to say whenever we need to jump over to the other one?
But a decent enough stack. When Breno, when the USP takes some contact, it looks like Breno's going to be ready with a piece of utility. Or just had a knife out to look for the pixel gap. With a quick goosh, nobody able to combine off that peak. But Breno remaining close.
The addition with DGT seems to be going pretty decent for Pain, to be honest. Just fancy.
Here comes utility raining on in over the top. Breno's going to wait at the bottom of the ramp.
I'm not sure you fancy it on a night out, John.
And the Jumper is light down the lob for just 1.
Dude, the fact that they
I'm just asking.
Defense is great. Was good.
There's no shame here. I'm just asking.
He was
okay.
Go down for free, but the fact that he saves Breno's life for him to get 1 more is very nice.
Well, 3v3 safe coming in from the brown holes. Exit's got another kill here for MIBR. No bomb plant yet. No bomb plant, perhaps.
I mean, I know it was. It's gonna be because of the prediction thing. I know it's like. or something like that. But just making sure, you know.
The initial wave of the defense looked like it was going to fall apart. Looked like the Heaven Peak was instantly going to remove the bottom ramp player.
Well, especially when the dualies stay close, lower ramp, and his teammates got no HP and is backed off, you feel like that wrapper, like if that's not an instant headshot of Lucauzi, if that takes 3 bullets instead of
very
one
much
to get the headshot, Breno probably just goes down for free because his back is turned to the attack. It's a nice shot from
Yon.
And just
got it
from the two of them to allow their teammates to clean it up. Defensive utility deployed towards T-mid, making sure nothing fast can come from this second round. No plant for Pain, no buy in this second round, only Glocks. 1 upgraded Deagle on DGT. But man, I mean, what a wild turnaround. I mean, from 6-0 for MIBR with plenty of cash, with complete control strategically and all the advantages, to just a grinded out affair down the stretch.
Yeah,
Marcus, we know you're a premium customer on that one.
I don't think the A game
0% win for both squads coming into it.
Yeah, I don't
like
think
a lot of things in your life change quite fast for us to not keep up with it. You know, new job, working overtime, going out quite a lot. Marcus, we figure it out, man. Liquid silver.
His entries that provided the hot start for MIBR storming back into this match, and now.
Right, who do you think will win today? Navi or Aurora?
All the way back, we've tied things up.
I think in general, Navi looks good. Against Mongols, he has felt like they kind of threw the game eventually. Aurora, I feel like they're a little bit unstable. So I think it's going to be a 55-60% chances for Navi, and then, you know, 45-40 in my books. But who knows? You know, it's land and CS.
The money for MIBR
that easy to see.
Free AK-47s, not having to spend much cash into this round, so very important. Pain has some production.
Marcus, I will actually come. I gotta come by and visit my management people.
Or towards the inner bomb site. I mean,
this summer.
Is Pain gonna be one of the few teams?
I'm gonna just try to plan out like for like a short weekend.
And a second kill on the MP9.
Do you know any time you're not gonna be at home or whatever? It would be nice to just catch up.
The AK-47. Earns the ball.
Either if it's not like
look how far
I mean,
away
we can always go out and have fun, but like
look,
dinner, lunch, whatever.
That's nice, and it almost feels like the MP9 shouldn't be able to be like a one-man army against 3 AK-47s like that. But we also should say Pain. That's a really weak take of Ivy for 3 players to only do 27 damage to an MP9. That's some very poor trading, some very poor swinging after the contact is made.
And are you lying? Yeah, I have too much things in July anyway. I'm going to a wedding in July, actually.
Sequence from Exit. We'll give him
and I'm
MP9
trying to not travel when I am like on a month, so I have enough time to stream and shit.
And for 28 seconds, Davideus and DGT are just
sure, Jon, sure. Whatever you're saying, I don't trust you anymore, okay, Jon?
Lucauzi and Insani, give it up. Let him have the. I mean, you can go try and get this kill through Lucauzi close by, gets the peek. And he's going to go for the running gun, spots both of them. But now you have another AK-47 for Insani to salvage. 3 rifles for free for MIBR. And this round is a huge success. Resounding success in every aspect.
You saw Helldiver, so it's a patch you can finally customize guns. Oh, really? The problem is like, Nana, with the like Helldivers, it's like hell of a fun game to play, right? When you're in a group and shit like that. But it kind of killed their own game, it felt like. Which sucks.
I'd rather defense that from Exit. I mean, this is ridiculous. In fact,
yeah, I mean, it's probably gonna be like that either way, Marcus. Like, if I'll tell the same week, I'm gonna try something. I'm coming on a weekend, so you know, or like yeah, something like that. Or like Thursday to Friday maybe or something. Depending on something.
And Box Hall's access is denied for Pain. They're gonna come in late. But now you've got this Lucauzi push, and both players knife out. Everyone's dead.
I mean, every game is like that, don't I? But I think it's just
Lucauzi wanted walking into players so they're not.
Helldiver feels like at least in my books of that little I played. I know you and Tolika and most other people have played it way more than me. But it just felt like
a 9-1 run at the moment.
There's no ending.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about. It was a
Which is like
for Pain. It was looking so good.
good, you know, but you know, like those things with the planets that take it over, whatever. I don't know.
They find a way.
Yeah, ignited by
I mean, Toliko, I think you kept playing a little bit more than I did after, though. I'm not talking massively, but
why MIBR brought it here, coming to fruition.
I don't even know how much I
Pain certainly
touched
stalled
it
out. I think
in
we're
that
also
way.
seeing some of the issues that Pain is having on train at the moment. Not a whole lot of production on this T side and the CT side.
I don't know.
Really
We
fell
can
flat
actually
down the
see, right?
stretch. So there, it's their turn to try and find a little bit of energy, some kind of a play that's going to ignite the team. But MIBR's defense seems to have a handle on
I
everything
played
so far.
28
Round
hours.
17, up in the hands of NQZ. Early smoke towards
Wait,
Sandwich
what was that?
outside towards the red train.
I looked like, what was it called? That superhero thing. I see, I was correct all time. You paid so much more than me, Tolik. Oh my god.
Wow.
Perfect timing with that laugh.
Needs some work.
That's a 0% win rate, Molly, right there.
Fair play. There's a lot of things on the map that can cause awkward bounces, I guess. But nice little aggressive defense to get some information. Spots one moving out towards Ivy and at least makes Pain a little bit nervous of trying to challenge for that aggressive stance from the defense. Now they've shifted back 2 players towards the inner bomb site. It's going to be Breno and Exit. That AUG towards the lower ramp.
I'm gonna say I missed the Goofy game stream
Exit
and
just on
stuff
the
like
ladder looking for
Pamela.
information so he can.
Yeah, I think I've been playing like so
have the
much
appropriate
CS
reaction when the
recently.
hit
Like,
does come in. No utility for
I mean,
Exit
for
to
you guys,
check
it's
out.
been
Breno has
look
gotten
at
a
least for
Molotov and an HE
like a
grenade. If
year
some
or
reason he needs
2
to
or
give up
3
the fight,
maybe,
he's got some utility
or
to
like
jump
been
into
here
the
for
lane
day one.
plan.
They know
First
like
kill is
I
his.
play
Not
CS of
Trey
course like the
either, and the
most.
spray is there.
But there's
Yeah,
times
okay.
when I'm like
Double for
getting like
Breno,
too
and
tired and I
here
play
comes
other
Exit to try
games and
clean up the
combine it
damage
and
that he
so on
already
for
done to
like
the
a
third
couple of
player
months.
as well. And so
Like 2 or 3
suddenly just
months, and then I go
NQZ,
back full swing
clutch
again.
required at
And I
30
feel like
seconds. He's so
I
convinced
haven't
to play
done
down
it
below
yet
him, but in fact,
again.
I was on the opposite side of the bomb site. NQZ hopping up into the open and not taking the shot. So he's able to get away. But eventually, as soon as he repositions, Safe gets a
where's
better
it? Where's
vantage
he going,
point,
Jordan?
and then we're looking at 10-7 as MIBR continue to
Yeah,
full
what the hell
steam
is
ahead to
Ghost
victory.
for?
Yeah, I mean, Breno allowed to basically dump an empty mag while crouch spraying.
We're going to be a away. Yeah, we're not going to A that direction.
Nice one. Ah, the A. The A.
Yes.
It's B.
It's
okay.
B.
Okay.
We're trying to point you in the wrong direction.
That's true. It is B. Actually, that was a good one.
You actually cooked yourself by being like, it's the arrows. I'm thinking, he's looking right at it. I can't, yep, see?
It's B. Yeah. Well, now it makes sense.
Yeah, see?
Oh, they did like a test of changing the difference. Oh, you see here the chicken, the green light, and the A.
Well, this roller coaster of a series arrives at its natural conclusion. Ancient, our third and final map here to decide who between Astralis and VP will be bagging that spot in the playoffs going through 3-1. For the loser, they have to keep on battling. It's gone the distance, Hugo.
Are we shocked?
What up,
Are we
Yax?
surprised?
How you doing, buddy?
Did we expect anything less?
Certainly a banger of the series.
SK will sadly never
True.
get back
And
into
all
FPS
VP
games,
now
which sucks.
favored on the odds coming into map 3. I couldn't tell you who I favor. It's going to be a crazy game. Either way, we go to Ancient as our decider. A map that VP had a 6-loss streak on. They broke it at this event over Big Clan. Now eliminated, of course. And Astralis, we saw them play this against Spirit. They got banged out. But even worse, Harry, they got 13-2 by Odic at this event. So I don't know what to expect from Astralis.
Is this the best Astralis VP series ever? It's either this or that little one from 2017.
Oh yeah, there was someone with Train or something. Yeah, that was okay. This is pretty good.
Okay,
though.
face.
This one's
Ooh, that
had it
was a
all.
while ago.
In a way.
I think VP got this map. I mean,
Lots of stuff
Astralis
jam-packed into
Ancient
this,
has
man.
been a little bit a
many.
question mark
Top
this tournament,
frag,
it feels
map
like.
1, map 2, wild comeback denied with 400 B hits called by
Wait, let's see
Electronic.
here. What is the stats so
Hitting
far
the
with this
bees
one?
so much that we're running out of pollen. I don't know, colony
that's
collapse
good.
disorder or something.
That's good. Okay, I got an actual Counter-Strike point if you want it.
Yeah, please.
Up to you. I hope Stare is able to, go in the back and do like 20 push-ups and fully reset in this map, because VP are a team who love to abuse A executes, spamming A executes on this map, and we just saw VP's tendency to only hit one bomb site.
Wait,
Don't
they
expect that in this
slapped
game.
us.
But if Stare's still having a roughie, and
Oh, he
VP
did
are going
slap,
for these
but okay, I
A hits,
didn't
Astralis could
notice
be in
them.
trouble, man.
And IP enjoyer come.
They certainly could. It's a very
All right.
touchy
Let's see.
subject, the recovery of Stare.
4-1.
Because he's been gone throughout this series, has just looked a bit out of it. So yeah, gonna have to dig deep. Don't know if he can. We'll have to wait and see. Device, the man to open with these dual Berettas, tries to get involved ramp side, will get hounded down. It's Flamus on the entries, Fame in alongside him. Stare concealed in the cave. This has to be his moment. Stare quiet all series long. Starts off
There we
with
go.
a bang. 3 kills from the Stare dual Berettas. Seal the deal on that pistol for Astralis.
Unarguably his most impactful round of 3 maps of play, and it comes in at the most important time. Now, you do remember that no one has converted a pistol in this series. Every single one won by the forcing team. So let's see if that keeps up, but Astralis at least get their quiet player activated with a big pistol 3K. Two Galils, 2 Tech 9s, and a Mac 10. Give VP a shot. Vodka preferably.
No one's converted a pistol yet in this game. Astralis have won 3 pistols, well now 4.
Oh no.
VP have won 1.
Oh no.
Either side, able to stick the landing on this second round. It's not started off great.
I was gonna
taking some extra damage in trade for this.
I got scared of seeing
over
him.
The lane.
What smoke is that?
VP aren't looking for a rip roaring round though. They've decided to play this one slow from the get-go.
Okay.
Icy waiting with the util to send out the gang into mid. They go early and they bait the util out from these mid players now. Lane control wrestled.
It is supposed to be a city map, but when it's a higher level game,
into mid,
it's
instead leaving that up to the players in heaven.
A little bit different in that way.
left in this one. And the only option now with the death of Flamus and Electronic on the lane is to end A. And Astralis know this too. They're bringing everyone round.
Don't doubt this. All 5 players in position, a flank on Stound to shut the back door. And they get out into the site. Some missed shots for Yabi.
Oh,
sure.
Device.
Flitz stuck up on the boost. Oh god, don't lose this. 10 seconds. Unlosable, right? Literally, he didn't get the bomb. So now it is unlosable. He will fake it out. Hooksy dies, but unlosable.
Unlosable. Unlosable.
For Astralis than to win it. And even then, they come real close.
They were on the edge.
Down to the 1v1 at the end. Time, the ultimate factor there for VP. And that's in a 3-on-5, walking into the full stacked A site.
I have, however, Shatrino start playing Warzone again. I think I said it the other day, right?
That's also the first second round won by the team that picked up the pistol. And look at this, VP have forced up again, taking a big risk early on. That last one coming down to a 1v1, and the gun saved forward. Their success in these force buys, they decide, screw it. Let's swing for the fences. and try this once more. Very similar
2 rounds in a row.
Damage done on a Hooksy,
How
but
does
this time an
Hooksy
opener
survive?
for Virtus Pro.
That's what they wanted. Close mid spam.
Oh.
Electronic picking up the gun is given a second chance, and he will call for Fame to go through this smoke at the right timing. Yabby gets out. Device with the cover. Electronic swings for the fences. He hits the wall. Now they have to go B. There's no one in the bomb site. Double cave. Hooksy really low. He's just got to play to contain this position as VP take a lot of space.
But Molly pulling. Oh my god, everyone's hurting so bad. The only guy with health is Yabby. Hooksy at 1 HP does what he can. Another kill back from Yabby on the long side. It's that swing that decides the outcome of this round.
Save.
Just save.
And they do it. The back-to-back forces worth
If you
their
need
weight
an
in
anchor,
gold
I can
for
join in
VP.
Warzone. I
It's
run
time
like
to
an
be
idiot
there
all in
at
into
the
every
right
place when I
time.
play Warzone.
It's not a play without risk, right? But it's a risk
I
they feel like
do-
they can
oh,
take,
yeah,
and I can't say I blame them with how successful these forces have been. A chance now to capitalize on all that damage you did in the second round as you break Astralis' money very, very early.
Game on. So in a way, did Astralis really convert the pistol?
No, you know, yeah, well, halfway.
Sort of not really.
As close as anyone's come to doing it. Yeah,
true. It's about as good as it's going to get. They got 2 rounds before VP won their force. It's the first time a team won first and second round.
Yeah.
Door smoke, VP will respect it. They're in no hurry. Playoffs can wait. Astralis take this space very clearly.
Smoke is fading now, though, right?
There is a re-smoke available. Creepy crawly.
Here's that hero M4. Bit of prodding over in mid, but leaving this to the wire again for Virtus Pro, faking the donut take. And you see that Fame is actually slinking back to try climb up through heaven and link up for this B hit. Device dead, that's only going to bring Astralis around in spades into this A site. And I think now they're starting to realize this doesn't feel right. This is a fake. Stair making his way over. 20 seconds, Virtus Pro.
Oh,
They're going A?
Wow.
Oh my god, they're going right into Stown, who has that hero gun. 10 seconds. They've got to get past him straight away. I don't even know if they have time for this. Stown, they'll line up for him. And no plant means no
time.
round. The Force by Wars continue.
Unbelievable. VP
actually
had
worked
they
out
gone straight up
fine.
into that B site. You know what it is? It's that late re-smoke
What
at the
the
top of
fuck,
ramp.
man?
That blocked them completely. Hooksy gets it down at 30 seconds. And so VP decide we're not going to commit with our original plan. We're not going to go B. We're going to pull back and do a late donut split. Would have worked if they weren't knife out, if they found Stown for free. But he buys just enough time. Positionally, VP were going to win. It's the one
worked out
little
somehow.
smoke that changes everything. Very nice indeed. 3-1 for Astralis, trading rounds back and forth.
This is like anti-Counter
Match
Strike.
pause.
It's not following any of the usual
Tick.
ebbs and flows.
Okay.
It's truly a wild ride. So the less money you have, the more favored you are.
Yes.
In this game. Stare already with some good impact in this game. Won the pistol for Astralis.
Won that round. With
Killing the
Stown.
last, yeah, him and Stown combining. Stown also having like a rough start, but trying to recover. And honestly, if that's the Stown you get, that's fine. You can take a slow start with a recovery at the end. Usually it's the other way around for this guy.
This has always been one of Stown's better maps as well, which is a good sign for Astralis. They need him right now. Stare and Device making another B push, and the issue is VP are decisively committing. I think Stown's in trouble. He's got no support. Coming through the smoke is Yabby, but gone immediately, and Stown plays behind the box. They spot him. He gets his one free kill. The rest are going to cost you. Flamus with the trade. Hoopsie jumping through the smoke, still takes one, but this should be done, right? Right? Electronic? No, he falls! Flying Device. 2v2 now, anything's possible.
Okay, Stare's the guy with the big gun. He's retrieved that AK from the spawn side. And he's the one guy they don't have info on either. He's creeping up. Device is moving around to join him. Kit dropped in the site. Also Smoke and Molly on Stare. And so him getting away with that first kill is a big deal. Icy's been backstabbed. And Astralis able to quell this first
that's a
They've done
W.
it twice over now on this CT side. Another nice pickup for Stare, whose contributions are noted just as his absences were on the previous map.
100%. Got to be said, he has stepped up more in this game than in the last 40 rounds of play.
Well, maybe with no surprise here, VP did get a bomb plant. 2 players surviving for Astralis. It's not that I think they're going to buy, it's that they are buying.
Oh, I can't believe Flamus turns there. Such a late retake for Astralis, and he just looks at Donut.
We're not done yet, folks. There's another force buy for Astralis to fend off.
And no one's ecoing in this game. It's buy to the limit.
Where are you watching to have those options on the left? It's on Twitch.
There are 3 CTs in position. And they're blocked. You could go anyway.
That's a lot of damage from Stare, softening them up. Yabby is fed to the wolves, but Stare here trying to put them down, not able to do so. 3 on 3. VP have broken through this B-side defense.
Nice orb.
Awkward for Stown. The Device AWP's got to do some heavy lifting here as Hooksie's trapped back in the cave side. Only just starting to move up now. Device couldn't get his hands on the AK, and he'll get tapped out by Icy.
All right,
now
Hooksie.
armed with his weapon of choice. Hooksie is the man they have to stop, and Icy will. VP with another force.
No shit.
Again.
That's why you don't
No
stop.
one's ecoed yet.
What up, brother?
Astralis are not going to. Don't worry. Look at that money. You got 1,500 on Device. May as well buy down, right?
How you doing?
Nice B hit though for VP, considering.
No, I come by Nate Shot time to time on his stream. I lurk in his channel when he is playing a lot of Warzone.
Fairly clean.
I think it's him.
Taking short at the post plant, hitting a couple of bangers.
What's
from
good?
Icy.
Oh shit. When are you inviting me over to play some Warzone with you, buddy?
Hero M4, 4 pistols, 3 pistols.
I lurk in most every morning for like 10 minutes.
What a great
Oh
time to
shit!
call it.
Great
They've
shit,
not done
buddy.
it once, and they completely catch Astralis by surprise without the util to stop
I need to start playing
Astralis
Warzone again on the stream. I do it off stream mostly, so.
Device 5-7.
But that's after 8+
this
hours
round's
CS.
over.
So. Oh shit!
Oh god.
When do you usually play them?
They're both low. Devices force their
What
respect.
times
VP gonna
for
have
you?
to change their mind. Electronic.
You're a family
finding
man.
some
I
warning
gotta
shots
follow,
downrange.
the family man's schedules
Here's
more than
Device
myself.
On that 5-7 again, bit more
And also,
damage.
congratulations.
So low. Okay, Stare.
Wait,
Two of
you're
these
gonna
players
play
are tagged
keyboard
up.
and mouse
You're
through?
1v3.
Really?
You've had a nice cold series, but is this where
Can
Stare
you even do that?
make a name for himself? Fame Orp on the angle will get rid of him. And so VP
Season
chained
nation.
together 2 in a row.
I think that's it, Harry.
I think that's the
it's finally
problem.
happened. We're gonna see an eco
We're in the
round.
rank
Number
grind
8,
right now from
as
7
Astralis
to
just
3
don't
AM.
have the money to buy.
Wait, really?
I mean, the economy in
Wait,
this
but
map
you're supposed to
has
be
been
carrying me. That's what I mean. You're gonna be
fluctuating
using
more than an altcoin, bro.
your
It's all
controller,
over the
man.
place. Numbers gone up, numbers gone
Get
down. Then back up,
something
then
different
down.
that way, you know?
Finally, VP are the ones
Oh,
on the
shit.
better
I haven't
side
even
of the
touched
economy.
rank yet
Millionaires
because
to
me and my friends
peasants.
are still. I'm still
VP sent Mac 10
leveling
in.
up.
They know the stakes. They know Astralis have nothing.
I'm almost done with Kilo. Amax is done.
Should be able to farm them up. Yeah. So Astralis do push deep in the main.
That's actually insane. All right, we'll get it going in the next couple weeks. All right, yeah, hold on whenever, Nate shot.
Dangerous.
It's more on
Molly would go a long way
on you, since you're taking your free time to help another old boomer over here, you know. And I appreciate once again for your prime. Much love. And hope everything is good in life. That's the most important thing.
Thankfully, Icy at least makes it risky, but
that's the bomb.
Gotta put this away.
Yeah, you'll know that that's a huge issue.
Wait.
You need that to win the round. And so Astralis, with just pistols, now armed with an AWP and an AK, look to reignite the Force by Wars.
It's got to be Device. Stan has a headshot angle to main. That's a really good fight for him. Like, if they come close, that could be a problem. And they should. But Device has his back covered.
For now, at least. Departing the mid angle, but Fame still hasn't moved in yet. Device getting a bit twitchy, doesn't know which way to look. They put a smoke down on the bomb. Need to follow up, but he doesn't go peeking through it. Bomb should get retrieved here, but it's still tenuous. And now that they've got down low, he can't win this. Bomb gets away.
Good save for VP. If Fame plays there, it frees up both Astralis players to fight that smoke. So he just contains. He knows his team can get the bomb with their utility. A case of when not fighting being the right idea. VP stop that near eco win. 4-4 now. Very tight game all the way along Ancient. Both these teams vying for a playoff appearance.
Oh, it's too low. I barely do that, buddy. OG. Mostly because long time ago we were everyone forced as well, and I barely set the talk for like 40 minutes. And I like to sit and just talk nonsense with my community.
Well, we're 9 rounds in, and it's the first like full rifle on rifle round.
And it's nothing against them. It's just more. It's just chaos to some degree.
Both
like
teams
I would have loved to do like
going all in with the Force
watch
buys
parties,
to open up Ancient.
But IRL, I could easily. I would rather be doing that like a sofa style.
Problem for Astralis than it is for Virtus Pro.
Is that a whole meal?
Like if Astralis lose this round, they're broke all over again. They'll be getting $2,900, and so enough to, you know, partially invest, but nothing to write home about. And suddenly that puts VP in a really powerful position. So it's so important to Astralis with how this back and forth has gone that they don't fall down here. It's a nice triple mid-take out of the gate. They want this lane info. VP have been enjoying these 3-2 splits with players lurking on the lane. Meanwhile, A players getting run in the background. And quite often, that's to try and find a vulnerability like
we're
this.
playing
like
so well. This is the annoying problem.
You hope that these guys get more space than they're hoping for, and then you know that Astralis went heavy middle. Yabby is the only guy left in the donut. But the round will slow down. VP take a breather. They're happy with the 5v4. And don't feel the need to jump the gun on this just yet. They're going to group up thanks to Fame's space and control over A main. They know they're in a very powerful position to just hit this site. We watched Yabby a few rounds ago miss 20 bullets from this position. He's going to have util coming his way. Molly's on his position. It won't be easy for Yabby, but he's got to hold the line. One won't cut it.
Oh,
Device
what?
Dead on that swing.
Still died. That was.
And Astralis, their worst nightmare after this back and forth start, losing their first rifle round, leaves them with nothing going forward. VP
I think everyone is
in
playing well in
Legendary
VP.
pathing for
Electronica a little bit up and down though.
Jumps from boost. He sits there for a while.
But it's the same here. If you look on the stats wise in the game.
Over donut, you completely ruin your opponent's aim there. It's impossible for that donut player to multi-kill, and he doesn't even get one. VP run over the A site. Got some good depth on this T side. There's been some ugly rounds, no denying it.
How you doing, buddy?
Now VP with the full rifles, with the AWP to support, are starting to edge away in this game. Up to 5 now. Stan's probably dead. Gets a second chance. He'll take it. VP 5-4. Oh, if he didn't molly himself, maybe that would have worked. Furious.
Oh, I like it. That actually Stan died there, but Stan has been having a really rough series though.
Stan here waging mental warfare.
Sound very XD in chat.
Stan
Yeah,
did
he's
right
fucking
XD.
with them.
And he's also been spamming bodies all last map.
All game, yeah. I respect it. Gotta get in their head some way, because you're losing the game right now. Astralis on an eco, and VP just contact into B, and no one's expecting this.
XD? What the fuck?
They're not ready for Flammers, who is essentially in the site. Pop comes around the
Regained
corner.
my first
Device
hit,
who
lost
won't
something
expect.
to
Same
oh,
position,
really?
needs a different result.
That's pretty dope.
One, but now his work gets real tricky. They know where he is. Only has that element of surprise on the first. I want Electronic to type XD so badly. I don't think he will.
I really like this whole chat thing, by the way.
That's a good reason, I think.
Chatterino.
All mates.
Oh, there's the gun gone. Picked back up by Yabi, who's trying to save it. We'll get out with this M4 at least, but VP 6-4.
I think Astralis needs at least the last 2 rounds.
Astralis, exactly what they did.
Their T-sub was a little bit lackluster.
Reset them once more. That's the vulnerability of the CT side.
I know on first game they only got 2 rounds.
Going till round 8 of the game. Only to have Astralis.
I mean, the worst thing is also seeing like how good Hooksy was playing the first map luggage, and then
this second half of the first half might just be 2 rifle rounds. There was a lot of numbers.
Yeah, that made sense.
Maybe I butchered it.
No,
You get what I'm saying?
It made sense. Don't doubt yourself.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, you're doing great. No AWP. Out of choice for Astralis. Nades in middle. Ouch. Flick tried to go through, but it's 3 strong for Astralis to stop this fight. Fate burns. 1 for 1, not worth. As VP sit a man down.
What do you think, Aurora? Now it's gonna be a good game.
Even
I'm looking forward to watch it.
B and probably for the best. Device walked down. They just go for a quick A. Smokes on the fly. No one in position. No one here to stop him. VP can plant this bomb. I just don't think they expect this much room. There isn't even a player in CT.
No, it's not. But it's okay.
Try to stop the flank.
What up, Berg? How you doing, buddy?
Oh, that's a key.
I like that you're always asking Daleko what to eat, right?
But don't count your chickens before
Daleko does talk about food though quite often.
You can see the paranoia. VP really expecting something CT. They are all behind you.
Oh. Icy opens. Oh. Electronic is so blind, but Icy still going, still rolling. Freezes up when it comes time to find Stair, and so that must-win rifle round for Astralis will come through. They've bailed themselves out here. Stair stepping up again. 3 kills from him in this round.
I am shocked.
And Astralis in with a chance of an even half. Considering the situation they got put in, this feels like a good enough recovery.
Yeah, winning the mid-fight is huge because VP, you know, they flexed on the first anti-eco by rushing it. They've been taking it slowly ever since. Astralis manhandle middle with 3, and now they move away entirely, trying to play ahead of the game. Lots of grenades going in to simulate that there are numbers there, but it's only 1 guy. Yabi gets out. VP come from Heaven's side. Oh, dangerous for Hooksy. Not even really been talking about them. 3 and 9 in the cave. Not really been tested. A lot of B contacts is really it for VP. Stan will hold his own. Deep main control. VP wanted to A split. Now they just have Donut. And they don't know.
Yeah, no one's even considering this. That feels like such an oversight for VP. Yeah, be able to just swing out and deal with them. 2 kills from him in the Donut. That's perfect. And Hooksy even tries to put more pressure on. Decides to overextending there, giving them a route up back in a B. He spots that they've slowed down. That's info enough. And so Astralis just hold the extremities.
Whoa, that looks nice.
Long dog of the law. Icy knocks Device out of the round. And now tries to link back up with Flit over in Cave. Hooksy is the only guy on B.
He needs one. Either one or live. You can't just die for nothing here. And he's going to die for nothing here. So VP, they've got a smoke for the post spot. They've got control. Flit's looking a little worried. Where are they coming from? He sees Stare. They are so uncertain right now. Back's turned. Hello? Stown didn't see the barrel. And so Icy, he gets a chance. He gets a second chance.
Oh,
Stown.
no.
Dead, Stare through the smoke, and Icy misses his shot, but it gets info, and there's no way you're ready for Flit inside of this smoke as Stare makes steps. He gives away his position. Flit fucked it up, and Icy saves the day. VP 7-5 at the half. That was a mess of a round. I don't even know who's supposed to win that, but VP will take it every damn day.
These nail-biting rounds. This is just the wildest series. First map, unexpected result of Astralis in some multiple OT banger, taking down VP on their home map. Only for VP to pull up map 2. Out for blood, wanting revenge. And now the wheels fully fallen off. This is a wild, on-the-fly type series. Not following the usual rules. VP edging out that first half. That's after their risky decision to force by 5 times over, or 6 times over rather, to open up this third map. It's gotten very scrappy, very brawly. And it's nice to see Icy thriving within that.
Yeah, he's had a couple of awkward shots, but who doesn't as Norpa, let's be real. Can't all be Zywoo. Hit the important ones. Won a couple of key rounds down the stretch. Had a great CT side on Inferno as well. This would be our second Kazakh player in the arena here in Astana. Can he get there? Molodoy already did. Icy wants to join him. B smoke down. Astralis go through the cave and Flip might meet them in the smoke, not learning from his lesson. This is terrifying. No secret where this one's ending. VP rotate players over. There's the execute. Flit has to give it up. He meandered out.
Yeah, full retake on B.
No kit either. This is a hard round to win. Hooksy has a molly. Astralis have won the round. Astralis have won the round. He's got a molly for the bomb. He's won the round. Unless he messes up the lineup, it's literally unwinnable.
As long as the Giga Chat don't mess up his molly, this one should be safe. Let's see if it gets there. VP closing the gap. Hooksy with the lineup. They get in. And Electronic with the stick. There's the molly to come in. Gonna force them off that defuse. Hooksy's got his lineups. It stops it from coming through, but this could still get lost in the later stages. Luckily enough, Yappy holds on, and Icy can't go any further. No kit, no util. One molly wins the round for Astralis.
Lineup Larry saves the day here for Astralis in a smokeless, kitless B retake setup for Virtus Pro.
You know how it goes. Astralis win the pistol. VP have them right where they want them. Force buy in for Virtus Pro.
Yes, well, no rest for the wicked here. MP9s are so terrifying. 4 smokes, 4 MP9s. Astralis patient, but they will be hitting this B bomb site, and with VP's gamble, it's not going to pay off. Flammer's block is needed at this point, but Astralis aren't here to respect it. They are all in. 3 cave ready to go.
Boost. Oh, that was meant to be Flammer's dead, but Device just couldn't get a handle on him, and the quick realization, the quick turn from Flammus is crazy.
Rotator in.
Oh God, Astralis They're feeling nervous here. They've lost that first man. There's a big flank as well that they don't even know about. Kills come in the site in the downtime. They'll start to cut everyone down, and Fame just misses this timing. Bomb actually went back to fight. Thank goodness. Fame does still get dropped. Oh my god, it's fine.
Dude,
it's
if
all good.
chaotic, wide swings and doesn't burn in the molly, VP are going to kill the bomb. They have a flank. They would have stalled Device
Very
out.
fucking
Fame would
chaotic.
have hit that timing behind them, but instead he sits in the Molotov. He burns out, and Device can escape up the ramp before the flank is in. Fama, trying to buy time, loses VP the round, if anything. He had to go, but reloading. And Astralis just squeak out. Don't want to jinx it again, Harry, but it seems like they have actually converted pistols in this map. Finally.
I'm holding my breath, bro. Take nothing for granted in this series.
It's a full eco, and it's over. Astralis take the lead in this playoff qualification series. Like we all expected.
Yeah, now those were the quote-unquote free rounds for Astralis, right? Sticking the landing on the conversion. They get off to that 3-0 start in the second half. Their first streak of rounds since this map started. But now comes the buy for Virtus Pro. Orb for Icy, who's been looking good. He'll be left over towards that A site. It's a pretty passive start here for VP. No attempt to take mid-control. Fame in the donut, just watching for mid-info, and a triple B stack out of the gate from VP.
Boost spot it. That'll only keep this setup still for Virtus Pro. Astralis almost destined to just execute on this B site. They have nothing else. Stair crawls out middle. Could add in some allure by smoking donut. I would put the fear in VP, but instead he rotates and joins his team. This is a flat B execute for Astralis. No funny business. Hooksy with the grenades. Going back to line them up. Astralis into a stack.
And this worked though.
Smoke getting blocked over in cave means that molly gets extinguished. You don't displace the site players as a result. Flamus up close will get overran, and that triple B hold, that early lean that VP had here.
Easy peasy, you know. Easy peasy, chapter
right into it and get out with the round scot-free, only sacrificing Stair to get it.
Good flashes for Hooksy as well. All flash assists on those entries. Astralis just run up the ramp into blind VP players and lock down the round. It's a very hard hold there for VP. Not a lot of spots to play once the smokes come down.
And we have some much needed kind of composure in this series again, right? Slower rounds from Astralis, trying to take the chaos out of it a little bit. VP have just been running a crazy train throughout the last T-halves you've seen them play. But it's more calm. Very demure, how do you say it? Demure?
Sure.
Yeah, very demure from Astralis. I think that's the right word. Everyone's saying it. Like a 2-month-old meme. VP, timeout called in.
I think VP have been a meme for longer than 2 months, but they've still got a chance. Remember, this is a 2-1 matchup. You lose this game, one more to either get eliminated in the groups or go to the arena in Astana. Expect an excellent arena event from what I've been hearing.
Ooh.
A lot of fans going to be here
Today? I'm
in
all
just a
good,
couple
buddy.
of
How you
days.
doing?
And some top teams in attendance.
I hope you're fine. Okay.
Foster out in the mid. They don't like what they see. Flit even scoops in and steals that away. Oh.
Cheeky. This is nice. Don't go through, Stan. Yeah, there we go. Oh, they saw him, but they're just going to go. They know they've got the site control. The ramp.
The fuck?
Reduced.
Don't think it's gonna be
Long. Flit has no idea. He's spamming afar. Yabby gets a free kill.
Because of where the rotates are coming from, they won't be able to stop the bomb either crossing, right? That's like the one threat right
Depends
now.
on when I'm done.
Losing these B-site players.
Because
Yabby was the one who got all these
Bye-bye.
kills. They
Bye-bye.
don't know where he's gotten to. He gets out with a third.
Bye-bye.
This is on Device to go and secure space at A.
It's a good read from VP. They're very fast. They beat Device's scope.
He is going to hear this, though. He hears that one player's made it to site. He doesn't know what happened to Fame, who started walking. But it looks like that will send the bomb back over to B.
They know it's 1-1, right? Yeah. Hooksy's being cautious.
Device heard 2 sets of footsteps, but only one of them is accounted for. Icy was the only guy who kept running.
Oh, Device just cleared it. He didn't see. He heard the flank. He goes back for it. Now he can tell Hooksy to go A. He's got that last player trapped.
Oh, Device. The best.
10-7.
The best.
Astralis keeping it up once you give them guns with a 5-round streak on this T side. They were 7-5 down. They are now in control of this game.
A lot of timings hit here for Astralis to make this round happen, whether that's Yabby and Stown combining for that B hit, or Device just getting into the red room in time to hear what was a very proactive move from Virtus Pro.
Yeah.
Device is even a second slower there. You know, that round could have ended in disaster.
Oh my God, talk about slow. Forget that. It's fast. Stairs in Temple. He's going to walk.
Oh
They don't know this.
They don't know.
They have no idea. He
They
ran
didn't hear
past
him.
the smoke break.
Icy's just, he
Poor
has
guy.
no idea how
Yeah.
that happened.
Icy broke the smoke. Like, Stair was already big box. That's
Already,
an insane
just
pace.
out of respect for this guy being here, you have to start rotating players over. You have to take this seriously, right?
Stan playing much better now, though.
Over at A, and so VP right now, the defense gets a bit spread out. They'll pick up the kill on
Oh,
Stair.
no,
Hooksy found over in the heavens.
Hooksy.
VP very quickly get ahead of the Astralis call. This was not an easy round to navigate from the man down position, but they made it work. 4 strong here. Ready to receive the B hit. And now it's just Stown and Device. One back through the smoke for Stown. But a lot further still to go. Both players that were cave side have fast wrapped into ramp, and it's the decisiveness of these moves that should... Oh, no!
God!
That's Flit, the guy who's been posting phenomenal series. Just cancelled out on that push up through the ramp. Fame was there as an insurance policy. And Device will get cut down, so the miss from Flit does not matter.
That was worrying. And say what you want about VP in this game, there's plenty to say, but their rotates on the CT side have been really good. They've been on top of things. They've not fallen too much for lurks, with the exception of that Device timing round and Stair getting out A. They're very quick to realize what's going on after they flush Stair out of that bomb site.
That was a little bit of a
double flank,
interesting
clearing
whiff
Hooksy in
from
middle.
Flit.
If Hooksy gets that 1 kill, Astralis have all the control, and VP's roll is slowed. That's VP's first CT-sided round. Up the pace, up the ante, up the utility. Astralis get into cave, it costs them nothing.
I mean, if the rest of the halves have been like these scrappy, messy affairs, this one is full of some high-level rotates, some great reads. Intuition Counter-Strike on display. And as a result, it's very mobile. There's lots of moving pieces, lots of gaps to be found. That's why you've been seeing some of these, you know, wild timings hit, in particular by Astralis. And this is another example of that. Stown comes through.
Stown?
swinging the cave smoke wide and provides the openers for Astralis to find 11.
He got so much space. He just called his team up, said, guys, get ready, ramp, I'm going out.
Damn.
Astralis answered the call,
No,
exploding
what do you
again
mean?
into a triple B hold and reducing it to dust. VP just don't have the spots to play. Now it's a game of survival. As they need these guns, they have nothing to show for this CT side. One blemish on the Astralis track record as they hunt down everything. Stown late in the day, showing up with his best map yet.
Astralis is just taking care of business.
3 kills,
And your eyes are shutting. I'm looking down.
I mean, that is what you want to see from Stown,
I mean, I'm
right?
talking at the same time, man.
Dust 2, 5 kills in their entire first half.
Don't you worry.
Didn't really ever get activated there. Slightly better look in Inferno from him. But it's here on map 3 that Stown shows up in his best form. And that's good. One of the problems for this guy used to feel like he would run out of steam by the end of a series, right? It felt like Stown would put his best foot forward.
500. Much
only
love
to
for the
run out
sub,
of
buddy.
gas.
Much love. Appreciate big fans.
So it's nice that Astralis have him in the back pocket, putting up numbers to make this third map happen.
We're never sure.
I mean, what a completely different situation this third map is for Astralis compared to how the series started, where Hooksy and Device, it was hulking individual efforts from the captain and the AWPer.
Would be something, right?
To lock in that win for Astralis. Well, this time Hooksy is comfortably bottom of the board, but he's had good calls, good maneuvers, and it's the rest of his team that are uplifting him.
Yeah, as it kind of should be, right? You shouldn't have to rely on a player like Hooksy to carry you through. It's great he did on Dust. They would have lost that game without him, but now as we go deep into the series, the regular stars are showing up a little bit more. Yabi and Stown with some impactful rounds. Stown is 5-1 in opening duels in this game. It's been missing. 4-1, sorry. And look at this, a fake on the lane, lots of control shown. Icy.
It's interesting.
They're double on A though.
VP a taste of their own medicine, or at least attempting
there
to,
it
right?
is.
This is a VP classic round. 2 players start lane, fight for control. The other
Bye bye,
go away.
Hooksy.
But if one team knows how to cancel this out, it's the guys that were doing it against you. Virtus Pro clamped down.
You
on
always
this
miss
2-3
playing on the
fake.
big
Let's be
stages.
serious,
You
this
always
series
do.
was never going to end with a nice, clean, decisive victory for either team. It was always going to go the distance. We were always going to get all of the bloody rounds.
Same.
And so VP, make sure that happens. They're coming for your AWP device. You can get a couple. You can't survive this. Every shot fired, VP get closer, and it only takes one. 11-9, VP biting back.
Hell of a round to find for VP, right? That is their lifeline round. That is the one that keeps the hope of this comeback in check.
It's GG if they lose.
They lose that, yeah, it's over. They're broke up against 12, and even though we've seen a lot of these 4-spy wins across this series as a whole, they've petered out in the second half, not been as impactful, not been as prominent, haven't had one yet.
Electronic.
Astralis depart from that fake and go back to what was working, which was these B hits. Hooksy lands a blinder onto Electronic. The captains clash in cave. Might be the discovery that fires up Astralis. Oh, Cavemen discover fire. Now they've got devices. Astralis storming the board. Flamus is pincered. And these B hits relentless from Hooksy. Electronic from Inferno. Hooksy's all in to delving into the Electronic playbook and using it against Virtus Pro.
Wow.
Astralis now have 3 chances to
Almost
lock in
there,
playoffs.
Chef. Almost there.
Like it's destined, right? VP at least have a bit of money because they won an eco. They can fund Icy's all. They can get a few rifles. They can stay in this game, but Astralis well and truly in position to end this match right now. Go 3-1 here in Astana. Go into the arena in this new look, new led Danish roster. For Virtus Pro, it's been a stubborn look, especially on Inferno. Stubborn enough just to break through on that B site last map. But with a masterclass from Hooksy on Dust 2 and a decent T side here.
Do you work a job, Chris? This is my job.
Astralis might
Streaming.
just have their number.
And I'm ambassador for Monster, ambassador for Innovi. I have a sponsorship with Traded.
It's down this time, going to try and replicate the cave entry, and once more Electronic is picked up there.
That's my job.
Not the start VP wanted. It's a heavy B lean from them. They started 4 strong at this B site.
Oh, I'm printing as we speak, brother. I'm printing so much bubbles right now.
Cleanly. They don't take any deaths. The executes have been so nice. Icy Zorp has got to be the difference maker in this round.
It's on the line. Icy does want to get into that arena, play in front of his home crowd. This is his time to show us.
Bomb.
Hammer spotted, but also sees the bomb in that jiggle. Icy fires off now. They know about the AWP. This is a lot of info for Astralis. They've collected a lot in a pretty low-risk fashion. Icy is wounded. He's hurt by that wallbang, but not finished off. Low on health might force more respect from the Icy AWP. Or maybe it makes him want to go down swinging, go down fighting. He's scoped up on the ramp. Jiggle sees him from device. That jump over the top. They know the AWP is here. In the background, Stair's been lurking all the way through the red room. This is powerful control to have. But Astralis don't look like they want to go backwards. Missed shot for Icy. That seals his fate. Device follows up with a double. And Astralis once more brave this stack. Barely a casualty sustained.
Playoffs
knows that this one is
2025.
And through all
the
chaos,
Astana,
all the madness that
PGL.
VP brought to the table, it's Astralis bringing composure to this T-side that won them this series. In their debut with Hooksy,
That was
the new
nice.
captain for Astralis,
That was nice.
after a year spent out of action.
That was nice.
He takes Astralis into the playoffs as they best VP in a whirlwind of a series.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be pretty, Harry. It just has to be effective, and Astralis have got there. They're in the playoffs. These PGL events keeping this organization, you know, in the eyes of the general public, because they come here, they always seem to do their best work, and now under Hooksy, they might be dreaming of going a little bit
Now
further.
we're going to head over to watch
yeah, I mean, like, obviously
the next one
expectations
after
also change depending on where you
Navi
reach, but honest to God, like,
versus
I think
Aurora.
being called here by Astralis, right?
Winner in that one.
Just go above and beyond individually, but
Qualifies also
you raise the
to
question, Rich,
the
you know, you
playoffs.
gotta really
But
marshal
meanwhile,
his troops, call a good
whenever
game.
we are getting at 10
Can they find the
minutes,
follow-up with the weaker
I will
weapons?
do
We
the
can now see
prediction for
spread
that
around the
one,
map
so we
and being
can
kept
see and
honest
watch this
potential.
one.
I
Meanwhile,
like this from Snow. I like the aggression of like rotating back
I'm
to
gonna
this
put
side
up
of the
the
map and
other
making sure
stream so
you're
we have
continuing
that
to be
one.
mobile and pushing, because you have to find information. And they are set up perfectly, Snow and Big Uzera, if MIBR was going to come back to the B bomb site, but they work around it. Towards middle
since
we
they
go.
do usually
Not
have
taking
a
the
running
most obvious
schedule.
option.
So we gotta be having that one a little bit on the run.
What do you do though if you're MIBR? You have one smoke. If you're safe, do you drop it
Now
down
we're
and
getting
just make the
Moses a
run,
little
or
bit
do you
interesting.
hold on to it as long as possible until you're spotted? They don't want to give up any sound cues, any indication of
Thomas,
where they're headed.
write in English or Swedish next time.
And they're going to find the perfect solution, the perfect gap as Pain push around them. Into the B bomb site we go, and MIBR are going to magically find a free bomb site in an 8th round. Actually, hold the phone. I shouldn't have maybe called it 8.
Hold on. Big
Uzera's got a
Uzera.
kill.
Oh, okay. Needed a second kill to really open that option back up again, but he was hanging around. He was going for it.
Oric, VP,
Kelsey
need
seems to have shut
to
that door in their face, though. Looking for his fourth
and the
kill
one who
round
wins
here.
here qualifies to that one as well. That round. And then
you
the
lose, so-
loser in Navi Aurora goes there as well.
It's retreating, and we've got an 8th round for MIBR, but it's hard fought.
It is.
It really is hard fought. That's a great round from MIBR, though. I mean, recognizing that you just didn't have it at that 8 bomb site.
I'm
It's really
playing
easy to
pro.
kind of get lost in those executes
Only
and
the
stick around
stage
despite
games.
the fact the execute's going horrible. The idea
Rest
that
them,
Pain
not
saw
really.
they had an opportunity to just back away and reassess the situation, really well done to call the forces back and work yourself into a round victory up catwalk But a nice initial stop from Pain, just when that slows down, when they escape, and when they get spread out across the map, like, what are you supposed to do? No great options for Pain in that situation with MP9s, with 5.7s, with a FAMAS. And MIBR outlast them in this round. 8-6. Once again, just a huge run for MIBR to come storming back into this, and Pain not able to do anything towards it. This is a 7-1 run at the moment in the favor of MIBR. Pain on Train dropped a 6-0 lead in the first half. Now on Mirage,
it's like you never really have a
like
break.
they might drop, or at least
It's always
lose the advantage of a
practice
5-1
and
lead.
traveling, and can never like, hey, I want to celebrate
Yet
this
again,
or
MIBR
attend
just take
that
complete
or
control of the map. And it's
do
a complete
anything
swap
else
of
that
the
you feel like
situation.
it's
Now with
important, you know, in life. So,
9-6.
but that's part of the gig. That's part of the gig.
Stack doesn't work
It's
out.
fine.
Let's run MIBR, go to the opposite side. By saving, they might convince MIBR that there's maybe a little item or two here that's worth saving and entice them into the hunt.
There, yeah, I mean, you'd hope that. Ooh, the Zeus just narrow miss. Yeah, I mean, really, you should know if you're MIBR. There's no real need for the hunt. I mean, if you want to send the MAC 10 at it, go for it. See if you can get some bonus money. You don't need to take these guns away, but they're being pretty ruthless at the moment. MP9 around the corner, though. Davideus gives away his position. Good trade. Some armor taken away, so force the reinvestment. DGT survives with his low armor and 5.7. And now Pain have to buy up into the round, and they need to stop right here, right now.
Yeah, no mercy from MIBR. Gotta see a big turnaround here from Pain Gaming. Incredibly frustrating to
Trying to see when they're
slip away on both
getting
maps.
the time for next game, so we can put up the prediction or if that way.
This year we were talking about how NKZ was really starting to elevate his performances with the AWP. This would be one hell of a time to have a great performance for him. Sort of get those numbers that we've seen. I think the last few months.
I mean, it's been this event in particular has been really rough. If you wanted to see some of the individual players of Pain pop off, I feel like everyone's kind of been muted. It's been a tough situation playing with the coach in the early going. DGT comes in a little bit late, and you're always trying to kind of.
They usually show on the mainstream when they're starting. So
unfortunate scenario, you found yourself in the Swiss system with some losses, but also the disorganization of so many moving pieces. On top of an already stressful year with a lack of results.
Oh, the timing push into the smoke here.
He's just gonna walk through that smoke.
Now he knows it's kind of.
No one's looking.
Still gets
now,
it though.
But he's already too far deep, and they know they now have to deal with that threat. But and Big Ozera getting caught in jungle. It's all about Snow to step up from under the wood. He's got a second. Fire melts away Snow, but he's got a smoke.
Bye-bye.
He'll stay in position until that grenade gets rid of him, but he's
Sani again.
Doesn't matter,
Oh,
though,
lordy lord.
Sani doesn't give a crap. He's got himself 3 kills again, and Davideus left a 1v3 to try and recover this with 25 seconds left.
Yeah, and Sani, he's putting him down right now. This is a beautiful performance over from Palace. He's never even had to leave it. 2 kills towards jungle. A nade kill
it's
underneath
unfortunate
the
that he
boards to give his team
also
access into the bomb site, and Davideus
the guy in default doesn't get the guy coming up
1 versus
connector.
3, and he's just going to try and back off and save the weapon. 5 bullets in the mag, and the off angle from exit up on the table. It's 10
he actually
to
got
6.
fucking
we are about to see it again.
like
We're getting the signs of Train with that second half just gets blanked. Pain Gaming calling a second timeout here. Money's not in a position to get a full buy. MIBR's most likely outcome in the next few minutes here is 11-6. We're getting to the end of the line for Pain.
And it's got to be frustrating too, because you're also, one thing we've seen in these last 2 maps is Pain has an inability to stop the momentum growing for MIBR, and they have an inability, it appears in the series, at least today, to win rounds when they don't have advantages elsewhere in the game, right? Like, they got those early starts, they got those hot starts, 6-0 on Train, 5-1 here on Mirage. You're getting those starts when you have the advantage of the economy, when you have advantage of some early momentum, but once it's taken away from them, they have no ability to get it back. Which has been really rough to watch considering the starts. It's supposed to look good. There's the second kill from Insani. He was just a beast in this round. And it's not just losing control and losing momentum. I mean, both these maps now marked by big leads being dropped and also just massive runs from MIBR.
Eventually, it's going to be David with the double. Save and exit both gone. Here's Lacalzi stepping up, and Sani in tandem elsewhere on the map. And the CZ, the noisy cricket trying to come through, but Lacalzi turns and somehow gets that. So nothing going the way of Pain.
Yeah, that's the round-winning open up at the B bomb site for Lacalzi.
I mean,
MIBR can play it slowly for now. You got one more player to find, so you don't want to just throw caution to the wind and stumble into something silly. But control the map and complete advantage, and you can see it's only the low HP Lacalzi who's moving and investigating. The other two players staying parked at top mid, looking for the information push. And there it is, nice and easy. What a round from Lacalzi. 17 kills to lead the way for MIBR.
There, by the way?
Yeah, Lacalzi,
did it blow up?
Additions that we wanted to see for some time in this MIBR squad. We said this is a team that are on the brink of taking the next step, rising up to the next echelon. And we wanted to see a move that could allow them to break through that ceiling. We thought Lacalzi would be it.
Must have been the wind.
Necessarily being able to deliver to that extent, but if they go on a run here in Astana, this could be one of the breakout events for MIBR, but they're sitting in a tough spot at the moment.
Execute.
In the Swiss system, but
makes sense.
With a performance like this, taking Pain down and getting into the last chance tomorrow, who knows? It could be playoffs with this kind of performance from Lacalzi if he can keep it up.
Yeah, Lacalzi was supposed to elevate this team's level for sure. And I don't think it came to fruition the way they would have liked it Tier 1, but it certainly feels like it might have elevated them over some of the other Brazilian teams, particularly as we're watching today.
If Navi's gonna win, I said that Navi has a higher chance in my books of winning the game against Aurora. Because Aurora has been a little bit up and down.
Over in Jungle,
so
the last time he played this position, his face got ripped off
but
by
we'll
Insani,
see.
Who's over in Palace yet again.
Well, Flash goes into the ramp, and it's going to be Lacalzi to fall. DGT to lock him out. Goes out for a jump, and Insani immediately pops his head.
Oh, filthy trade from Insani.
When a coach and a captain play together, it directs more. I mean, it's the idea still.
Longer with that kind of pressure, going to back away for the moment. 55 seconds.
Yeah, but looking so far of like
out of smokes,
the games I've seen with Navi, they feel like.
And they're just going to show
like yesterday against Mongols. In my books, it felt like they threw that game.
Middle, throw a little bit of a fake, try and keep some attention towards the B-bomb site, not towards middle. So
like it kind of felt like they threw that game.
What kind of mentality is Pain playing with at the moment? How much do they bite on this fake?
Look at this, big Azera managed to come through the underpass, and this could be.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because the fake is already getting pulled off. All the resources are pulled on this side of the map. It's going to be a 3v1 at the A-bomb site.
They realize now it's an A play. Insani popping out of Palace. Well played from MIBR once again.
Nice fake.
This time into the A site.
Oh, deep angle with the ult.
Safe all the way up. Flash goes in. Safe comes off the angle. And David actually wins the fight against Insani.
That's a T-flash.
Yep, it was. A complete fumble of team play here,
but
Safe able to get out of there.
That's the annoying part.
Okay, a little bit of miscommunication trying to take control of CT, but it's not.
I think it's going to be a tight game, for sure.
Strong reposition with the
I don't expect
Safe. Oh, missed shot from Safe.
You never know, right? It can always be like, hey, man.
The defuse is not planted for them. They've got to get to it. Snow defending, and the defuse is stuck. It is Pain.
They actually managed to turn around.
I mean, you're going to reposition like that away from the bomb plant. You have to hit that shot if you're safe as they cross into the bomb site. That's one of the losing plays. That's a really gross post play from MIBR. Let's just say it like that. Communication not quite there. Safe wants to get aggressive to go for a deep angle with the AWP, which could have been a really cool play. But that's a T-flash. That's a team flash coming in that forces Safe to give up the angle and blinds Insani as he swings in for the fight.
But they did everything right.
Wait, they're starting in 3 minutes now? Okay.
Just fumble it in the late stages.
Chat, there's going to be a prediction. I'm checking on the clock when it's only going to be a 2 minutes prediction for the first map of the game, by the way.
Chance to bounce back.
And it's going to start in less than 30 seconds.
Everything basically. Want AKs and AWP, but look, how's he himself gone?
It says 2 minutes at least. The starting. I don't know.
Thank you, Z's.
I don't know if they do a desk segment for it, so.
Should be 12 to 7.
If they do a desk segment for it, then I redo it after. I'll notice that when they starting.
That's what's going to be nagging at them if they lose this round in Pain.
10 seconds from now.
Together on the CT side that they had
prediction comes up
that
for only 2 minutes.
Situation.
For Navi, Aurora.
5. Staunch defense for
So
Pain
Astralis
over
are back.
two players
We're winning
doubled up
that
in con.
2027 major. Yeah, if you don't go bankrupt before.
Swing on contact. But MIBR working their way towards the B bomb site.
There's not a high chance that Dexter will join Navi, since Navi refused to pick any Russians. At least newer ones, but I don't know if they have still some.
It's a weak defense with just Snow's MP9. It's
Maps
the flank that is going to be the
announced
strength of holding on, but Insani's checking it.
Oh, Dink though. Oh, it's an awkward fight
That's
for
a
Insani.
you
And he's going to lose
not a
against
me
Big
pro.
Zero. Davidea stepping up. Exit trying to frag
Oh
out, but
no,
2v4.
no.
20 seconds left. Exit needs a lot more than that, and he's got it. He's got the follow-up kill. And now he's got safe watching the market rotation.
That was not good.
Gonna smoke the apartments.
Oh, it's a
Worried about an
risky smoke.
underpass play. Yeah, definitely a risky smoke in the open.
Oh, risky to not to throw it as well, but could have easily been peaked. So holding for this cross, safe missed a critical shot in the previous round. He'll do it again here.
Yeah, missed shot again on the crossover, but at least he's still standing. Exit. Doing some of the heavy lifting here for MIBR. Is it enough to push them up to 12?
Smoke,
DGT on the flank. They're gonna get a move
Oh,
on. Considers it. It turns
no.
at the right time.
Oh,
That smoke fades
no.
away. Time
Spam.
taking. Gotta get in
Wrong
on this.
way.
NQZ with the kit. Needs to get to the defuse, and Exit's just gonna play with him.
That was a really
4K
bad,
from Exit. 12
really
from
bad
MIBR off the back of
retake,
it.
to be honest.
And this is looking like elimination for Pain.
Well, they get it right back, so they don't have to worry about giving up the previous round in the post plan. Exit does everything for them, and now you're starting to see
Okay,
some
so
of
it
the
says
individual
on HLTV
prowess
it says
shine.
it starts
We've
in
seen
8 minutes.
Insani
It's
with
gonna
a
be a
couple
segment.
beautiful rounds.
We are
Lucazi
removing this
opened things up,
prediction.
and now
We are doing a
Exit's
new one.
turn to be the champion for
All right.
MIBR. Put them up at 12-7. Map and series point. Elimination point if you're Pain. And a devastating elimination it would be with the way that they lost these two maps today.
The 10 minutes stuff. There we go. Now you got the real one. Shutterino. Real one. I think we're gonna see the ending of this one. They're on the desk. They did a desk segment, so for those people who care about it, they should definitely go check out the map if it comes up soon. But I don't think it comes up in a minute. So, but we will swap over. If this game ends now, 13-7, we go over there. You see the desk segment.
Mid-control established for MIBR.
Snow was like popping off like towards the end of the year, last year, right?
They know that this is their best chance.
I mean, Wrinkle is
Moving to the
Ukrainian.
Final day of groups tomorrow with a chance. Of
That's
the
a
playoffs here in
chance,
Astana.
but
Exit to try and clear NQZ at the bottom of the stairs. Oh, NQZ hasn't had many kills on this map, but that is an important one.
Yeah, that's a superficial clear from Exit, right? That's like him kind of going through the motions. Like, I know I should check this, but I'm not really expecting anyone to be here. So a little lackadaisical and gets punished for it. Davideus on catwalk. Gonna get challenged eventually. They will turn this corner with the cover of the AWP. He's taking it off angle. Paired up with Big Uzera over at Sandbag. Snow as well up in the ladder room, and this defense is looking strong. Catwalk take gonna go nowhere. Nice setup for Pain. And MIBR got nothing. It's Lucazi.
But the rumor is that Saw and Sanpeas is gonna leave Heroic and join G2 after the major, though.
So
that's the rumor
here.
so far.
Not likely to close in the next round either. There's not a lot of money left over here from MIBR. No bomb plant in this round, so
There's no way the NFP lets Wrinkle go.
should be the outcome of the next few
Probably
moments here
not.
for Pain. But if Lucazi hangs out of the AK, which he will,
Well, yeah.
then there's a hero AK at least in the next round.
Yeah, but you won't drop a Galil. You won't drop any pistols over. You don't have the funds on anyone else for it. So remember, MIBR has been such a huge winning streak that they're going to have no losing bonus. So you'll probably see an investment in this round just because of the fact that
You're
they
gonna
have to
have to
save
next round
regardless.
anyway.
Yeah, double save anyways. So timeout called by Pain. And called off by Big Uzera, saying, oh no, not called off, excuse me. I thought that hand gesture. Again, reading way too much into Big Uzera's hand talking.
So what do you think about now there's the Aurora is going to win? I said 60-55% to Navi.
It's all over the place.
I'd say your assessment of
Then
the situation.
40-45% to Aurora.
Yeah.
Still think it's going to be tight, though.
MIBR just decided to step in.
But
so
that's
a Big Uzera like
personal
we wanted to
opinion
save
and
this
like
one
what I've seen
regardless,
so far.
for later on if we need it. And MIBR obviously wanted the timeout to talk over how exactly they want to
I
play
mean,
this round.
I'm pretty
shifting
sure
their brains
Brooker will
into the
not
section of the
return to
playbook
face
for low buys. AK-47 and upgraded pistols.
I think FaZe is gonna be looking for something else then.
And I mean, as devastating this has been, Pain's not out of it with this kind of a round. You win this, it's 12-9. Then MIBR is.
I just think of the form and what I've seen so far in this tournament between both of the teams.
Overtime. No need to discuss it during the timeout if you're Pain. Everyone obviously knows the consequences of a loss. Elimination if you can't close out this round.
He goes to Navi? Nah.
Oh, well, Insani's got the opening. And surely not like this. Surely not like this, Pain. So NQZ is going to take one.
I think there's a higher chance that he will join like Gabriel Legion.
Smoked out again.
Oh, he's out on B for spree.
Oh, he tested
this
it.
Is huge.
He saw the catwalk player. Oh, no. Okay, so he's going to pull the team over. And they're saying, all you have to worry about is catwalk. I have market. Nobody's here. Just be cautious of Cat when you come in. That's going to be where the only defender is. But
if he actually
catch him off guard because Snow's coming back and he's getting a little bit deeper. Nade trajectory, smoke trajectory, and now sliding forward. And Breno's not coming back to help, so it's on exits entry, and Snow gives up the angle. Now they can swing wide and pin him down.
Oh, but
there's the pounce.
Yeah, that's the surprise they weren't ready for. Breno to be so deep in the site. Snow thought he was defending the B-bomb site, but they had already lost it. And now they're out.
The simple is still just stunning. He didn't join
the play.
FaZe.
They'll try. But it's going to be impossible. Pain Gaming start this tournament having to play with their coach. They get DGT a little bit later into it, but this performance is not one to remember. It is MIBR.
It was a very lackluster tournament for
yes, that was maybe his
for them
this year even, so I don't expect that to happen. He's been playing a little bit better in this tournament, and yeah, I guess Navi also what they have going for them is that they're going with a 7-map pool this season, right? So that enables them to veto Anubis for Aurora. That's by far their best map. And you know, last time around it was Inferno for the side of Aurora. Will we see that again? Will they maybe try to test them on Train? That's the question.
It'll be interesting to see if they go for that. I expect Navi to switch their pick to. Wait a second. Is that Navi picking Train?
Yep.
Wow. Okay. Well, that's a mix-up that I did not expect going into the beginning of this one. I expect that Aurora is going to still go to the Inferno as they won so handily last time around. And now, if you're Aurora, you can ban the Mirage that Navi was, in my eyes, more expected to pick. They go for that. And Navi, I'm curious if they want to go back to the Dust too, though, Yanko, because last time around, they picked it into the series, and they do go for it for the Decider, even though last time around it was not good for them.
Yeah, I guess you're probably feeling like it's a one-off, right, in that sense, and I think it probably makes a little bit more sense for them regardless. I'm very surprised by the Train pick, in a way, right, because, okay, you're trying to punish
Samsung, what they
Aurora,
said that he's only standing and that's about it.
Feel you're strong with the map.
But then who knows if he's firing off and show us
against Pain at ESL Pro League. They won in
the simple we love and
overtime. They won that one.
Like enjoy to watch, right?
Honestly, they must have been in the lab.
Like a
okay,
maniac.
that's all I can really go for on this one. That if they've been working on some stuff, strategizing, like I wanted to see Blade work on this map with the Lexi a little bit more because they've obviously shown that they're willing to not second phase ban it. They don't even first phase ban it a lot of the time.
I think for me, it just tells you the state of Navi, right? And that they're still looking for their identity this year. I mean, you've been picking Mirage all the time. You're willing to play it against the Mongols. It's their best map. And now against Aurora, where it's actually one of their weaker maps, you don't go for it. Like, how horribly wrong were things going yesterday that you've lost your confidence overnight in the map? I mean, when you're the sort of overdog in a way, when you're the favorite, right? Like, it feels weird to go for these curveballs in the veto.
I mean, I think I speak for most of us people at least. I want Simple to come back for real. You know, I want to see him compete at every tournament. You know, like I want to see.
When I see that pick from Navi, I'm just like, it's
Simple
so over
again. You know.
Was their Mirage really that bad yesterday, though, that they've now moved to Train?
I don't think it was, and also it's also the Mongols' best map. I was criticizing it yesterday that against the Mongols you should probably pick something else. You should have probably picked Dust 2 against them, right? But here, Mirage was a good pick.
We're a little bit confused. We don't know why they've made this pick, but hopefully we'll see why when we get into game, which is what we're about to do.
Yes, we are. Did you see the way that Maui was looking at me?
I know, it's a little concerning, Anders.
I'll have to talk to him later on.
It's okay,
I can't get away with it.
They haven't even updated the map.
Somebody has to stop him at some point. You know, he's running wild with it. I'm excited about the game, though. I think this is going to be really fun. We've actually had the fortune of casting both these teams already, Dan. So I don't know. What's your sense? Do you have a strong, like, opinion already? Who's going to win this?
I think you'd be crazy.
Yeah.
If you didn't pick Na'Vi. It looks incredible. I think when we saw Aurora, I feel like the floor differential for me, if I'm looking at it like in that way, that the floor for Aurora is a lot lower than it is for Na'Vi. Na'Vi look way tighter on the fundamentals. Right. And so with that said, I think that's, for me, the clear reason.
Well, we're going to have to see. I do think
Terrain Infernal Dust 2. Okay.
Will be,
all right, close in the prediction.
A bit of a wrench in the whole works. I guess we'll find out.
In
that
1
sounded
and
like
a 2
maybe that was
and
a
a
sign
3
of
and a
potential
4
concern.
and
Like
a
now
5.
we don't exactly know what they are going to be walking into here, but I'm excited about it. I love Train. I even like this version of it.
I mean, I do really enjoy watching Train actually.
So side. Na'Vi will be on the T side to begin with, and already sort of fanning out really wide. They're watching for a potential IV push, which is actually pretty common in the pistol rounds for the CT side, so people to do that. So they're just looking everywhere. They're not even trying to attack anything. They just want to see if Aurora will be aggressive at the beginning.
And already I like from Na'Vi, they just force the smoke out, and they play the round slow. So when the smoke goes away, they have the potential to rush in, and Aurora no longer have that smoke to rely on. So really nice, slow and steady stuff from Na'Vi so far.
So you need sometimes. They are starting to flood out onto the yard. They've got the icon smoke down, which is not doing too much at the moment. Wonderful. Finally, a kill comes through. I feel like there were 50
what did it write? It's always fun to read what they write.
Kind of
fun. Okay, that's
Alexi having a hard time converting this kill.
All right.
Jota decided to look
all right.
elsewhere. Alexi getting to kill 2 people who were both occupied fighting somewhere else on the map. Madja and Wakadia. It's a very nice shot there. If he could do it again, there's a way back into the round. Unfortunately, he lost Wakadia at the very same instant, which leaves him now in a 1 versus 2, and the bomb is just now planted. It's such a long fight.
Alexi B, by the way. Alexi B.
I mean, some of those kills.
There
must have been a call coming in from the Aurora side. We've got to fight towards Pop Dog.
Yeah, it did look a little awkward there for Alexi for the moment, but gets it done. That's all that matters. Doesn't have to look good as long as you get the dub. And those bomb train kills, really nice. Damn. Oh, execution via Alexi B. All right, so Aurora getting the MP9s on lock. Single smoke, scout out. Oh, this could be trouble for Imed. 2 players here. E-Box. Little labored there. Looking good for Aurora.
It's a chance it could turn around pretty quickly there. Josh is already so low on health. So at least they bring it back. 3v3. What a headshot from JL. He takes down Centaurus, Woxic, and Madja.
So hard with freaking
shuffling about the map at the moment. The bomb is still out.
Yeah, right, exactly.
So they're just kind of waiting for it here. It's a bit of a freeze call, the same kind of call that they did.
I mean, he does a lot of trade ups, so I feel like he wants to also have a whip that is really good, right?
You wait to see what the CTs are doing.
I don't know.
And I generally think if you can do it, if you have the personnel to do it, it's great. Madja, good kill. Still not in a good position against the AK-47. Alexi just showing us some mechanics early on. That's got to be a great sign for Na'Vi. If he individually is going to be at a high level, then surely the rest will join.
I mean, they call him, think about like this as well. Since now is MR12,
I mean, I love the
and if you actually want to win any force buys in general, then it's
all the MP9s were there, so that could have gone wrong. And the fact they win it, now they get
then it is
time
freaking.
So they're solidifying what can be like a really, really scary start from Aurora's perspective.
This one should be much easier, but somehow, even with the flash straight in his eyeballs, Jota's still able to pick up a kill there. I really don't know how. Bint is gonna eventually, looks like, try to follow through, and again, with just a good grenade here, it really shouldn't be an issue. They have armor on Centaurus, and that's it. So the rest of them are gonna drop almost immediately. I'm gonna call it a bit of a fluke that Jota got that kill. But if they do get one more, then again, even if it is a fluke, you're going to have to be concerned about it from Na'Vi's point of view. There we go. Nice dink onto Bits, but How can you challenge it? They are starting to get out onto the site here,
Alexis,
with another
your
ice-cold kill. I feel like a lot of them for him right now have just been pretty smooth. Centaurus going to get the kill onto JL, and we'll pick up the Galil. Try and see if he can escape with that. Actually would be a great gun to have in the next round if he can.
Looking pretty good. I mean, there's only 2 players here for Na'Vi.
Oh yeah, there's that 1 HP guy though.
Trying to hunt Xantares.
Ooh.
Unless Xantares comes to them, which he might well do. 2v2.
Ah, wonderful. Let's look at it.
Opportunity.
I mean,
information on 1.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's the best chance gone.
I kind of like it. I think the fact that Xantares wants to
That's a good eco though.
It says something about the mentality and maybe the level of confidence early on.
I mean, Wonderful will have up either way.
Let's
But
say
still.
economic way to approach that would have been to save the Galil and just, you know, you don't have to buy the next round. You get a bit of a better start to the CT economy. But the fact that he's thinking in his brain, you know what, there is actually a chance I can surprise and kill them, and then we just win the round outright. I do like that approach, even if it costs them the Galil. It's not a big deal. You can just rebuy the M4, so so not a big loss.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think going for it is the choice.
So Aurora are throwing this running cross smoke out of CT spawn. That's sort of the latest gen tech for how to smoke A main. Usually you had to go into the corner and sort of run through it, but they actually just look into the sky and throw it as they're running. Not all teams have figured out how to do this yet, so I'm just for my own benefit, I'm saying it out loud so I remember later on, because it's one of those technology things that that people, you know, it spreads to the, I'm sure in, you know, a week everyone will be doing it, but right now there are a couple of teams that still don't know how to do it. But it's nice to see Aurora being one of them.
Quite a passive start. Initial IV pressure from Na'Vi, and interestingly, Woxic happy to just give up the position pretty quick. Woxic on the AWP, of course, as is Wonderful. So the first full gun for both teams. And now after that early IV pressure, we're getting more of a move inner from Na'Vi into the halls. Really, really slow pace that they're setting early here. We'll have to remember that.
Yeah, I think it's nice though. You could see we got 45 seconds. There's almost no nades left on Aurora. So if nothing else, Na'Vi have successfully depleted a lot of the utility, and that's part of the common goals of being this slow. Ricardiot trying to get in there. Maybe he could have been flashed in by a teammate. I think that would have been a better choice for it. Jota, though, with an excellent spray down, and Woxic lands a shot. He's almost getting killed. Shot in the back from main there, but he is still alive. We're down to 23 seconds, and some good utility being thrown down now from Na'Vi to try and control this one. Could see without that smoke, they weren't going to be able to plant the bomb, but they have successfully done that. The creep out here for Xantares. Oh no, he has to get that kill every single time. Xantares, that is unacceptable. Pulls out the pistol now, Wonderful.
Unacceptable.
Killed, but it's a 1-versus-1.
Astralis won.
Just barely saving the day. Blasts through the smoke and takes that last shot, but it should have ended with Xantares getting the kill.
Oh, that's so scary. What a crazy round. And that might be, it could be a curse, Anders. I mean, if it's the case that Na'Vi managed to convert this next round, then the money is like truly wrecked for the CT side of Aurora. So really, really need to find a way to win this next one. And because Na'Vi plays such a slow round there, I think it also doesn't encourage Aurora to play aggressively. They kind of have to just chill. So we'll see that dynamic, how that dynamic kind of plays out.
There's the smoke, for anyone that's wondering. That's the smoke that we were highlighting earlier. Glad our capable observers are catching it. It's a really thin margin of how much quicker it lands, but it makes all the difference to stop any Ts from just rotating out early on. Yeah, but you're right. Down to the 1v1, and you can see there's an MP9 on Bacardia, right? So even in this round, it has an immediate impact on what Aurora are able to bring into it. High ground position for Xantares on the other side. I do like it, but it also means that this yard is much weaker because they do 2 people defending B at the start of the round, which is less common. Bit does go down. Oh, it wasn't the Xantares. I was lying completely. It was Maja. I can't tell the difference between 6 and 9 for some reason. It's my bad.
Full line underneath it. Well, that's a good conversion from Jota. That's going to give the man advantage now to Aurora. Na'Vi playing so slow, despite that opening kill. There's enough time once that smoke is gone to still make an inner play with some level of comfort. Oh, Woxic, the timing on that one. Did he spot the pixels? Great shot from Woxic. More to be had outside, and Woxic will certainly have it. Just Imma left. Can Woxic style his way to the final kill in the round? Well, oh my goodness, Imma still alive.
100 HP though.
Seconds to get the bomb planted.
Ah, he had a step. Ah, that was sad.
Aurora survive a dangerous round.
Yeah, for just a minute you thought maybe Imma was going to be able to turn that into something. But I think the big downside for him in the 1v4 is he knows where the first 2 players are. He has no idea about the next 2. So you could see, you know, like you said, he only had 20 seconds. If he knows where that next fight's going to be happening, then he can, you know, do some better fight selection. He can be more proactive, but he just has no idea.
So he could have.
So Aurora, it's a tight start in terms of the economy for them, but they're winning some of these early, really important rounds. You know, Na'Vi, not without their own economic issues. I'm seeing Glocks and Deagle. That's pretty much it. They've run out of money.
This is a bear situation. Oh.
A little bit scary.
I feel like that's such a classic headshot to find.
It is.
On this map. Nice connection there. Softening them up. And oftentimes CT sides, you can already see it in the positioning. We'll just like give up the inner bomb train.
Yes.
Play retake because it's
Can't
the same
save getting McDonald's.
so they're challenging close against these pistols. So it might be a similar story here.
Calculation about like how many rifles do you lose versus what does it cost to give up one plant. And all right, Centaur is way more on the plant itself, right? So basically making the choice to say, I hope I can get pretty much all of them.
I need to get some better though for
I've given up the AK.
some of the other channels though.
Imma landing a headshot on Bacardi, and weirdly we're into a 3 versus 3. So see how far the dominoes fall here. Matchup sprayed out so good, but Alexi stayed alive somehow. Imma looking for one more shot. If he could connect it, that might just be the round. Woxic is very low on health here, and Alexi's still dangerous. They do have a kit at the moment, so they should be able to get there. And there's one right in front too, but the low health on Woxic means it might be a quick fight. Certainly with a headshot, Alexi trying to get the job done. It is as close as it can get in terms of the timing as well. Jota running for that defuse and trying to get it.
Damn, that was actually brilliant.
He's going to be able to just...
I want to get the Inuit logo, for example. I don't know how you can get it in, though. That's the thing. And, like,
and it's funny because we kind of set it up by saying, oh, you know...
If you wanted to, like, I was just thinking, like, try to spice. I should do, like, a re-update on the whole Discord in general, because that's a setup from a former employee we had at forever.
Allows teams to scale further into the training.
Then I don't know, like, but I don't know anything.
Yeah,
so
that's like 5 minutes.
That's
yeah, but I don't know how to get the Inuit logo on the Inuit room, you know.
But yeah, 3-3, they win it at least, and you know what, Anders, it won't matter.
Is it that hard though, or is it pretty straightforward?
I mean, you can get through that way. It's a bit stressful, but
I'll try to do it.
3 in a row. I mean, you're right. Like it happens sometimes where every round is down to like 2v2s, 1v1s, but you just win all the clutches.
Yeah, yeah.
More power to you if you can. I will say for Centaurus, right? He had the flank
through
popped off. And got killed by
what up, Slayer? How you doing, buddy?
Where he gets the 1 kill and then gets shot down straight away. I feel like we're getting to a stage where his performance in general is sort of unacceptable.
It's still like kind of a mess because she kind of stopped working kind of directly.
There's nobody can question how good
and then,
he can be, but right now,
yeah, I don't know anything to do there. Like I'm so bad on like setting up and doing things in Discord. Like I'm so bad with the bot.
Trying to see if he could swing on that Ivy position. So that probably will slow down Navi quite a bit.
Yeah, huge pickup. In fact,
I'm doing good.
In multiple rounds, they've managed to find this opener. And it's
I'm having fun with a 3D printer,
it's much harder to default the map.
How you doing? How's
you know,
dad life?
Some similarities, you know, to a map like Nuke, for example, where the CTs don't have to move as much.
You can do a
getting a pick against
call
them
if you want.
Is one of the only ways to really truly create a hole. Great flash.
Yeah. That is a sick flashbang. It's also a very nice reaction for Bit. Just, you know, that's map knowledge, knowing that you can stay hidden back there, even though it's not a huge pillar that you're hiding behind.
Also, it slows down Na'Vi again because Mad just showed a really forward position, so now they have to take that really slow to re-clear that if they want to do that, which they are doing.
You also know that there's going to be 2 people at B, so pushing B could be more risky, although that's changed now. And that might be because they revealed that hand. It's just Madger here, and he's already shut down. There's nobody else on the side.
Or I
so
do
Bomb
ChatGPT, ask AI to do everything, and then like pinpoint, I copy paste, and done.
For Aurora. They almost have to retake now before Wonderful can actually get put into play, because he will be flanking them. They're trying to get there really quickly, and I understand why. They don't want to have to fight Wonderful. If they could have flooded onto the site, got all the kills, then all they would have to deal with is Wonderful's flank. But now that they've been slowed down, that is not the case any longer. Zwoxic, ready and waiting, misses the shot, to be honest. Even if he had got it there, it's still
that seems, that feels like a challenge accepted,
This bomb is already very far ticked, and Wakadia is going to be found, even if it's a long spray there for him. People are having a bit of problems with that. You know, it's the first map, so we'll give them a chance to warm up here. Zwoxic will have to save the AWP, and Aurora no longer riding that round or that line where they are, you know, just winning. So their money is going to be crushed early on. So Na'Vi just great momentum recovered already.
Yeah, big shout outs to Alexi B for that entry. If Madger doesn't necessarily even have to get any kills there, but just like staying alive for a long time would create a lot of problems and slow down the push. But the fact that Alexi B peaks and insta kills him is huge. And Alexi B's having a game right now. 10 kills, 4 deaths. It's just really owning people. So it's always, I feel like, a wholesome moment when you get to see, you know, IGL players who are able to just be the fraggers. And you love to see it.
It's true. They do get criticized a lot. So sometimes I guess they need a moment to just de-stress, have a good game. Started with 4 kills in the pistol round, by the way. Timeout was called for Aurora, just to discuss what is the plan here. I feel like this would be like a natural Ivy push kind of round for Aurora, but the problem is it might also be so natural that Na'Vi are going to be very, very careful. But those Ivy pushes, especially if you got an AWP and an SMG, because you push the SMG in front to essentially jump around the corner, and then you push with the AWP afterwards. So a lot of options, but again, it might be so obvious that even, you know, Na'Vi are going to be thinking about it, and you're going to have to worry about that fact. Doesn't look like that's immediately. They are going down the bottom. Oh,
what was that?
Pushed back instead. I think that deep Molotov dissuaded them.
I haven't heard anything that was happening in Mall of Scandinavia. I haven't been in Mall of Scandinavia in ages now when you think about it. Oh, just because no head cap.
He got pushed somehow.
Moscow? No, it's Mall of Scandinavia.
2 versus 3, and Wakadia cannot hold on any longer.
It's in Stockholm.
Big choice to make. Do you want to save the AWP or go for the clutch?
Danger. Just a doable one.
I still live in Stockholm.
Oh, after that though, now all eyes are on Zwoxic. And he has to go through a tiny choke point.
It's not worth it.
How are you feeling, Zwoxic? All right, he's gonna walk away from that one. Definitely.
I feel like I will be. I got cancer by
if he had
every
got
Swede
that
if
kill,
At least
I think
now.
that was the bomb as well. So they would have been, they could have still smoked him off, and they would have put a lot of pressure on. But there's a really good, there's a chance at least for the 1v2. But I think once he fails it, he is going to get smoked off, and that's it. There's not a lot to fight for, unfortunately. They will try and hunt him down, and I think they should as well. Why not try and put some more pressure on? They don't have a lot of money, but you know, if you can sandwich him in, if you can get Alexi, who's walking up behind here, close enough, then there we go. Close at least.
Oh, actually getting that's huge too, because that AWP has actually been one of the big problems for Na'Vi. Zwoxic's AWP, especially around Ivy, has been doing damage. And what's interesting there too is that you know, an inflection point I mentioned earlier is like, hey, Na'Vi are playing slow. And so this is one of the rounds where they turned up the pace massively. I think there's been 2 rounds like this. And it was into the MP9s, which is, I actually think is really smart, because Zwoxic needs the MP9s to kind of like slow the round down.
Yeah.
But Na'Vi didn't allow that to happen really, so he doesn't get the opportunity to do anything with the AWP.
Yeah, that's a good point. He really rotated into position in time. Wow, jumping past his bits. The heavy luxury of
so far is quite solid from.
It's always a good time.
Part 2.
6-3 here, as there's really not a lot that Aurora could do. Zwoxic
very
similar. And sour Jail's day a little bit, but no, Hima's going to have his back. But even if he got the kill, I don't think it changes anything about the round at all. Wow, I feel like there was a real chance here for Na'Vi to kind of crash out of the first half, and they just barely recovered it and shut down the Aurora economy, and now they're kind of back on top here for what is already a good first half. I would say 6 rounds. Like, you're going to be pretty happy with that. See how much more they can do.
Yes, no, I think it's a great call out. I also was wondering about that because it did feel like it was on a nice edge, and they were in that spot where they had to struggle with losing rounds with very few players each time. But Na'Vi, I just like how solid they look when they play any pace. They're super decisive, great pathing. Like we just saw here, picking up the Max 10, where they played against the MP9s. Now, when we see Aurora back on the full buy, I would assume we would go back into slow Na'Vi mode. They've shown a couple fast rounds. They could also still go fast. This is like where the mind games exist. Would Aurora try to util dump at the fastest timing possible, or will they not do that? That's kind of the question. And when Na'Vi have just shown you a bunch of fast rounds, maybe you think that, or maybe you think they'll switch the pace. It's just so hard to know.
It's also generally quite hard to go, I think, really fast.
I would say
the fast train stuff is usually towards the B bomb side, just because there's so many early nades landing here, almost always.
I barely read
Aurora going for the pincer movement. Jota's going to win the early fight against Bits, and they know
it's a good thing to do.
It's so obvious, I think, wonderful that someone is probably going to be here on the other side, because that's sort of the other arm of the attack. But yeah, controlling this position on the CT side, I think
it feels like my viewers always eat like 10 out of 10 food
for all teams, and
I'm like McDonald's.
In a way, it's a bit out of the average that we haven't seen more.
Speaking of McDonald's,
should I eat McDonald's too? Like that's something that you would normally expect.
One extra interesting detail as we're looking at this 4v4 is that Woxic has been on Ivy every round with the... Oh, hold on. We got the push from the CTs through.
I don't have it in the fridge.
Spot that one.
Then I need to go
Same
buy.
time the push comes through inner, where Xantares takes down Alexi B. So it's a labored effort here into the site. Xantares in a great position, punishes Immer, and now the bomb is lost on the inner bomb site.
Oh, yeah.
JL has to come back, but there's a player in between them. Jota's there. Wonderful's isolated.
Damn.
And Xantares is firing right now.
That's the kind of stuff I want to see out of Xantares. Some of these kills, even though some of it just is crosshair in the right place, but he should be a threat.
I can figure
it should be the case that if you walk into a bomb site, any bomb site...
I mean, I couldn't even see when I was doing that.
There should be a little worry in the back of your mind here. JL does get taken down at the end. You're right, there was a weird moment where it wasn't clear who was flanking who like at some point, but it worked out. Huge for Aurora. They absolutely need these rounds right here. Try and tie up the game 6-6 if at all possible, because otherwise they're going to end up dropping quite far behind. So it's a good job for them, is what I'm saying. Don't hate it.
And that really spoils the momentum of Na'Vi. It felt like, if they win that round, they're in a spot
it's
where
actually
they
crazy.
In a row, they really have
in 16 days time, I'm turning 35 years old.
Able to pick that one up. And I am still curious if Woxic will play a different setup. Because as far as Na'Vi are concerned, they've only seen him ever at Ivy. And I feel like that's always a question when you're playing against an AWPer. Like, how much are they going to move around?
For some reason, I feel like on this current version of Train, that just always is where they end up. And I guess it's because there's so many different positions to AWP from there. Three different lineups that you can get. But it does become very predictable, and it would be fun to see some changes to it, down the stretch of the evolution of the map. Well, they're going to be pushing. Look at it, Xantares towards the bottom of Ivy with Woxic holding behind him. So really, really big switch up here.
When
again,
Getryd
I do
Jr.
like it.
Amen. With that forward position, the old Olaf spot.
Going to Heku's channel, ask when she's gonna provide
so many rounds where Aurora get this opening kill on the CT side. And Na'Vi behind it, moving towards that inner bomb.
He's streaming right now. Going to say when Getryd Jr.
Smoke timing is pretty good, but they're not going to care about it. Trying to flash their way through. The flashbang doesn't do anything at all. Madja.
Please, someone do that.
And it's an important kill for him to get on Alexi. Creeping up here is Jota. He's trapped in here as well, so he just has to stand and fight.
Clipper answer.
Good flashbang for the setup, and JL goes down, leaving Wonderful in a 1 versus 3, but one of these 1v3s that's kind of winnable. And I love the fact that he's moving forward and being the aggressor in this moment. Gets the flick onto Jota. There is a flank coming in, and that's maybe the real threat. It's already walked past. He doesn't realize it yet, but Xantares is right there behind him. See if he can turn the corner.
Woxic,
smart move
my
on
girlfriend
him. He realized that was going to keep happening. That's where you're going to, if you're Wonderful, you feel outplayed in that moment. It's like, oh, he was in my head the whole time.
Bessie,
well
it
done.
was you who asked.
I'm kind of sad. I wanted to see
about it.
See that 1v3 happen.
You fucked up even a question.
But yeah, good shutdown from Woxic, as you said. And I mean, in general, just the opening CT
what?
that's been happening. It's been so huge. And it was such a good position outside as well.
Like Brian did correctly. Like Brian wrote like, hey, Gwen Getrod Jr. Basically like that. You went in and wrote, hello, good day. Getrod asked when Getrod Jr.
Alexi, is that a silent jump down that he can do? Surely, I don't know, it just looked weird. I'm immediately going to go and check that. I've got research to do. I wonder if he can surprise someone. Leg shot onto Alexi. It's going to be Manja. He throws down the incendiary. It will get the kill after the fact. And a little bit of damage to add on top. Not the end of the world.
That peak with AWP is not
obviously
like...
you want to kill and to live through the round, but if you can at least shut them down a little bit and make life harder on them, then you've done a pretty decent job here. 4-on-4. And Ima's moving forward with a stolen AWP. He's trying to basically play a position where they're not going to be able to predict that he's there, but he's losing these players in the back line, and unfortunately, he doesn't have the health for it. Centaurus takes him down, and JL can't really secure the round from this position. He's always going to lose this one.
All right, 6-6. That's a pretty good half for Aurora, since
really impressive.
Train is in my...
Aurora managed to fight back. It's so
I would say it's a little bit more T favorite
really
map.
Impressive. There's so many clutch rounds and marginal situations.
But then, of course, you know...
but they also managed to have good fundamentals in terms of securing those opening kills on the CT side.
CS,
I mean, that was
you know,
a really
in general, like
and that was a big
that's a little bit different in that way.
For Na'Vi, I suppose, like a failure on their end, because obviously you never want to give away the opening pick if you can avoid it.
Right.
But 6-6 going into the next half is interesting. It's hard to say which way this was
going
going
to the major.
We've got some Zentaris moments
Not
too.
planned.
So good to see.
She said, "Ask Chris first."
Yeah, finally. I feel like I'm gonna just increasingly, I think, be more and more critical, because his peak level is just so crazy high that I think even
where's
as a
my
viewer,
kid?
you feel robbed when you don't get to see it. Like it's actually, you know, it's stealing one of the great experiences of watching this team away from us. And that makes me upset. So
I mean, I totally get it. He's such a household name in Counter-Strike. It's, you know, from the CSGO days, just seeing him burst onto the scene, so stylish, so aggressive.
Are you asking for yourself? Are you, hey, could win Get Right Junior? I swear to God. Okay, Brian. I see. I don't know. Ask Chris. Oh, he probably did the same thing.
I don't know, it just
Shit.
looked weird. I'm immediately going to go and check that. I've got research to do. I wonder if he can... Kind of curious. There's a P250 as well on Woxic, okay, and actually one on Centaurus. There's been a little bit of an upgrade there. Bits realizing, oh dear, there's a lot of people. He's also alone at the site here. See, Woxic is challenging
Hector
this
has
one.
been
Flash
going
is
live
good, and he's
earlier
reloading,
than me.
just no chance at all. Completely outplayed.
And I
Woxic
said to
goes
her,
down.
and she knows that.
Is such a
It's
nice
like, I
grenade.
do kind of prefer to do it alone.
That kind of forces Aurora to second guess everything. I think they probably just wanted to flash their way into the B bomb.
I mean, we had a lot of more other problems we need to take care of before we actually gonna have a kid, if that even that's a reality. That's the honest truth.
After
though.
that one, Aurora with the reset.
We live in 2 different countries. We haven't been dating for too long to even have that discussion.
They're so far back, so they're going to get caught by the swarm, but they are contacting out, which is dangerous here. Na'Vi, they
I prefer making kids alone too.
We're going to get some really
Huh?
dangerous kills coming through, and
Felico?
that's exactly what happens. Jota with 2 could be the 3rd one here. JL indeed goes down as well. Beautiful contact play from Aurora.
Oh, you're absolutely right there.
That's a
I believe
nice triple.
It's like it was a surprise to everyone. They would just slowly realize, oh my god, they're already at the bomb site. Nobody even knows about it. Ima with an important challenge here to Jota, but he's going to drop as well. It's a quad kill now. Centaurus gets the last onto Bits. But that was really sick.
You said you prefer doing that alone.
I'm going to say that's the
talk about
Turkish version of nice.
Okay.
Wait, what?
Or sick.
Huh?
Maybe they're borrowing from the Danes.
And as GPT translates.
I feel like learning Turkish would be fantastic. I've only been there twice, once, twice. I can't remember. Twice, I think.
I think I've been there twice.
The food is
What up, buddy? How you doing?
It truly is.
Oh yeah.
Hard to beat, in my opinion.
Wish I could see much lap, buddy.
Well, round number 14 is what we've got. And no surprise, there's not a lot of investment. JL has Borded Eagle because he does, in a way, suffer from the same main character syndrome as Cadian does, you know. It's a part of JL that, you know, wants to live in the limelight. And I think it's awesome. I think it does make it more fun. Like, I actually love it. More power to him.
Yeah.
I was
well, a good thing too, practically, about having one Deke. So that can be recycled, maybe, depending on the position you play with it. Oh! Okay, we got one Eagle kill coming on through.
Almost kill Mayor there. Almost.
Yeah, absolutely. And you could see
it's the classic. Everyone walks around in it.
To getting more than just the one there.
Yeah.
So it's totally worth it.
Guys, do you even know how kits are made? At least Brian understood.
It's a lead for Aurora. It's not big enough to be
I read about it in a book.
About, but it is definitely something that can be.
I wait for
what
is it called?
Buy round that is going to be coming up for Navi. That will be the test for when things get really interesting. For Mars,
the bird that comes and deliver it.
He's the captain. He's saying, you know, I'll take the hit, guys, and buy some more utility for the rest of you. What a guy.
True. Imagine if Navi loses after picking it.
I mean, it's so early on. I think that could definitely happen. And, you know, Aurora, they're no strangers to playing the map either.
Pretty sure my mom told me kits are made when kissing.
Can be done. That whole glass wall is paper thin. You're doing almost max damage with the AK because it's glass. And glass is the least damage-reducing material in the source.
Oh,
that's not ideal. That is not an ideal smoke. That's very unideal, one might say.
Yep.
Gives a tease a lot of ways to just run through it. But...
Yeah, in theory, if Wonderful wasn't here, they could use it as a way to sneak out. So now look at the position here that Wonderful is holding. That's something that Aurora wasn't doing. This high ground position, it can be Molotov, although stubbornly no team wants to learn how to do it. But this means that he's not going to try and die immediately like what Major and Centaurus did a lot. He's back here just trying to stay alive. He does even get a kill on top of it. They're looking for him, but the flashes are interrupting that battle. Wicardia, though, it doesn't matter. He's actually getting headshots. I don't know how he got them that quick in return. He swings up behind him. He would have had 2 more kills in this round.
There almost died by the mollies, though.
Also wanted to get into the mix of things. JL moving forward. It would be so much fun if he had a kit, because then I think he could actually put some pressure on this to try and defuse the bomb while the rest of them are really far away. But without the kit, that isn't really an option. Like, you can't do a 10-second indie defuse in this 1v3. He definitely could with the kit in his pocket. He's going to get Wicardia killed, but you can already tell the beeps in the background are growing more rapid, and he will end up going down.
I thought they heard Voxy at the bomb.
Both had their backs to one another for like a few seconds there. But yeah, the pain. There's so much pain behind those eyes.
If it's birds, by the way, do kids hatch from eggs? That's crazy.
I don't know how you feel about it, because on the one hand, too much frustration I guess can be a sign of problems,
Brian,
but also no frustration might mean you don't care about
what's
happening, you know?
Yeah.
Some like kids.
It's like a management thing. Just want to be able to manage those negative emotions.
So my question to that is...
it's alright.
You should know if there's
Aurora.
eggs that...
We said that first buy round was going to be...
You're the one who actually has the answer, not me.
They can't win it at the end of the day. It was Imma, I think, Wicardia, sorry, getting some of those early kills. Wicardia's only got 6 kills. 2 of them were in that last round. But that's a massive round, massive impact.
Oh, I can get it, yeah.
Oh.
He's got the AK. The bomb's there too, actually, on Ivy, despite there being 2 other players towards inner.
Yeah.
The bomb's got to spend some time. Now also looking concerned about potential pushes through Team Main from the CTs. So AK in the mix, couple Deegs, 5-7.
You need the nest first, that's the problem.
There's a lot of danger here for Aurora. They're going to rotate towards the bomb from inner.
This
or if Alexi decides to
I
run the corner, he's going to discover there's absolutely nobody here. It's a crazy amount of information that he's just got. Leg shot on Wonderful. I'm not sure that really matters. I think you're right, Dan. There is a lot more dangerous than round than maybe Aurora are realizing. 35 seconds left. If they lose the bomb here at Ivy, the round is over. And that can easily happen.
Yeah,
a Deagle
that's
on one
Pasha,
side
one of the Pasha's
one on
dogs.
the other two. Yeah. How does he live through jail? He's got the crosshair right there. Walkstick. Nice shot onto Wonderful, and somehow Aurora trying to claw their way back. 20 seconds here. The spray is good for Imma, but Icon's going to be the play, and We're down to 15 seconds here. It's Alexi by the E-box, alone with the 5-7. His teammates are dead. They're picking up the bomb now. It's 10 seconds. Alexi, he has to try and stop it. If he gets the shot on them as they're running across, but that's not going to be the case. They will plant the bomb in the back, and Woxic there to pick it up. 3 kills here for the Turkish sniper. And another round for Aurora that I feel
there's
like
a
they should have lost.
24/7 ball.
Yeah, they need to count their lucky
Eagle,
stars. That
Nest
was,
camera in
I feel like that
California.
goes wrong most of the time. It just
It almost feels like I need to do a copy of that channel, but on Twitch, and just set it on 24/7 and spam ad money.
The Deagle crosshair.
Yeah.
I mean, JL, if he wasn't feeling the pain already, that's going to be frustrating.
Because I mean, all it takes is if you get that 1 kill, or even if you're just fighting and you die, but the 5-7 swings out at the correct timing.
Yeah.
It's. I
3
thought it
out
was
of
quite
3
likely
timeouts.
they die.
They don't. They used all their
And
timeouts
it's
in
just like
regular
and if
playtime.
not, just even getting
They
the
get a
1
new
kill,
one for
we
each
can see on
overtime.
the
though.
other side of things, there was a lot of danger too. So yeah, they managed to navigate that somehow.
So it
10-6,
becomes 3-3, then they
we do
reset.
see some of those signs of
6-6,
frustration there
it
in JL as well.
resets.
So,
But they only
hopefully
get 1 though.
That's not something that's really interfering with them all that much. But
It
but
is
certainly a painful game.
11K
I think they're gonna
people
feel like they
watching
should
right
be
now.
Way closer than they are. But back on the bye, all upon Wonderful. We'll see if they can change their fate here.
It's
that
kind
was
of
a long time ago. I watched
I
that.
feel like they're running out of room to do much of anything. Flashed in is going to be Bits, but Inna is the one taking the fight on the other side of it. So it's the same kind of pincer maneuver. The first team that I saw do this assisted flashbanging instead of throwing your own was Vitality, where Robs is going to be pushing the ramp and Apex is going to be throwing the deep flash for the peak that Bit is trying to do here. Because you can throw your own flash as you're running up the ramp, but the problem is it's so much more audible for the Ts that are coming in there, so getting a teammate to do it is just the silent way to land those deep flashbangs.
And talking of silent, perhaps a contact through B upper is happening right now, indeed. Jota leading the way. Smoke up there. Oh no, it's a Molotov, incendiary.
Okay, Woxic. That position that JL is playing is such a bizarre one because there are so many train games where it doesn't get checked because it just is hard to check, but everyone kind of knows it too. It's just pretending to attack the A-bomb site from T-spawn, essentially. I don't think it's a very solid sell, but Bit is there. You can see Alexi up on the high ground, shuts it down. That's the round over. You can see the logic of what they're trying to do, but I think throwing 1 smoke and a couple of flashes into the A-bomb site is not enough of a... You need to do more than that. You need to show up knocking on people's doors, Dan.
Yes.
Trying to sell people in person.
And also because, Woxic is, he's shooting the op there. I don't know, it just seems suspicious. The way that he's kind of making noise, it just seems super suspicious.
It does.
Highly sus. And it was sussed out by an RV. So
was the Silent Monk gonna meet Team on Pro CS?
Be the round where they take a stand and get themselves back into winning ways. They managed to accomplish that.
1K to 3K dollars maybe?
Behind it. And just looking at the money for Aurora, it's
I don't know.
decent.
Out on my road yesterday when the road follows the store or shore of a lake, I drove alongside other swimming right beside me for like 20 minutes. Oh, sheesh!
They get the slight benefit of upgrading into some of the AKs, which on train at range here, I think they go a long way.
Yeah, props to Bit. They're getting to see his POV on those 2 kills. Massive.
What smoke is that? The car is
expected. I thought they were going to buy armor on a couple of more people, but Ricardio and Jota are just going to be with the Tech 9s. I feel like when
delayed sandwich smoke or
like Man just got armor. Why not give him the Tech 9 instead? I'm actually highly critical of this particular situation.
Best wildlife encounter so far when you're young
people that are surely just going to die.
Oh shit! Is that the new job we're having right now?
Is that you're asking questions? They're not allowed.
Someone has to, Oh, why? They've made it past. Oh, did he get baited?
I think that's he got baited completely.
I'm gonna be honest. I got baited too. I was so close to saying no. This is a horrible mistake.
It's too good to be true, Anders. It's like one of those shadows realizes they're pro players. They must surely understand.
That is a W move, by the way. That's a W move.
Showing so much leg,
I love it.
It's got the fishnet.
I love it.
Very appealing
for some.
So I don't know what you're into, Dan. I'm not going to make any judgment. I'm just saying that it was a hard sell. 35 seconds. Imma. What an angle to hold. Trying to see if he can do anything here. It's going to be JL to help out. Woxic still with the AWP, but saving again is probably the better choice.
4
Doubt
HP
you're going to be able
though.
to make your way through. Major on the other side has recovered one of the tech
Holy
knives.
shit, he really tanked that molly.
Yeah. That must have been a shock creeping down the ramp. Oh, Woxic's going to die. Oh dear. And Na'Vi, more importantly, would survive with 4 members.
And I think one thing that's interesting about that round was that, you know, we just see a
200 kilometers though. That's
seemed as though Na'Vi had a great, or rather,
short
Aurora had a
distance
great way to sort of find something. Whereas if we look at Na'Vi when they're on the T side and they were often giving up that opening pick, they were still finding ways to put rounds together that were dangerous. They were able to find more positions. They were able to, you know, create kills, create bomb plants. So hopefully for Aurora, that was just, you know, they were just on the struggle bus for just that one round. And it's not the case that if they lose the opening pick, they just don't have answers.
380 kilometers.
I think that's a good point.
Oh shit!
Look at Blade. It's hammer time. he's just
hammer
ready.
time.
How many steps does Blade get per best of 3?
That's the kind of, why don't we have stats on that?
Yeah.
Who's doing work right now? You know.
Yeah.
We could get him equipped with one of those, you know, wrist things or whatever.
Bit actually walks through it.
That's exactly how.
Oh yeah.
I relate. I actually totally.
Can anyone translate?
Get the Turkish translators out
That's
there.
not a good sign, actually. That's a bit more the extreme result from JL. I think that's not the best sign, but we'll see how it goes. Opening pick. And a second. Na'Vi.
Oh.
2 versus 5. What is happening?
1v5.
I can't even say a sentence and people are dying.
It's too quick. They are getting blown up.
And what the fuck is a kilometer?
Round, then that's how you recover it.
What the fuck is
Absolutely.
a mile?
That is the rejuvenation right there.
Sometimes anger can be just amazing fuel to fight back, but obviously it's also completely unstable, you know?
Yeah.
It can also completely blow up the team, but I do appreciate it. Aurora, look at how careful they're being, even in this, right? So 1 versus 5.
We need a hot blood.
They are very, very careful not to do it. He's actually role-playing.
The salt is sweet. No.
Does he have the SAS, Special Air Service?
No.
He's been dropped behind enemy lines, parachuted in somewhere.
Fair enough, Slay.
I mean, you just have to appreciate how good this map looks in CS2.
Yeah, it does. You got
Bro,
rain
what the fuck is
falling
a
on
Swedish
teams.
mile? That's more fucked.
Yeah, got all of it. Although, annoyingly,
1
on this
mile
map,
is
especially
10
in CT
kilometers.
spawn, there are so few positions to throw grenades from. Like, I actually think it's a huge annoyance to me. There are no real corners. All the corners are rounded off by clip brushes. And also the fact that the building they stand against is like 10 kilometers tall.
Oh, my
which means
bad.
you can't throw grenades over the building into the B bomb site. If you wanted to throw retake grenades from the CT spawn, you can't. Or at least I can't. I don't want to speak for everyone else.
Just need to get that arm strength going, get the shot put practice in.
Get a catapult.
That would work.
Catapult.
That would be pretty
cool.
That'd be pretty cool if you could just purchase a catapult.
Or a trebuchet. If you care about the difference there.
Yeah.
Here we go. It's 11-8. Aurora. They just need 2 more rounds. It is Navi's map pick. And I won't say it's been a complete failure, but definitely Aurora are well prepped on the map. And I'm not really too surprised that is the case, to be honest.
Yeah.
Jota is top fragging with 21 kills. That's maybe a little bit more surprising. But he is a strong player.
One thing I think was interesting.
Jota's is starting to play better and better, it feels like, the longer he's in an Aurora.
And the question is, what does Aurora do when the round is slow and they have to force the action? And I don't know that we've really found the answer to that, except that one round where there wasn't one for Aurora after losing the opening pick. So, more passive approach from Na'Vi, putting that test onto Aurora, but we've got now positioned to throw some nades from behind that dumpster. Let's get the skip.
Yeah, let's see where they land. Okay, so one towards the
that's a
connector,
very
one towards the
important
diagonal
kill.
train in the middle. Pretty much all the common grenades that we expect here. Icon going to be smoked. That's a very deep smoke on Icon. I think that's a bit of a failed smoke, to be honest. JL he flashed in for the fight, but the Molotov will force him out into the open, although they can't punish him. They had no grenades. If they had a grenade to blow
That's a
open the
save,
smoke,
right?
then they could have punished JL, but they actually don't. It's a 5 versus 3.
It's exactly
and they're just gonna have to stay here.
6,400
29
bananas.
seconds. Yeah, back in T-spawn we go.
Yeah,
Waiting for the train to take
For
somewhere
fuck's
else.
sake, man.
Get me out of here. Well, I mean, this is
What?
interesting
Are
because again,
all bananas the same?
Na'Vi, they're
Oh,
able to
that is
play
actually
slow again.
true.
Maybe that is.
I didn't even
maybe
know
that is
all
the
bananas
ticket
were the same.
to success.
Yeah.
Aurora.
Also, it's super strange that it's
on a
it's
T side,
1:30
teams
and
will have
I'm
strengths
almost
and
be like for
weaknesses
7
in
hours.
various kind of spots, whether that's like the start and finding the opening pick, or whether it's scaling onto the side, or when the opponent is aggressive. Like there's all these different scenarios where your team needs to have different answers.
No. The universal standard banana is used in a lab in
It looks like that's where
Paris.
they're the most weak so far, just from the vacuum of this game.
I think another genuine strength that Na'Vi started to accumulate on the map here on the CT side is the fact that Bit seems to be holding us all on the B bomb side, and it's so normal for there to be one B
In a
4A
lab as well.
in a lot of rounds, and that means that one
Lab.
player on B has to, like, if he starts to fail to hold the bomb site, it will force the defense to play differently, and then you're sort of playing out of what you'd actually prefer to do almost immediately.
Oh
So
shit!
having that luxury of Bit,
RCH with a
he got
5
kill this out
motherfucking
in the last round too,
gifted.
and just
Much
kinda, like,
love,
keeping
buddy.
that up, I
Much
think
love.
is
Appreciate it, big time.
super, super.
Kisses,
It made it
kisses.
harder for Aurora to make the choice to attack him early on because they feel like, oh well, he's going to get a kill and survive.
Keep it up. Aw,
So
appreciate it, buddy.
That's
You're
just,
always
it's good.
welcome
It's
to
kind of
stay in
it's
here.
it's such a hard role to play because if you fail even by a little bit,
I,
if you die,
I
with
see
getting
we
no
are
kills,
a
then
little bit more
you've
of the
lost the round for the
calmer
team very quickly.
CS
That's a
community
really good
streamers.
point. That's a really good point. That's why you need nerds like Rob.
In general, sometimes I'm very talkable, sometimes I'm
there's a
not.
lot of him, unfortunately.
Sometimes I talk nonsense.
No opening pick.
Sometimes I do good gameplay.
For Woxic, really. It's a hard one to connect on.
Yeah, we don't.
And the
We
inner
take it
pressure
easy. We take it
of
easy.
Aurora for some util. In fact, we've got Wonderful here again in support a bit.
Presumably can't play the same trick twice in a half.
Yes, and they smoke it immediately, so no little bait attempt even.
Calm or as.
So let's see.
Or
Woxic, I'm guessing
as,
is going to be smoking the C connector from this position. So just to try and
What?
apply a little bit of pressure. There is also some grenades that are going to be thrown from Madja on this one. So they might just actually fake a full A execute from here. Maybe it is
Say
the connector smoke. There's the icon one.
But I've always been like calm streamer, like when I was playing
that line's
professional
so
as
deep
well.
towards
Well,
Ivy.
when I was streaming.
Really confused. I feel like that smoke goes deeper than they may be expecting. But yeah, it is an attempt to try and signal an A push. But in
Old
fact,
school
it will be B,
CSGO
and
round,
Na'Vi
by
have
the
played
way,
this
Shab.
completely. They already have 3 people here. They are not
Oh,
surprised at all.
no.
I don't know how they know exactly, but really, really sick setup here for Na'Vi. They should win the round every single time based on this. Emma with a couple of kills, Bit as well. Woxic missing.
That round
Should have been an easy shot, and
specifically,
it leaves Manja, who was
super
actually
old.
from T-spawn, so far away.
Super old
That's-
tactic.
That's a very cool round to look at in isolation as a way to see, well, how, Na'Vi, how good are they at reading ground? This time the answer is good enough to win it without almost blinking.
Yeah, and going
Don't
back to that
threaten
point
the
of if the
people,
round is
buddy.
really
Don't
slow
threaten
and
the
you have to force the
people.
action. Well, so far we've seen those 2
Wait,
attempts
that's
at faking the
updated
A
Flom
side.
gun?
I think executed
Huh?
in a similar way by different players.
Interesting.
And it just Na'Vi, as you say, they have such a good reader. Like you got, and that's essentially also Na'Vi saying, "Hey, Aurora, you guys didn't convince us. You didn't do enough elsewhere on the map." And with the way the timings work out, we had time to basically say, "Okay, we can kind of deduce that this is going to happen." So, all right, this is Na'Vi's way back in. And I think if they've read that, I don't think that there's an argument that they need to try to make aggressive.
They were
plays.
done in
What is-
another game,
What is
right?
working right now is
Yeah,
working.
it's only
and
one game.
No
Yeah.
need to switch it
Forgot
up.
about it. Yep.
I think they're happy with everything. They're also
Excited for
building
Simba's callback.
just enough bank that even if we're another round, the game is not completely over, or the map is not completely over based on it. Running pretty quickly forward here.
How
Big
did I
holding on
become
the other
friends
side,
with
and
Flom?
He's gonna get some backup.
I watched them for
Really
years,
good.
but
They're
I
not
was
that far
only
away, so
lurking. And then one day I went in and then I wrote, and then he was like, holy shit, Getverse watches me. And then I kind of told him like how I can prove I'm an all-time viewer. And then we start playing a little bit online. And then I was going to go to NA for a little bit. Then I asked, should I come over and visit you where you live? And he said, fuck yeah. And then I went there for like a week and streamed and everything like that.
That gives them Navi time to go
I've
back.
done it two times now.
Sorry. So yeah, just
I was supposed to do it
fundamental understanding
in
the map,
2020, but then COVID happened because I did it in 2019. We went to US for quite a while, and I was gonna come and visit him in 2020, but then COVID happened. And then we waited and
pressure on the bomb site.
2022, right? I think it was. I went there to visit. Or was it 2023?
To go down though.
Again.
Wonderful.
But I haven't done it in a while.
One bit with a chance for a double, but even the fact
because
that
I also knows that
they have such a good read already that there's not an immediate imminent attack on
there's like of our friendship.
Delay some of the nades a little
I'm
bit
not
here.
trying to sound like very rude about it, but I think of our friendship and so on. I don't think there's a high chance that he will come and visit me, for example. So I have to come and visit him.
Push here. Well, Jota absolutely does.
Which I'm super fine with.
But the trade's in.
But
and still a 3v2.
It's a long trip though.
They've crept out of the team main smoke.
But next time I'm thinking about if I should.
Emma, did he spot it? I think he called it out. I think you could see him make the call.
Potentially
on the
like
radio,
rent the place.
Absolutely, they know, and now they definitely do. Wonderful. Catches thus the front of the gun of Madja there. Centaurus wants to move in, but Alexi's on the other side, and he lands the headshot. He was so aware. Alexi's really been playing a great game on train. Madja with 40 seconds and a 1 versus 3, and he just can't find it. Alexi disengaging from the battle. Give Navi another round 12 to 11, just when it matters the most. Just as they're about to lose the map, they found a little bit more strength in for Aurora. Both these teams have had some slightly silly losses. I'd say Aurora losing the big is still a bit perplexing to me, perhaps. And then the defeat for Navi yesterday was pretty grim as well. They are 2-1, so they're not immediately going to get knocked out here. But I you know, it's frustration in both camps, no question.
Yeah, certainly. Navi, lots of frustration early, but looking good right now. Not a great buy here for Aurora. Mac 10, the Eagle, Tech 9, only 2 rifles. Moving towards the inner sights right now. It really might just be their best option with the equipment that they have, the limited util as well. It's going to be an inner hit. But Navi,
what the fuck is those?
Navi have either a great
what the fuck is those emotes?
How close Aurora get.
Yeah, and it could have been depending on whether or not that shot connects, right? It is, like you said earlier, the classic peak when you just pre-fire the angle. They're going to be making their way down straight into the EWP. It's a nice shot, though, but still, Emma with the spray down. 2 connections
there
on
always
that one.
been like
and
3 guys inside.
It is not going to be enough. 13-11 instead.
Absolutely cinema.
Map, and Navi managed to
1-0
survive the early stage here. It looked so scary at one point. Still map pick though, and it actually works out in their favor. So I would say.
Are we gonna see a free mapper?
Yeah, super impressive.
Or are we gonna see
frustration in and just find the recovery? Great game ultimately from Navi.
Or are we gonna see them closing it down?
Thanks, DDK. I mean, there was some concerns about the train pick. I think the whole way through those concerns were valid. We could see some issues, but they were able to get the win in the end, Maui.
It was a really nail-biter of a map where if the Navi of yesterday showed up, then they would have lost. They would have actually thrown away their own pick, but really cool T side, even just seeing the way that they played the CT side, usually stacking the proper bomb site that Aurora was hitting. This was a good look from Navi, even though it got closer than we probably wanted it to.
Yeah, I think the concern wasn't necessarily that, you know, oh, the train is terrible, why are they picking it? It's more the approach side than the map itself, but it was going to be interesting to see Navi on train. I mean, Blade really enjoys the map, even his past teams, you know, Navi of old, the train was a staple for them, and one of the reasons for that is Ivy, which is really hard to utilize in this train, and you can see that there's still...
Sometimes got so fucking baited there, by the way.
Pressure there, and yeah, unlike yesterday, able to...
So baited, by the way.
What do we think of Aurora on train?
Well, they made some changes, actually. They made some changes, actually, after they played against...
You'd think that a game named Ghost Recon Wildlands, where players lead an elite special operations team to dismantle a powerful drug cartel and an open-world depiction of an infested Bolivia, would be a dark and serious game. But then you accidentally drive off a cliff with a dirt bike. Where we go? Oh, we're going over there. Oh, no. You may even discover a silly little goofy, totally not a killdozer that you only discovered after 300 hours of playing this game.
There is a killdozer here.
There's a killdozer?
This thing's got plenty of gas.
What? There's a killdozer in the game? I can't even see out of my sight here.
Neither can I.
Where are we taking fire from?
Over. He's right next to you, Drew.
Oh, Jesus.
It's been over 7 years since we stepped foot in the first open-world Ghost Recon game. Is it a Ubisoft game? Blatantly. The world, as visually diverse and beautiful as some scenes are for a 2017 game, is
very
primarily
specifically
filled with those
asking
regular
me about
Ubisoft base rate objectives.
Are you Gamba? Then you should read the rules.
If we move on to the Aurora side, we're going to focus in on those players. But for you, those changes that you mentioned, Maui, what were they and who did they affect?
So Major and Jota swapped up positions. I mean, I noticed that Major was anchoring towards B there, and Jota, I'm not sure if it's like 1-for-1 because sometimes the A defense kind of moves around a little bit. But I'm just glad. In some ways, I'm glad Major's actually moved to anchoring B because he is he wants to be active. Like I think of him, and one position I think of him the most in is A on long, does too. That when he's there, he always will go for pushes if he thinks there's a timing. And he did that actually towards B. He would actually push upper B, push lower B, try to get flanks off. And so these guys were able to swap around. And weirdly enough, like Major, yes, he gets pressured and he might not get that second kill in a full-on execute that Jota would get because he's more of a tried and true and more bred for the role anchor. But I feel like B anchors now have to be more active. Like Shush is the prime example right now that I'm seeing at this tournament where it's a guy that just moves a lot. He pushes a lot. So Major, he's more inclined to do that, whereas Jota is going to sit on that bomb site for a little bit longer, which might lose some efficacy.
And it tells you, how dire the situation was for Aurora on train, that they felt they have to make that change mid-tournament. And maybe it was one of the reasons why Na'Vi picked train and then threw a spanner in the works. And we're like, wait, why is this guy B all the time? Like, what's going on here? Like, what's happening? But, still being able to adjust in that first half, ending up with 6 rounds was just enough to close it out on the CT side.
Talking about that first half, we do have round 7. I know that you wanted to break this one down. So walk us through what we're looking at.
Well, this was primarily a B hit, but I wanted to just show some of the comfort from the Na'Vi side. I mean, they're in this default early on here, and they did a good job of, even though they did lose one player, but really, this ended up just being a dry push towards the B bomb site. But Wonderful was actually able to lurk through Ivy. And this kind of goes back to what Yanko was saying, what Blade's done in the past with his rosters, where he just creates enough Ivy pressure. And it's a really cheeky, and I want to even just say CS2 way.
In Sweden, we don't allow it.
Smoke and just trying to go on one
Same
side
for
and
me.
gamble. The way
it's
Wonderful
not a setting
played
on my
around
side.
that smoke to take the B bomb.
Otherwise, I've been living in a delusional world in like
he's actually
forever.
just trying to play right on the edge, find a timing because the smoke pixels are just going to eventually reveal a little bit of window of information. He gets a kill through that. And that was one of the best moments I've seen from Ivy for any team. There were other rounds in this game where Na'Vi used Ivy very well, but that was one example where it actually led to a kill and it actually led to a stronger post plan because he just flanked from CT.
Yeah, I think also, what you wanted to mention was the information play that Aurora made on B and got the kill. So it's sort of, that's why Alexibi called them right back to B. He's like, oh, they just cleared it. They're not going to expect us. Like, we have good timing to walk out upper. And it worked out great. And it was actually Wonderful who managed to find the most impact out of Ivy. JL a couple of times early on in the game just couldn't connect on the kills, couldn't find the frags, was getting shut down. So it was huge for Wonderful to be able to step up in those moments and sort of take some of the responsibility.
So Na'Vi takes their map pick, but now we move on to
I mean, a little pick.
How do you
Should
think
I
Inferno
order
is going to
food
play out for
today?
these two teams after
And
what
then
we've
I
just
eat
seen?
the rest of the
Well, the
food
last
I
time they
cooked
played against each
yesterday
other, Bit put
tomorrow,
up one
or
of his
should I
worst
eat
land
the
maps
food that I
ever.
cooked
It might actually
today?
have been his worst land map.
Because I need to cook
So
up
he's not going to do
pasta.
that again. He got bullied pretty much every situation, whether he was towards apartments or pit. I feel like Na'Vi has connected today to the server in a way that last time around, I was trying to just find some footage of like, okay, why were they so bad? but they truly, to me, just didn't feel like they pitched up in terms of just the fragging ability. And I feel like this is going to be a Na'Vi that's reinvigorated and one where I'm going to keep my eye on Alexi. I mean, I feel like, well, looking at his demo earlier today of how he plays this one, he's just taking fights a little bit more carefully. He seems way more in tune with what the next fight is going to be. And his multi-fragging ability in terms of just pivoting, reading the opponent's strategy, and killing a couple guys as they're approaching his bomb site, or even as he's trying to take space, has been kind of the X factor for me in this tournament.
And there's definitely lessons to be learned for Na'Vi from their game against the Mongols yesterday. And we also talked in that series after losing, throwing away the map _1, how difficult
But
it is
I have
to go into
literally
map 2,
no
where it's the
fantasy
opposite
what
today,
to eat.
right? They did manage to close it out. Train went well for them. And, I'm sure they had a team talk last night and a conversation.
Actually,
about what
yes,
happened, and
I
they
should do
seem
that, to be honest.
rejuvenated today, right? And
Because
for
tonight
Aurora,
I am
unfortunately, after the
starting
break,
with
hasn't
my
looked great this whole tournament,
medicine
right? I mean,
for
okay, the
next
wins
week.
against Hotto and
So I'm
LFP,
gonna
but
go to
losing
toilet
maps,
a
playing
lot.
close
So
against
my
them,
stomach
losing
is
to
gonna be
Big,
smaller.
and Na'Vi just seems the better
So
squad
I
at the
should
moment.
enjoy
What does
something
Aurora bring
juicy.
to Inferno in terms of what we're going to be able to see in the server?
I think it's just a lot of grouping up, same like any other map. And I think it's on Inferno where maybe it hurts them a little bit more not to have lurkers, because you see teams that are well prepared, sort of they understand their timings. That was even big on Inferno. You could see them at like the timings around. They would actually lean the fifth player towards A.
Is
right?
that the
And
new
sort of
thing?
go for the clear.
We
That
give it
doesn't
to the
happen. They
people
go
in
back to
Netherlands.
3B. People focusing on apps have a lot of success.
No, I have
because either
no
you
personal
manage to get
opinion.
some good
Like,
trades, or you go manage
every
to get some good
every person
information
that
and have
comes from
someone
there is always
flanking
the
if
kind to me.
it's B where they're grouping at, and didn't really see much change compared to how they looked at the previous tournaments.
Yeah, I want to see if Jota can withstand the A pressure that Na'Vi is going to inevitably put on him. He was really great at the beginning of the year. I find that he's cooled off a bit. It feels like he himself had a honeymoon where he was making the jump to tier 1, put a ton of work in. But now I don't really see if there's new facets to his game. It feels like it's kind of the same old. And some of that luster from when he was replacing Calyx seems to have worn off, and I want to see, this would be a great testament to the fact that he has potential to bounce back, because I know the skill's there, but it just feels like he's just kind of rinsing and repeating exactly the same positions, the same timings.
Two teams who are both in very similar situations. They need a
Okay,
good
now I'm
result here at
looking through
PGL
what I should
Astana
eat.
before they head to the major. Both teams struggling a little bit as well. Na'Vi has that map win in their pocket.
The old joke back
now
in
they're gonna
Denmark
close
is
the series out 2-0.
Christian the
Let's find out
Fourth
if
was the
Aurora can
worst king
stop
of
them from
Denmark.
doing
It
that
gives
after the break.
Skåne, Halland, and Blekinge to the Swedes.
She
I
said
forgot to
she
give them
loves you,
Finland as
but
well.
she can't love me.
Wait,
But
is
I
that a
love
thing?
you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your
I'm gonna be
every move.
so boring. I'm gonna order pizza. But then again, like, I can't eat. Or I will be eating, but I will, later on be shitting everything anyway else. So.
Aurora are back in the building and they're back at events after almost a month off since their last official. And I guess that must feel great for someone who's been at every event this year up until that point. Quarterfinals against Complexity for PGL Bucharest when you were here before. This is a game where everyone had you guys as favorites, and for sure, Complexity were looking better, were leveling up in that. Was that a tough one for you to lose, considering obviously we spoke about the struggles you guys have had just in playoffs overall? but also the fact that this wasn't even an arena playoff.
Yeah, so it was just a playoff match in studio and we lost. So it's not only playing in studio or
picked
in front of crowd. I think maybe there is a barrier mentally when we was in the playoff, but I think every match that we did in playoff, next by next, is way better, I feel. Obviously, we lost Complexity, but I think Complexity play really well Counter-Strike in this tournament because they did.
Actually, they did talk about that.
So they can
Navi
really prepare,
jumped over Mirage.
Like you told, like in the paper, like we had to win, but we didn't. But it's okay. I think losing is part of the job, and I think we need to learn of that. And this tournament also, like I feel like it's also a very good tournament, and we will do our best today. Yeah, this tournament.
How is it in terms of feedback from the Turkish community now? Are we over? Because when I last spoke to you, it was a lot of aggression being thrown your way, a lot of problems being thrown towards you and the team, and that also came into your minds, right? Does it feel like that's kind of gone away now? We back in, like the Turkish guys are behind you?
Yeah, to be honest, I use my times on this to be at home to do a stream also, to explain to Turkish fan, like I do a stream, there is 5K like watching, I just explain why we left, why everything happened like this. So I use my time to explain to our fans
I'm getting
what's
a new
happened, because like I told you, the first day was really complicated for them. But now the feedback is way better. And also Aurora is doing a really great job as an organization to help us and help the community, Turkish community. In the social media, everywhere, they just try their best to make them happy. And I think overall, general, it's way better than the first day. Now everyone is behind us. The message is 80% positive.
It's never going to be 100%.
The first day was 0 positively, like, bro, it was really intense, my Instagram. And now it's way better, and I'm happy for that. Yeah, they understand why everything happened like this. And
So, am I right in saying we should expect the full force, full strength Aurora coming into Astana?
Hopefully, bro. I will not say
You're laughing and smiling at me.
Hopefully, because
how's the weather in Stockholm, by the way?
Astana is first time for me in Kazakhstan, and Kazakhstan is a really close country to Turkish. There is a lot of people who are Muslim here, the same religion that we are
3
in Turkey.
degrees. So, is that on my PC?
When I go out, I feel the energy, the positive energy of people here. They really like us.
It's a little bit sunny, but not
for
like
me, like
insane,
here can be
you know?
a really big tournament for us in terms of emotionally. And the arena, I know how big is it, and how Kazakhstan people love Counter-Strike. I feel that. So the first day I came here, I got a really good energy, like the positive vibe about that, and I think it's a very, very important tournament for us here, and we will do our best to make happy our fan.
And looking at the teams that are here again, right?
I mean, if it would be like
Spirit, yourself,
20
Mongols,
or something like this,
they're
I
coming
would
as
be
the
fucking
clear favourites
dying in
for
my
a
apartment on
chance
heat,
to win the
if I'm gonna be honest.
Do you feel like you're still in that
Sadly.
conversation where you put yourselves as one of the favourites?
Yeah, obviously, if I say no, I will just lie to myself. I think we are one of the favorites to win that. Obviously, we have some issue to fix until to get this trophy, but I'm pretty sure that one day we will break this barrier about playoff, about these Counter-Strike things, and maybe this tournament, maybe this will be Dallas, maybe it will be in major, I don't know, but it will be. For sure, we'll work for that, and yeah.
You're looking very good, and you're looking rested, which is very important. I'm happy to see you like that, so good luck in the tournament, bro.
Thank you, see you guys, thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. We've got Inferno coming up. It's Navi and Aurora with a bit of an exciting start on Train, to be honest. I did think Aurora was going to find a way to steal away Navi's map pick, but it just didn't work out that way. So now we're going into the second map here, and very curious how it'll play out. Navi going to be starting on the C side, Aurora on the CT side. But yeah, we're back on Inferno.
The classic map, and I think this is a map where we saw just crazy stuff from Navi against the Mongols, where they got that 7-1 lead, playing extraordinarily aggressive. And I just think the fundamentals there too were pretty damn solid. Obviously ended up like losing out against the Mongols.
Yeah.
But I think that the level of Counter-Strike was pretty high from both teams ultimately. And so that makes me worried for Aurora here, because
let's go.
Can they meet that level of fundamentals from Navi?
It's going to be a B execute with Smokes, Coffin, CT spawn, and then they're going to Molotov the new box if they get that far. Like, this setup is I would say, almost certainly done already, but the push down here from Aurora, though, might make them change their mind. Yeah, they're going to have to do something else now. So they run up middle. Bacardi is here with the dualies, just hiding in the corner. Nice idea, but unfortunately, it's only going to be the one kill. Look at Magic, though, shooting him in the back of the head. That's a fantastic start. Jail's going to end up going down. Woxic with the double to end the round with. They even steal the Molotov there towards the end of it. I'm so sure about what they were trying to do there, Navi. I think they have one player go second mid, and then they have everyone else waiting essentially by the bottom of like the T ramp. And I'm pretty sure once they've cleared out like the first part of amps, then they're gonna go and take top banana and all the rest of it. Like, yeah, I'm pretty sure that was the plan.
Being hindsight Harry, it would be interesting to see if Navi had just reset around
I was still fixing my food ordering.
Like, no, if you keep your pace, you can only go to mid there. So you're kind of playing into the CT's hands, and a lot of T sides will reset to avoid that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And allow there to be more question marks.
This is actually... Oh no, we missed the shot. But
another one of the situations, the early deep smoke on banana really shuts down an effort there. So Navi just have to fan out and wait it out a little bit.
So JL, he shot the stop sign off, and then Bit went to look at it. And that tells me that the stop signs are server-side and not client. I would have assumed they were client-sided, but I guess that's not the case. That means we can use them tactically. We can shoot them across the map. Maybe distract someone. Maybe they think it's a flashbang.
Let's see Xantares farming it up early on with the SMG. He knows though. Can't keep going with that one. Getting some bells run. Bacardia, I mean, 1 HP. Xantares and Jota under half.
Terrible just dancing, have fun. But sometimes they write something, so I try to always be a little bit faster to see it.
Could be.
And then see what they can do there, you know.
For Xantares to get a bit closer, just to really up the chances. You don't need to do that much here. Just, you know, one kill or even trading a kill would probably be enough to win the round, but Lexi, what a long fight. Surprising that doesn't do more damage to Xantares, but good recovery. Don't lose these early rounds. It'd be so silly for Aurora if they found a way to give it back this early.
Yeah. And, you know, if you are Aurora, I'm sure you've checked out that the Mongols demo that we had from Navi that we just referenced a moment ago, and you would see how the Mongols got so far behind when Navi were on the T side, and you'd be like, okay, should probably have a plan.
By the way, I think it's still fucking cool that I got Nate shot gift me use his prime on me, by the way, earlier today.
That is a very, very tough start, no question. CT side. Although Navi themselves, you know, found a way to struggle, obviously, as we came to find out, which was kind of disappointing. We do have the buy coming in. 2 Khalils, 3 AKs. Taking control of the apartments pretty early. Oh, look a bit. Is he going to be able to find someone there? He really wanted to. The smoke is going to push him back, but he was actually running forward, hoping to catch somebody making a mistake, retreating from the mid position there. They're going to give all of that up. They said, never mind. Smokes are up everywhere. Let's just try and see if we can go to the B bomb site. Why not?
Yeah. We've only got so much utility here, and it should be easy enough to isolate Nadja off this position, smoke him off. And then there's just Xantares they have to deal with. Xantares has been hitting some shots, so let's see how much he can get here. Backside takes down the first player, still holding the same position. They're going to be charging him down. Imet able to trade it out. And that's a 4v3 after plant.
Sad and missed timing from Woxic there. Really could have missed it. Why did you decide to retire you're an idol of my generation? Sick.
Just unfortunately don't want
motivation.
To. I mean,
a TLDR answer.
It's a classic scenario, really. Shame that Major.
But I have never officially retired. And I still got my Hall of Fame watch from HLTV.
There was like 49 seconds when they were battling him back there, so he has to essentially have to take the fight at some point. He got 1 kill, couldn't get more than that, and that will be the end of the round here. So
yeah, could he get an upgrade gun?
Upgrade into something more? All right.
Yes.
The thing that's interesting there is that Navi were able to have such a straightforward just play on to. I hesitate to even call it a set piece because they just smoke it off and just run in, but isolate the two B players, and that situation usually happens because the CTs don't have the info, and normally, that timing that Na'Vi took is kind of a faster timing. And for Aurora, one of the solutions is you need to try to hold on to top banana control, because that at least gives you the warning and you can slow them down, and then get the third player over in time if you need to. So maybe that would be an adjustment to expect. Aurora trying to play more for information.
I'm gonna be honest. I hate that setup that they had at the B-bomb side. That just because
that is indeed a baller way to get into Hall of Fame, getting inducted without ever even retiring.
Yeah, the fact that it's Centaurus at the back, though, that does make me feel like it could work. Here, double setup in the hallway.
I mean, the ear thing is something I will always have, but it's okay. But I have a stomach disease.
Timing was off.
Have UC,
it's called. It did throw up. The whole power of having those two players there is it's really awkward when you're peeking in from the T side.
Day-to-day life, basically, I would say.
Essentially too many fights, and you end up, almost taking none of them.
But
nice flash from AlexiB. They just flashed shorts up mid, so trying to keep those two A players on the A site. But only 3 players here for Na'Vi to go into the B side, so it might be a little bit more difficult than the previous time. Magic can also fall back to Church safely. There's options here. How much can he get from the FAMAS? Trying to hold that sandbags position down. Xantares might find a timing to go through here. Is he going to look for something? No, with his teammate dead, he can hold on to the position, but bomb down.
Oh, wait a minute.
He's in a good spot still.
I don't think they will ever expect this. Maybe they will, but if they don't check it, I would definitely try to do a little bit more here. Gonna find the first one for free. Quick second. He's such a laser, isn't he? Alexi gets dropped. He has no idea. The corner, even while he's reloading. He's back in this round once again. Imagine if they could win this 2v3. All of a sudden, it's Woxic to get the kill on Bit, and a nice flash to set himself up. Wonderful. Gets that kill, swings wide against Woxic, but they have the kits, and they're going to be able to find the bomb here. Aurora, sick retake, set up by the fact that Centaurus had walked through the smoke. They did not know that he was there, and he gets the first one is for free. The next one, that's why we call him the Terminator. That's why we call him a robot.
I'd love to see that in like 33% speed or something, just so you can kind of see whether or not he even has to adjust and like how precise it was, because it was so fast. Because normally when like pros have really fast flicks, there'll be like maybe a tiny adjustment that you can't really perceive.
Oh,
but when it's on normal speed, but that was so beautiful. And you're right, that's like the ceiling. That's just the mechanical ceiling.
Nice! Basic goal had to nerf you, so I ska köra en CS2. True. You print something yet? Yes!
Oh, sick. Grenade on top of JL.
And I'm gonna print again!
Fire
in a
on
second.
All sides of him here. Oh, that one goes a bit deeper. He's waiting.
I'm doing a mass production of something.
Holding it. He's already got it. The pin pulled on that grenade. Somebody has to
but
do
I can't
before
tell
JL
you
dies.
what it is.
Can we please get the flash in? Oh, let's see. There we go. All right, he's actually flashing himself through the smoke to try and help him out. And JL just swings and takes him down. If he knew that there was no one else there, they would almost win the round already. They might still. Smoke goes up. Let's see if Centaurus can stop this.
Oh, that one was... that was a little bit bad.
Yeah, what a sick spot.
I don't know for sure, but it's possible that the fact that Alexi flashes himself through instead of flashing JL in is actually the thing that puts Major at way more ease, because he's thinking, well, they're now trying to run through the bottom of the smoke at Banana, so I want to take a peek to look, and then there's already someone there. Like I think it's actually very possible that is the kind of sick level of mind games that's going on.
Yeah, the tiny decision point that actually loses the round, even though it seems like a small thing.
It's also because for a good 10 seconds, Alexi had the grenade in his hand. He had the pin pulled. He was ready to throw it, and he didn't. And it must have been like they could have flashed Major as well, right? It's not that they don't know the lineup, but they went the other thing, which is
I'm throwing away.
Very interesting.
Yeah, definitely. I'm still thinking about Xantares' flick.
Well, it's I think for good reason, you know.
Yeah. Like one of the things when you're trying to shoot that fast, like multiple targets, is you have to be looking at the target that you're going to shoot next before you've finished the first target.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what has to happen to be that quick. And obviously it's a skill you can train. The skill is called switching.
Listen, if I ever had the time for it, it would be actually fun to try to go through more of those things, but obviously for some people it seems to come almost a little bit more natural.
Yes.
which is sick.
And that's a crazy round to win too, because the way that Aurora I have to say, their name is hard to say. I
know. I feel you.
The way that Aurora won the previous round.
But I didn't print this one.
Antares, 156, very nice.
But that was yesterday.
But it looked quite decisive. It looked like pretty strong in how they were able to take that one. And so for Na'Vi to just like straight away get like, I think that's the most demoralizing type of round to lose, where you lose one pick on B and then the round is completely over and you don't even have a chance to do anything. That's the worst thing I think you can experience on the CT side of Inferno.
Those kind of resets are...
I'm not sure what I'm going to do with that one, though.
The upside is that they lose the round by losing one
I was thinking about giving it to Patrick, but Patrick didn't like fucking answer me on Messenger. So I was like,
pretty good weapon.
I know he's a Star Wars fan, so I was like, it could be fun to give it to him, you know.
And Bit actually decided to have the MP9 here still so that he can just essentially be the entry man. Actually, I mean, it's a huge advantage in some respects, depending on what you're clearing, because you can just run really fast and be spraying. It's perfect as an entry player.
So that this one failed.
So good, good clearance of partners for Na'Vi. Banana control hasn't been taken, and they know that Aurora knows that. So this is something that I think might be in Na'Vi's mind still. Do we try to threaten that, or do we just allow Aurora to have more players towards A? Because that's kind of what you have to assume if you do not challenge Banana whatsoever in this position. You know the CT have it.
Yeah, and even as you say it, Santaris is rotating back to be that fourth man, so that is slowly unfolding. 3 people nearly playing in the pit as well. I mean, if they ever go for it here, it would be disastrous, but 40 seconds. This is where my trust certainly in Alexi is really high. I don't think he's typically going to throw away these kind of opportunities. They will go for a very deep execute here. It's Library, it's Arch, trying to see if they can establish control. This is what kind of grenade you want to throw if you wrap the A bomb site.
Okay.
Already, Santaris has found 2 headshots. How is that quick? How did he get the second? I'm not even sure I saw that. 2 versus 5. As Jota takes down Bits, and any dream of wrapping anything right now is dead.
Yeah. And you know what's crazy is that, that B option, I mean, we could see it
not
so
Snooze
specifically. It wasn't just like
it was
it was Maja, and he had the M4A1 S and no nades. He had 0 opportunity. Like, he can't do anything, essentially. So, but because he is at the half wall, he at least has time to call people over, so they can still do that at that timing.
I mean, the problem is, it's very possible that this is a call Alexi makes based on data that we just don't really have access to in a way. Because if you just look at it from a regular sort of Counter-Strike point of view, it is a mistake, right?
I'm not gonna do that specifically middle, because I couldn't. I mean, either I need to do it myself.
We already said it basically. They are going to have a big presence there.
But I haven't even started with that one.
It's the most normal thing in the world. So my guess is that there's
like
something
doing
deeper,
it myself, a lot of designs.
From a normal point of view, you definitely say.
I have an idea that's gonna be 10 out of 10 if I get it to become a reality, though.
Chance to discuss what on earth is going on. This is Antares. Good. Okay, so they just do straight line. I swear, in my brain, that registered as 1 kill to begin with.
Yes.
Hi.
Yeah, same. I thought that was like a team kill or
something. I ain't doing about
that's what I thought.
Let's look at the scoreboard. Like, oh.
Okay, well, he's still crushing it, so that's exactly what you were asking for in this series. So 4-2 advantage for Aurora. 3 players to start off on that banana control battle. Woxic with the peek into mid, so lots of presence here from Aurora, but JL, what can we find? Na'Vi was so good at the aggressive finds against the Mongols of all teams. JL with another, looking for Maja. Good defense there from Maja, but gets traded out. Beautiful hit for Na'Vi. They could keep it rolling potentially. Molly might slow them down though, so...
It's interesting that they do slow down. Bocadia up on the high ground. He's going to get the first one. Flash in. He's going to swing again. It's a very, very nice idea. The flash was almost seamless there for Woxic to actually set him up for it, but somehow he couldn't quite get the job done. Jota
still and doable for Aurora,
though. Look at how far away Jota is. Woxic,
I would say.
He's going to risk a lot by staying here, but I kind of love it. If he gets a kill, then this retake is going to be on. Oh, and he
there
does!
It is.
Ima did get the bomb planted, but what a great wallbang to get this started. Now Jota's going to be sneaking up here, and Bit is not really sure. They haven't heard him. They've got no real clue. The timing could be epic for it. It's Bit still with his back turned, about to get shot. It's Jota, just free kill. He keeps on spraying and finds wonderful. What a retake coming in from the Turkish
I'm
side.
a little bit surprised that Bit never looked around, though.
Yeah, what a stunning shot. And it's interesting too because I'm trying to work out in my mind why the Team Molly went where it did, because that slowed down the ability to get into the site with all of the players.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to think, because it happened pretty late, and I could see that Molly being something that you just like throw because you're expecting to like catch the second CT in the setup. But
no, but more like bit why, like he peaked banana once, right? But
they're happy about it. 5-2 start.
It still was like a 10+ seconds. Then he turned around, like when he was literally in his face, you know.
In that last round, they got Madja and Santaris at the start of at the B bomb site. And those are the two players typically playing B. So there was a chance that Navi could have just, you know, launched into the bomb site and run into Arcadia. And that could have been a potential mistake to have been made. It really matters like who you kill in what positions, and obviously at a pro level, such a good read typically on who you're going to find in what spot. And if you find somebody else in that spot, it's such a big cause for concern. It kind of means you have to reevaluate a lot of what the defense looks like. Stars out here, he's still got Madja behind him. But with the early kill going their way, I mean, it's a really great beginning to the first half here. Which they do need. Dust 2 the final map to decide it if we get there. But right now it feels like that's more likely.
Yeah, and I think... Okay, well, we'll get the push coming in. Let's look and see how this goes. Good setup here for the CTs. Xantaras terminating around. Just looking for the next target. Wonderful. It's the timing, my goodness. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Could get another one potentially. Xantaras, though, now turning his attention. 6 bullets left. Only needs plenty, really.
What the?
But that again, like going to that flick earlier, that's like
I don't really
the overperformance moment.
I mean, I had 2.9 instances.
That was the point when I started to really start losing rounds. So
was it 11:59 or 60
he's really
EDP? I think it is. I have no idea.
It's just so good, isn't it? Oh, what a fantastic gift, honestly. If you love Counter-Strike, you're going to be watching that and just with a smile on your face. Even if you're on a Navi side, you have to appreciate the fact that you're getting to see this man go to work. 12-3 on Centaurus.
Yeah.
Don't know what the ADR is now, but it's going to be high up there.
12 is the total of kills that all of Navi have.
Wow, that's really quick math then. I like it.
Thanks.
I always knew your brain was right. An incendiary thrown down? You never know, Dan.
Yeah.
I always wonder, you know.
Yeah. I think
you never know, Dan. You never know.
So far, I see him show up and eat in the green room. Order food. Don't know if he's doing any work.
Hey, you missed the best moment that you would understand, Hopla. When Xantaras died by a counter lower on train.
He's over on this side.
It's pretty nice.
You're going to be likely guessing if you're Navi. Well, it might just be one person at the B-bomb side at the moment because it's a strange spot to find that particular rifle in.
Oh, no, you should have seen it. It was... Someone could probably find the clip of it. It was pretty cool.
Keeping tabs on Banana, you can pressure it a little bit as well.
Yeah, he was so mad.
A little more difficult for Aurora to understand.
It was literally like fucking screaming for like 10+ seconds.
This is really dangerous. This player that we're watching, Xantaras.
There's only 25 seconds. That they're now setting up smokes.
Oh no!
What? He misses the shot. That's the bomb, by the way. 16 seconds. JL gets to live. If Navi get back in this round, that actually would be a crime. Ima takes the kill. Jota, that's it. The bomb's down. It cannot be one at that point. It's too deep in to pick it up. Some very nice shots here for Jota.
Nice round by Jota.
Time alone would have done it. It's a quad kill.
Was that an 8? No, quad, okay.
Okay, there was a moment there where things were getting way too freaky, but we're back. It's 7-2. Aurora doing everything they can to try and get us that third map on Dust 2. And honestly, when Xantaras is playing this, I just want to see more. I need more.
In a live game?
It doesn't look like it's going to slow down anytime soon. The only thing though is you know, are some of his teammates going to be able to be there as well? Jota has been great this series so far.
HLTV even having
some of that here, just steady pair of hands in the pit position. Woxic looking for the mid pick again. That round did hurt a little bit on the economy, but
Oh no. Time to run.
No, really, right?
You could see.
Wait, she has like it shows in the corner.
As they get closer, he does spin
Oh,
around. He's
really?
alive still. A missed
One
shot
has
here,
bait
and
dragon
he can't
then.
actually get another bullet into it. Riccardi with a very good spray down, but they've stolen the AWP. Deep grenade will not be able to kill JL, and somehow the sheer
We need to
impressive
spam the
speed
clip
behind
more,
that round
spread
is
it.
enough to get Na'Vi onto the A bomb site with 3 kills on a bomb plant. Magia, though, is a very early flank coming in. I don't think they were expecting it. JL was looking for just a second, but he didn't really trust his instinct there. Bit, 1 versus 2, gets 1 kill on Magia very early on. It looked like he was trying to back out of there, but he couldn't. Incendiary to go down, trying to block off Centaurus, but he has to run through it, and he already will. I think Bit knows. 10 bullets left here, and Centaurus is hunting for him. Oh, there's a nice spray down, headshot through, and now
Nice
he's
round
sealed
by
the round. And it
Bitterinu.
started with Woxic. I think the real mistake that he makes at the beginning is not essentially just
Coke
running
and
right
Joy,
away.
do you
The
also
second
have
you
that one?
realize is just run. Don't stick around for
That's
another kill.
Olle have also shows
Yeah,
the
I
clip.
mean, that's always the scary part of it, isn't it? Do you stay and try to just maximize the kills? Because sometimes there's the equation of your head where
No,
like,
he
if
has,
I run, I'm just
subs,
gonna die
okay.
anyway, probably. So do I try to like get some frags? But then if you're in between those 2 decision points, and you don't commit
Freiburg
to one
should
or the
have,
other, then you
have that
just
one.
certainly have the worst possible performance. So maybe that's your point.
Yeah, now I think it's worth highlighting though. You're right. You know, actually, if he had committed to play on the corner, I always would have loved that more.
Yeah.
But it is that kind of like, I'm kind of halfway. I'm trying to throw a grenade instead. It's like, they're not going to slow down. They have Tech 9s. It doesn't really matter what grenades you're throwing here. They will keep going.
Oh no, don't spam that. Wait, you did a
Phenomenal.
Oh yeah.
You could see that he was trying to, in the final 1v1, like that kill is crazy to get. You have to
Is this
get
the
that
second
insta.
part or first?
Everyone has been
This
there though,
play
guys.
for him
Everyone
in
has
the
done
corner of the
that.
site, he is just actually just trying to maximize.
Deal, guys.
Wait, what?
Everyone has been there though, guys. Everyone has done that.
Actually have
That's
Hooksy playing a little bit more towards B and Stout
Deal,
playing
guys. Everyone has been there.
Wait. Okay, no,
It's
I'm
half
not.
the order,
I'm not
right?
gonna watch the first one though.
Blowing up
Nah.
Smoke here was a big thing when they were playing the Mongols, and the answer is right
Do a
there. for
falafel?
Aurora. So
I'm
maybe
just
maybe
getting a
watching
pizza,
little
plus, so
bit.
you should
Wonderful
definitely
got
go
some
get a
sick
falafel.
kills when they were playing the Mongols.
But the only
In
reason
that
why
very
I went
fashion,
for a
and now they
pizza
just
now,
reply
I
with
wasn't
more
even feeling
grenades.
like
They
one,
blow the
is
AWP.
because I'm gonna take my
It's a missed opportunity,
stomach,
unfortunately.
a new stomach
Now we
medicine,
need
but
the
it's
rest of the round.
basically
I
like
think we need
laxatives.
7-5 here to really feel comfortable.
So I'm gonna shit it out. I just wanna enjoy
I
something
like
good.
this though for them, taking the top banana control away.
But it's later
It's gonna be
tonight.
so
I need
key.
to start
But at
the
the same time,
segment
you need
for
to
the
stop
Monday's
mid-control.
visit
Then
to the
Aurora have to
hospital.
decide, do
So
we
there's a
stop
chance on
banana
Monday
there
I'm
or
gonna
even be a
skip
factor here?
streaming
Because
or
that
I
kill,
go live
this is probably going to commit
late.
the
I
rest of
don't know.
Na'Vi to just go A at this point.
Because it's 10 a.m. on
In fact,
Monday
there's
and
3
blah, blah,
towards
blah.
B right now. There is a timing here for Na'Vi, but I mean it's hard for them to know that.
Yeah, they
That pizza's gonna have
really
a
don't feel
autobahn in your
comfortable. It's a bit
body.
slower
True.
style. I think it's been hurting them in the past. Oh, Woxic. Weird position. Jota goes down. What is happening to the defense here? Wakadia couldn't get the spray down. That's unacceptable. Aurora, even with 3 people, they should be able to do a little bit more than that, but the early kills come through at a very awkward time. And I think, again, Woxic, unfortunately, kind of the first pillar to fall there, and then the rest of the structure just goes with it. Ima and Alexi, 2 versus 2. Aurora trying to see if they can get a bit of a retake in. They do have a smoke and a kit as well on Centaurus, so it's not out of the question. He is moving up by the Haycart. He is looking to see if he can get a bit closer. Already spotted out by Immer, and now going to get shot in the back. It's very good communication for Na'Vi. Magia alone, I think unfortunately this is too much of a sandwich. Immer takes him
quad
down.
kill?
Nice quad kill for him. And a kind of a big flaw in the system
My
here,
falafel will
unfortunately,
dance.
for the Aurora side.
It also seems like
look.
always hesitant to call a player out. But in terms of where one of the weaknesses is, the Woxic has been missing quite a few shots on the AWP.
Yeah.
In I think a multitude of these rounds where Na'Vi have been winning on A.
Yep.
So
that's fair.
So that's something that if you're Na'Vi, you're absolutely going to recognize this. And for Woxic, maybe the pressure's increasing. He's going to be on the MP9 now, as their money is a bit wrecked going to this final round. So maybe 5-7 is actually doable here for Na'Vi after all. 3 players, sandbags.
Oh, more grenades raining down. I do like the massive stack here, but unfortunately they just don't have the utility to really stay alive. Jump up.
19
Alexi
liters.
might be trying
per
too much.
person.
Another Molotov around the corner to put pressure on Jota.
So
He's trying to
5.5
escape
million
down to
people.
5 health, but somehow he will live. And honestly, that worked out better for Aurora than
So
I was expecting.
5.5 million times
I feel like after
19,
the first lost
right?
effort, Na'Vi, they kept going, but they got all the
Or?
info, so they could have easily reset with better numbers.
How much does
3v3,
Sweden
I
do?
mean, it's absolutely doable.
I know that Norway fucking loved their Pepsi Max.
Boost up for Xantares. He's the only one here. They throw the regular smoke, which means he could look right on top and might be able to get a free kill against Imma, who is kind of hugging the smoke. Oh! Such
surprise!
It's, you know, the corner of the smoke fades away. It's not even the whole smoke. It's just like one little corner of it that changes, and Imma's right there. That's
True thinking. True.
There's no way he could have known that exactly, but it looked so sick. It's Wakadi. It's round number 12, so of course he is going to go for it here, but with the health that he's got left, there really should be no way. Flashing himself through, he doesn't even get a chance. Imma to get the kill on him, and a 7-5 is secured here. So not bad for Na'Vi at the end. Obviously, it's not the best start, but good enough, I think, to make a comeback into the second half, no question.
Yes, and also going into the second half, you know, we can expect perhaps some really cool stuff from Xantares.
Let's go.
So that's going to be fun. And we will also, I'm curious what the dynamic will look like with Woxic on the AWP and how he will be utilized and sort of what the performance there looks like as well. Interestingly, Na'Vi, they didn't get to run what they ran against the Mongols, really. So credit to Aurora for that.
I think, yes, that's worth highlighting. They did shut down some of the more impressive things that Na'Vi were able to do in that game. I think that's absolutely worth thinking about, and that's sort of like, that's how Counter-Strike evolves, you know, even on a daily basis. The turnaround to figure out what's going on is pretty quick these days. I will say this, Dan. I think it's fine to call players out, you know. You're so polite. You say, oh, it's, you know, some problems with Woxic.
Yeah.
Just call him trash. Say he's washed.
Oh my god.
You know, just go.
Is that what you're saying?
No, but that's the Maui playbook, and you know what? It works really well. You know.
That's fair. Yeah. Well, I think it's something that Na'Vi definitely started to lean into. They're like, this is a pattern. We're kind of getting a lot of space here. Because on Inferno too, one missed AWP shot.
Perfect set timing.
Yeah. You're right. This is like one of the few maps where you're not going to have many second chances with the AWP to try and run away and do something else. So here we go.
And I will do it like I
coming up.
do
We've
time
got
to
Aurora
time.
now on that T side. And it's a very similar look when you look at the utility. So very B execute heavy.
Wait.
When you got Smoke's coffin, Smoke CT spawn,
Good,
one
have
Molotov,
fun.
but Na'Vi, I don't know about you, Dan. I feel like they've got an idea that this could be coming. There's something about this that tells me they might have done something.
Yeah, EF is
yeah, they're ready for it.
Aurora.
Oh,
They still exist though.
Oh, Julie's coming in full force. Nice shots. Alexi B, he's been a menace actually on some of these pistol rounds. And
Damn.
Indeed, Na'Vi, they know what's up.
Easy
He
pistol.
just doubled his kill count to 4. So says something about how
Wait,
miserable
is
the first
more in
one
that
was.
team?
You're right. The USP side have been trading really well. You know
Alright,
what's really
breaking.
interesting? They had 4 people at the B-bomb site. The person that was still inside of the site.
No, I know that
had
Emo
no
was in
flash
EF,
bangs
but I
or
thought it
anything
was
to throw
streamer.
over. So it was
I
literally
didn't know
just
he
like
playing
a
again.
staged fake. Whenever you get a kill there for Aurora, you might think that's the last person. Well, then there's more. Even if they kept going, there would have been
Oh,
even
you're making
a
grill
4th
food.
person
Ooh.
inside who wasn't even trying to flash anyone in. They were just there as
Yeah,
like
but they
one
didn't
more
become
shot.
their
'Cause
streamers.
if you could get 3 people at top banana, you're
When
going
they
to be
were
running
starting
into
to
the
make
bomb site,
noise.
reloading your Glock, right? That's what you're doing, and then you run into USP. So like
Love
it was. That's how sure Na'Vi were of what was going to happen.
That really is awesome. I really like that a lot. It's cool to see it work too.
Okay, Brian, I can be
Aurora
I can be
also won the
quiet then. Not gonna talk anymore. I'm done
If they
eating.
get close enough
Okay,
here, to be
bye-bye.
honest. So are they going to be double smoking pit? Maybe one of these smokes will land to actually get them out of the apps. But now that that's down, they might have to wait. Oh, I
Does
think
it smell?
the
Wait.
problem with waiting here is that
What
the
the
banana
fuck,
control,
Slayer?
they have no idea if someone from the CT side is going to be
You owe me
pushing
5
up. But
gift
maybe
now.
they're just going to ignore it and do it anyway. But honestly, this kind of stuff can really work. So I'm genuinely curious how this will play out.
Yeah, Na'Vi are going to be just on the receiving end. So we'll have to see what the quality of this set piece is. Bit has kill initially. Incendiary down, holding the high ground, peeking out in such an aggressive exposed position. I
Wait.
don't know how he was alive for so long, but teammates
How is
from
he
Kit
alive?
trying to hold on for dear life, and they get so many kills. They're just Xantares left in the 1v2, the Mac 10, half
The
health.
jumping Mac
Since
10
reset 11.
gets an
Great for him.
M4. Xantares
Surely
W
you cannot do
ace
this.
win.
27 seconds, up on the barrels, looking for the next fight. It's
Aw.
very awkward. All right, Alexi. holding on to it. I did think for a second, because he would have had to have tried to ace his way out of that round. That was a lot of chaos. I really like the smoke that goes down there for the T side is a cool one, because there are a lot of CTs that love, especially with SMGs, they love to play and sort of shooting up at the players that are jumping out. And I guess it also blocks anyone from pit. So it's actually a very nice smoke to be thrown there. But I thought maybe they had one more trick up the sleeve, Aurora, but they got kind of close.
Well, 7-7, we're all tied up. Deep banana smoke, as we are wont to see. Holding for any apps aggression. Second mid. Na'Vi with the banana control, so some information winning for them.
I do
Give some more moment
now.
now.
Has got the hero AK. I just feel like when he's playing this well, just give it to him every single round, pretty much. So Bacardi chewed up at the beginning, and that smoke just long enough that they couldn't really punish it either. Joss is going to be going down. He's the only other player that's been doing anything outside of Centaurus. Between the two of them, they got 30 kills, but the rest of them are just so far behind at the moment. Centaurus, there we go. Again, back murdering people. This time, wonderful.
That speed, though.
Top mid position.
It's
50
acceleration
seconds.
speed there, man.
Round is still on.
Insane.
At this point, if Centaurus is alive, there's still a way to win.
Yes, and he's got some lemmings he can sacrifice. Oh, there's another lemming. I mean, he goes down to just allow Xantares to pop off the head. Oh, the flicks are unbelievable here for Xantares.
It's pretty low now, though.
One-man army, 2 versus 2. Does he have the presence of mind? Madja is not going to spot it, but he gets the player on the side. Will this actually backfire? Because it's going to create an argument to go forward. Xantares still holding... Oh, no, he's actually going through the apartments. So this does create space for Alexi B to move forward.
He's going to throw the bomb down to Madja, presumably. No, he goes the whole way. That's such a risk, but he is running onto the site here, trying to plant in the corner. Nobody knows Alexi's here. Oh, he's beat the timing. Headshot.
No.
That's so sick. How did he even get here? Madja not watching for it, and now he's in a bit of trouble.
It is a hero AK.
Already tagged up. He's not loving life at the moment. 40 health. The reload is in, and a wide swing. Alexi, a giant clutch here to get the round back for Na'Vi, even in spite of everything that Xantares did to shut down Na'Vi.
Yeah, Xantares is the problem here for,
have a good one, Slayer.
For the opposing side. Really stunning stuff. And again, like just having bodies to throw at positions to trade if you're Xantares is actually an OP strat. And
I mean, when Xantares feels
big
it,
credit to
he's
Alexi
so
B.
fucking
He's been phenomenal.
correct,
I feel like
man.
in every clutch, I feel like he plays them so well.
Yes.
And that feels good, man. Your IGL is just clutching, I mean, constantly.
It's like a positional win for Alexi more than it is mechanical, right?
Yeah.
He's just so like he that's the way to stop Xantares. He couldn't get the gun out in time, you know.
Yeah.
Like he was planting the bombs, so he actually couldn't shoot back. Okay, barely Na'Vi winning that round, but heavy nades landing at the top here. Not a lot of damage. JL somehow surviving, and Jota's going to be shot down right through the smoke. JL getting a bit of revenge there, so I thought those grenades, actually, if we could see the replay, I kind of wonder, I feel like some of them bounced
I mean, if you watch me enough, you know I'm a calzone kind of guy.
I feel like there were a lot of players there for Na'Vi
Barely
that might have run straight into them.
pizza.
It could have been even more damage.
Pepperoni or anything like
maybe?
That smoke might shut down the long play. So indeed, shorts is going to be where the most players go.
Oh, he
spots to walk through. Got to find a timing, but in
it's
fact,
like you're almost a cop.
Two players in the pit to support.
This is such a strong setup.
Oh, that's a big kill.
Very important kill.
They're going to turn into B-split. What a call to make. With this little time left, they get one kill in CT spawn there. They're going to find Wonderful. Now they come maybe back for it again. They might not even need to. They're just oscillating between A and B and finding kills because Na'Vi feel the pressure to react every time they feel like they've lost the T players. There is a way to win this. They actually can win it. 18 seconds. Oh, JL, if he can get just, one kill on the bomb planter here, which is going to happen. Watch it goes down. They're trying to pick it up again. He does get, or actually, bit to get those kills. Not JL. He's on the other side, but still, there was a chance there to delay for long enough. When you're down to about, the 15-14-second mark,
Holy
if that
fuck.
bomb gets dropped in a weird position,
My stomach's gonna have a pleasure time when I'm going on a laxative.
They will pick it up and make it an 8-8 scoreline. And because of Centaurus' crazy amount of damage in all of the previous rounds, it just means that they don't have any money on the Na'Vi side immediately.
Yeah, they're wrecked. They're fully wrecked on the money.
JL back here. You said fully wrecked?
Yeah.
All right. I was worried for a second, Dan. You had me worried.
Never.
He's
who knows?
back
Who
here
knows?
with watermelons, so at least
Hydrate.
Can you stay hydrated on watermelons? Is there enough water?
Probably. They are mostly water.
Can we? Yeah, but humans are mostly water. I feel like. Has anyone tried? You tried to live on?
I mean, if you never have an idea what to eat, pizza is always the go.
Survive for a while.
Way to go.
Some watermelons.
That seems like a Mr. Beast kind of
That
experiment.
headshot down.
Now,
That was
imagine
a
really
pretty
having such a
insane
good
shot.
performance there. Even if he just gets that one and just like stays alive for a while, it's already done an insane job.
Yes.
The pistols here for Na'Vi. Now, these are definitely the types of rounds that can get sketchy for the T side if you have moments of hesitation. But there's no hesitation right now. They're going straight forward. Wonderful. Can he find a Deagle headshot? First chance.
Depth free. Oh shit! That's amazing to hear, Richie.
Get harder and harder. Alexi B's got a great time.
Everything now, so okay, that's even better.
Kill.
Yeah, straight.
Relaxing vacation, but where? I don't know. I want to go like outside with a beer.
This was supposed to be the easy round, and instead
I'm a very boring person in that regard.
Shut down in the front as well with the 5-7 in the
where
deals.
I could say
outrageous.
Whatever I could say is not even expensive, but
homage to Stewie 2K, who love to do those.
I'd love just the summer coming, and then it's like.
Yeah. I mean, so far he's done that twice that we've seen, and
sit outdoor, drink a couple of beers.
Perfect pace from him.
If it was
and he's converted the rounds off of it.
6-7 years ago, then I would be loving to have a cigarette.
And that, like you say, that's those rounds are so tough because it feels like you have all these advantages, but when you're the
dollars or euros
to a site,
or any other currency, okay.
And 9-8 now the score, and things get kind of weird because the economy for Aurora likewise has been stretched.
I feel like there was sort of an empty stare in the Centaur's eyes.
That's way more when I spend on vacations.
So hard to get us into this position where they don't have any money.
Yeah, I mean, still, once again, debt free. Amazing, brother. Once again, amazing. That's a really big golf clap. Can we get some golf clap in chat for that?
Disappointing. Centaur's got 21 kills and 11 deaths.
It's not fun.
He's playing an absolutely crazy game.
I've been part, so I know how it is.
There needs to be more. And the problem is now Na'Vi have stolen some of the AKs, right? Like their money could bounce back. Maybe not right away, but they're on a quick
feedback
path
on
to
your
recovery
Discord
here.
working, you know. All right.
Tech 9 buy, half buy for
Thank
Aurora.
you.
This is one of those spots where, like in tournament poker, when your chips are low.
What about
just
Prague?
find the best spot to shove
Ricky.
it all in, and that's what Aurora are waiting for. That best.
Should have pretty cheap beer.
So many comments I want to make, Dan, but I'll keep your poker analogy.
But good quality.
Like
also pretty cool things to.
That's actually going to slow them down a little bit.
Side scenes, what I heard as well.
So smartly. He understands.
But all depends as well. Do you want to go to a city or no?
He's hunting them down. If he had a bayonet.
Because I'm a city vacation person.
Stabbed him with the MP9. Walksick alone.
It's in Poland, no?
Such good Counter-Strike.
No.
You know,
no.
Jail is the sort of player I feel like that very often we would actually criticize for those kind of moments because again. He is someone who sometimes will look for the highlight. He's like, oh, I can take him, don't worry about it. He played this as
with
good as
another
you could
gift
just
today.
the slowdown, the flashes in, just making it so hard for the T's to get through. That's really admirable. Even if Alexi gets the kills, it's fine.
Yeah,
he needs them.
Such a sick setup for Alexi.
Yeah.
He created an opportunity.
Need that stuff for the travels. True. And also no ads.
Alexi,
hey,
11 for 11. I feel like if you just think about the last couple rounds, you'd think that he had like 20 kills.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. But he did only have 2 in the first half, so
true, fair.
That's what's keeping him back.
Oh, bit. Has he heard anything here? He's certainly been heard. His running around in the Palmers has certainly been heard.
All right.
They're looking.
Top questions.
And they're actually holding now. Maybe all that running in the Palmers might
City?
feel like for Aurora, there's a setup there.
City vacation? Or do you want to relax
so
somewhere?
Suspicious to
Where
hear somebody
relaxing could
running
be
at
the
all
beach,
in this level of
the
Counter-Strike.
sea,
That, and you can see they're also
or
looking
do you
up
want
at
to
the balcony, and
sightsee
again,
of
they
being
really
like
don't
seeing
know
the
if he's still there
nature?
because
Do you want to
it's
see like a
completely-
city with a lot of
That's so weird.
museums?
And seeing the banana here might feel like a 3-player setup on the
do
A side, like two.
Like, what do
two
you like
partners
to
and
do?
one long
City
is
vacation
when
and
you
3
have a
days
good read
party.
there.
Okay, 3 days party. Isn't
takes
Prague
more?
like one of the
gotta
best
love that
choices
for
you can
Navi.
say?
Because now Aurora
I've
are in a
heard
kind of weird position.
Gdansk
They
is
have
really
autonomous
good.
control finally, but there's 50
Never
seconds
been
left.
to though. I've never
And
been to both of
there's
those places,
still
by the way.
a couple
I
strikes
personally said.
for Navi.
But there's places that I want to
There's
go
also
to.
enough for Auroras. They can throw the same ramp smokes if they want to. Could see Madja. Yeah, he's doing all the
Maybe
work.
something I would,
The true captain
to
is
some
in the-
degree,
that's deep towards the
say,
library. Other one going to be towards the arch
at least in
position,
my...
landing even as
I
we
was in
speak. So yeah, they
Gdansk
will do
1
the
month
wrap
ago.
around
Oh,
here.
how was it?
I love this. I think this is a really good call coming out, but Bit or Imma is going to do the best that he can. It is assisted by Bit as well.
Not as in
And he
vacation
gets
for
a kill of
Victor.
his own. Wonderful, goes down, but
That's
doesn't
the
really
thing.
matter at all.
Yalom,
Now,
much
20
love for the
seconds,
prime,
ball
buddy.
is lost
Appreciate big
over by
fans.
the library, so they have to fight their way
I
here in the next 15
mean-
seconds. Bit says absolutely not. And Jota alone.
Japan
Three
is,
people on the other side.
it
Because
is
now
a
we look to
choice,
get
but
11
still at the
rounds.
same
He's not
time,
finding the shot through. He
long trip
realizes
could be
time is
expensive.
up.
Like I
Alexi
think
gets
is there.
his piece of the pie as well towards the end. I didn't quite. I wish I could.
You know what
get
I
the
said? There's
replay
still a
from right before Bit flashes in Imma, because I've looked. It's no
You
joke.
didn't
I think
feel
I've looked
it?
at 100 different demos of
Oh.
Navi doing this, and almost every single time.
I think in
before
general
seconds,
my
the
community is a
thing
little
that
bit of the
cues it
higher
is actually
tier
Bit
age.
throwing an incendiary into
I would say
the-
around
into
like
the
at
apps,
least
because he has to make sure the apps are
25
basically
plus,
safe
I
before he
would
can
say at
safely
least.
flash in his teammate. So it's such a like 1, 2, 3 step. It's like Molotov one side, 4 flashbang, and then Imma swings. It's like they do it
Nice
so
charges, good food,
often. And this one was
okay.
also, like, the success rate here was insane. You get the double spray down. That's all you need.
Higher tier of age.
Yeah, so
No,
confident
it's just
on that.
more like some streamers could
was a
have,
total shutdown
you know, a
again.
big
So the
jump
wrap-
of
the wrap being
ages.
shut
I
down
know
in
when
that
I was
fashion.
streaming forever ago.
If you're
Yes,
Aurora,
I have.
You know, there's
I've
there's
been
going
to
to be a lot of
Latvia, yes.
uncertainty as to what works. What do we think?
I'm
works,
actually very
against Navi
curious.
at the moment?
In next week,
Centaurus.
I'm going to
Centaurus, yeah.
Lithuania.
But he hasn't
call
been
him up.
able
That's
to
my
get
first
into
time
any-
ever I'm
any
going
good
there.
spots in the last few rounds, and you know, is banana control
I'm
something
actually
gonna feel harder
quite
for Aurora? Are we gonna
excited to go
have more of an apps focused? It's like
going there for work specifically, but I
Yeah,
think
that-
I will have
they
a
just need
chance
to
to
bait
see something. at
for
least.
Centaurus to get kills. So just sacrifice 4 people and then let Centaurus win all the fights after that fact.
And I love to go to places
well,
I've never
that's
been to
Centaurus
before.
is at the moment.
And I've never
he's
been to
behind the bomb
Lithuania
second
before.
mid, so
that's gonna be
looks like
cool.
they might be in a spot to do so. But Navi, they're going to be rotating
Um,
Ime back towards the A side of the map now because they have that top banana control. So Navi earning the better setups by winning the
I've
information.
been to Rome, guys. By the way, what do you has anyone been to Rome in the chat?
Kind of
What is your
dangerous.
personal opinion
They'll
after
put down the
the trip?
incendiary, and they're back into the 4-1 split here. So Navi, every chance in the world to try and make it out of this one.
Mm.
Madja, I feel like the bullet should have connected there. They were shooting right through the smoke. He's right on the other side.
about
But
100%. I forgot about it. I was in Zanzibar in
leading
2018
here. 50 seconds on the
before it
clock.
became
Trying
or
to
like
wrap around
started
Watson.
to like
Getting
be
a kill
super
on him,
trendy
and
for
Centaurus with
a lot
one
of
more
Scandinavians
headshot.
to go there.
Alexi,
That
he
was
feels the danger. He's
I
out in the
fucking
open.
loved
To
it.
try and escape there. I honestly kind of lucky that he doesn't just die to Centaurus right away anyway, because I think if he would have gone for it, are they boosting on the other side? If he shoots through right now, they're both going to be dead. They don't know it, but they're looking.
I didn't
Could've
like
killed
Rome.
both of them already. Boost up on
At
top
all.
for Alexi as he looks for an opportunity here. They really wanted to try and do
I think it was
something. I think they're
overpriced.
realizing now that they
It's
don't
just
find that, they have to disengage.
fucking-
Aurora.
I think I know what you mean. In truth, but I don't know either. Not when you said it like that. But I could say when I was in
Yeah,
Zanzibar,
it really is because the thing
I
there too
did
is that
almost
once again,
2
I think
weeks
this is the
trip
fundamental
there.
element that I was talking about that Navi
And we
sometimes
also
feel like are better on Inferno.
stayed at 2
where
different
Navi,
places.
They keep
One
having
little
the
bit
better
luxury
setup
one and one little bit
because-
less
and
luxury one.
That's really what.
And weirdly enough, I
Think
liked
about
the
this.
one that was less
Lexi
luxury
B.
one more
Oh my
than the
God.
luxury one.
So,
Not crazy
so
in
I had to
price
finish
though,
quite quickly.
but
So
it was insane.
Navi,
I was very
they know
happy
how
with
to
it.
win the information game so
a little bit annoying to travel there though, but
every time we look at Aurora, they are so
it was
far
totally
behind.
worth it.
So that we see them walking into a 4-man setup, for the most part. So
that
if they don't have a way to stop
remember
that,
if I'm gonna be honest.
Is shooting their way out.
Sadly.
Which is what we just saw. It worked.
Creation.
Run it again.
Split. I mean
still
to split
curious
this up.
'cause
Very quick.
I think weirdly, even if it was a 4-man
That was
setup,
nice.
like, it fell
I
apart
felt very
so
calm. I went
fast.
also
It makes
to
me
like the
think that
calmer
Bit got
area there.
killed kind of by making a bit of a mistake, because I feel like normally you don't need to fight. Right? You've got 4 people there. Just fall back and let them engage further.
Can't do
so
like that.
I actually would be curious to see exactly how Bit died in that moment, because
He
was just, in the beginning, even before he died, he was jumping around on, you know.
Sailor, the only time, at least usually now I start playing Wars again.
Really like
usually when I'm live, so that's the only time I'm on the
even
PC.
If they had the format set up, that they were
and randomly one time I'm like playing with like some friends, and he's playing like a game, and that's it. And I don't play for like 4 months.
If you look at that, they were in a huge advantage.
But if you bug me,
they had a format set up that you can't get something really
on
keep the same openings going. However, we're going to start 2-3 here for Na'Vi, so a slight difference in the early setup. But also, Aurora going a bit more aggressive towards Banana.
It's Brach, the place that Magus said that you should have a major.
Crazy utility.
I need to go back to Greece. I had a beautiful time there when I was a
could
kid.
Have not died then.
But I don't remember more after that. Like, I barely have memory
between the Molotovs, but then more.
And then I went on to like one of those trips where like family trips.
Battle
so.
in the sea of fire in front of him.
It's an island. Oh, okay.
What do you do right now?
Where is Marius?
Is
that the place Marius coming
You
up?
have to get so many kills to make this work. It's a very nice incendiary to try and slow them down, but yeah, they're going to smoke it and push their way through, and that's what they should be doing here. Alexi alone, backup is not going to be there. They're actually slightly running away from him. They're almost saying, well, you know, either you do this or it's done anyway. Oh, grenades, Antares. Okay, he actually does get caught. Hold the phone. Wait a minute. 50 seconds. Somehow there might be a chance. Imma trying to battle their way back. Na'Vi, they want to go for this.
And they have brought a lot of distraction here. Wonderful might get his way up. Cat without being noticed. There is a player going.
Banana.
Banana.
Yeah, I was like,
so Cardi goes down. The pressure heavily on Aurora on the site. 2 versus 2. Thanks to Jota being quite savage in these rounds. How do you remove them from these positions? It looks so difficult.
Yeah, I don't think you can right now. He's played it.
I mean, I think it's like this.
Smoke will allow him to try and play a wider angle once again. Watts is going to be careful.
Oh, no, that is the worst one.
Almost in. Woxic has to go for the reload. He's got 3 health left, and now he's just hiding inside. If they would have gone for the defuse, he would have been there to knife them. I just love the idea of it, but even as he dies to the bomb, they will win the round. 11 to 10.
No, Dolphins.
This game is right back on again. Now
no, wait, that was a Mexico movie. Was it Mexico in the Dolphins?
Everything else.
Yeah, Dolphins and Mexico.
You know what's actually interesting here, Anders, too?
No, but I went to... I didn't do that, though.
And they changed the setup.
Yeah.
The setup difference was that
I know a lot of people had different opinions about it, but I went to one of those
usually
like protective zones.
So you can kind of get away with the 3-2, you know, 3 banana 2.
And then like...
So we'll see if they go back.
There was one leading lady that had an omelet or something like that, and I went to see like...
I think they might also just try and be
pretty much extinct animals on. And we went to look at turtles and clap them. Are they were they clapping theirs? I don't remember that.
Oh, jumping, he gets Woxic.
No fucking way he actually does get that.
It's all predicated on the weapons that they had. Playing defensively with this kind of stuff, it's not a good idea.
But it's not Tigers.
Madja doing what he can here to try and bring
what is that animal called?
Already up on the half wall. Flash, he's going to turn around for it. If he gets a kill here with the AWP, then I think this round is going to be washed away, and that's an easy shot. Madja
classic Disney movie.
Centaurus is alive, but only with 28 health.
How much do you ask back?
We'll have to find out. Or maybe not. Are they going to back away?
Nice. I saw Cerberus. That was pretty cool. I never went on a safari though.
If they back away, I
went to a specific like protective
they're
zone.
basically saying we think Centaurus can get.
And then again, like I said, I don't know. Some people hate it. Some people are fine with it. Some people are like this.
Yeah. And they just won a round, but everybody got wiped out, so they just don't have very much.
Spent a lot of time with Tiger.
Oh my God.
They're gonna do it. Yeah.
It's 5-7s, 157 dually MP9, and it's just a rush down from JL.
Yeah.
Throw him in there.
He's so good at
it. Norway, Sweden, Prague, and some big shield location.
See him finding really big value. So obviously, sometimes he gets destroyed and looks a little bit foolish, but that's how it goes.
Big is
with that sort of play. But what a time to find that too for Na'Vi.
Yeah. And even picking up, you know, some more weapons here that have been,
but still.
slowly
I thought it was
from Banana
couriered across.
Yeah. 12 to 10.
It sounds so random and weird when you
two
explain
opportunities
it.
here to close it out. These are the 2-1 teams. So for Na'Vi, what a luxury to be able to make their way through, put this all behind them, on to the next stage.
Get in that arena. The energy is going to be awesome. I cannot wait.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And you know what? Na'Vi,
100%.
They are a team that have been struggling a little bit.
I'm proud of you, buddy. I'm proud of you.
Aurora is the same kind of deal. I think both teams are in very similar positions where you want more results. You
It's
want to see
never
more out of it. Round number 23.
the sucky situation to get into.
And they will have the AK on
It's hard to get out from.
Joshua just could barely get one as well.
Wait, what the fuck is this
And
Mac 10 by the way? That's skin.
The rest a little bit worse for wear.
But you did it. That's the most important thing.
But definitely winnable.
Yeah, so not really doing anything towards Banana once again. And we talked about the timing.
Yes,
so
sir.
Typically, Aurora, when they do this, their timing towards A is a little bit too slow in the sense that it allows Na'Vi to open the 3 banana and get the extra players to A.
So this will be Apps Pop. You can see that because Woxic, so he's going to throw this. He's got 2 flashbangs that he's going to be tossing over the wall, and then they're going to go for it. It's already in motion. Oh, the counter incendiary, though. That is such a hard shutdown. They have to run through. They don't have a choice. They have to. And Bit and Immer are there on the other side. This has already been completely blown apart. The incendiary there destroys Aurora, and it's 13 to 10. Na'Vi to pick it up with just a fantastic read. Once again, the 4-man setup at
I did say, however,
crushes the Turkish side.
We did see some stuff
I said
out of Aurora.
55-60% to Na'Vi.
Very fearsome sight for any
I do generally
potential
feel like
teams to face
watching
Aurora.
Na'Vi yesterday
we'll
felt
see how
like they
the
kind of
desk,
threw against the
decided
Mongols.
that one went.
And Aurora has been looking
Such a
shaky
different team
in this
from
tournament
yesterday.
after
Na'Vi
their
into
break
the
from
playoffs.
tournaments.
Still 2 close games, but very different.
It's not that
Making
they're
sure at
bad
the
or
end
anything
they
like
did
that,
the
but like when
job that
they're
needed to be
2
done
good
now.
teams playing
Nice to
against
see
each other,
that
it's always a flip
JL
a corner,
had a big
right?
moment at the very end of things, the flying MP9 down banana, kind of a clowny way, but something that I would consider in JL fashion, just getting right in their faces, bulldozing them.
Should have just done that yesterday, right?
Oh, I went up at 6:50 or 6:45 a.m. and I have not slept a lot. But I'm not super tired though. But yeah.
Today we're gonna close it out like first map.
I mean, I always sleep tired.
In favor of Na'Vi, and
So it doesn't matter. If I slept 12 hours, 8 hours, 6 hours, 2 hours,
even if they
4
would
hours,
be
I don't know.
off to a slow start and mess up a couple of rounds, still able.
That round, by the way, from Sataris, though, that
JL
AK.
round, but even before that, earlier
So
in the
many
map, there was
instats,
another
sadly.
sort of eco force buy that they were able to win.
Alexi
and,
got in there to Graveyard.
was the difference maker in the end.
What did you like about what you saw from Na'Vi, Maui?
Well, there was a lot to like. There was definitely a lot to like in terms of I saw individuals having moments where they were able to hold on to space extremely well. I kind of like that they also recognized when Aurora was being a little crafty, like catching people who were trying to make their moves.
Right,
like the
beautiful
awareness,
people.
the overall awareness, I think, which usually is boiled down to good communication.
Wait, let's see here. Alright, cool. Remove, yes. We haven't done this little segment in a minute or two. So we will question mark. Where's this question mark? That's tomorrow. So I gotta do it because of my sponsoring you, my cool sponsoring you, Coolerinho. Wait, I'm gonna see one thing. Has this been done? It has been done. Cool. Yeah, I actually haven't done it in like 5 days. I need to do that actually before. All right, beautiful people. I'm just leaving some fun CS and me press X to doubt through. Beautiful people. I'm sponsored by Trade It. Exclamation point Trade It if you think about buying, selling, or trading your skins. You never know. You can maybe find a hidden gem during their website, which is pretty cool in that way. They're also trusted by Kenny S. Stewie and Vitality. They're sponsoring Vitality as well. They have also Tico, guy who was in FaceTime before. And I have me. I'm also around there. So you have 4 different options. They have the trade. Next to it was the store. After that, the sell. Then giveaway. But we can go back to trade. Pretty easy. You can go here. You can do your own thing. I am thinking about actually sending this back. And I am actually also thinking about sending that one back. And that one back. I think we are done. So after that, I don't think it was something else that I had in it to some degree. And I think it's, we don't know. We don't know. So we traded. I need to find a new pair of gloves. Not insanely expensive though, but something that could be pretty decent. Cause by the way, I did go through Jesus Chatterino yesterday. Hi Martin. And there's a chance I'm gonna send it back. This one. As heads up. So I need to have something that is a little bit closer to the fade one instead. Wait, it's 2,209. Oh, yeah. All right, cool. Holy shit. So what color are we gonna look for in that one? With yellow, maybe? Is that a thing? How do you see yellow? Colors here. Yellow? Should we actually have like one of these? Yeah, but the thing is, like, I will potentially send this one home or away back to little, you know. Or maybe I should just try this one. And then we can look for maybe a deagle at the same time. Let's do like this. Battle scars, but it's a little bit cool to have, you know, fat gloves, cool gloves, you know. Oh, that is one. There, that one. So we took those ones. That is cool. We remove the gloves. We go for a pistol. We go for a deagle. We don't have the color. Maybe we do blue. Do we actually do this? Yes, we do this. Take one of this one. Like this, like this, like this, like this. I need to also accept that and then trade again. But this is basically how you do it on the trader website. Experience for trade. Here, yes, I got it here, or I'm gonna send it back. Yes, I know that one. Waiting for previous to accept. Okay, so I need to wait a little bit. Okay, cool. So when I've been getting this one, I get it there. Cool. We send it that one in, and now I'm getting the next one. So that's cool. I've actually never tried this one before, so that's something. Create in the tray. Accept in the browser. Yes. There we go. Cool. Dance. Dance. And that's how you do a Traderino on their website, Derino. So that's pretty dope, Chatterino. But they also have the store where you can also find, I think, a little bit more hidden gems in this part of the website. So if you're looking for a specific like exterior or what is it like, you right? Float, like a specific float for a X or Y skin, etc. like that. So there's two different balance on website. There's a store balance. There's also a trade balance, for example. There's also the sell options where you can sell and actually get cash from it. Still in maintenance. I'm hoping that's coming back soon. And they also have the giveaway ones, which they have daily, weekly, and monthly. And then they also have the special item right now with Apex winning knife in Katowice 2025. They also have different challenges. You also get 10 tickets per day for free. If you want to get also some small balance on the side here. But since we have already pushed all our balance from before, we're going to go back and spend the rest of our balance here and see if we're lucky enough to get the Apex one. Because who knows? Maybe we're super lucky or maybe we're not. I don't know. Who knows? We'll see about that in the future. Or in 4 days, we will have an idea at least. We'll see if I won or not. But then as well, how you do it here? They also accept card. They also accept crypto. So you can do either using these ones. I think there's also a gift card on Kingwin if you're interested in that one. But if you do potentially think about that, you can either go here or whatever. Ready to get for affiliate code to support me as a streamer. And then Trader will be super happier knowing that you're referred by me and all of those things. You can get up to 35 plus on it. pretty open that way. And that's the thanks to Traded to do like that. And then we know what's going on the Traded website. But also another cool feature that is Traded is super kind to do to me is that it also giving me balance to go away on the website. So then your question for those people who don't know about this, well, Chris, how do we do this? Well, you need to do two things. You need, first and foremost, be ready with your Steam link. Steam link, remember that. Steam link. Steam link. And then you send it in the Twitch channel, and then they will send you the balance in soon, couple of days. Some said it took 3 days, some days they say 1 day, less, whatever. It all depends like this. But they're giving me the opportunity to gift 2, so 1 each, $20 balance for free on the Traded website. So if you write hashtag Traded, you have the chance to win the balance. And we'll do it in 1 minute because we don't actually have delay this time. You have 1 minute, by the way, if you don't have the trade link, and I'm gonna show you, or not the trade link, not trade link, remember that, not the trade link, your Steam link. And you paste it in the Twitch channel. And how the fuck do I get that? Well, you click on your profile, and you click underneath here. Pretty easy, straightforward, like that. And then you paste it in Twitch channel. And you have 1 minute to send it over to me. And if you're on your phone, I think Hidden knows how to do it. I don't remember how to do that specifically. But yeah, something like that. But it's thanks to Trader we can do this kind of thing. And they've been kind enough to, do that for me. Oh yeah, and you need to write in the big letters. Hashtag trade it to do that. Yeah, you go on your mobile, you go to your profile, and there's a share button. Okay, cool. See if you're on phone in that way. But there's 2 people who's gonna win. $20 in balance on the website. Don't forget to use my affiliate code or the link, ! Traded for that and see how to do it. And then it's gonna take, hopefully, not too long, a day, 2, something like that. But the first winner, Toliko. So rigged. It feels kind of rigged, to be honest. What happens if I miss 1 minute? Well, I'm gonna redraw it if you don't do it. If you're not sending it in, I mean, it's almost been like 1 minute now. Okay, cool. Yeah. Fuck you then. All right, cool. We got that one. But guys, don't forget, we do another one in 75. So 1 minute and 15. One more code. Hopefully it's not gonna feel that rigged this time, okay? And if you already used hashtag traded with big letters, I'm pretty sure you're already in the pool, by the way. So you don't need to spam it again. But if you want to make sure you can do it, it's okay. But I'm pretty sure the bot actually has a pretty good look at on that one. Wish me luck, guys. Amen. Good luck, buddy. Good luck. And like I said, for the next winner, you have 1 minute to send over the link. And exactly like Toliko did, he sent only his ID profile to it. And also, how do you get it? You go to your Steam profile on your PC, click on this one, you get the freaking cool link to send forward. Get it chat. And we do it in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Congratulations. Oh, Misk Operators. Congratulations, buddy. You were so fast with the link. That's even more 10 and 10. Oh shit. Now Hector's gonna be even better. And he actually broke. I'm broke. Hector's gonna be so happy. But a fellow Latvian won. That's good. All right. that's that. And it's thanks to Trade that we can do this kind of cool segment. And if you're thinking, like I said once again, of doing this kind of renewal, let's see, I'm just gonna do one. I'm gonna write down a thing here before I'm doing something. Of trading, selling, or do something cool. Don't forget to check out Traded, !Traded, and use my affiliate link because it supports me and helps me as a streamer. And if you never used the website before, I think you're getting $5 free and balance as well on the website, by the way. And you can use the code as much as you can, by the way, apparently, according to Hit. Don't forget that as well. Congratulations, both of y'all. Now I removed this fucking mode bot because I don't want it there anymore. Cool. And then we need to do this. Wait. Brian, I will give away my tomorrow at some point along if you set it up for me. Yeah, we can set it up for Discord if you want. Then it makes it even more not hidden, I would say, but like something there for you, buddy. Let's see. I'm just gonna take this one. Should be fine. All right, cool. There it is. There it is. Cool. All right, beautiful people. I will head out because I've done 8 hours. I'll send you beautiful human beings over to Adam Freiberg. So in a minute or two, I'll send you guys over. And thanks for hanging out. I'll be back tomorrow, by the way. And congratulations, both of y'all, for the winning on the Traded. And like I said, once again, don't forget to check out Traded if you think about trading, selling, or those kind of cool things. Because who knows, maybe you find something cool there. Peace and love, everyone. Peace and love, everyone. I will actually go up tomorrow because that's the last games. And NIP plays at 7 a.m. again. Peace and love. Peace and love.